I'm glad you're here for this 12-hour mystery marathon. That's right, almost 12 solid hours of the best mystery, crime, and detective shows from the golden age of radio. I'm Greg, coming to you from the Retro Radio Sanctorum. All audio has been remastered and optimized by yours truly for your listening pleasure. Now let's dive right in. From The New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone as Holmes and Nigel Bruce as his loyal assistant Dr. Watson, we have The Case of the Disappearing Scientist, where Holmes is thinking seriously about retirement so that he can focus on beekeeping. Yes, beekeeping. But he's persuaded to take one more case, where a voodoo curse at a local bee farm falls on one of his neighbors. Sounds like a pretty wild mystery, and it is, quite a bit different than the usual stories we hear from this great show. It aired April 8, 1946. And no, it was not Holmes' last case. Next is The Gladstone Smith Murder from Stand By for Crime, which ran in 1951 and starred Glenn Langan as Chuck Morgan, a local news anchor, and his friend Police Lieutenant Bill Miggs, who gives him tips. It also starred Langan's real-life wife, Adele Jurgens, as Carol Curtis, Chuck's gal pal, whom he always refers to as Glamour Puss. Far too often, in my opinion. In this one, an average ordinary guy, Gladstone Smith, a tax accountant, is murdered and his face is smashed almost beyond recognition. It's up to Chuck to find out who committed the murder and why it was done so brutally. A rather darker mystery story than we usually hear on this show, but I thought it was brilliant. Next, the audition show of The Black Book, where Paul Frees starred as the Man in Black, playing a different character each week who tries to commit the perfect crime, and each week he makes one fatal mistake. The listeners are encouraged to find that mistake before it is revealed. It ran for a few episodes in the spring of 1952 on CBS Radio. In this very first episode, The Perfect Crime, Old Man Hanson is killed. Every step of it seen from the killer's point of view, setting up his alibi, planning each detail of the murder, etc. Can you spot the fatal flaw in the killer's crime before it's revealed? I really like this show, and I really liked the dark narration of this particular episode. It's a shame that it only ran for a few episodes. Next is a very rare show, Vanished Without a Trace, which was broadcast on South African radio in the 50s. Each episode focuses on a missing person, obviously, and a dramatization of the true story behind each disappearance. This one, Richard Halliburton, is about an American at the turn of the 20th century who becomes a successful New York publisher and who mysteriously disappears. The mystery is never solved. These are intriguing stories from a very intriguing show, and I enjoyed trying to figure out what happened to Mr. Halliburton, although of course we're left at the end with not knowing. Next is another lesser-known mystery show, The Key, created by the famous mystery pulp writer James Workman. Each episode of The Key was about murder, and there was a lot of suspense and thriller mixed in with this mystery show. In The Night Prowler, the story opens with a man concerned about his girlfriend, who lives in a remote house, which he's trying to sell, when news of house break-ins have been occurring in the area comes to them. He's unable to persuade her to stay in town for the night. Then she's called at midnight by a prospective buyer who wants to see it in the middle of the night. Nothing suspicious at all about that. Of course, she agrees to show the house at that odd hour, and the man comes to see it. Gee, I wonder what happens next. Despite the obviousness of the story, it does have a few twists and a lot of suspense and thrills as well. It's a really gripping story. And then the last show of this first batch, Gambling, Divorce, and Murder from The Big Story, which dramatized real-life newspaper stories, invariably about crime, from the perspective of the real newspaper reporter who wrote about them. This one is from the story by Reno Gazette reporter Frank McCulloch about a wealthy real estate agent who is found murdered, and a hotel clerk who has the key to who possessed the murder weapon. McCulloch was brought on at the end of the show and presented with $500 by the sponsor. A really exciting mystery story with the usual high production values that this show was famous for. It aired January 11th, 1950. Now settle back and enjoy.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I'd like to ask you a short, simple question. Have you ever tried a glass of sherry before dinner? If you haven't, you'll never know what you're missing till you do. And make that sherry Petrie California sherry. Because Petrie sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. Just hold a glass of Petrie sherry to the light. Look at its wonderful, clear amber color. Now just get a whiff of that aroma. Bouquet, the experts call it. I'm telling you, you can just smell those big, luscious grapes. Now, best of all, taste your Petrie sherry. Sip it. Sip it slowly so you don't miss one single drop of this truly delicious wine. Yes, without a doubt, Petrie sherry is good wine. Oh, and incidentally, Petrie makes two kinds of sherry. Regular sherry and Petrie pale dry. Both are fine. And if you're not sure which you might like best, do what I do. Don't buy one, buy two. Try them both. And serve them proudly because the name Petrie is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our good friend and host, Dr. Watson, is waiting, so let's go in and join him.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Here, quiet with it. Down, Monty. Down there.
Dogs seem very chipper tonight.
Yes, tonight, yes, but they've been in disgrace most of the day, Mr. Bartell.
Oh? What have they been up to? After the seals again, Doctor?
No, my boy, this time it was chickens. They got into my neighbor's coop and had a delightful time. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but I'm afraid that my good neighbor policy has suffered a slight diplomatic strain. But you come here to listen to Sherlock Holmes' adventures, not those of my dog, so draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable, and I'll get on with tonight's story.
Last week, Doctor, you told us it was a case in which Sherlock Holmes found the solution without ever meeting any of the suspects.
That's quite correct, Mr. Bartell. As remarkable as an exhibition of long-distance detection as I ever recall. But judge the story for yourself, my boy. It was in the autumn of 1903, and Sherlock Holmes was about to retire to his bee farm on the Sussex Downs. I must confess, Mr. Bartell, that my heart was heavy during those last few weeks we spent at Baker Street. I thought of the countless adventures that we'd shared together. I remembered those many evenings of quiet comradeship and companionship. A fire blazing away in the hearth as Holmes lay back in the shadows playing his beloved violin. And then, Mr. Bartell, as so often happened, there'd be a violent jangle on our doorbell, and some wretched soul in misery would be standing before us and pouring out his troubles. Suddenly the violin would be discarded, and Holmes the dreamer would become Holmes the man of action. Come, Watson, the game's afoot, he'd say. And in a few moments later, we'd be rattling off in a cab through the foggy, gaslit London streets.
Yes, Doctor, I can imagine it was pretty hard for you to leave Baker Street.
It was, Mr. Bartell. However, as it transpired, there was one more adventure awaiting us before we left. A few days before the actual move, I persuaded Holmes to take an afternoon off from his packing and accompany me on a visit to the laboratory of an old friend of mine, a Professor Jean Boulin. He was an eminent French scientist engaged in very important work at the London University. Well, by the way, this was at a period, Mr. Bartell, when radium was something extremely new and extremely rare. The university had just acquired a minute but invaluable portion of the element, and Professor Boulin was in charge of the research connected with it. I can remember the picture so well as Holmes stood in the laboratory talking with keen interest to the distinguished scientist.
Amazing, Professor Boulin. Quite amazing. Think that this tiny leaden vessel contains one of the most precious substances in the world.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. We have a great deal to thank Madame Curie for. This new element may force us entirely to revise our concepts of all physical structure.
Your research is a great responsibility, Boulin.
It is, Watson. I must confess that I wish the authorities here would give me a freer hand. I foresee such infinite possibilities in the use, particularly the medical use of radium. But my conservative superiors seem to regard it only as a toy, a scientific curiosity.
Limit your experiments accordingly, I suppose.
Exactly. I'm given no opportunity to do anything that's in the least radical.
Must be very disheartening. How can research ever get anywhere along those lines?
It is a great misfortune, Holmes, that you've determined to retire to your bee farm. This project, we could use such an analytical mind as yours.
You flatter me, Professor.
How many assistants do you have working with you, Buller?
3, but none of them are very inspired, I'm afraid.
What?
My best assistant is a man named Barker. He's a little on the conservative side, too. But he is extremely adroit. The other 2, a young man called Taylor and the girl Gladys Hughes. They mean well. But gauche, I fear, is the only word to describe them.
Why do you laugh, Buller?
I was just amused to observe that in describing my assistants, I chanced to be literal as well as figurative. It's odd that random symbolism can sometime... but never mind that. You would like to see the laboratory?
Yes, indeed we
Yes,
would.
thank you very much.
I have some extraordinarily interesting photographic plates that record the emanations of radium. They're over here. I think you will find them most fascinating.
Baker Street, particularly when our rooms are full of packing cases, seems rather drab after the scientific stimulations of Professor Boulin's laboratory. Doesn't it, old chap?
Yes, it seemed drab even if we hadn't been to see him. I feel frightfully depressed, Holmes. I just don't know what I'm going to do without you.
Oh, you're still a young man, Watson, and a susceptible one. You'll marry again.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will, old chap. And you'll end up by being glad that your old roommate, your difficult, rather unsociable old roommate, is living in retirement on the Sussex Downs.
Rubbish. I shan't feel anything of the kind. In any case, I don't think you'll be able to stay in retirement for long. Your mind is much too alert to be satisfied by being a sort of midwife to a bunch of beastly bees.
Oh, dear Watson. I feel that you'll never eat honey again.
Yes, you can laugh, Holmes, but I could see how excited you were when Buller suggested that you might help him with his radium experiments.
Flattering suggestion, I must admit, my dear fellow. Just the same, Oh, now, who the devil's that?
From the urgency of the tug on the bell pull, I'd say that it was a client.
And go and head him off, will you, old chap?
Yes, I'll do my best.
Oh, Watson, again that I'm no longer in practice.
Too late, Holmes. He's brushed past Mrs. Hudson. Here he comes rushing up the stairs.
Oh, confound it.
I beg your pardon, sir.
You
but,
Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
No, I am not Sherlock.
Then you must be Mr. Holmes.
That is my name, sir. But may I ask what accounts for your rather whirlwind entrance? My housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson...
I haven't any time to consider etiquette. My sister Gladys Hughes has vanished. Vanished into thin air. You've got to find her for me, Mr. Holmes. I'll pay you any fee you name, but you've got to find her.
Mr. Hughes, I'm extremely sorry that your sister has vanished, but I'm afraid that I can do nothing to help you. I'm retiring. I'm giving up my practice.
If you won't help me, I'll go to someone who will.
That's exactly what I mean, sir. I suggest that you go to the police, or if you insist on a private investigator, I can strongly recommend Mr. Martin Hewitt. Yes. His address is 39 Pont Street, Knightsbridge.
Good day to you.
Good day, Mr. Hughes.
36 Pont Street, Night. Mr. Martin.
Yes, I can understand his concern, but his manners leave a great deal to be desired.
Holmes. Gladys Hughes, his missing sister. That was the name of one of Professor Boulin's assistants, wasn't it?
True, old fellow, but it's probably only a coincidence.
What?
Both Christian and surnames are extremely common ones.
Well, I have a feeling that it may not be a coincidence.
Oh, come now, my dear fellow. Don't you try and embroil me in a fresh adventure. I've retired and I'm leaving for Sussex in a few days. And if any more clients come wrenching at my doorbell, I shall ignore them.
But, Mr. Holmes, you've got to help me. My son, Geoffrey Barker, has disappeared.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Barker, but I'm afraid I'm...
Holmes, Geoffrey Barker was the name of Professor Boulin's chief assistant.
Watson, please believe me when I say that I'm not to be inveigled into any further... Mrs. Taylor, I'm sorry, but I can't help you.
Oh, but Mr. Holmes, it's my husband. He's disappeared. We've only been married 3 months, and now, it's terrible. I've been so worried ever since he started to work on that strange new radium with Professor Jean.
Holmes, you can't pretend it's coincidence any longer. Gladys Hughes, Geoffrey Barker, and now Taylor. The 3 assistants of Professor Boulin.
I know it, Watson. Mrs. Taylor, the moving van will be here tomorrow to take my things to Sussex. I shall follow them immediately. I have retired, madam. Do you understand that? Retired.
Yes, another telegram for you, Holmes.
That'll be the 4th today. Why won't Scotland Yard on?
Well, it's a pretty strange business. 3 people engaged in research of this new element, radium, have all disappeared within 48 hours. Scotland Yard needs your help.
Let them earn their salaries, my dear Watson. I've helped them for the last time. Well, let's see how they've couched their latest effusion. Oh, this isn't from Scotland Yard. It's from my brother, Mycroft.
Mycroft? What's he going to say?
Listen to this. Now Professor Boulin has disappeared.
Great Scott.
And the radium with him. Surely the pattern is obvious, Sherlock. Radium must be found, could solve the problem for you, but I'm too lazy. Consider what a flashy case for you to retire on. Regards, Mycroft. The old devil.
Holmes, this is shocking. My old friend Boulin has disappeared.
Yes, Watson, and now my brother asks me to investigate. The pressure becomes irresistible. Very well. I bow to fate and postpone my retirement for a few hours.
Good man, Holmes. You know you'll never really retire.
Now, let me see. As Mycroft says, there's an obvious pattern in this case. Our first step, of course, will be to interview all the doctors who treat patients without charge.
Why?
Well, surely that's obvious.
Well, it isn't at all obvious to me. I don't know why you always leave me in the dark.
Well, what makes you laugh?
Being left in the dark. It's just like the old times, isn't it, Holmes? Come on, old fellow, let's go. The game's afoot. Dr. MacDonald, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm very glad to meet you.
And are you, Dr. MacDonald?
I swear that I've never been in as many doctors' offices as I have today. But Mr. Holmes is in search of some information. Perhaps, Doctor, you can help him.
I'll do my best. What do you want to know, Mr. Holmes?
Whether you have any charity patients with skin eruptions or growths of any kind. I mean, patients that have not kept their appointments recently, perhaps.
Now, let me see. Why, yes, I do. Old Mrs. Pendle. She has a very bad case of lupus. She was due for a treatment here yesterday, and I've seen nothing of her.
Splendid. Can you give me her address?
Why, certainly. It's in my book here.
Well, I hope this isn't a false trail, Holmes.
You can only explore it and see, dear chap.
Here we are. Mrs. Pendle, 36 Elm Gardens, Clapham.
Mrs. Pendle, 36 Elm Gardens, Clapham. Thank you, Doctor. I'm greatly obliged to you. Getting restless, Watson?
Yes, I am a little. We've been waiting outside Mrs. Pendle's house for over an hour. Why don't we knock on the door and see if she's at home?
Oh, no, my dear chap. We mustn't frighten her. I hope that she's going to lead us to our quarry. You see...
Shh. Front door's opening. A woman's coming out.
Yes, it's Mrs. Pendle, beyond doubt. Look at that bandage around the upper part of her face.
Yeah, hello, she's turning down the street. We're going to follow her, I suppose.
Naturally, but let's give her a start, shall we? We don't want her to spot us.
Well, while we're waiting, perhaps you'll clear up 1 or 2 points for me. I'm still very much in the dark.
With pleasure, old chap. What puzzles you?
Well, one of the things that
Come on.
What?
We've given her enough of a start. Let's follow her.
Oh, very well. But look here, Holmes. You asked me what I didn't understand. 2 things puzzle me. What did Mycroft mean by the pattern of the case? Why are we following a poor sick old lady through the London street?
I'll answer the first question, and I think the answer to the second will be self-apparent. The pattern of the case is clear. Professor Boulin and his 3 assistants have vanished together with the radium, but their disappearances were not simultaneous. Had they been so, it would have been a transparent case of theft. But with the disappearances gradual rather than simultaneous, the emphasis has been subtly shifted.
Yes, I can see that, Holmes, but what do you suppose is at the back of the whole business? Can't be a simple case of theft. Radium is enormously valuable. But it'd be hard stuff to sell again.
Not to an unscrupulous criminal with a knowledge of medicine, Watson. My own theory, and I admit at the moment that it's purely a theory, is that Professor Boulin was worried because he was so hampered in his research. You'll remember that he stressed his great faith in the medical values of the new element, radium.
Yes, he did.
It's more than possible that he places the rights of science above the rights of property, that he's determined that he and his group will carry on their invaluable research unhampered by the conservative restraints of the university.
I see what you mean, Holmes, but how does Mrs. Pendle, the poor woman that we're following, enter the picture?
Because one of the chief lines of radium research on the continent so far has been with her sort of trouble. Professor Boulin's obvious move, if my theory is correct, would be to contact poverty-stricken patients, promise them relief, induce them to abandon their regular treatments, and submit to him.
By Jove, yes, Holmes, that seems perfectly logical, and yet I can't believe that Boulin would...
Mrs. Pendleton has reached her destination. She's turned down a driveway.
Yes, she's walking up to what looks like a deserted warehouse.
Hurry, old chap. Don't let her out of our sight.
She's opened the door without knocking. She's gone in.
We'll wait here for a moment or two, then we'll follow her. I have a feeling that your old friend, Professor Boulin, is not far away, Watson.
Yes, you're probably right. But I hope we can do something to protect him from the consequences of what he's done. It might easily mean the finish of a brilliant career.
I'll do everything in my power, but you know as well as I do...
Shh, look. Mrs. Pendle's coming out again.
Yes, and she's in trouble. Come on. Mrs. Pendle, what's wrong?
I don't know how you know my name or who you be, but you ask me what's wrong. They tell me to come here to this address, and I find a doctor who'd help my face. I comes here, and what do I find?
What did you find, madam?
A corpse, sir. That's what I find. A dead man lying there in a great pool of his own blood.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. So I'm just going to remind you that there's one wine which everyone likes and which is good on any occasion. Petri California Sherry. You want a swell wine to serve before dinner? The perfect answer is Petri Sherry. If you want a wine that's delicious after dinner, or later in the evening when you're just talking things over with your friends, again you want Petri Sherry. And if you want a wonderful wine to serve at cocktail time, naturally you want Petri Sherry. Sherry is a wine that's good at any time. And Petri, well, Petri is the wine that's good all the time. Well, Dr. Watson, so following the tracks of old Mrs. Pendle led you to a corpse, huh?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Of course, Sherlock Holmes and I went at once into the broken-down warehouse to examine the scene of the tragedy. Slumped over a desk in a darkened, shabby room, a flickering candle giving a macabre lighting to the scene, was the body of a man. I think I knew its identity even before Holmes turned to me and said...
Professor Boulin. All right, Watson.
Poor devil. Murdered, of course.
Yes, but examine him for yourself, will you?
Yes. Yes, there's no doubt about it. This wound couldn't have been self-inflicted. The right auricle of the heart has been pierced.
How long ago would you estimate death took place?
Not than a couple of hours ago, I should say.
Not hard to reconstruct the killing. The murderer came up from behind Boulin as he sat here. Crooked an arm around his throat. Yes. See the finger marks on the right-hand side of the neck? Here. Then stabbed him in the chest.
And then withdrew the weapon and disappeared.
Leaving no traces, confound it. A dusty room is an ideal place for recording footprints, but there are half a dozen different prints here, including Mrs. Pendle's. Hello. Here's the print of a smaller woman's shoe.
Well, must be that of Gladys Hughes, his assistant.
Undoubtedly, but that really proves nothing except that she was here with him. A fact that we were convinced of anyway. Question is, come on, let's go outside and talk to Mrs. Pendle again.
Poor old Boulin. What a shocking way to die.
And what a great loss to science.
I suppose the murderer must have stolen the radium. We found no trace of it in there.
Undoubtedly, the possession of the radium was the motive for the murder. Mrs. Pendle.
The poor man is dead, ain't he, sir?
I'm afraid so, madam.
I knew it. I never should have come here. I never should have left Dr. MacDonald.
Mrs. Pendle, let me ask you a question.
I can't be answering no questions, sir. I don't know nothing about how the poor soul got himself murdered. What would a poor woman like me know about such things?
No, my good woman. My friend isn't suggesting at all to know anything about the murder.
Then what do you want to know, sir?
Who told you to come to this address today, Mrs. Pendle?
A young lady. Nice young lady she was, too. She met me coming out of Dr. MacDonald's yesterday and told me that if I come here today, I'd find a doctor who could cure me.
Yeah, that was obviously Miss Hughes. Holmes, I believe that your theory was right.
Come on, Mrs. Pendle. We'll escort you to the nearest police station where you can report the murder.
Yes, sir.
And then, Watson, we must keep on the track of the radium. That, perhaps, is more important than any life.
Well, how are we going to do that? We haven't a clue to go on.
Remember that Professor Boulin's 3 assistants are still missing. We must go to the homes of each of them and see what can be found out. Mr. Hughes, you must realize by now that your sister's disappearance is part of something vastly more significant than you think. I must ask you in the
My
first...
sister didn't disappear, Mr.
What do you mean, sir? You came to us and said that you had.
Oh, it was all a mistake, gentlemen. She came back today. She'd just been down to the seaside for a short rest, and she'd forgotten to let me know. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
May I see your sister at once, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, but she's out just now. I don't know where she's gone or what time she'll be back.
Mrs. Barker, I've come to you about your son's disappearance. I'm afraid that...
But my son didn't disappear, Mr. Holmes. It was all misunderstanding. He came home today.
Then may we speak to him, please, Mrs. Barker?
Oh, I'm afraid that's impossible. You see, he...
Mrs. Taylor, I want to talk to you about your husband's disappearance.
Oh, that. He came home this afternoon, Mr. Holmes. At first I was so suspicious, but when he explained, well, I'm sure you know how it is in the first few months of marriage, those little tips.
Confound it, Watson. We are no nearer the solution.
And meanwhile, here we are back in Baker Street to find that the moving van has taken all your things off to Sussex. Perhaps you should give up the case, Holmes, and follow them.
Close my career on a note of failure? No, my dear fellow. I shall not leave London until this problem is solved.
Oh, in that case, I'll sit down. Looks to me as if it may prove a lengthy wait.
I've rarely felt more frustrated, Watson. All three vanished technicians home safely with plausible stories, or at least plausible alibis, and poor Boulin murdered, the radium stolen.
Well, I must say it makes no sense to me.
Well, it must make sense. The pattern was well enough to find in the beginning. It's just a question of finding the right key. In a way, it's clear enough what's happened. One of the three assistants, placing the financial value of radium above its value to science, murdered Boulin to obtain the prize. The other two, fearing that their complicity in the original plot would involve them as accomplices in murder, ran home and established an alibi.
And the murderer did the same thing, for it's obvious one of the three must be the killer and the thief.
Yes, the question is, which one of the three is the culprit?
If only poor Boulin were alive, he could help us.
My dear chap, if Boulin were alive, there would be no murderer.
Oh, of course it wouldn't.
Now, let's see. Boulin gave us a few bare facts about his three assistants. I wonder... But, of course, Watson! I have the answer. The case is solved.
What do you mean, Holmes? How can it be solved? You haven't done enough investigation. If it comes to that, you haven't even seen any of your three suspects.
That isn't necessary.
Oh, you know who did it?
Yes, Watson, and so should you.
But we know nothing to set them apart from each other, except that one of them's a girl.
We know more than that, my dear fellow. Think hard.
Well, Boulin told us that Geoffrey Barker was an excellent technician, while the other two were somewhat clumsy.
We know even more than that.
Well, I'm just if I know what, Holmes.
I shan't even need to stay in London and follow the case through to its logical conclusion. A telegraph to Mycroft and another to Scotland Yard to take care of it, yes. And I can be in Sussex before the moving van, after all.
You mean you're going now, before the case is solved?
But it is solved, my dear fellow. All that remains to be done is some purely routine work. What's the time?
Look, it's just 3 o'clock.
Splendid. If we hurry, we can catch the 3:45 express from Waterloo.
We?
Yes, I was counting on you spending a few days down there with me, old chap. I hope you can spare the time. I should hate to make so drastic a change without my good old friend Watson at my side.
Oh, of course. I'm delighted, but
what, my dear boy?
The case of the disappearing scientists.
Wait until we get to Sussex, shall we? As soon as I get an answer to my telegrams, I'll explain the whole thing to you. And now let's hurry, shall we? Our train leaves in 40 minutes. More tea, Watson?
Thanks, old boy.
Peaceful down here, isn't it?
Extremely. At the moment, I must confess I find it rather nerve-wracking.
Oh, why?
You know why, Holmes. I want you to open that telegram and tell me if your solution to the Boulin case was the correct one.
Very well, my dear chap. Let's see. What is it? It's Mycroft. Listen. Murderer arrested and radium recovered. Well done, Sherlock, though you took longer than I expected. Regards, Mycroft.
Congratulations, Holmes. And now perhaps you'll condescend to tell me how you solved it.
Don't be angry with me, old chap. I only wanted to make sure that my solution was correct. You remember the nature of the fatal wound on Boulin's body?
Of course. He'd been stabbed through the right auricle of the heart.
From behind. Proving that the murderer was clearly right-handed.
Oh, what does that signify? Almost everybody's right-handed.
Oh, no, not in this case. If you recall, Professor Boulin said that Geoffrey Barker was adroit, while his other two assistants were gauche. Then he laughed because he said his remark grew both literally and figuratively.
I still don't see what I was talking about.
Oh, come now, Watson, come.
Gauche?
Think of the origin of the word adroit. Adroit. Droit is the French word for right.
And gauche is the word for left.
Meaning the two gauche assistants were left-handed, and therefore only the adroit, the right-handed Barker, could have inflicted the fatal wound.
I see it now, Holmes. You know, if you'd remembered that mark of Boulain's at the time we found his body, you could have solved the case much sooner.
That's true, old fellow, very true. And when my old friend Watson points out that my memory is failing and my mind sluggish, then I know that my retirement has been postponed for far too long.
Well, so Holmes really went through with his idea of becoming a bee farmer.
Yes, of course. It became one of his favorite hobbies. Do you know anything about the raising of bees?
Oh, nothing at all. The only connection I've ever had with bees was very remote. Once I had the hives.
Once you had the... Oh, no, Mr. Barker.
Oh, yes, Dr. Watson. But seriously, I do know one thing about bees. Even when you know all about them, you're apt to get stung.
That's true enough.
So I'll make my hobby Petri wine. You know, you can't miss when you buy Petri wine, because Petri wine is always good wine. The Petri family has been making fine wine for generations. In fact, they started way back in the 1800s. And they've handed on down from father to son, the knowledge and experience absolutely essential to the making of truly fine wine. And since the making of Petri wine is a family affair, you can be sure that the name Petri means something on a bottle of wine. Those letters Petri are more than a trademark. They're the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of Petri wine is good wine. So when you buy wine of any type, you can put your faith in the Petri label, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you going to tell us next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you about one of the weirdest adventures that Holmes and I ever had. It concerns a haunted chapel in the wilds of Cornwall, strange organ music that played at midnight, and the headless ghost of a murdered monk.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Reigate Puzzle. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios.
Stand by for crime. Hi, Chuck Morgan speaking. I'm a newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. Like most newsmen the world over, I found it smart to have contacts in as many government agencies and among as many stratas of society as possible. You get tips on stories that way that might otherwise be on the wires a day before you become aware that it happened. Well, my contact with the local police is Lieutenant Bill Meggs. Bill is more than a contact. He's a personal friend, which is an added help. He's never given me a bum steer. So when I reached my office a couple days ago, my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, told me Bill had called and wanted me to meet him at a certain address in Sereno, a small town north of Los Angeles. I smelled a good yarn. What's it about, Glamourpuss? Did Bill say?
No. He just said if we came out, it would be worth our while.
Did he say we?
No, but I did. Bill expects me.
Oh. And what makes you think that?
Well, because he always expects me to be along when you go after a story.
I see. What's at the street address where he wants me to meet him in Sereno?
I don't know.
Has there been a murder?
I don't know.
How long will Bill be there?
I don't know.
Are you a parrot?
I don't... Oh, funny man. Well, how can you expect me to answer your questions if I don't know the answers?
I don't know. Now you've got me saying it. Get on your hat and shoes and we'll go see if Bill knows the answers. Sereno is a small town about 20 miles north of Los Angeles. It's a residential community for workers in L.A. industries. There are a few large estates, but mostly the town is inhabited by small homeowners who take pride in their lawns and gardens and tree-shaded streets. It was in one of those quiet streets that we found Bill Meggs. He was parked beneath a huge pepper tree, slouched down behind the wheel smoking a cigarette. We swung in behind him and walked up to the open window of his car. Hello, Bill. How's things?
Oh, hello, Chuck. Hi, Carol. Suppose you two get in back and let's have a little talk.
Okay, sure.
This sounds like something important.
Okay, Bill, let's have it.
Well, last night a man named Gladstone Smith was murdered. Took us quite a while to identify the body. His face was badly smashed. Either of you ever hear of Mr. Smith?
I haven't.
Someone important, Bill?
Oh. Works in the city hall here in Sereno. He's an auditor in the tax department.
Wait a minute. If he lives in Sereno and works in Sereno, what are you doing on the case? You're in the L.A. force.
The murder was committed in L.A.
Oh.
However, that's one of the reasons I asked you to come here.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, you can do a lot of things I can't do because you're not restricted. Now, take a look around you and tell me what you see.
Nothing very exciting. Pleasant street, small, neat homes, trees, lawns, shrubs. Nothing unusual.
Well, there's a filling station on the corner.
That's unusual.
Well, Bill asked you to.
You both missed it. You know what I see when I look around?
What's that?
Well, I see security. I see comfort and relaxation after a hard day's work. I see pride in the things that a man lives for. I see freedom from fear and want. I see a piece of America that everyone should look at and be glad exists.
Well.
Is this our Bill Meggs talking?
Sure, it's corny. Go ahead and laugh. I'm supposed to be a hard-boiled cop. I wouldn't say this to anyone but you two. Because I thought up to now you might have enough imagination to go along with the gag.
Ouch. Well, that's putting it on the line. Okay, Bill, what else do you see?
Well, I see the confidence and trust that the people who live in these houses put in cops like me.
Yeah?
I see a community where people should be able to walk along a dark street at night without fear of violence.
I'm beginning to get it, Bill. Don't stop now.
No, for heaven's sakes. I'm beginning to see things myself.
Good. All right, here's the deal. A resident of one of these small homes is murdered. His face is smashed beyond recognition. Just an ordinary guy. Nothing to set him apart from his neighbors. He's been an accountant for 25 years, has a family, owns an automobile, pays his bills, belongs to a lodge, attends PTA, and goes to church. So, last night he becomes a corpse. Why? Well, there's an answer, and it's got to be a good one.
Now, wait a minute. You're talking like a cop again. Let's get back to the sentiment. You want to do more than find this murderer. You want me to play it up big, make a terrific story out of it, so that the other people in this community and all other communities where decent, law-abiding people live could be reassured.
That's about it. Chuck, you've always fancied yourself as a half-baked detective. Why don't you snoop around the neighborhood and see what you can pick up?
Listen, I resent that crack about me being a half-baked detective. Because I am. All right, I'll go along with you on it, Bill. But it seems to me there's one thing you've overlooked.
Yeah? What's that?
Suppose I snoop around and find that Mr. Gladstone Smith has been having a romance with his neighbor's wife, or he's been stealing funds from the city, or something worse. Then where will your great big sentimental theory be?
I've already told you that this murder was committed in my district, Los Angeles. Would it help matters any if I told you that I know who murdered Mr. Smith?
Well, when Bill Meggs announced that he knew who murdered Gladstone Smith, I didn't know whether he was throwing us a curve or not. It wasn't like him. But one thing I was sure of. There was a whole lot more behind this murder caper than he was admitting. He had a long-range plan that somehow involved me and the publicity I could give the results. Well, that was okay. But before committing myself, I wanted the answer to a few questions.
Oh, wait a minute, Chuck. Before you say anything, I have a question I want to ask.
Okay, Glamour, go ahead.
Bill, if you know who murdered Gladstone Smith, why haven't you arrested him?
That's a good question.
Because the man who murdered Gladstone Smith is a sneaking little cur named Spider Morelli.
Well, that's a good answer to a good question.
Why? What difference does it make what his name is? If he murdered Gladstone
Because, Glamour, Spider isn't the man that Bill wants. Spider's a paid murderer. He kills for money, not motive. Bill wants the man with the motive, the man who hired Spider.
That's it.
And he thinks that I, under the guise of a newsman looking for a story, can find that man.
That's it.
So we'll just drift around the neighborhood, talk to Gladstone Smith's friends, and see what we can pick up.
That's it.
Bill, do me a favor, will you?
Sure, Carol.
Stop saying that's it. And there's one other thing. If the man who hired the sneaking little cur to murder Gladstone Smith gets suspicious of what Chuck is up to, which he probably will, then he's going to hire the sneaking little cur to murder Chuck. Did you think of that?
Sure I did.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, what if Chuck is murdered?
Well, then Chuck will be dead.
Now, don't worry, Glamourpuss. Bill isn't going to let that happen. Oh, by the way, Bill, Smith's family has been notified, I suppose.
No, they haven't.
Huh?
We haven't told anyone about this thing yet, so you'll have to work fast.
But the family should be notified, Bill.
Yes, they should. I thought I'd let you two handle it.
Let us. Uh-huh. Bill, you're supposed to be a friend of mine, aren't you?
Well, yeah, sure. I've known you for years, Chuck. Why?
Get lost. It wasn't an easy task that Bill had handed us. Ordinarily, I would have balked. But I was still convinced he had an underlying motive that he couldn't let us in on at the moment. Well, Carol and I found the Smith home a block from where we'd met Bill. It wasn't unlike any other house on the street, except that the small, well-cared-for lawn was enclosed by a white picket fence. We went up the flagstone walk and rang the front doorbell.
Yeah?
Hello, are you... No, I'm sorry. You wouldn't be Mrs. Smith. Is she in?
There isn't any Mrs. Smith. If you want to talk to the lady of the house, I'm your pigeon. What are you selling?
We're not selling anything. Are you related to Gladstone Smith?
Yeah, I'm his daughter. Flo's the name. Why?
May we come in? We'd like to talk to you a minute.
What about? Oh, okay, I guess it's all right. Come on in. Well, what's the old man been up to now?
I'm afraid we have some unpleasant news for you, Flo.
Yeah, what is it?
Your father's dead.
My father's dead. No kidding. And you call that unpleasant news? Why, that's the best news I've had in years. What'd the old man die of? Squeezing nickels?
He was murdered.
Murdered, huh? Well, now that's something I'll buy. That's a wonder someone didn't do the job long ago.
You mean there's a lot of people who had a reason for murdering your father?
Sure. Everyone who knew him.
Including yourself?
Yeah, including myself.
Seems to me you're talking rather strangely for a girl who's just lost her father.
Does it? Then you should have lived with my old man. He was mean and he was stupid. Stupid? I'll tell you how stupid he was. Last week he paid the real estate tax bill. Paid it to his own office, and it bounced. How do you like that? It bounced. Oh, brother, did Barney get a laugh out of that one.
Who's Barney?
Oh, he's my boyfriend. The guy I'm going to marry.
I should think you'd have married him long ago just to get away from your father.
Ah, the old man wouldn't let me. He said Barney was too old. He used to get a big bang out of reminding me he was still boss.
How old are you, Flo?
17. But don't get me wrong, Buster. I've been around.
Yeah, I can see you have. Around the wrong places and the wrong people, I'm afraid. Well, I suggest you don't do anything as rash as to marry this Barney until the juvenile authorities have a talk with you. Also, I suggest you don't leave town until the police have learned just which one of your father's friends or relatives hated him enough to commit murder. Well, it seemed to both Carol and me that Bill Megg's dream of a quiet, peaceful, law-abiding community had come to an abrupt ending. The Smith family was an example of the type of people who lived along these tree-shaded streets. It was a toss-up whether Glamourpuss and I felt more sorry for Bill or more disgusted at Gladstone Smith's charming daughter when we left that house. Well, anyway, a green coupe was parked at the curb, and Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP, was sitting in it.
Hey, you two, come over here.
Hi, Pappy.
Pappy, what are you doing out here?
Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, saw your car, and thought I'd find out what you were up to.
Yeah, You didn't happen to see Bill Meggs first, did you?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I did.
Did Bill tell you why we were here?
Well, partly. How'd you like Flo?
Do you know Flo?
Known her for years. She's a stinker, isn't she?
That's putting it mildly.
You know, Pappy, I smell something and I don't like the odor. First, Bill Meggs tells us a sentimental story about a beautiful community with flowers growing around doorsteps and birds twittering in treetops.
Now, just calm down, Chucky boy. Bill knows what he's doing. You know that.
Do I? Now, look, I don't mind being a fall guy if it pays off with a good story, but this is going too far.
Now, this'll pay off, too. Bill's got a good idea. His hands are tied, so let's give him some help. He called me because he knew I was a friend of Gladstone Smith, And he wanted you to know something about the man's character before you made the next move.
Gladstone Smith was a friend of yours, Pappy?
I've known him ever since he adopted Flo, 17 years ago. I gave him a character reference.
What? Flo's adopted?
That's right. She's a living example of heredity over environment. She began giving the Smiths a bad time from the minute she could walk. When she was 5, Mrs. Smith died. And Gladstone's friends urged him to turn the kid over to one of the societies who handle such cases. But Glad felt she was his responsibility, so he kept her.
Well, I'll be darned.
He did everything he could to give the kid a break. Good schools, the companionship of his friends' kids, summer camps, everything.
Huh.
But it didn't do any good. Just about broke Glad's heart.
Well, then Mr. Smith isn't the louse his daughter claims.
Glad? Why? Glad Smith was one of the finest men who ever lived. I'm proud to have known him. You'll find out that all his friends feel that way when you get to talk to them.
When we get to talk to them? Are we going to talk to them?
You are. Carol isn't. She's coming back to the office and work up a human interest angle on this yarn.
Oh, I am?
Yes, you am. Chuck, the next man you're to talk to is B.L. Darcy.
Who's he?
He's the tax collector of Sereno, man Glad Smith worked for.
So, what am I going to talk to him about?
Tell him Glad's been murdered. Ask him questions about Glad, about his work, about Flo. You'll find out why we want you to talk to him, and you'll get a more surprising reaction than you did when you talked to Flo.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, this was a switch in my usual procedure, and I wasn't sure I liked it. So what if I didn't? Pappy Mansfield was my boss. Bill Meggs was my friend. And Carol was all in favor of letting me continue to stick my chin out. So I drove over to White Oaks Avenue and found the address of B.L. Darcy given to me by Pappy. It was one of Sereno's small estates, a comfortable ranch-style house set on 2 acres of well-landscaped ground with shrubs and shade trees. No one answered when I rang the front doorbell, so I walked around back and found a man in shirt sleeves burning some trash in an incinerator. He was in his middle 50s, well-dressed, pleasant-appearing.
Hello there. Looking for me?
If you're B.L. Darcy, I am.
That's right. I'm Darcy.
My name's Morgan. Chuck Morgan, newscaster on KLP.
Oh, sure. Listen to you a lot.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Morgan?
I guess you haven't heard about Gladstone Smith's death.
Glad Smith dead?
That's right.
Finally caught up with him, eh? A pity.
What caught up with him?
He had a heart condition. Been favoring himself for years.
Oh, no, it wasn't his heart, or at least the police don't think so. They believe Smith was murdered.
Murdered? Glad Smith?
Huh?
Well, that's a hard one to believe, Mr. Morgan. Who would want to murder harmless old Glad?
Well, that's what the police are trying to find out, and I'm trying to work up a story on the case. Do you mind if I ask a few questions about Smith and his family?
No, not at all. Just wait till I stuff the rest of these papers into the incinerator.
Sure.
There we are. Let's walk back to the house, and I'll buy you a drink.
What kind of a man was Smith, Mr. Darcy?
None better. Quiet, unassuming, credit to his job.
Huh?
Sit down here in the patio, Mr. Morgan. I'll go mix us a drink.
No, I'm afraid I'll have to skip the drink. Thanks, just the same. What member of your department will replace Smith as auditor?
Well, you could work up a good case there without half trying. Harry Thomas has been after Glad Smith's job for years. Now he'll get it.
What kind of a man is he?
Different type than Glad, but equally as reliable. No, Mr. Morgan, I'm afraid you'd be wasting your time if you tried to make a murderer out of Harry. He isn't the type.
Well, I think I'll have a talk with him anyway. Thanks for your time, Mr. Darcy.
I'm glad to be of help. Anytime you want a favor, just call on Barney Darcy.
Well, I'll do that. And wait a minute.
Yeah?
Barney Darcy. You're not the Barney who's going to marry Gladstone Smith's daughter, Flo.
Why, yes, I am. We'll be married as soon as Flo comes of age. Anything wrong with that?
I went away from B.L. Darcy's in somewhat of a daze. Mr. Darcy had put it right on the line. What's wrong with me marrying Flo Smith, he'd asked. What was wrong with a 55-year-old man marrying a 17-year-old girl? It happens all the time among some of our best families. Only somehow, this deal didn't ring true. I drove down to the Sereno City Hall and found Harry Thomas. He was a little, wizened-up man, maybe 40, maybe 50. He was willing, almost eager to answer my question.
Glad Smith dead? Say, that means I'll get an automatic promotion into his job. Been waiting for this day for years.
Well, don't you think it's more important to think about finding the murderer of Smith at the moment than it is your promotion?
Sure, I'll do anything I can to help. But we've all got to go sometime, you know, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, that's right. But the method of going is sometime more important than the going. Now, how about your boss, B.L. Darcy? You like working for him?
Oh, sure. Barney's okay. Works hard, never misses a day. Fair to everybody who works in his department. Yep, Barney's all right.
Did you know he was planning to marry Flo Smith when she comes of age?
Yeah, just talk. The kid's infatuated. Barney's a handsome sort of guy. His wife died last year. He's lonesome. Probably gets a bang out of the kid's interest.
Well, he told me an hour ago he intended marrying her.
That's so?
That's right.
Well, that's his business, if that's the way he wants it.
Yeah. By the way, are the tax books open to the public?
Tax books open to the public? Well, that's a funny question. Nobody ever asked it before. Why, sure, I suppose they are. You want to look at them?
Yeah, I'd like to see what kind of an auditor Gladstone Smith was. I'd asked that question on impulse. I didn't know what I was trying to prove. Anyway, Harry Thomas showed me the books, and I began going through them haphazardly, not knowing what I was looking for, but all of a sudden finding something. It was there in the third book I looked at, and the only reason I found it was because the book fell open to a certain page when I picked it up, as though someone had been looking into the same book not too long ago. Well, 10 minutes later, I was back at the Gladstone Smith house, talking to the charming Flo.
Where's the blonde babe? She give you the bride?
Never mind that. I want to see the tax check your father wrote that bounced.
Oh, you do, huh? Why?
Just go get it. I'll explain later.
Oh, you will. Look, jerk, who do you think you're ordering around?
Play it for all it's worth, Flo. I happen to know you can't show me that check because there is no such check.
What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you I saw it with my own eyes?
Prove it. You gave that check away to protect the murderer of your father.
Are you nuts? Okay, just to show you what a knucklehead you are, I will prove it. It's right over here in this desk. The old man kept all them things in his drawer.
Well, Flo?
It isn't here. Hey, what kind of a game are you trying to pull anyway? Look, I don't like you. I don't like your looks or the sound of your voice or nothing, so get out. Get out before I call the cops.
Sure, Flo. Sure. I found out what I wanted to know. So long. Well, I was beginning to see the light at last. So I called my office, told Glamourpuss to tell Pappy and Bill that everything was going fine, and put a sub in on my 7 o'clock broadcast. At 9 o'clock that night, I parked on a street running parallel to White Oaks Avenue. Anne tore my pants climbing a fence into Barney Darcy's backyard. The house was dark. But I waited 10 minutes before making a move. Nothing happened. So I sneaked up to the incinerator and carefully opened the door. Then something did happen. There was a quick step behind me. And suddenly, I was lying on my back, looking up at the stars, trying to recapture full consciousness and failing. Way, way off, I heard voices.
Nice going, Spider. He didn't see a thing.
You want I should finish him off here, boss?
No, get him out of here. Downtown. Same place, same method.
Okay, boss. Look, boss.
You'll get your money as soon as the job's done. You got it before, didn't you?
Okay, boss, okay. Help me lug this guy out of the car. He's heavy.
It was just about then that the reeling stars came into focus. They were blotted out as a figure leaned over me and put his hands under my shoulders. I reared up and took hold of his neck. You dirty...
Spider, hit him! Get away from me! I can't, he's choking me!
This'll fix him.
This time, I didn't have the reeling stars to look at. I was out like a candle dipped into a bucket of water. The next I knew, I was lying on the floor of the back seat of an automobile with my hands tied. I could tell by the sounds of traffic we were in downtown L.A. I began working at the ropes, but there wasn't a chance of getting loose. The car made a sudden left turn. I got up to my knees, and I saw we'd entered an alley. The headlights of another car suddenly appeared at the other end of the alley, and a moment later, headlights appeared behind us. Spider cursed and rammed on the brakes. The back door to a building stood open on our left. Spider saw a chance to escape, and I saw a chance to stop him. I looped my bound wrist over his head and yelled, "All right, Spider, this is the end of the road for you, you lousy. Let me
Go!
Not a chance, Spider. You couldn't get out of this back at Darcy's, and you can't now.
Chuck!
Yeah, fine friend you are, Meggs. I might have been killed.
You wouldn't have been killed. You haven't been out of our sight for the past 10 hours.
You all right, Chuck?
Yeah, sure, he's all right. He's just mad because he thought he was going to be murdered and because he's got a hole in the seat of his pants.
Well, the thing wound up about as Bill Meggs had planned. He'd had a tail on Barney, Spider, Flo, Harry Thomas, and myself ever since the caper had started. They'd overheard the conversation near the incinerator, so all 3 members of Serena's police force had closed in on B.L. Darcy the minute Spider had driven me off. Bill wanted Spider for himself, which is why he let the rat back into Los Angeles. I went home, changed my clothes, then met Carol, Bill, and Pappy at Nick Adele's for dinner before doing my 11 o'clock broadcast. So you had the whole thing worked out beforehand, eh, Bill?
No, I wouldn't say that. I talked to the Sereno police. We suspected Darcy, but we also suspected Harry Thomas, and we figured Flo was mixed up in it somehow. We didn't have any proof, which is why it was necessary to bring someone in from the outside. That's why I suggested you. You're not a cop, and we wanted to keep this as quiet as possible. Serena's a nice town.
Was Flo mixed up in it, Chuck?
No, she wasn't putting on an act when she discovered that the canceled check was missing. You see, it wasn't a check that had bounced. It was a check that would prove that B.L. Darcy was guilty of juggling the Sereno tax books.
Well, just how do you figure that?
Because Gladstone Smith had occasion to check the books one day, Pappy, probably for some other purpose entirely, and found that his own taxes were in arrears. This bothered him because he knew he'd paid them. He went home, dug out his canceled checks, and found the one that paid the bill. He must have said something to Flo about it. And she thought he was talking about a check that had bounced.
Sure. Flo thought it was a good joke, and she mentioned it to Bonnie Dawson.
Mm-hmm.
So Darcy knew that Gladstone had to be liquidated or his little racket would be exposed.
So he hired Spider.
There's a lot of other things made me suspicious about this Darcy. A man as well off as Darcy wouldn't be burning his own rubbish in the middle of the day, especially a man who had the reputation of never missing a day at his office.
So you went back to the incinerator to find out what he'd been burning, hoping to find a fragment of Smith's canceled check.
That's it.
So Darcy and Spider will probably go to the gas chamber. The charming Flo is taken over by a welfare society, and Harry Thomas gets to be tax collector.
That's it.
Wait a minute, Chuck. That's my line.
What's your line?
That's it.
Oh. Okay, Bill, it's your line. Here comes Vince with the check. Bill will take it, Vince. That's it, Bill.
And now, the Man in Black takes from his files another case history of an attempt to commit the perfect crime. Good evening. This is the Man in Black. A year ago tonight, an innocent man was murdered in a small New England village. He was murdered by Clyde Ross. Listen to what happened in Clyde's own words. He was executed. As I walked across the village square toward the church, I knew I was going to murder old man Hanson, the good sexton, the church bell ringer. Oh, it was going to be so simple and easy. A couple of things left to do first, and that was all. One was to see Father Vincent and tell him how worried I was about Hanson, that he was too old to be climbing the tower to ring the bell, that he'd slip someday and have a bad fall down the stairs, that he might even fall out of the belfry. I knew how Father Vincent would react, and he did, just as I expected. I even remember how he said it. Why, we cannot retire the old man as sexton, my son. Why, next to you, this is his whole life. And I remember how I told him that, sure, he was so right, but that I loved Hanson like a father and worried about him. Well, I left it at that and went to walk the old sexton home. I lived with him, you see, but he wasn't my father. Oh, no, he was just an old goof whose wife had died 5 years ago, and he'd taken me in off the streets. Frankly, I hated the sight of him. But the old man was loaded. He'd saved all kinds of money, and no one to leave it to. So I buttered him up for a year or so and got it all fixed legally. I inherited his money when the old man croaked. Yeah, I was going to fix that, too. All I needed was a good, simple plan and a witness to say I was somewhere else when it happened. All was easy. First, old Hanson was going to fall out of the church belfry and kill himself. He was going to fall out. Yeah, because I was going to push him. Second, Henry Freckleton was going to be the witness to say I was somewhere else. Henry has a hamburger stand at the edge of town, and for months in advance, at the same time, every Thursday evening, I'd drive past Henry's and honk and wave at him. He knew I was on my way to Bedford. That's a town about 10 miles away, to see a movie. So every Thursday, Henry'd wave me out of town, and a couple hours later, he'd wave me back. So it was established where I went every Thursday night. Clever? But one night, the big night, I didn't go to Bedford. I drove past Henry's all right, but then I circled back on a little wagon road that led to the woods right behind the church. I hid my car there, and in a few minutes I was silently climbing the narrow steps to the belfry. Old Hanson just begun to pull the bell when he saw me, and he smiled at me. I smiled back happily. Waited till he pulled the bell for the last time, and then I jumped him quick and pushed him over. Just a little push. He fell without a cry. And it seemed right somehow that he landed in the cemetery at the side of the church. Afterwards, I never heard it so quiet. All the way back through the woods to the car, it was as quiet as death. And then I was right on time for Henry's wave when I drove back into town. I knew then the circle was complete. The crime was perfect.
Clyde Ross finished his story and said no more. The end is well known. 2 short days later, Clyde was arrested for the murder of the old sexton. Where had he made his mistake? By telling Father Vincent of his concern for the sexton's safety. Because he'd been so convincing, the good father took the problem to the sexton himself. And old Hanson, touched by Clyde's obvious love for him, devised a signal to assure Father Vincent that all was well. He simply rang the church bell 4 extra times to signify that he was not in danger, that Clyde was there.
The Man in Black has brought you from his files another case history of an attempt to commit the perfect crime. This is the CBS Radio Network. And now, The Man in Black takes from his files another case history of an attempt to commit the perfect crime.
As he walked across the village square toward the church, Clyde Ross knew he was going to kill old man Hanson, the good sexton, the church bell ringer. Oh, it was going to be so simple and easy, he thought. There were only a couple of things left to do. The first was to see Father Vincent, to tell him how worried he was about old man Hanson, to tell him that Hanson was too old to be climbing the tower to ring the bell, that he'd slip someday and have a bad fall down the stairs, that he might even fall out of the belfry. Clyde knew how Father Vincent would react to this, and sure enough he did. "We cannot retire the old man as sexton, my son. Why, next to you, this is his whole life." Clyde knew that would be the answer and told Father Vincent that he was right. And he carefully added that he loved the old sexton like a father, although in fact, of course, Clyde hated him, and Hanson was not his father, but just a lonely old man whose wife had died 5 years ago, and who had given Clyde a home. Long since, however, Clyde had discovered that old Hanson had saved his money for years and now had an impressive sum to will to someone. Without much difficulty, Clyde wormed his way into the old man's heart, and now it was all legally arranged that he was going to inherit the money when old Hanson died. But Clyde was impatient, and one day he decided upon a faster way to get the money. All he needed was a good, simple plan, and a witness to say that he was somewhere else when the old man died. He found both easily. First, he decided that old Hanson would fall out of the church belfry and kill himself. And then, to prove that he could not possibly have been present, Clyde settled upon Henry Freckleton as his witness, that he was elsewhere when it happened. Henry had a hamburger stand at the edge of town, and for months in advance at the same time every Thursday night, Clyde would drive past Henry's and honk and wave at him. He let Henry know that he went every Thursday to Bedford about 10 miles away to a movie. And on Clyde's return, Henry would wave him back into town. And so it was established where he went each Thursday. But one night, the big night, Clyde didn't go to Bedford. He drove past Henry's all right, but then he circled back on a little wagon road that led to the woods right behind the church. He hid his car there, and a few minutes later he was silently climbing the narrow steps to the belfry. Old Hanson had just begun to pull the bell when he saw Clyde, and he smiled at him. Clyde smiled back and waited until the sexton had pulled the bell for the last time. Then Clyde picked him up gently and threw him over. The old man fell without a cry, landed in the cemetery at the side of the church, and died instantly. Nobody had heard or seen the accident. Clyde took one brief look below and then hurried back through the woods to his car. Shortly afterwards, Henry Freckleton waved him back into town. The circle was complete. The crime was perfect. And yet, 2 days later, Clyde was arrested for murder. Where had he made his mistake? By telling Father Vincent of his concern for the sexton's safety. Because he'd been so convincing, the good father took the problem to the sexton himself. And old Hanson, touched by Clyde's obvious love for him, devised a signal to assure Father Vincent that all was well. He simply rang the church bell 4 extra times to signify that he was not in danger, that Clyde was there.
The Man in Black has brought you from his files another case history of an attempt to commit the perfect crime. This is the CBS Radio Network. Within the next few minutes, a major crime will be committed somewhere in the United States. Before this program is off the air, a criminal will have struck and vanished, having accomplished a perfect crime. But is it? From his files, the Man in Black brings you another story of a crime that was almost perfect, of a criminal who made only one mistake.
Good evening. This is the Man in Black. A year ago tonight, an innocent man was murdered in a small New England village. He was murdered by Clyde Ross. Listen to what happened, in Clyde's own words as he told it to me, just before he was executed. I was going to murder a man, and the whole idea of it felt good. Right then, as I walked across the village square toward the church, I knew I was going to murder him. It was going to be so easy, simple and easy. A couple of little things left to do, and that was all. Then the church bell started ringing. I looked up at the steeple. Even at night, you could see the belfry clear enough. I could even see the bell banging first one way, then the other. The only thing I couldn't see was him, Edgar Branson. He was the sexton. Big deal. Dig a few graves, keep the old church cemetery looking homey, and ring the bell. That was old man Branson. That was his whole life. That was the guy I was going to kill. Not tonight. Later. A week or so, maybe. I went inside the church through the vestibule, down the long, dark hall that led to Father Vincent's quarters. When Father Vincent answered my knock, I looked worried. That was part of my plan. Right away, he wanted to know what was wrong, so I told him. I was worried about old Branson. He was too old to be climbing the tower, that maybe he'd slip someday and have a bad fall down the stairs, that he might even fall out of the belfry. Oh, I played it big, like a son being worried about his father. And Father Vincent went right along with it, as I knew he would. I remember just how he said it. We cannot retire old Edgar as sexton, my son. Next to you, this is his whole life. To take it from him now, to say to him his usefulness is gone, would be a grievous wrong, my son. Perhaps a fatal wrong. Yeah, sure. Sure, I told Father Vincent. Sure, he was so right. Boy, both of us were pretty choked up by the time I left. I walked old man Branson home,
You see, I live with him. Why not? I wasn't blessed with a family. Besides, old man Bronson was loaded. Saved all kinds of money, and no one to leave it to. His wife had died 5 years ago. After a year or so of me buttering the old boy up, it was all fixed legally. I'd inherit the whole load when the sexton croaked. Well, let me tell you, I earned it. Brother, how I earned it. Playing nursemaid to an old goof you can't stand the sight of. All the time, acting like he's doing you a big favor, taking you off the streets. You think that's easy? And what's worse, I'd given him something to live for. Everyone said so. Something to live for. Great. And all I ever wanted was to give him something to die for. Old goof. Well, once I knew I was going to kill him, the pressure was off. All I needed was a good plan. A simple one, you know. And a Class A bona fide witness that said I was somewhere else when it happened. A simple plan. Old Branson was going to fall out of the church belfry. He was going to fall out. Yeah. 'Cause I was going to push him. You see, I started the pattern a few months ahead of time. Every Thursday night, I'd drive to Bedford, about 10 miles away, to go to a movie. Got so I was driving past Henry Freckleton's hamburger stand at the edge of town at the same time every Thursday night. Henry'd wave me out of town, and a couple of hours later, I'd honk, and he'd wave me back into town. Henry, Father Vincent, and old man Branson, they all knew where I went every Thursday night. Except that once or twice I didn't go to Bedford at all. Oh, I drove past Henry's all right. A few miles out on the Bedford Road. Then I'd circle back on a dinky little wagon road that led to the woods behind the church. I found out I could hide my car there and enter the church belfry unnoticed. After a while, it would be simple to complete the circle and pass Henry's again as I came back into town. Yeah, and it worked, too, like a charm. Not a hitch anywhere. Henry waves me out of town on schedule. I didn't even pass a car on the old wagon road, and the woods were as quiet as a tomb when I went through them. I was silently climbing the narrow twisting steps to the belfry, and old Branson had just begun to pull the bell when he saw me, and he smiled at me like I was his son. I smiled back. When he pulled the bell for the last time, I moved on him quick and threw him over the side. Fell to his death without a word. It seemed right somehow that he pitched right into the cemetery at the side of the church. Afterwards, I never heard it so quiet. All the way back through the woods to the car, it was as quiet as death. And I was right on time for Henry's wave when I drove back into town, too. I knew then the circle was complete. The crime was perfect. Clyde Ross finished his story and said no more. The end is well known. 2 short days later, Clyde was arrested for the murder of the old sexton. Where had he made his mistake? What thin web of circumstance became the cord about his neck? As in the case of most perfect crimes, Clyde turned out to be his own hangman. If he had not told Father Vincent of his concern for the sexton's safety, he might well have lived to inherit the old man's wealth. But because he told his story so convincingly, the good father took the problem to the sexton himself. And old Brandon, touched by Clyde's obvious love for him, devised a signal to assure Father Vincent that all was well. He rang the church bell 4 extra times to signify that he was not in danger, that Clyde was there.
The Man in Black has brought you from his files another case history of a criminal who attempted to commit the perfect crime. This is the CBS Radio Network. Within the next few minutes, a major crime will be committed somewhere in the United States. Before this program is off the air, a criminal will have struck and vanished, having accomplished a perfect crime. But is it? From his files, The Man in Black brings you another story of a crime that was almost perfect, of a criminal who made only one mistake. And now, The Man in Black.
young man's footsteps echoed hollowly across the cobblestones of the deserted village square. His pace was regular, brisk, until he reached the steps of the church, and there he paused. And for a long moment the half-light of a nearby street lamp caught the sensitive features of his young face as he narrowed his eyes and peered intently up toward the bell tower. Slowly then, the church bell began to peal, and the young man smiled. He could see the bell, but nothing else. Apparently satisfied, he hurried up the church steps, in through the vestibule and back to Father Vincent's quarters. Somewhere along the way, the smile left his face and was replaced by an expression of grave concern. It was this expression that greeted Father Vincent as he admitted the young man to his rooms. "Clyde, my son, what is wrong? You're troubled. Are you ill?" Clyde managed a weak smile. "I'm not ill, Father. Troubled, yes." His eyes indicated the bell tower. It's he, old Branson, who troubles me." Father Vincent evidenced concern. "The sexton? But why, Clyde?" "Why, Branson and I had a long talk this evening. His health is good, exceptionally good, and his faith, his spirits are in excellent order." And here the priest smiled. "Thanks to you, my son. You bring him such happiness." There was protest in Clyde's reply. "Please, Father, listen to me. He'll be down soon. I have to meet him to walk him home. There's not much time to talk. Now, perhaps I'm wrong, but I worry about him climbing to the tower. When I don't worry about him, I fear that he may fall from the tower itself. And his health is good, yes, but he's an old man, Father. His step's not as sure as it was. You understand? I felt I had to tell you." A great warmth and admiration reflected in Father Vincent's eyes. "You would have him retire as sexton of our church, son? Why, next to you, this is his whole life. It gave him a usefulness his nature demanded, when he felt there was nothing else to live for. Why, to take it away from him now, to say to him his usefulness is gone, would do a grievous wrong, Clyde. Perhaps a fatal wrong." Later that night, long after old Branson was asleep, Clyde smiled to himself in the darkness of his own room. Father Vincent had reacted just as Clyde knew he would. To relieve Branson of his duties as sexton might indeed prove fatal. Father Vincent and Clyde both realized that. What the good priest did not realize was that keeping the self-same job would also prove fatal for old Branson. The sexton would fall from the bell tower to his death. And Clyde would be miles from the scene of the accident at the time. Or so it would appear. Clyde let a week pass, then 2, and finally he settled on the night itself. He planned it, just as carefully planned every step of his way into the old sexton's heart. 5 years before, Branson's wife and only son had died tragically in an accident, and Clyde had appeared, out of orphan poverty, to take their place. And with very good reason. Old Branson was a man of means in the village. It was widely known now that when the old man died, it was Clyde who would inherit his wealth. But 5 years was a long time, and Clyde waited impatiently for the old man to die. Finally convinced that it was he and the job as sexton that actually kept Branson alive, Clyde settled on a course of murder. In recent months, he had formed the habit of visiting a neighboring community on a certain night each week. On his way out of town, he would wave at Henry at the hamburger stand. Later, as he returned, he would wave at Henry again. Henry would make a fine witness when the time came. Further, Clyde had a carefully contrived short cut. He could drive past Henry if... Oh, nuts. Can you take that? Can we take it over again?
Just pick it up. Go back about a sentence behind it, Paul.
Can you cut it out? Later, as he returned, he would wave at Henry again. Henry would make a fine witness when the time came. Further, Clyde had carefully contrived a shortcut. He could drive past Henry a few miles, circle back... Can we cut it and go again? Oh, this is murder.
Go back and pick it up at the same place again, Paul.
Later, as he returned, he would wave at Henry again. Henry would make a fine witness when the time came. Further, Clyde had carefully contrived a shortcut. He could drive past Henry a few miles, circle back on a less traveled path, seclude his car in the woods behind the church. It was always possible to enter the bell tower unnoticed, and Clyde had proved to himself that no one was visible to the street from the tower. Once he had pushed old Branson from the tower, it would become a simple matter to complete his circle tour and again pass Henry as he entered the village. The night was at hand. With apparent ease, Clyde repeated his well-rehearsed plan. Henry was at his post to wave a greeting. No one else traveled the back road that night, and all was serene as Clyde made his way through the woods, then silently up the narrow twisting steps to the bell tower. Old Branson had just begun to pull the bell when he saw Clyde, and smiled, for Clyde was like his son. Clyde smiled, too. And when the old sexton pulled the bell for the last time, Clyde moved quite quickly and surely. The old man fell to certain death without a word. Fittingly enough, he fell noiselessly into the cemetery to the side of the church. Clyde took one brief look below and then made his way as silently as the old man had fallen, back through the woods to his car. Half an hour later, he was entering the village again, and sure enough, Henry looked up from his duties to wave again at Clyde. The circle was complete. The crime was perfect. And yet, 2 short days later, Clyde Ross was arrested for the murder of the old sexton. Where had he made his mistake? What thin web of circumstance became the cord about his neck? As in the case of most perfect crimes, Clyde turned out to be his own hangman. If he had not told Father Vincent of his concern for the sexton's safety, he might well have lived to inherit the old man's wealth. But because he told his story so convincingly, the good father took the problem to the sexton himself. And old Branson, touched by Clyde's obvious love for him, devised a signal for Father Vincent to assure him that all was well. He rang the church bell 4 extra times to signify that he was not in danger, that Clyde was there.
The Man in Black has brought you from his files another case history of a criminal who attempted to commit the perfect crime. This is the CBS Radio Network.
True stories of people and places, priceless treasures or humble keepsakes. Each with a beginning, none with an ending. The reason? They vanish without trace. Richard Halliburton, born Brownsville, Tennessee, the year 1900. Studies at Princeton University. At 19 years, the quiet and shy Halliburton begins to show first signs of restlessness. He leaves America, crosses the Atlantic, tours the continent. A year later, returns home. His father asks him to take up his studies to become an engineer. He refuses, decides the profession of his choice. Visits a New York publisher to satisfy his ambition.
Burton, isn't it? Yes. Halliburton, sir. Richard Halliburton. Oh, yes, take a seat. Just finishing this manuscript. Let's see here, page 324.
Of Tennessee, sir.
You said,
The Tennessee Halliburton, sir.
Oh, yeah. Yes, well, now, where was I? 324. End of chapter. Well, now, Tennessee Burton, you had an appointment?
Richard Halliburton, sir, of Tennessee.
Oh, yes. And you brought your manuscript?
Well, I haven't written it yet, sir. Just thought I'd call in to see you first. Find out if you were interested in travel books. You know the type I mean, sir.
I'm a publisher, Burton. My business to know. Halliburton, sir. Yes. And you want to know about travel books, hmm? Well, what I know about them says they don't sell. People have lost interest. Can't afford to travel, so they don't buy the book.
Well, I've just returned from the continent, sir, and I
What
thought
they need is a book with a central character. Adventure stuff. Fire in the blood sort of thing. You know, let's see, Sir Galahad and the Sainted Dragon sort of story.
It was St. George, sir, and he was the saint, not the dragon.
What I said. And that's what we want today. You are St. George Burton?
No, sir, but I think I see what you mean. You want a true life adventure story.
That's it, my boy, that's it. Right on the head. Hit 'em a 1-2 below the belt. Fire in the blood and lots of fireworks. But no gunshots, no bloodshed at all. People don't like bloodshed. No, sir, not anymore.
Well, if I climbed the mountain, sir, you think the public would like that?
That's right, my boy. Go climb a mountain. Yes, and now I must finish this manuscript, and, yes, so go climb a mountain.
Yes, sir. Any particular mountain?
No, just pick your own and then come and see me, okay? Fine. Always characters. Now, where was I?
Richard Halliburton leaves the publisher's office, finds a travel agency, walks inside.
Yes, sir. I want to climb the Matterhorn. Will you make the necessary arrangements?
The Matterhorn, nature's 15,000-foot tombstone to mountaineers. A snow-covered pinnacle of treacherous rock face constantly lashed by the fury of high-altitude storms. And Richard Halliburton's experience on mountains, none.
Monsieur Halliburton, you hire me as a mountain guide, not as a runner.
You're getting older, Far.
I am no snail on a mountainside, monsieur. But you are the crazy American.
I've got a job to do, LaFar, that's all. I got a story to write. So now, where do we go from here? You want to take the rope up this time, or shall I?
I will take it, monsieur. You just catch me if I fall.
I tell you, the Matterhorn's been climbed 40, 50 times, but never like this. Never like the way Halliburton tells it. I tell you, this story's going to sweep the whole 48 states.
The manuscript is accepted, becomes a book. Richard Halliburton, an American hero. His book, a bestseller. And then one day the New York publisher receives another manuscript, postmarked Cairo.
Just take a look at this one. I tell you, this boy's got the greatest imagination. Sleeping on top of the pyramid. And look at this, look. Swam in the Taj Mahal. Actually swam in it. I tell you, the public are going to love it. Love it.
And love him they do. The American people applaud their hero, acclaim him in practical fashion. They buy his books and make them bestsellers. And all the time his publisher discredits the truth of the stories, puts them down to a fertile imagination, a figment of fiction in the mind of a dreamer, in the romantic brain of a travel adventurer, Richard Halliburton.
Oh, what a mind that boy's got. Just listen to this one. He swam the Hellespont, and both ways, mind you. Why, that's never been done since Lord Byron swam it the right before.
While the publisher laughs and glories in his new world of bestsellers, Richard Halliburton obeys another impulse, plans a stunt which will bring not just America to his feet, but readers throughout the world. He calls in the governor of the Panama Canal Zone.
What was that you said, sir?
I want to swim the Panama Canal, sir.
Swim the canal? Oh, it's ridiculous. Completely out of the question. What do you want to swim it for?
Well, you see, sir, I'm a writer, and I've got a story to write.
And you thought that...
Well, it's a good story, sir. Swim the Panama Canal from the Pacific to the Caribbean.
The canal's alive with alligators, man-eating barracudas, and typhoid. Filthy with the stuff. Suicides who attended. Sheer lunacy.
Then you refuse, sir?
Of course I refuse.
Perhaps this letter is, it might help you change your mind, sir.
Letter? Let me see. Well, it appears, Halliburton, you are not without influence.
Thank you, sir. Then I can start my swim next Monday morning?
Well, it seems I have no choice of refusal. But I'd like to know how you intend to swim the 52 impossible miles.
Quite simply, sir. I'll have a man with a rifle following me in a small boat. He can shoot any alligators or sea snakes likely to bother me.
So Halliburton attempts the impossible, enters the canal waters of Panama and begins a slow but mile-leading crawl towards the Atlantic. Pushes against the tide of fortune, brushes fears aside, and swims from beginning to end of the 50-mile canal, even to insisting on being pumped to the higher levels in the massive locks, where giant ships are raised 85 feet to the level of Lake Gatun. His relative tonnage computed at 1/13 of a ton. His toll charge, 36 cents. Halliburton continues the incredible, astounds the world and his now believing but frantic publisher. He climbs the 16,000-foot volcano Popocatépetl, but on reaching the crater his camera falls from cold, numb fingers and the pictorial record of his climb is destroyed. And then, on his return, Halliburton overhears these words in the little Mexican bar.
You know, I don't think this Halliburton got up as far as the crater. That camera business was just an excuse to get out of a failure.
I'm afraid I overheard that remark, sir.
Huh?
And after tomorrow, I'd like you to prepare an apology.
But I only
Because
said
I'll
that...
go climb that volcano again. And this time I'll see I won't drop my camera.
And with quiet determination, Halliburton completes his climb. And another new novel becomes a bestseller.
Well, now, Hallie, we did it again, eh? Another bestseller on the way out?
Yes, sir, I guess it is, but if you'll excuse me...
But wait, you've only just got here.
Well, I guess I'm also just leaving, sir.
But, where to this time, Hallie?
I want to retrace Hannibal's journey, the way he did it.
You're going to...
That's right, sir. Across the Swiss Alps on an elephant.
By this time, Halliburton's selling his books before they're written, and his exploits and wandering feet keep him moving around the globe. Adventures in forbidden Tibet, in Siberia, where he interviews the man who killed the Tsar of Russia, into Yucatan, where he dives 70 feet into the sacred well of the Mayans, a dive which nearly costs him his life with a broken neck. And then, his return home and an interview with his publisher.
Well, my boy, seems we've done it again, eh?
We've done it again, sir? Yes, I guess we have. With the last one coming up.
That's what I like to hear. Another... What do you mean, last one?
I'm going to take that piece of advice you've always offered me.
I never told you to retire.
You told me to take it easy. Use my imagination instead of my neck.
Well, yes, but you're public.
20 years is a long time to tease fate. I can't go doing this thing forever.
Yes, you're right. Well, my boy, what's it to be this time?
Just a quiet little cruise from Hong Kong to the Golden Gate to San Francisco in a Chinese junk.
Richard Halliburton arrives in Hong Kong, and then, with a group of young American adventurers, sets the bows of his colorful Chinese junk toward the open sea and San Francisco.
Excuse me, Captain. First mate reports an unusual craft on our port bow, sir. Could be a Chinese junk, sir. But in these waters...
Well, I'll take a look through my glass. Chinese junk, all right, Sanders. By its bright colors, I'd say it was a sea dragon. You know that Halliburton also fellow?
Thank you, Carter. It looks like that just sent us a radio message, sir.
Having a wonderful time on bully beef and hardtack. Wish you were here instead of me. Signed, Richard Halliburton. He seems to have a sense of humor. Oh, well, they'll be at Wake Island by morning. They can rest there.
But the Sea Dragon does not arrive at Wake Island, nor is it seen at Midway. Days move into weeks, and then a month goes by without any ship reporting the gaily colored vessel. The world begins to wonder, is the idol of millions still approaching the harbor of San Francisco, or has Richard Halliburton, adventurer and author, finally met his fate? 4 aircraft and 1 naval cruiser search 152,000 miles of ocean and find no trace of the Sea Dragon or any sign of wreckage. People begin to say it's a publicity stunt for Halliburton's next book. But the facts remain. The Sea Dragon has never been seen again since it passed over the horizon in March 1939. After all his fantastic exploits, Richard Halliburton, adventurer, stuntman, author, on a colorful and tranquil voyage, simply vanished without trace. Vanished Without Trace is written by John Warwick and produced by Jim Bradley for our transit.
Every door has a key. There's a key to every situation. Behind every unopened door, there is a mystery. And the opening of this door introduces us to another in the series, the key.
Don't worry, Sam. I'll be all right.
Look, Mina, it's a long way from town.
Oh, only 8 miles?
Try running it when you're in a hurry.
I'll be all right.
Oh, sure, you'll be all right, but just for laughs, why don't you come into town? You can put up at a hotel, and I won't have to worry all night.
Sam, I've lived in this house for 20 years.
True.
And nothing more interesting than a broken water pipe has ever happened.
But 8 miles from town in the dark might as well be 50 miles.
Oh, no.
You had a husband and a couple of kids to fill the joint. I don't like it.
You're sweet.
Stubborn, too.
No.
So you don't care if I worry my head off all night?
It'll do you good. Oh, please, Sam, I'll be all right, honestly. And I've got the phone.
Oh, yes, you've got the phone. I suppose some guy who breaks in is going to be nice and sporty. He'll give you time to phone the police and then wait till they turn up. I don't think.
Nothing has ever happened in 20 years.
And is that a guarantee that nothing will happen tonight?
You're a good friend, Sam.
I'd like to keep being a good friend. I don't want to send flowers to you, too.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
Good. I'll have a drink while you pack a bag.
No, Sam. I'm not leaving. I don't see why I should be driven out of the house I helped to build and live in for 20 years just because there's been some talk of a night prowler.
It's not just talk, Mina. This guy's poison.
I lock all the doors and bar all the windows and sleep with a shotgun by the bed. And I'll tell you what. If the people don't buy the place tomorrow, I'll get Mrs. Anders to stay with me. And if they do decide to take it, I'll move into town till we complete the deal.
But that's crazy. If you're willing to move tomorrow night, why not tonight?
I want to spend one last night in my own house on my own. It's sentimental, I suppose. But that's what I want to do.
You won't change your mind?
No.
Well, if you want me for anything, just ring.
Thanks, Sam.
That's what friends are for.
I guess so.
I've always thought that we were more than friends, Mina. When we were at school together, there was always you and me and Pete and... Well, Pete won out.
Maybe you were the lucky one.
Oh, no.
Things happen, Sam. That's a silly thing to say, I know, but...
I know what you mean. Things do happen.
Good night, Sam.
And don't forget, I'm only as far away as the phone.
It's good to have friends.
See you first thing. Lock everything, won't you?
Bolted and padlocked.
Bye.
Poor Sam. First time I ever thought about him as the worrying kind. Well, House, this is probably the last time we'll be together. With Pete gone, I don't suppose there's much reason for staring at memories. I hope the people who buy you look after you. Lock all the doors and lock all the windows. Keep the creatures of the night from entering our domain. Now make sure the furnace is working and the cat's outside. See that the fire can't burn us in our beds. And close and lock another window. Dear Sam. Oh, it's all right, Sam. I'm not dead or dying. I'm safe as a house. Yes, Sam.
Mrs. Gray?
Yes.
Mrs. Gray, who owns the house for sale?
Who's that speaking?
Cleaver Bowman.
Oh, Mr. Bowman, you gave me a start.
I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh, that's all right.
It's a late hour to phone, I know.
Oh, I just put it down to my own thoughts, not the phone call.
Are you alone, Mrs. Gray?
Why, yes. Why do you ask?
No reason.
What can I do for you, Mr. Bowman? Is it about our appointment tomorrow?
Yes, that's right.
Nothing's wrong, I hope.
Nothing at all. At least not with the house or my intention to buy.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
I've had an urgent message from my agent in the city, Mrs. Gray. It means I'll have to leave here before morning.
Oh, dear, I am sorry.
It means I won't be able to keep my appointment with you.
Oh.
I know how much the sale of the house means to you, Mrs. Gray.
Do you?
Well, at least I'm aware that your financial troubles are... Anyway, I know what a disappointment this must be.
Well, it is rather. But I dare say I'll weather it through.
I'm sorry that I can't possibly think of buying the house without further inspection, Mrs. Gray.
Oh, I realize that.
I do really want to buy a place in this area. Your house seems to fit the bill admirably.
Couldn't we put things off for a day or two?
I'm afraid it'd be for a month or two once I get to the city.
Oh. Well, that seems to be that, doesn't it? Thanks very much for calling me.
Mrs. Gray?
Yes?
There's a rather simple way out of all this.
I can't think of any possible way.
I could see the place now.
Now? But it's past midnight.
I realize that, of course, and it's up to you, but if you want to sell that house of yours, Mrs. Gray...
Oh, of course I do.
I have to see it now, or I'm afraid not at all. At least for several months.
I don't know.
You could find another prospect, I suppose, but I know that houses of that size are very hard to shift, especially this far from the city.
It's terribly late.
It's up to you, Mrs. Gray.
I don't really know.
You're not frightened, are you, Mrs. Gray?
Oh, no, of course not. It's merely the inconvenience of the time.
To gain one's end, one has to put up with quite a few inconveniences in this life.
Will you be bringing Mrs. Bowman?
There is no Mrs. Bowman. My wife died some 10 years ago.
You'll be on your own?
That's right.
Oh. Very well, Mr. Bowman. I'll expect you in half an hour.
In half an hour? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's really no trouble at all.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Bowman. And now, Minna Gray, will you please explain to yourself why you're trembling like a leaf? A man rings with a perfectly straightforward request, which will make you money and take the house off your hands, and you very nearly tell him to go away. Don't behave like a stupid child. Mr. Bowman?
Mrs. Gray.
Oh, come in, will you?
Thank you.
Well, now, where would you like to start?
I'd like to start by taking off my overcoat. It's rather warm in here.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry. I'm a bad hostess. Would you like some coffee or something? I have some made.
Thank you.
Well, if you'll come through here.
Yeah, this is a beautiful house, Mrs. Gray. Must be very difficult to leave it.
It is. My husband and I built it ourselves. Oh, we didn't actually put up the bricks, but every penny we ever earned went into this place. Houses are like people. Sometimes they return affection. This house has had so much love that... I'm sorry.
Go on.
Sit down and I'll pour. Black?
Please.
You'll have to forgive me for the phone conversation, being on my own.
I understand.
And there's been a night prowler at work around here for the past couple of months. Makes you a little wary.
Of course.
The house has 5 bedrooms, 2 floors, an attic.
Let's finish the coffee first. Then business.
What business are you in, Mr. Bowman?
I sell things.
Oh. Have you been in this district long?
A couple of months.
At the same time as... Oh, I hate to appear. You see, I'm really very tired. Would you mind if we had a look over the place now?
Not at all. You go ahead and show me. I'll be right behind.
And here's the study. It's quite large, and there's a desk and bookcases.
How far away is your nearest neighbor?
Nearest neighbor? About 4 miles, I suppose.
Not even shouting distance.
No.
Still, if you had any trouble, you could use the phone.
Phones can be cut.
Yes, they can.
And the windows are connected by a burglar alarm system.
Oh, how very clever.
Well, I think you've seen all the house.
What about the cellar?
The cellar?
The house does have a cellar, doesn't it?
Why, yes, of course. The furnace and...
I'd like to see it.
But there's nothing there to...
I'd like to see it.
Oh, but
Please.
Yes, of course. It has 2 entrances. One from the kitchen and one from the outside. That's for coal and so forth. But there's really nothing down there that could possibly interest you. I'm sure. Still, if you do insist.
I do.
Before we go down, would you mind if I made a phone call? I know it's late, but I've got to tell someone something. I won't be a moment.
What's wrong with the kitchen extension?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Anything wrong, Mrs. Gray?
The phone stayed. Hello? Hello?
Must be a breakdown on the line. Was it terribly important?
Yes, it was rather.
I'm afraid it'll have to wait.
Yes, I suppose so.
Could we continue the search? The cellar, Mrs. Gray?
Yes, of course.
After you.
I don't think the light works, but there's a torch on the shelf. Thank you.
These steps are a little steep, aren't they?
A little.
Nice, snug little cellar. No dampness?
None at all.
Cellars fascinate me, you know. Have done since I was a child. Used to spend all the time in our cellar, looking through all the old dusty treasures. Yeah, I used to dream myself into the most fabulous situations.
The furnace is very good, nearly new, and there's plenty of storage space.
When did your husband die, Mrs. Gray?
About 12 months ago.
I'm sorry. It's a shame that a woman of your beauty must spend her time alone.
I don't mind solitude.
Being alone can sometimes be very dangerous.
Do you mind if we go upstairs?
What's the matter?
Nothing.
You're trembling.
It's cold down here.
Oh, it's warm down here.
I want to go upstairs, Mr. Bowman.
Surely you're not frightened of me.
Please let me pass.
I can assure you there's nothing...
Let me pass.
Mrs. Gray, I don't
Take
think...
your hands off me. Let me go. Let me go.
Nina, where are you?
More visitors, Mrs. Gray.
Nina!
Better put the poor chap out of his misery.
It's all right, Sam. Coming.
Someone obviously concerned for your safety.
Obviously.
With no good reason, either.
In the kitchen. Action, Sam.
Sorry to yell like that, but I was...
You were what?
Sam, this is Mr. Bowman.
Hi.
He's the buyer I was telling you about.
What's he doing?
I've been looking over the house. It's quite charming.
Couldn't you have picked a better time?
The time was picked for me. Circumstances, you know.
No, I don't know.
Please, Sam, let's go into the lounge and have a drink.
Yeah, good idea. What's that room through there?
Oh, it's a tiny apartment, actually. We built it for our son when he first married. Then they managed to get a house.
Let's have a look. Will you excuse me?
Yes, of course.
When I buy something, I like to know all about it.
Mina, are you crazy?
I don't think so.
Letting that guy in here. What's the matter with you?
Quiet, Sam. He might hear you.
I should worry. For all I know, he might be the prowler they've been having trouble with. You should have your head read, Mina. You really should.
Yes, Sam.
I'll stay here to see that he shoves off properly.
All right, Sam.
Talk about heart failure. When I saw that car pulled in and the lights went on, I said to myself...
That's a neat little apartment, isn't it?
Mina, I stay here till...
Yes, Sam.
I said it's a charming little...
Oh, why, yes, it is.
Funny time to be looking things over.
Very funny. Rather an odd time for your visit, too.
Mrs. Gray and I are old friends.
Quite.
What do you mean by that?
Your drink, Sam.
Thanks.
Mr. Bowman.
Thank you. Well, here's to a successful negotiation. I'm sure we'll be able to arrange the sale without any trouble now, Mrs. Gray.
I hope everything turns out well for you, Mr. Bowman.
Now, as for the price, would you mind if we discuss this in private, Mr.
I'll sit here.
I'd prefer to.
Mr. Bowman, Sam is an old friend of mine. I don't see any harm in...
Well, he may be an old friend of yours, Mrs. Gray, but I hardly know the man. And I don't want the sale and price of the house to be town property by tomorrow.
That does it.
Would you mind waiting in the study, please?
Yes, I would mind.
Sam.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Thank you.
This arranging things in the middle of the night isn't the way I like to do business.
I hope I wasn't too rude.
It's your affair, Mr. Bowman.
Right, now, let's discuss price.
Sam, will you stop worrying about me?
I didn't like him. What a thing to do. Come all the way out here in the early hours of the morning. How do you know he's the right man anyway?
He's going to buy the house.
Have you seen the color of his money?
He'll have a check sent from the city.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Go home, Sam.
I want you to come back with me. We'll arrange a room at the hotel and you'll stay there.
Sam, I'm just as foolish as you are. Now go home. Poor man must have wondered what was the matter with me. The way I behaved, you'd think he
The way you behaved. It's the way he behaved that worries me. I don't like him. And another thing.
Good night, Sam.
I'm not going to let you...
I can't stand here all night arguing. Please go home.
All right. But I'm telling you that I don't like it.
I know, Sam. You've told me before. Good night, Sam. Please, I'm very tired.
Lock the place up and don't open the door to anyone, you hear?
I hear. Who's there? Who is it? Oh. Sam and his warnings are giving me the jitters. You're a fool, Mina Gray. Go back to sleep. Who is it? There's someone out there. Why don't you speak? I'm coming out, and I've got a gun. I'll shoot him. No one. Dreaming. No, I'm not dreaming. I should have gone with Sam. I know you're in the house, and I have a gun. If you leave quietly, I won't call the police. Can you hear me? I know you're somewhere in the house. Where are you? Well, there's only one way to find out, my girl. You go downstairs and you search the place. Go on. Walk downstairs. You've got a loaded gun. No one can possibly hurt you. You just point the gun, point it at them, and you pull the trigger. Now what do you do? Who is it?
It's me, Sam. Sorry if I frightened you.
I thought it was... Well, I don't know what I thought.
I heard you yell out.
Why didn't you answer me?
Because I thought I saw someone moving around outside. I wanted to be sure. Sorry.
Oh, I nearly died of fright.
You have to point that gun at me.
Oh, dear. I could have shot you.
I'm glad you didn't.
Oh, so am I. What are you doing here, Sam?
I'm worried. Thought that character might come back.
Well, I told you I'd be all right.
What's funny?
Oh, this gun. It isn't loaded.
You'd have been in a great pickle, wouldn't you?
I suppose so. I don't think I'll be able to go back to sleep now. This house hasn't seen so much drama in a long time.
It's a pity you've got to sell it, Mina. Why don't you cancel the sale?
No, Sam. I can't do that. It's sold, and that's that.
Pity. It's a nice house. I was always jealous of you and Pete and the thing you got out of this place.
Jealous?
Yeah.
Sam, I know this is becoming a bore round, but would you please not worry me? I was sound asleep, as happy as could be, and you had to frighten the life out of me. Oh, now, don't get that hangdog look about you. Go home and worry about yourself for change.
I'd rather worry about you. Mina, I didn't like the look of that Bowman guy. I don't know why. I just didn't like the look of him, that's all.
Now, go home.
Especially with the phone being off, you never know what could happen.
How did you know about the phone, Sam?
You told me.
No, I didn't.
You must have.
Not a word about it, Sam. Not one word.
What? Don't look at me like that.
Like what?
Like I don't know what.
Not you, Sam. Anyone else, but not you.
You must have told me about the phone. It was Bowman did it.
He was in the room when the phone was cut.
He could have done it before he arrived, couldn't he?
But the fact is, Sam, that I didn't tell you anything about it. Get out now, Sam. Go on.
Make me.
I've still got the gun, and I'll use it.
What'll you use for bullets? All right, Mina, it was me. I cut the wire. I wanted to come out here and talk to you, that's all. I didn't want any disturbance. Wanted to try and talk you out of selling the place. I didn't want you to go away. I wanted to make sure you didn't go away. I'm in love with you, Mina. I always have been.
The house is sold, and I'm leaving as soon as possible. Tomorrow.
No, I waited 20 years for Pete to die
Sam.
because I knew you should have married me. I'm not letting 20 years go by the board. 20 years of being married to someone else. Hateful, horrible years.
Get away from me, Sam. Get away.
Mina, I'm serious about this. You'll either marry me, you'll not see the daylight. You hear me, Mina?
No, Sam. Please, no. No.
The lady said no.
You, get away. Go on, get away.
Mr. Bowman.
There are several policemen waiting outside, Sam.
What are you talking about?
You worried me, Sam. When I got back to the village, I hunted up the local law.
Did you know?
And when the local law heard my story, they nodded wisely at each other and came along with me. They've been worried about you for quite a while, Sam.
No. Sam wouldn't.
Sam did. He's the Night Prowler. Sam isn't very well. They're waiting outside, Sam.
It isn't true, Mina. It isn't.
Outside, come on.
It's not true. It's not true.
You might brew some coffee, Mrs. Gray. I think we'll need some.
A closing door finishes a story. Next week, another key will open another door to another story. Mystery, romance, or adventure all start when a door is unlocked by the key.
The Big Story. You the night clerk?
You just signed the register. You just give me your money.
Okay, you're the guy. Just tell me this. How's the hunting in these parts?
You mean deer, bear, rabbit, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Where can I get a .22 automatic pistol or rifle?
Gee, I don't know.
All right, tell me this. I see a big full-page ad in the paper. Open house at Calnever Ranch. What's that?
It's a big place out near the California border, about 30 miles out. They do it the opening of every season. Free drinks on the house, free meal.
Big crowd?
Packed.
Maybe that'll be even better than, what did you say, deers, bears, and rabbits? Yeah, that ought to be even better. Now I want a .22 rifle or automatic pistol. Now.
Reno, Nevada. The story of a reporter who showed that gambling and divorce can also mean murder. Reno, Nevada. The stories that actually happened. Frank McCullough's story, as he lived it.
The body was found slumped over the wheel of a Cadillac, a bullet having entered through the left temple and lodged in the brain. The necktie was drawn up tight against the throat. He was identified by a local resident of the Lake Tahoe region, just inside the Nevada border, near California.
Why, sure, Sheriff. Everybody knows him. Name's Wenzel. Owns a lot of property in these parts. Some say he's rich as Croesus. Some say he didn't have a dime.
2 feet from the rich or poor real estate dealer, on the floor of the car, was the casing from a .22 caliber shell. And on the seat next to him was a bag of sweet rolls, bought at the Elixir Bakery near Lake Tahoe.
These rolls bought here?
That's right, Sheriff. These are our 6 for a quarter. They're very good.
I'm sure. Did a big fat man about 70 buy them?
You mean Mr. Wenzel? That's right. He buys them almost every other day. You know, sometimes I can't understand whether he buys them because he likes them, like he says, or because that's what he eats for his lunch.
Did he say anything to you about going to the open house at the Calnever Ranch?
Isn't that funny, now that you mention it? I said to my husband, what's he buying rolls for if he's going to the Calnever Ranch opening? He'll get enough to eat there.
Okay, thanks. Say, let me have one of those brownies. They look good.
By now, the news of the death had reached you, Frank McCullough, reporter for the Reno Gazette. Reached all of Reno. And you were out at the Calnever Ranch with Sheriff Parsons as he questioned the head waiter. The ranch was a beautiful, sprawling place. Its dining room in California, open till 2. Its bar and gambling room in Nevada, open all night. Very pleasant and comfortable and very convenient. And the head waiter went with the place.
Well, you see, Sheriff, our open house is perhaps the most popular event of the season. We get, 2,500, 3,000 people in that day.
And Wenzel was in?
Oh, yes. Like I said, it was crowded. And Mr. Wenzel was waiting on the line for a table, and I didn't have a table. I couldn't give him a table alone, so I asked him if he would mind doubling up. He said sure, and he sat down at the table with this other fellow.
What was the other fellow like?
Just a fellow, young. I really didn't notice.
What did they talk about? I mean, at the table.
Well, I wouldn't eavesdrop.
Okay. Show me the waitress.
Well, he was very fussy. I brought him the curry chicken, and he said, "You call this curry chicken?" And he sent it back. And then he said the mashed potatoes had lumps in them, the coffee was cold.
This was Wenzel?
Oh, no, so the other fella, the young fella. The good-looking one. You couldn't do nothing to please him. Even about the ice cream he had to say something.
What did they talk about?
Well, as near as I could get, I was very busy. The young one was interested in buying property in the area, and the fat one was...
Wenzel?
I guess that's his name. Well, he kept saying that there wasn't any better land in the Lake Tahoe region, like a sales talk. And the young one kept saying, well, he didn't know if he wanted to stay in this part of the country, and the fat one kept saying how he couldn't do better. He kept saying these were the choicest lot in the whole area, but I was busy. I didn't really hear what they said.
They leave together?
Well, they must have, because there they were, and when I looked the next time, there was a lady and a gentleman sitting there. I was surprised, because the young one left $1. He didn't act like a tipper to me. The fat one didn't leave nothing.
The last link between the two men, the fat, dead one, and the thin young one, came from an associate of Wenzel's, a young man who worked with him in the real estate office.
Well, after he finished eating, I was at another table. He came over and he said, Eddie, that's my name, Eddie, I think I got a sale. And I said, gee, Mr. Wenzel, it's a funny time to be going out with a prospect. It was going on 11 o'clock. And then he said, listen, if I can't sell that boy a piece of property by moonlight, I'll eat my own necktie. And then to find the tie tied around his neck like it was, gee, he was a fine, happy, good man.
And it stops there. A rich or poor man, shot through the temple, last seen with a good-looking young prospect. Period. And that's all. Nothing else shows up. But you, Frank McCullough, are a crime reporter. And for you, the case is not closed because of a theory you have. That is this. Somewhere, sometime, someone always talks about every major crime committed. That's been your experience. 12 years of it. And so, you start on your beer and listening system in the dives along Commercial Avenue, where somewhere, sometime, someone must talk.
Have a beer, Tommy? Whiskey. You've got it? Tommy, this one happened 30 miles out.
31. From here to the Calnever Ranch, 31 miles. I measured it once by car.
How'd you know what I was talking about?
You asked questions about a lot of places.
What do you know about Wenzel? I'm interested in finding out about...
Maybe you shouldn't.
Shouldn't what?
You said you was interested. Maybe you shouldn't be.
What does that mean?
Just what I said. Look, do yourself a fat favor. Save yourself trouble. And I mean big trouble. Forget about it. Now, come on, where's the whiskey?
Tommy knows. No crime within 100 miles he doesn't know about. But there's no more. He swallows his whiskey and another one and a third. But there's still no more. Just the enigmatic, maybe you shouldn't be interested. Then Sergeant Dave Peters sidles over.
Where you going, reporter?
Oh, just walking around.
What gave you the idea you'd get any answers on the Wenzel killing here?
How did you know I was on Wenzel?
Look, let's don't spar, huh? I got other things to do. What do you know, McCullough?
Oh, I've got ideas. I've got theories, and I've got ideas.
Okay, you play it close to the chest, and so will I.
Wait a minute. I know that Wenzel wasn't rich. I know he was a four-flusher. He had those lots on consignment. And if he sold them, he had $1, and if he didn't, he had buttons.
That much I know. I figure this prospect, the young guy, the good-looking one, he thought he had a take, but he found out he didn't have a take. Something got crossed up somewhere, and the gun went off.
And, what do you know about the prospect?
Nothing. But I know this. 2 days before the killing, there was a gunman in town. I don't know where he stayed. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he was after.
That's something I heard about also.
I know this guy, the gunman, was out shopping for a .22. Now, that's the only connection. What he looks like, I don't know, and what he was after, I don't know, except he tried to get a .22.
You want to team up what I've got, what you've got, and vice versa?
All right. You got a deal. But no stories in your paper.
A gunman and a prospect buying real estate. A .22 caliber gun. And from the way Sergeant Peters talked, from the way Tommy talked, a case that isn't very healthy to mention. And so you don't. Not to your best friend. Not to your wife. But the next morning, Tommy, whose last name nobody knows, comes over to you in another Commercial Avenue bar.
You got a loose half-buck on you?
Why, sure, all the time, Tommy.
Whiskey, no chaser. So you and Sergeant Peters is a pair, You'll be getting in the gossip columns next.
How do you know?
Make that a beer, Chase. You know the Golden Light Hotel?
I've heard of it.
There's a night clerk there by the name of Addison. But like I told you before, it's something you shouldn't be interested in.
I'm not, Tommy. It's just that I'd like to get a room at the Golden Light.
Where would I get a 22? I don't know nothing about a 22. You think if a fella comes in here and says, get me a 22, I'll go out and get him a 22?
Look, Addison, I heard you weren't very particular.
Okay, I ain't denying it. This ain't the best hotel in town. You can get things here, sure, but guns? No, sir, that's out of my line. That's way out.
Look, let's stop kidding around. You know just what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Wenzel.
Look, you know what's the worst thing in the world to know? It's to know something about something you don't want to know. About a fella killing another fella. That's the most dangerous thing in the world to know. You ought to be glad I'm not talking to you. I've been walking around with this thing for 3 days now, and I'm going crazy with it. I don't want to know it. I don't want to talk about it. Let me alone.
What'd he look like? What did the gunman look like?
I'm telling you, 3 days I'm going crazy with it. I'm not going to say another word. Don't you think I want to live, too?
The information alone could frighten someone, but paralyze a man as the clerk is paralyzed. Only one thing could do that, the presence of the killer in town. And then, in a hotel bar...
He says, you McCullough?
Go ahead.
He says, stop talking to Peters, the cop. He says, stay away from Tommy, the stoolie.
Who says?
He says, leave Addison alone. Stay out of the golden light.
Look, stop getting mysterious.
He says, forget about it. Because he says he's watching you every single step of the way. And he says maybe you're a smart enough reporter to want to go home to your wife and the 2 kids you got. One's 6 and one's 2, ain't they? That's what he said.
You're on a case of murder, but you haven't spoken about it to anyone, not even your wife. You, Frank McCullough, reporter for the Reno, Nevada Gazette, and Sergeant Dave Peters are working together on the case, and though you keep it to yourselves, someone knows every move you make. Someone's watching you. Maybe the killer. And you just left a girl you never saw before, who told you...
He says forget about it. Forget all about it. That's what he says.
And so, of course, you go to your partner, Dave Peters.
You're slipping, Frank.
Why?
Because obviously she knows more than she told you. And because there are ways of getting to learn what that more is and you didn't do it.
So?
So I think I can. I'll go back to the hotel bar and we'll find out what it is. Okay, partner?
Okay.
I can't tell you. I can't. I swear I can't. He'll kill me if I tell you.
Did you ever hear of the police department, lady? Guys don't go around killing people just like that. Now, who is he and where is he and talk? Now, you want me to go through the whole routine and arrest you for suppressing information, hindering the prosecution of justice, and so on and so forth? Now, where is he?
He's up in room 204, asleep. Luddigan is his name. But please, maybe I'm stupid, but don't say it was me, huh?
All right, Luddigan, come out of it. Come out of it.
Look at his eyes, Peters. He looks coked up.
Maybe. Come on, Luddigan. Come on. Let's sit up.
Well, what are you doing? Take your hands off me. Leave me alone, huh?
All right, Luddigan. Where'd you get the gun?
What did you call me? Luddigan? Is that who I am? Oh, no, it don't sound right. It don't sound right.
What are you doing? Putting on an act here?
Come on, stand up. Stand up straight. Come on, stand up.
I was walking around. Well, all of a sudden I said, I don't know who I am. All of a sudden, like that. And then I heard a violin playing some music somewhere. Violin. And it started to tingle all down my arms and in my legs. It began to tingle, and I said, it must be I got something to do with a violin. That's who I am. Something to do with a violin.
What are you giving
So I went to the store, this music store, and I says, give me a violin and a bow. And I put it up my shoulder under my neck, and I started to play. And I says, please, God, let me know how to play the violin. Maybe then I'll find out who I am. But I couldn't play. Came out sour. I couldn't play a thing. Not a note. It only made scratching sounds. I never found out until you just now said Luddigan. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that's who I am.
You registered in the hotel. You signed the register.
The only time I felt anything that was right was when I heard that music. And now that don't mean nothing even. Nothing. Nothing at all.
What do you think, Peters?
All right, Luddigan, sit down. Go back to sleep. Don't go anywhere. Come on, Frank.
I think he's on the level.
Me too.
But if he is on the level,
Then our girlfriend is giving us a beautiful line.
Well, sure, that's what it is. She threw us Luddigan, figuring that we'd take him in. A dopey amnesia can't prove where he was, where he wasn't. Figured we'd be satisfied with him. That means
That's right. And I'll tell you another little surprise. I talked to your friend Tommy just to make sure. You know who she is?
Who?
She's the wife of the night clerk at the Golden Light.
Well.
Only we're not going there right now. We're going to wait until it's nice and dark and late and he's sleeping. Then we'll pay him that call. The night clerk. He's off duty tonight. Put the light on, Frank.
Hey, what are you doing? What's the idea? Hey! Oh.
Yeah. Oh. That was a nice idea, Addison. Throw us a fall guy, throw us a guy who don't know who he is, and maybe we'll pick him up, and maybe that'll end the case.
Look, I tell you gotta believe me.
We'll believe you when you start talking about the tall, thin, handsome guy. The guy with 22. There's nobody around. We've checked. There's nobody around but two of my men. So if you want to talk quiet, that's okay, too. But talk.
You think I'm kidding, huh? About it being dangerous to know. I'm telling you, never in my life, I never meet a guy like him, and I met a lot. Ice cold. Everything he said, everything he did. Planned, careful, icy. If you look in his eyes, you have to turn your face away.
All right, fine. Now let's get down to the facts.
The first thing he done was, you know about the ad in your paper that Cal Never Ranch takes for the open house?
Go on. No more stalling.
I'm not, I swear, I'm telling you. Well, he asked me about it. He turned to the page and showed me the ad and says that was 2 days before the killing.
I think the hunting there might be better than deers, bears, and rabbits. Now get me a 22.
I never got nobody a gun before, never. But you know just to look at this guy that if you didn't do what he said...
Never mind. Go on.
So I got it for him through a guy I know, and then I didn't see him for 24 hours, and then he came back. He came back going on 1 a.m. I was all alone.
How much money you got, Addison?
Gee, I ain't got any money. What do you mean?
I'll tell you a funny story about that gun you got me. I went out to the place, the ranch, and I met this big, fat, dope Wenzel. He tells me how rich he is, all the land he owns. 5 acres there, 20 acres there. So I says, this is what I'm waiting for. He's got a fat Cadillac. He takes me out there in the moonlight to see the prize lots, and I says, all right, Pop, what do you got in your pocket? And the dumb, fat slob, he started to scream. So what can I do? He had $8 in his pocket and a bag of sweet rolls. Ain't that a laugh?
You shot him?
How much money you got? I got a 1949 Mercury downstairs. I'll leave it with you for security, because there'll probably be roadblocks anyhow. Now, how much money you got? The car is yours.
And that's the truth, Sergeant. I got it for $200, and he gave me the car. I never drove it. I never touched it.
Where is it?
It's out in the back in the garage.
License plates?
There ain't none. He made me bury him. He said, don't look at the numbers. If you ever seen a man's face cold, icy...
All right. Let's go where you buried the plates.
You dig them up. Texas license plates. And now it's a matter of waiting. You check the plates with the Texas authorities and find his name, Martin Stevens. A record a page and a half long. Wanted for robbery, for assault, escaped from prison. This man is dangerous. Everything in the book. And you wait. And then a disturbing report comes in from Houston, Texas.
Martin Stevens picked up Houston, Texas today. Claims to have been in this city past 5 weeks.
Corroboration by wife, local school teacher, completely reliable. You want extradition. Peters, I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Let me see that.
Dave, unless...
Yeah.
Those icy eyes. The kind of thing he made Addison do. Shouldn't be hard for a guy like that to have his own wife lie the same way.
I'm putting in for extradition right now.
He comes. Martin Stevens. Well-dressed, thin, tall, good-looking. A tolerant smile playing on his face.
I was never in Nevada. I never heard of this ranch, whatever you call it. I never stayed at the hotel on Commercial Avenue, and I don't know how to use a gun. Otherwise, I'm at your service.
The eyes are as Addison said. Absolute ice. Now warm for purposes of charming people, convincing them. So, because your experience as a reporter has helped so much, you are present when Sergeant Peters lines them up, the inexorable array of people, one after the other.
As I said before, he waited on the line because I didn't have any free tables. And then I showed Mr. Wenzel to a table. This gentleman was sitting there.
Oh, I can't make a mistake. No, sir. Him being so good-looking and with that cute mustache, and the way he left me a tip, it was a whole $1 bill.
Mr. Wenzel said to me, pointing to him, if I can't sell him by moonlight, I'll eat my own necktie.
It was his idea to tell the cop and the reporter that this Ludigan, the fellow who lost his mind, that he was the one who done it.
Okay, Addison, take a good look.
I don't know.
Those are bars between you. 1-inch steel bars, and he's been frisked. And his eyes can't do any more than look at you. Well?
He's the one. I got him the gun, and I gave him the $200, and he made me bury the plates.
Okay, Addison. Go on home and forget all about it.
Even with all that, you still won't prove it. You won't prove a thing. I spent the whole time in Texas. Houston, Texas.
I wouldn't be so sure, Stevens. I think we'll prove it fine. And you do. The jury listens to the witnesses, the waitress, the head waiter, the business associate, the night clerk and his wife. And then they listen to the handsome man with a mustache and icy eyes. And they make a judgment. And the judgment is, as you stated. And once more, your theory is right. Somewhere, sometime, someone always talks.
Now we read you that telegram from Frank McCullough of the Reno, Nevada Gazette.
On trial for first-degree murder, killer in tonight's big story accused the night clerk of being the murderer. But the state clinched their case by producing the murder gun which Killer had pawned in Los Angeles. Killer was sentenced to life imprisonment.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
From that great crime and mystery show, This Is Your FBI, personally endorsed by J. Edgar Hoover himself, we have Bank Robbery from August 17, 1945. Now this one tells about Arthur Clinton, a bank robber, and his friend Betsy and their crimes, involving a box of explosives. An exciting mystery story and the trademark description of how the FBI solves it and brings the criminals to justice is always very well done. I've never heard an episode of the show that I didn't like. Next, we have The Black Halo from The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, that great hard-boiled detective created by Raymond Chandler and starring Gerald Moore in the title role. In this one, Marlowe is hired to find the missing Julia Perry, who works for a perfume company. And as he digs deeper, the mystery becomes more and more complex, involving suicide and murder. Full of the trademark Marlowe sarcasm and hard-boiled adventures, and great story writing as always with this show. It aired January 15, 1949. And then next is The Whistler, a mystery drama that ran from 42 to 55 on CBS Radio. Each episode was narrated by a character known only as the Whistler, who sometimes spoke directly to the characters in the episode, taunting them. And each of the stories focused on someone committing a crime which inevitably ended with them making a fatal mistake that was their eventual undoing. In Death in 16 Millimeters, Paul Benton is in a bad marriage, and he has a rich girlfriend that he is only interested in for her money. He persuades his girlfriend to murder his wife, and then he shoots a home movie of her committing that crime. You can guess what his motive was for doing so, but there are some surprising twists to this excellent mystery story of murder and betrayal and greed. I loved this episode. It aired on July 17, 1949. And then next we have Swimsuit Sweetheart from Carter Brown Mystery Theater, a fantastic mystery show from Australian radio which dramatized mysteries by various writers in each episode. In this one, starring Ray Barrett as lecherous detective Larry Colby, Colby is hired by the Mermite Swimsuit Corporation to be on the panel of judges in a swimsuit competition for some reason, and he's not allowed to reveal his name or that he is a detective. When he arrives for this enjoyable and simple assignment, things go south very quickly as he's knocked out in his hotel room, and then, of course, one of the contestants is found murdered. Despite the lighthearted tone of the story, it has some pretty dark moments, and there are a lot of twists to the story that will surprise you. My only criticism is the almost ridiculous level of lechery and objectification of women by the detective. I mean, I realize this was written in the 50s, but give me a break. Next is The Murdered Bridegroom from Official Detective, which was a police mystery show that ran on Mutual from 47 to 57, featuring Detective Lieutenant Dan Britt, played by Craig McDonald, and Sergeant Al Bowen, played by Tommy Evans, investigating various crimes every week. In this one, just after their marriage, the groom tells the new bride that he only married her for her money. Devastated, the bride cuts herself with broken glass, and then the groom is found murdered. Oh, and there's a suitcase with $175,000 in it. A really intriguing mystery. Don't make assumptions about the ending. It aired November 29, 1956. And then the last show of this batch, Adventures of the Abbotts, a.k.a. The Abbott Mysteries, which was based on the books by Francis Crane and followed the adventures of private detective Paul Abbott, played by Les Damon, and his assistant/wife, Jean Abbott, played by Claudia Morgan. It ran from 1945 to 1947, and most episodes, just like the books, had a color in the title. In The Blue Rocket Express, Paul and Jean are on a train to California when they find the body of a scientist specializing in biological warfare in their cabin. An imposter posing as him is the main suspect, and they must get to the bottom of the mystery and stop the train before more disaster ensues. A really thrilling mystery story with a lot of surprises. It aired April 17, 1955. Let's listen and enjoy. I will be back in a bit.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the community. Bank robbery.
According to the 19th century German philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche, only the weak man is moral. The strong man, the superior man, is above morality. As the basis of the Nazi religion of the Superman, this philosophy produced a nation of gangsters. It can make a criminal out of any human being who permits his ego to feed upon it. Tonight's case is the story of a young man who made the Nietzsche philosophy his religion. A highly intellectual youth with an extraordinary educational background. He was precocious as a child, cynical as an adolescent. And now, well, our story opens at a cabin resort on a lake in northern Illinois. It is nearly sundown. Philip Houston and his young bride of a week are strolling along the lake shore.
Going to be a lovely sunset, Philip.
A storm would be even more beautiful. You know, nature is never more beautiful than when she's angry. When the thunder rolls and rumbles, and crashes, and lightning cuts a gash across the sky.
The wild wind and rain beat against the house and smash trees to earth.
And swollen streams become raging torrents.
And leap over their banks.
And crush everything in their way.
Phil.
Yes?
I love storms, too.
That's part of what I've been talking to you about the past 3 days. The beauty of power, of force. Remember what I've said? Remember?
To annihilate that which is weak, imperfect, ugly, and to build instead that which is strong, perfect, beautiful.
And that then makes the act of annihilation itself beautiful.
Yes.
Oh, look. Look, Skippy's come down to the shore to meet us. Well, hello, Skippy fella. How are you? Oh, you're the silliest
Della?
looking animal I ever saw.
Della.
Yes?
You might as well test yourself right now on a very important lesson.
What do you mean, Phil?
I've told you must have no emotional attachments for anybody or anything.
Quiet, Skippy.
That kind of love is weakness. It rules the one who indulges it. You must overcome it now. Here, take this pistol.
Why?
Take it.
Phil, you don't mean you're asking
The
me...
strong must be ready and able to inflict suffering or death upon any enemy of his strength.
Phil!
Shoot that dog, Della.
No.
You're forgetting the lesson of obedience, too.
No, Phil, I can't.
All right,
I can't.
give me the pistol.
Phil, no!
No, Phil, no.
When you've gotten hold of yourself, Della, come on to the cabin.
Mr. Houston! Mr. Houston!
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Shaw.
Oh, I heard a shot. I thought it came from...
It did. I had to shoot Mrs. Houston's dog.
You had to... Oh, but why?
I'd like to settle my bill now, Mrs. Shaw. We're leaving before dawn. We have an appointment some distance away.
To the disciple of the rule of force, that which is an enemy of strength must be annihilated. The dog provoked affection, affection is weakness. Therefore, Philip Houston destroyed the dog. As for the appointment he and Della had some distance away, it is 2 minutes after 9 o'clock the next morning. The Freeport, Illinois National Bank has just opened its doors for business. It is a small bank and only one teller is on duty at the moment. He is counting his supply of currency when he becomes aware of a shadow across the counter and looks up into the muzzle of a pistol.
Excuse me, Mr. Teller.
What?
This is a holdup.
Yes, it sort of looks that way.
And if you're reaching with your foot for the alarm pedal, don't bother.
Oh.
Put all your money in this bag. Here.
Very well.
And don't worry about the rest of the staff. They're under the watchful care of the young lady over there with a submachine gun.
You won't get away with this.
That's what you've told yourself so often, isn't it? You're envious of my courage to do the thing you've often been tempted to do yourself. It's the fear of apprehension that keeps most people honest. And put in those 10s, too.
Very well.
Most people are weak, and they make laws to make a virtue of their lack of courage.
There.
All right. Give me the bag.
Here you are.
Thank you. You've cooperated splendidly.
I still say you won't get away with this.
Mr. Teller, none of us lives this life forever. But it's far better to live it courageously than cowardly.
Philip Houston, the Superman, and his bride escaped with $20,000 in cash plus securities. A few minutes after the robbery, the Chicago office of the FBI was notified, and Special Agent Cameron went to work. At the bank, employees gave him a good description of the couple, but there were no other clues at the scene. Houston had been careful to leave no fingerprints, and no one had seen which way the bandit car left town. With the aid of the local police, Cameron began combing the country over a wide radius. And it was the next afternoon when he reached the lake resort and questioned the owner, Mrs. Shaw.
The descriptions check all right, Mrs. Shaw. And you say Philip Houston and his wife left here about dawn the morning of the robbery?
Yes, sir.
That would have given them time enough to reach Freeport and get set for the robbery, all right?
Here's something that might help.
What's that?
Well, after the way he killed that dog, I got suspicious of such a mean man and took down his auto license number.
Good for you.
It's on this slip of paper. Here it is.
A Michigan license. Mrs. Shaw, I'd like to look at the register he signed when they checked in.
All right. Oh, but he had me sign for them.
Oh? Careful not to leave any fingerprints, wasn't he?
Of course. I never thought of that at the time, but... Wait a minute.
Yes?
When I was cleaning up after they left, I found a book he'd left behind the bed. Must have fallen over without him knowing it.
May I have it, please?
It's right here on the desk. Here you are.
Ecce homo.
I couldn't make head nor tails of it. It's in some foreign language.
Mm-hmm.
He had a lot of books that didn't make much sense to me, even in English.
This one's in German. The work of the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. And it explains a lot about our Mr. Philip Houston.
You don't say.
Yes. And I'm pretty sure we'll find some fingerprints that might tell us a lot more.
That night, Special Agent Cameron contacted the Detroit FBI office and requested a check on the Michigan license number of the bandit car. Also, he airmailed to Washington fingerprints he found in the book. Next morning, there was another bank robbery 100 miles south of Chicago. And that afternoon found Houston and Della hiding in the barn of an abandoned farm.
Della?
Yes?
From now on, for a while, we'll hide out by day and travel by night until we get where we're going.
Where are we going, Phil?
You'll know when we get there. And after that, we'll take off time for some real fun.
But, darling, the police will still be looking for us.
And we'll still be outwitting them. Now, you curl up and get some sleep. I'll keep watch.
No, I'm not sleepy.
Della?
Yes?
Look in this bag. That's over $30,000.
I know.
Money is power, Della. Power to do whatever you want to do. Go everywhere you want to go. Have everything you want to have.
I know, Phil.
What chance would you have for this back home, huh? Scrubbing and cooking. Scrimping and saving, moving in a circle that gets tighter and tighter until it chokes the very breath of life out of you. Do you want that?
Of course not.
No. You and I have got to be free souls. And our freedom is in this bag. It's full now, Della. And it's going to stay that way. Because we're smart enough and strong enough to keep it full. Do you understand?
Yes, Phil.
Della soon dropped off to sleep, and Philip Houston relaxed with a book. But his Superman self-assurance would have been a little disturbed had he known what was taking place in the Chicago office of the FBI.
Cameron speaking.
Hello, Cameron. Murphy, Detroit.
Oh, hello there. Have you got something on that Michigan license?
Yes. It's a 1938 black Buick sedan. Bought 2 weeks ago from a used car dealer. And re-registered under the name of John Weatherford.
Any description of Weatherford?
It checks with your man Houston.
All right. Motor number?
63239300. Got it?
9300. Right. I'll put out a 5-state alarm on it right away. Thanks a lot.
Busy, Leo?
No. What have you got, George?
Teletype from Washington. The fingerprints on the book have been identified.
Good.
They belong to Philip Windsor, who served time in Kansas State Reformatory. And the description is that of so-called Philip Houston.
Well, Mr. Windsor better pray for a quick cool spell. His trail's getting hot.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Philip Windsor, bank robber.
We'll return to this case in just a moment. As you read today's newspapers, you undoubtedly experienced a profound feeling of satisfaction when you noted how quickly America has begun to return to the ways of peace. Already a number of the restrictions that were necessary in time of war have been lifted. Others will soon be removed. Business, as well as government, is playing an important role in hastening this return to normal living conditions. And in the forefront of this movement is the management of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. During the war, it was necessary to exclude certain war risks from newly issued life insurance policies. But yesterday, one day after hostilities ended, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Equitable Society, announced that the society would discontinue, effective immediately, the war clauses in life insurance policies hereafter issued. This means that Americans, even if now serving in the Army or Navy, can now buy an Equitable Society policy that contains no restrictions as to war risks. Just as the Equitable Society is alert to peacetime opportunities to improve and liberalize its life insurance services to the public, so its funds will continue to work in ways that benefit the country as a whole. Equitable Society dollars, the result of the work, thrift, and savings of the American people, will continue to be invested in the great industries which are now converting to peacetime production to provide jobs for our returning servicemen. Yes, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on Philip Windsor, bank robber.
Criminals are not always products of an underprivileged childhood. Many of them had more than comfortable homes, and many of them received the advantages of an excellent education. What caused them to turn to crime? Some started out merely seeking new thrills. Others? Well, let's go on with the story of the young man in tonight's case, whose real identity has been established as Philip Windsor. The FBI now knows that Windsor and his wife are driving a 1938 black Buick sedan, Michigan license. And so far, maybe as a kind of dare, are operating only in the limited area of Illinois.
Hi, George.
Oh, come in, Leo.
Any report from that alarm on Windsor's car?
Not yet, but here's a file on him from the Kansas Reformatory. He got 10 years for a Kansas robbery, but was paroled after 2.
Yes, I see. Thanks to a good family background.
His father was a university professor.
Uh-huh.
In a nutshell, Windsor was a precocious kid who eventually became contemptuous of everything normal and conventional.
And overripe for the power philosophy of old Friedrich Nietzsche.
Exactly.
Come in.
This teletype just came in.
Thanks, Ruth. Well,
what is it?
A report from Belleville. The police down there found Windsor's Buick in a local garage an hour ago.
I see.
He left it there to have the motor overhauled and rented a Ford from him to use while the car was being fixed.
In other words, he just traded cars.
Yes. The Belleville police have already sent out an alarm on the Ford.
You think Windsor's going out of sight for a while?
It looks that way. And the safest place to do that would be at some friend's house.
Yes.
Let's get a wire off to the Kansas Reformatory. I want to know just who Windsor's friends are.
It was at about this same time, shortly after dark, that Philip Windsor and his wife Della slipped out of a cheap rooming house in East St. Louis down in southern Illinois, got into the Ford sedan and drove rapidly out of the city and headed north.
In a few hours now, Della, we'll be in Chicago.
Then what?
Then I'll contact my friend Kingston, and he'll give us a safe haven for as long as we need it.
Personally, Phil, I would like to hurry up and get some of that freedom you were talking about.
Oh, we have it right now.
You call this freedom?
Aren't we doing the things we set out to do? Aren't we living our own lives in our own way?
I don't call having to hide out by day and slip around by night freedom. And knowing that the police are constantly looking for it, I don't call that freedom either.
I don't want to be disappointed in you, Della.
Disappointed?
I chose you because I thought you had strength and courage.
Have I shown anything else?
Your behavior right now is a sign of weakness.
I'm just tired of running and hiding.
That's all part of the game, Della. But we don't call it running and hiding. Those are cowardly words.
What do we call it then?
This is a game that requires consummate courage, daring, and skill. And in every game, there are offensive moves and defensive moves.
Of course.
We have committed 2 offensive moves. Now we are meeting the inevitable counterattack with defensive measures. Don't you see?
Yes, I see.
State Highway Patrol.
What do we do?
Just keep calm and leave the rest to me.
Over to the side and stop.
Yes, sir?
This your own car?
Yes, sir, my own car, and my own brand-new wife. We're on our way home from a little honeymoon trip, and we
Let me see your license.
Oh, marriage or car license?
I don't inspect marriage licenses.
All right. My car license is in my bag on the back seat. I'll get it for you. Was I going too fast, officer?
I'm not interested in that angle now.
Ah, here it is. Here you are, officer.
Phil.
That's one counterattack repulsed, Stella.
Yes, one counterattack repulsed. But another was about to form in the FBI Chicago office. It is nearly midnight, and Special Agent Cameron, who went out for a bite of food while waiting for the report from the Kansas Reformatory on Windsor's friends, is re-entering the office.
Did that report come in yet, George?
Yes, and so did another one.
What do you mean?
Windsor slugged a highway patrolman who stopped him on the road out of East St. Louis about 9 o'clock.
Which way was Windsor headed?
Right here, Chicago.
What's the report on his friends?
After he got out of the reformatory, he corresponded regularly with a Marvin Kingston who was still in. But he's out now.
Where?
Chicago. And here's the address.
Good. Keep your fingers crossed, George. This may be the beginning of the payoff.
For 3 days, FBI agents kept a close watch on Marvin Kingston and his house. But Windsor made no contact with Kingston by person or by phone or by mail. Then, on the afternoon of the 4th day, at the corner grocery a block from Kingston's house, an attractive young blonde came out of the store with a small sack of groceries. She spoke to a little girl rolling a doll buggy.
Hello, honey.
Hello.
Do you know where Mr. Kingston lives?
Uh-huh, right down there.
Well, if you'll deliver this sack of groceries to Mr. Kingston in your doll buggy, I'll give you a whole dime. Do you want to?
Sure. Where's the dime?
Here you are.
Thank you.
And there are the groceries. And tell your dolly to hold on to them tight now, won't you?
Oh, she will.
Thank you, honey. Goodbye.
Bye. Now, Rosemarie, you hold on to that sack good, like the pretty lady said. Hold on, we're going now.
The little girl reached Kingston's house and was about to take the sack from the buggy and start up the front walk when Special Agent Cameron intercepted her.
What have you got there, little girl?
In the sack?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's not mine. It's for Mr. Kingston.
Oh,
A pretty lady gave me a whole dime to bring it here.
really?
Uh-huh.
I wonder what's in it. Can I take a look?
Well, just one. But you can't have any of whatever it is.
I promise not to touch anything.
All right. Then take just one little peek now.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Now, go ahead and deliver the sack.
Agent Cameron watched until the girl had delivered the sack and gone. Then he went up to the house and introduced himself to Marvin Kingston.
I'm Special Agent Cameron of the FBI.
What do you want with me?
There was a message in that sack of groceries from Philip Windsor.
What makes you think so?
You're on parole, Kingston. You want to face a charge of conspiracy?
All right, here's a note. Winter wants me to meet him at 8 o'clock tonight at Joe's hamburger stand on Euclid Avenue.
But you'll have to stay here. The FBI will meet Philip Windsor.
At 7:30 that night, several FBI agents joined Cameron and took up positions at various points outside the hamburger stand. Promptly at 8 o'clock, a car drove up and parked half a block away. Philip Windsor and his wife got out, walked to the hamburger stand, and went in. The agents saw them order soft drinks. Minutes passed. Windsor grew restless. Finally, at 8:15, he spoke to Della quietly.
Something must have gone wrong.
I'm sure the little girl delivered the sack with a note.
Maybe Kingston wasn't at home to get it.
Oh, shall we take a chance and call him?
No. Drink your soda.
I don't want any more.
What are you nervous about?
What are you?
I'm not nervous.
I've never seen you act this way before.
I tell you I'm not. I'm not nervous.
Well, I am. I've got a funny feeling.
Shut up.
And so have you.
Shut up, I tell you. Come on, let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
Let's get out of here, I said. Come on. Go ahead.
All right.
Come on, back to the car.
Phil.
What's the matter?
Stop where you are, both of you, and raise your hands.
Not for anybody.
Phil!
Don't reach for your gun, Windsor. We're the FBI.
Phil, don't!
You're his wife, Della?
Yes.
I'm sorry. It didn't have to end this way, you know.
Yes, I'm afraid it did. It never could have ended any other way for Phil.
Philip Windsor had no respect for law-abiding citizens. He said, "It is far better to live courageously than cowardly." And saying that, he showed his contempt for those of us who lead conventional lives. Philip Windsor would have been smart to have looked at the record of this nation at war, because the courage of conventional ordinary people has been proven on every battlefield. Freedom from tyranny was won on those battlefields for you, the law-abiding conventional citizen of the world. And freedom from criminal aggression is being won for you here in America by the special agents of the FBI. The special agents who every day prove he who lives by the sword shall perish by the sword. That's the way the Bible puts it. And the history of the world has shown how right the Bible is.
You'll hear the disposition of this case in just a moment. Did you know that in a single battleship of the United States Navy, there are more than 900 electric motors, 1,000 different electrical instruments, 1,100 telephones, 1,600 electronic tubes, and a wiring system 1,700 miles long, all that on one battleship? That gives you an idea of the tremendous wartime assignment that the electrical manufacturing industry received from Uncle Sam. Radar, automatic plane pilots, smoke generators, sound detectors, range finders. These are only a few of the thousands of complex electrical products supplied in enormous quantity to our armed forces. So will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to the electrical manufacturing industry and its 1 million employees? Theirs has been an outstanding job of war production, a credit to the industry and to the American system under which that industry flourishes, and a promise of better living for all of us in the peaceful years to come. For many years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States has regarded electrical manufacturing as a sound and safe field for the investment of Equitable Society funds. So millions of Equitable Society dollars have been invested in electrical manufacturing, as well as in scores of other great industries which were mobilized for war production. In wartime, equitable society dollars have been fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country.
After the death of her husband, Della Windsor was convicted for her part in the bank robberies and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
Somewhere in the cold, persistent rain that made the city itself seem a thing of evil, a girl had disappeared, and it was my job to find her. But before I did, I found death and a devil.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Black Halo.
For 3 days, an ugly storm had lashed at the west coast from northern Oregon to the tip of Lower California. And although it was only noon when I drove up to the sprawling red brick house just south of Santa Barbara to meet a new client of mine, the black that was in the sky and the driving rain that was everywhere left the day bleak and wet and cold. Left it the kind of day that made you feel that logs blazing in a fireplace and a warm, dry robe were the only things that could matter to anyone. But when I got inside the house, Felix Drum, 350 uncomfortable pounds of executive in a wheelchair, who made his living importing perfumes, was very worried. And not about the weather outside.
Marlowe, Julia Perry is gone. I want you to find her and bring her back. And the sooner you do that, the better.
And the more I know, Mr. Drum, the easier it'll be. Exactly who is Julia Perry?
My assistant. Very capable girl, who in the past 6 months has practically taken over my entire business. She handles most of the work from her cottage here on the grounds where she lives.
Mm-hmm.
She also has some little cubbyhole in Los Angeles where she keeps her files and some sample stock.
Do you have the address of that cubbyhole?
If I knew the answer to everything, I wouldn't have hired you. And anyway, it isn't important. Hand me that little bottle.
This one?
Yes.
No, here.
Thank you.
When did you last see Julia, Mr. Drum?
3 days ago. It was 3 days ago, when she left on one of her regular weekly trips down to Los Angeles to bid on perfumes. Usually she stayed away overnight, but the Beechwood Plaza Hotel most of the time, and she was back here by noon the next day.
I suppose you've already checked the Beechwood Plaza, huh?
Yes, of course. My man Ruby, the one who showed you in, has called the place 12 times. But they only know that Julia registered there 3 days ago and hasn't been seen since.
Well, what about the girl herself, Mr. Drum? I mean her background, friends, family, that sort of thing.
As far as I know, Marlowe, Julia has no friends, no family either. She's just a sweet but smart little girl from someplace in Kansas.
Mm-hmm. No beaux, not even nice ones, huh?
I don't think she had the time. You see, when Julia first came to work for me, she wanted to get ahead, and I gave her the chance. She made good.
Mm-hmm.
Today, she's as much my right arm as Ruby is my leg.
Mr. Drum, did you notice anything unusual about Julia's behavior lately?
Yes, and that's the reason I'm worried. About 2 weeks ago, I saw changes in the girl, Marlowe. She seemed less spry, more preoccupied.
Oh?
Yes. I figured it was overwork myself, since the end of the year always means detailed annual reports, so I made no comment at the time.
I see. Tell me, Mr. Drum, what does she look like?
Well, I have no pictures, but she's a blonde of medium height and was wearing a plaid raincoat and little circle of a hat when she left.
Uh-huh.
Altogether, she's sweet and simple, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. Do you mind if I stop in at the cottage on my way out?
Marlowe, you turn the place inside out if it'll help any. Only since I'm certain that Julia's in some kind of bad trouble, you be quick and find her.
Julia Perry's cottage was strictly the 50-50 arrangement that Drum had mentioned, with one room office and the other living quarters. In the office, I found everything in its proper place, so I moved to the other room. The moment I stepped over the threshold, the white fluff that trimmed the quilted bedspread and the splash of color in the drapes said that Julia Perry had to be something soft and warm. And the half a dozen quietly tailored suits that were lined up in the closet like a squad of soldiers facing right told me that she was also simple and neat. I ran through the pockets of her clothes and all the drawers and closets in the room, trying to find something that would give me a lead that I was sure I had to have. But after 20 minutes, I'd found only a leather cigarette case, a package of peppermint lifesavers, and a maroon and gold monogram book of matches, the cover of which was half torn off so that I could only be certain that the middle initial was a V and that an E or an F were on either end. But since the name and address of an L.A. novelty company was on the inside, I bought the matches as a starting point, dropped them into my pocket, and headed for the door. When I opened it, I was surprised to find Ruby, Drum's right-hand man, purple scar and all, standing in the rain, and staring at me like my ears were spinning.
You seem to be a very thorough man, Mr. Private Detective.
And you seem to be a very nosy one. What do you want?
To help Julia, nothing else. Here's a postcard that came for her this morning. It was mailed in L.A. yesterday.
Yeah? Dear Julia, tried to reach you at Santa Barbara 1181, both yesterday and today, but got no answer. I'm leaving. I'm leaving town tomorrow. As one little girl who fled life in Haven, Kansas to another, I would have enjoyed seeing you again. For a bit before I moved on to who knows where. Anne. Santa Barbara 1181. That the number here?
Yeah. It's Julia's private business phone. Well, what do you think? The postcard any help?
Possibly. Tell me, Ruby, why didn't you show this to Mr. Drum?
I forgot about it until just now.
You're a liar.
Well, it's on account of the postcard was delivered here to the cottage.
Which is no man's land for you?
Yeah, sort of. Mr. Drum doesn't like people who work for him mixing socially with each other.
Well, maybe a sweet kid like Julia hasn't got any use for the passes you've been making at her, huh?
Hold it. I like Julia, and even if she don't go for me, anything I can do to help her, I still do, understand?
Yeah, I understand. I'm not so sure I believe. Goodbye, Ruby. It was pushing 5 o'clock and still raining by the time I got back to L.A. and over to the novelty company. Once there, I presented the torn book of matches that I had found at Julia's cottage to a bald man with horizontal question marks for eyebrows, and who, at the crinkle of a $5 bill, tore himself away from his racing form long enough to check the files for a set of maroon and gold initials that had a V in the middle. And it was 6 o'clock before I had the answer, which was EVE. And they weren't initials, but the front name of Mrs. Eve Bentley, who lived in a villa at the swank Sunset Terrace Apartments. And according to the gentleman who said he knew his oats, was a very classy filly. An hour later, I was at Mrs. Bentley's front door, and while I made with the chimes and waited, I wondered just how much a guy who loves the ponies could know about women. But when the door opened, I had my answer.
Yes? What is it?
Mrs. Eve Bentley wasn't beautiful, but she was everything else, including a shimmering yard of gold hair piled high on her head and held in place by a knot of pearls that no Boy Scout ever tied. Her face was wide blue eyes and open red lips on a backdrop of soft, fair skin. She wore a black silk jersey dress that must have been sprayed on. She smiled when I said my name was Philip Marlowe and that I wanted to talk.
Talk about what, Mr. Marlowe?
Julia Perry, ever hear of her?
No, I haven't.
So I'll try again. What do you know about Ann somebody from Haven, Kansas?
Absolutely nothing.
This torn book of matches says otherwise. I found them in Julia Perry's cottage. Julia Perry's missing. I'm a private detective who was hired to find her, and the matches turned out to be yours. Now, may I come in?
Why, yes.
Thanks. Now, Mrs. Bentley, maybe we ought to start all over.
No, wait just a minute, Mr. Marlowe. I may be able to help you. Did this Julia Perry deal in perfumes?
That's right. Now, how did you know that?
Because I just remembered something. And now I'm sure I can explain why my matches showed up where
Just
they
a
did.
minute. You know, whenever I'm talking to a beautiful woman, somebody's always creeping around in the kitchen. Who is it this time?
Oh, really, Mr. Marlowe? There's a storm outside, and there are windows and trees. If you put those three things together, that noise could have been a branch scratching on a glass pane.
Or somebody with squeaky shoes and a lot of curiosity. Somebody like Mr. Bentley, for instance. Huh?
Oh, I doubt that, Mr. Marlowe. You see, Mr. Bentley's been dead now for 3 long years.
Oh. Yes. Well, you were saying something about the matches.
Oh, yes. This, Julia Perry must somehow or other gotten hold of him through my fiancé, Marvin Whitaker.
How does that figure?
Like 2 and 2. Marvin is in the perfume business. Ditto Julia. Also, I think he mentioned her name once. Said she was very clever for a girl who looked like somebody's kid sister.
That fits all right. Where will I find said fiancé?
At his favorite bar and grill. But won't you have a drink first, Mr. Marlowe?
No, thanks, Eve. There isn't time. Now the bar and grill.
The Blue Boar.
Blue which?
Boar, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah.
It's a very English spot over on Wilshire, opposite Arthur Murray's studio. But before you dash, do you at least have a match?
Yeah. Whole book of them, honey. Torn cover and all. And I want you to keep them. After all, they brought us together, didn't they? When I got outside, I postponed my run between the raindrops over to Wilshire Boulevard long enough to take a look behind the villa. And there, in a newly planted strip of clover lawn below Mrs. Bentley's kitchen window, I found something which was no surprise. 2 clear prints of a man's shoe. But from there on out, I got nothing more than a lot of rain down the back of my neck. So 10 minutes later, I dripped into my car and headed for the Blue Boar and Eve Bentley's gentleman friend. I located Marvin Whitaker, a handsome, hale fellow well met, in a white turtleneck sweater and riding breeches, behind a hot rum toddy in a corner booth that was pictures of steeplechase mounts against newly antique mahogany. And when I told him that I was looking for Julia Perry, he flashed a lot of glistening teeth at me, insisted that I join him in a warming glass of spirits, and started to talk, gesturing all the time with a riding crop.
Why, yes, old man, I know Julia Perry. In fact, almost did some business with her today.
You mean you were supposed to meet Julia someplace?
That's right. At 1881 Selma Avenue, to be precise. But she called me this morning and postponed the whole transaction. Indefinitely.
Could you stop projecting long enough to tell me why?
She didn't say. Of course, it's of no bother to me on a day like this. No sane man should be any farther away from a toddy than we are right now. So drink up, old boy. It'll do you a world of good.
Yeah, I bet it will. Look, Mr. Whitaker, one more question. Did Julia ever speak of a girlfriend named Anne? Someone she knew years ago in Kansas?
No, I don't believe she did, Marlowe. Matter of fact, Julia never talked of anything but perfumes. Now drink your drink, fellow, before it's chilled through.
Thanks, but no thanks, old bean. I do have to run, really. It was a 20-minute drive to the address on Selma, and the rain had stopped by the time I got there. The place was one of those once-upon-a-time rooming houses that had been partitioned off into a couple of dozen 2x4 cubby holes, just big enough for the very small businessman to fill his fountain pen in. When I got to the door and asked the scrub woman, who was a lot of wild red hair around 2 pop eyes for Julia Perry, I knew I was moving in the right direction, because the lady standing in front of me was anything but calm. And more important, she had just heard a pistol shot from the back of the house.
Yes, that's right. A pistol shot not over 2 minutes ago. I'm sure that Perry girl had something to do with it. Because when I come from inside, I saw her rush out down these steps.
Did she say anything?
I don't know. She was gone out of sight before I could open my mouth. But I know it was her on account of that plaid coat and little hat she wears.
Yeah. Now, which room is hers? Come on.
Well, that one there with the light showing under the door.
Mm-hmm.
But it's locked. You won't be able to get in. I just tried.
Well, we'll try again for luck. It's not the best lumber. Believe me.
This is terrible. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. It's a man.
Yeah. A dead one at that, Granny.
Do you know who it is?
Uh-huh. Well, the mud and clover grass on the bottom of his shoes, I'd tag him as a guy who was looking in a lady's kitchen window about an hour ago. But from that purple scar on his chin, I can do even better than that. The name, Granny, is Ruby, a guy I thought was still in Santa Barbara.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of the adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, given clues, even the newest of Philip Marlowe fans can deduce the characters in CBS's great new early Sunday evening comedy lineup. The washboard leads you to the one and only Spike Jones. The bumblebee? Well, of course, that's for America's most famous non-virtuoso violinist, Jack Benny, who follows Spike Jones on CBS. The two A's, Amos and Andy, who are heard on CBS immediately following Jack Benny. So it's really no mystery at all why millions of Americans now stay tuned to CBS on Sunday nights for these three superb comedy shows in succession. Spike Jones and Amos and Andy over most of these same CBS stations, and Jack Benny over them all. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Black Halo.
Ruby's body sprawled on the floor, and the girl in the plaid raincoat running away from it meant one thing. Julia Perry's trouble was important, like life, but more like death. A half sneer was congealed on Ruby's face, and his eyes, turned waxy, still held a look of mild surprise. I wasted some breath telling the scrub woman not to touch anything, and then I put in a call to my overweight client in Santa Barbara. He was glad to hear from me, at first.
Marlowe. Well, now, I didn't expect a call from you this soon. You sure work fast, don't you, lad? Have you found her? Have you located Julia?
Not quite. She's about 5 minutes ahead of me. Incidentally, Mr. Drum, she works fast, too.
What do you mean by that?
Let me ask the questions, huh? Number one, what was your leg man Ruby doing in L.A. tonight?
Ruby?
Yeah.
Why, I sent him in to pick up some medicine for me. Why?
Come on, Drum, you can talk straighter than that, and you better. I just found Ruby dead.
Dead? Ruby's dead? What happened to him, Marlowe?
He was shot. So forget the gags and tell me why he was snooping around.
All right. I didn't trust you.
No.
It's my policy to trust nobody until he proves himself. I sent Ruby in to follow you and check on your progress.
That was brilliant. You only made 3 mistakes. First, I don't need to be checked on. Second, you got your man killed. And third, you forced Julia's hand. Because it was Miss Perry herself who pulled the trigger on Ruby.
Julia? Marlowe, I don't believe that.
Which proves nothing, Mr. Drum, but skip it. Tell me, do you know a man named Marvin Whitaker?
Whitaker?
Yeah.
No, should I?
Well, he says he's in the perfume business.
Well, I know everybody on the coast who bought more than 2 bottles of perfume at one time in the last 40 years, and I don't recall that name. I think the man must be a liar.
So do I. Thanks for the help. And, Drum, if you've got any more expendable flunkies around, keep them out of my hair. I'll call you when I've got something. I called Homicide next and told Detective Lieutenant Ibarra where to find the body and who was responsible for it being in that dead condition. When the question of why came up, I admitted I was still shooting blanks. Oh, I told him about the razzle-dazzle Whitaker had handed me and named the Blue Boar on Wilshire as my next stop. Ibarra said he'd call me there, and when I got to the entrance of the place, I saw Whitaker, draped in a trench coat that involved enough cloth to rig a 4-masted schooner, standing in the anteroom, impatiently smacking his leg with that riding crop. He looked positively dashing. Question was, which way?
Hiya there, Marlowe. Hey, old boy, you look upset. Anything wrong?
I may be upset, Whitaker, but you're the one that's going to spill. First, are you leaving or coming back?
I'm just leaving.
Been here all the time since I talked to you?
That's right, you see. My coat is perfectly dry.
Stopped raining half an hour ago.
Well, you see, if I'd been outside, I would have known that. But why this 3rd degree, Marlowe? What's up?
It's a long story. Maybe we better sit down and talk it all over from the beginning.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't. Not just now. I've got a date.
She'll keep.
Not this one. It's something rather special.
Special, huh? Like Eve Bentley?
Now, look here, old boy. You're prying into my personal affairs.
Whitaker, I'll rip the lid clear off your personal affairs if necessary to get a clean answer out of you. Now, what do you really know about Julia Perry?
I told you once. Are you implying that I'm a liar?
At least that. For instance, who puts out Amir? Come on, Whitaker. It's a well-known fragrance.
Why, I don't recall offhand.
That's strange, because any woman knows Amir's a Dana perfume.
Just what are you trying to prove by all this?
That as a perfume dealer, you stink. And try this for size. When I got to that address you gave me, I found a fresh corpse there with a bullet hole in it.
A murder?
Yeah, and your routine was pat, brother, so before Homicide starts combing out the snags in your story, you better untangle it yourself right now. You lied to me. Now, why'd you do it, Whitaker? Why the double talk?
All right, Marlowe, I'll tell you. I'll tell you this! Oh!
It was as quick as a wounded cat. The riding crop slashed across my face even before I'd realized he'd moved. And by the time the red light stopped dancing in my eyes, Marvin Whitaker was gone. I turned as the head waiter walked up to me. He studied the hot red welt rising on my face for a moment and then murmured discreetly that if my name was Marlowe, I was wanted on the phone. It was Lieutenant Ibarra.
Marlowe, you can stop beating the brush for Julia Perry. We found her.
You did? Where is she, Ibarra?
She's out in the alley here, behind the Beechwood Plaza Hotel, Marlowe. Exactly 8 floors down from the window of her room. She fell through the glass roof above the rear entrance.
Oh.
It's not pretty.
Oh.
She explained the whole thing, including that Ruby guy's murder, in a note we found in her room.
I'll be right over, Ibarra.
Okay, don't hurry. The old story, Marlowe. When Drum finally got around to trusting her, he practically gave her his business. It was too much temptation.
Mm-hmm.
She'd been stealing from him in a big way for almost a year, her note says.
And she decided to run for it when she knew she couldn't hide the thefts any longer, huh?
That's right. That Ruby caught on some way, and she killed him, but I guess murder was too rich for her blood, so she came back here, thought it over, and then checked out.
Yeah. All she left behind was a little plaid raincoat and a purse over there. Hey, she was wearing a dinky hat, too, Ibarra. Did you find that?
Mm-hmm. Come over here to the window, Phil. See down there on that canopy, that little black circle? That's her hat. I sent Mooney down to get it. Can't leave any loose ends around, you know.
Yeah. Got a light, Lieutenant?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Thanks.
Hey, what happened to you? That welt on your face, Phil.
Oh, I backed that horsey liar named Whitaker into a corner, and he slapped his way out with a riding crop. And speaking of loose ends, if I ever catch up with that... Ibarra, where did that stuff on the dresser come from?
Well, this out of the pockets of Julia's plaid coat. Why?
But that's impossible unless... Holy smoke. That's why Whitaker lied to me.
Hey, where are you going with that, Phil? Come back here.
I gotta check on something, Ibarra, and keep your notebook handy. If I'm right, this deal is still wide open. All the way from the suicide's room in the Beechwood Plaza out to the widow's villa in the Sunset Terrace, my mind juggled a jumble of facts, trying to beat them into a brand new pattern. A pattern that had to include an object Ibarra had found in the pocket of that plaid raincoat. It almost made sense, but I needed just a little more. Well, when I turned into the parking lot at the Sunset Terrace, rain began to fall again. Thin, cold rain. I walked to Eve Bentley's door and pressed the bell. Just as I expected, it was Marvin Whitaker, unsmiling and nervous, who answered the door. I didn't give him a chance to think. I just swung hard. Okay, horseman, that squares us up. Come on, Heavy, roll over. Let's see if you're carrying a gun. Okay, no gun. Now, be a good boy, Whitaker, and you'll make out all right, but one funny wiggle out of you and I'll crack your skull. It's a promise. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
All right. Now, where's Eve? Is she here?
Find out for yourself, Marlowe. I'm through.
Fair enough. But just so I'm not talking through my head, I'll take a look in her closet first.
She won't be in there, I guarantee.
No, but her future might be. Now, let's see. It's got to be in here someplace. Oh, yeah. This is probably it. Brown cloth coat, as chic as a pair of hobnailed boots, and still damp. And the label says the B.H. Company, Haven, Kansas. That does it. I've got it all now, and my chivalry just died. Where is she, Whitaker? Where's Eve?
Right here, Marlowe. Don't try that. I guess you really do have it figured out, haven't you?
Yes, Eve, I have. Sorry it turned out this way, because you had your points as Eve and as Julia.
Don't put it in the past tense, Marlowe. As Eve Bentley, my life is just beginning, and now I've got everything I ever wanted as Julia Perry.
Then you're Julia Perry.
I was, Marvin.
She still is, Whitaker. At least that's what the bailiff will call it in court.
There won't be any court, Marlowe.
Oh, I'm afraid there will, baby. You're twice a killer now, and both for the same reason, remember? First Ruby, because he saw you as Eve. And the girl you pushed out of the hotel window, who was no doubt Anne, your old chum from the hometown. She must have seen you posing as Eve, too.
All right, Marlowe. Anne ran into me by accident and ruined everything. I had no choice. I promised her money and then told her to go to my room at the Beechwood Plaza and wait for me.
Eve, I can't believe this. It can't be true.
Yes, Marvin, it is true. Darling, I didn't want this mess. I'd have left town this morning as I intended if sweet, sly little Anne hadn't seen me. I tried to get rid of you the easy way, Marlowe. When I sent you to Marvin, the Selma Street address he gave you should have led you to the end of Julia Perry.
Is that why you phoned me and told me to lie to Marlowe?
Yes, Marvin. I was going there to write my suicide note and use the stockroom for my disappearing act. But Ruby caught me, and after that I had to work fast. But it's all right now. It all worked out perfectly. They were the only two who knew besides you, Marlowe.
Aren't you forgetting little Marvin here?
Forgetting him? Oh, no, Mr. Marlowe. Marvin's the one person I can count on.
That's what you think. You don't get me mixed up in this.
Marvin.
I bargained for an heiress, not a murderess.
Why, you dirty load. All right, then. I'll use this gun on you, too, because I'm getting out of here and no one's going to stop me.
But you're right between us, Eve. You can't get us both.
He's right, baby. You're not good enough to get us both, and killing just one of us isn't going to solve anything. What do you say? It's been a long night, baby. You just couldn't tell when you were late.
You want any more of this coffee, Marlowe?
No, it's sludge, Lieutenant. I wonder what Julia Perry uses for a heart.
You know, she planned the thing for 6 months when she first set herself up as Eve Bentley. And it probably would have...
Want to check now?
Oh, yes.
It probably would have worked if everything hadn't closed in on her.
Yeah, her friend Ann from Kansas, Ruby the leg man.
And you with that torn book of matches. Incidentally, that was pretty fast figuring up in the hotel room there, Marlowe.
Oh, not so fast, Ibarra. I knew Eve had those matches because I left them with her. So when you found the same matches in the pocket of Julia's plaid coat, it figured. Julia almost had to be Eve.
And that left Ann to furnish the body for the suicide.
Yeah. You know, I wasn't so sure about that until I found the brown coat with the Haven, Kansas label in Eve's apartment.
Yeah. Well, I'd better wait on back to the office, Phil. Look at that rain come down. Think it'll ever stop?
I don't know. I doubt it.
Oh, by the way, here, it's her hat. Mooney finally got it down off that hotel canopy. Maybe you'd like it for a souvenir.
Yeah.
The military people call it a halo hat. Good night, Marlowe.
I sat there a while after Ibarra left, looking at the rain in the street, and the cold coffee in front of me, and Julia's little round halo on the table. And finally I got up and went outside. Dirty water scudded along the gutter and gurgled thickly into the sewer drain at the corner. For a minute I caught a glimpse again of the girl I'd figured Julia Perry to be when I went through her cottage in Santa Barbara. Yeah, that girl was an angel. But when I finally caught up with her, her halo turned out to be black, jet black, inside and out. I dropped the little hat into the gutter and watched it go as far as the drain at the corner. And then I went home.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore, and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Joan Banks, Paul Frees, Peter Leeds, Jack Prussian, and Lois Corbett. Lieutenant Detective Ibarra is played by Jeff Corey. The special music was by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
A startled corpse, a blue-eyed woman, and a cryptic message, scrawled by a dingy man with the pieces of a Chinese puzzle that wouldn't fit together. Until I found out what was deadly about the orange dog.
And now, stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle, that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, The Whistler's strange story, Death in 16 millimeter.
The buzz of conversation in the little seaside cafe was low enough to permit the nearby sound of the surf to be heard. Paul Benton looked past the girl sitting across from him, watched the water for a moment, quietly and thoughtfully, remembering the first time he'd told her that he loved her.
It was 2 years ago, Cynthia.
2 years, Paul?
Mm-hmm. The first time we came here. After your uncle died and I began to manage the estate.
Oh, yes. You did so much more, Paul. I don't know what I would have done.
I have tried, Cynthia.
It can't just end. After these weeks of not seeing you, I know I couldn't stand it.
It must end. You know that, too. Why, if Edith ever found out that things have gone beyond a mere attorney and client relationship,
but she hasn't found out, Paul. She doesn't have to, ever.
I'm sorry, dear, but I think too much of you to just go on and on this way.
You really mean that, Paul?
Can you question it?
No. No, only... Oh, Paul, I can't give you up.
But, darling, there's just nothing else to do. Nothing else for either of us. That is, as long as Edith is my wife.
Oh, Paul, darling, there must be a way out. We've got to find that way.
There must be a way out. Yes, Paul. You have her thinking in the right direction, haven't you? The way the tears mounted quickly to her eyes. Then that odd little look of determination, of hate almost. The plan you figured out is beginning to work, isn't it, Paul? It's like those waves outside the Cove Cafe, almost ready to break out into the open, smash against the rocks, wash everything clear. Your unhappy marriage, your confused, disinterested relationship with Cynthia, a relationship that would have remained strictly attorney and client if it hadn't been for Cynthia's money. Wouldn't it, Paul? Yes. But money is all important to you, and some of Cynthia's is almost within your grasp as you carefully urge things further along, increase the tide of Cynthia's emotions, urge her to the brink of murder.
I've thought and thought about this, Cynthia. You know how much I want you. Last night I begged Edith for a divorce.
Paul, you risked letting her know about us?
Oh, I didn't mention you. I just said I was in love with someone else.
Oh, darling.
Oh, I'd have risked anything if I thought it would do any good. But it won't. She refused me. She'll always refuse me as long as she lives.
I wish I dared talk to her.
No, Cynthia. Don't ever let her know it's you, Cynthia. Because talking to her won't do any good. I'm certain of it.
Edith and I have become fairly good friends, Paul. If I could get her out someplace where just the two of us...
It's useless, I tell you. There's no way, Cynthia. No way in this world.
I'm not so sure, Paul. I'm not so sure.
Cynthia, what do you mean?
Nothing. Nothing, Paul. It's late. You'd better take me home.
It's going well, isn't it, Paul? Smoothly. And you know exactly what's in Cynthia's mind. You're certain of it the way she kisses you goodnight. No, Paul, she hasn't any intention of giving you up. If you had any doubts, they're dispelled the following day when you overhear a telephone conversation from the extension in your den. A very interesting conversation between Cynthia and your wife, Edith.
Hello? Edith, darling, it's Cynthia. Cynthia, I haven't heard from you in weeks. I've been wondering if anything was wrong.
Oh, I've just been busy, that's all. I wondered, dear, could you go sailing with me tomorrow, out off the point?
Oh, I'd like to, Cynthia, but, well, you know I'm not a good sailor. Being such a poor swimmer,
Darling, you'll be with me, an expert skipper.
there tomorrow. 10 o'clock.
I'll be waiting, darling. I'll be glad to get this off my mind. Goodbye.
Well, Paul, so Cynthia is planning a sailing trip with Edith. A secret one, with a promise of telling her something about you. You're certain that it can have all but one meaning, and it can't happen soon enough to fit in with your own plans for some of Cynthia's wealth. At least $100,000, Paul. Perhaps even more later on. But there's still one more move, isn't there? That evening takes you downtown to an out-of-the-way studio apartment, which serves as a base of operations for a client and friend of yours, a commercial motion picture producer, Fred Mason.
I'm afraid I don't get this, Benton. I don't get it at all.
What's the matter, Fred? You've never questioned any other deal that's been offered you? This isn't nearly as unusual as most.
Sure, I take pictures of lots of things. But this doesn't sound so good.
$10,000 sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, but sometimes it depends on how you earn it.
You could afford to move away from all that racket.
Oh, it doesn't bother me. Just the milk train. Lets a guy know what time it is.
Quit stalling, Fred. Business hasn't been good and you know it. All you have to do is take a half a reel or so of movies for a client of mine.
Yeah, movies of what? Not commercial, I'll bet.
Not exactly. You see, my client believes the wife of a friend of his is going to meet with an unfortunate accident.
Wait a minute. If this is murder, I don't want any part of it.
Who said anything about murder? Besides, you wouldn't be involved. I just want your pictures for proof in case it should happen.
Why doesn't your client's friend save himself a lot of trouble and just get himself a divorce?
He thought of that. His wife won't give him one. Now, it seems that he has a girlfriend who's the jealous type, and she's taking the wife sailing tomorrow.
Where?
Off Fisherman's Point. You know the spot. Tomorrow morning, sometime after 10. My friend has a feeling something will go wrong. So I want you around in another boat with a movie camera to get pictures of the whole thing.
What for?
Well, like I said, for proof.
Sounds more like blackmail. Look, suppose I did go along and nothing happened.
There's still $1,000 in it for you.
But if there is an accident, your client will pay me $10,000 for the picture?
And for keeping your mouth shut.
Why don't you do it yourself? I've seen some pretty good stuff you've shot.
I want a professional job. It's safer. Then there's the developing of the film.
Look, I'll do a lot for dough, but like I said, you can handle it. I don't figure getting mixed up in any murder.
You're forgetting something, aren't you, Fred?
What?
That little hit-and-run accident you were involved in last week? The one you came to see me about?
You told me to keep quiet unless something came up.
Yes. At the time, silence seemed like the best defense. But since the victim died, I'm not sure it isn't my duty to report it to the authorities.
You can still count me out, Paul. There's not enough money in the world to mix me up in a deal like that. But I'll forget you were here tonight, if that'll help any.
All right, Fred. If that's the way you feel about it, just forget it. Forget the whole thing.
Well, Paul, Fred Mason wasn't as easy as you thought he'd be. You're surprised and disappointed that he wouldn't go through with the deal. For it leaves just one answer, doesn't it? You'll have to use your own movie camera, develop your own film. Do the whole job yourself. In a rented fishing boat, you follow Edith and Cynthia's course. A mile down from the point, there's a vast formation of rocks, and Cynthia skillfully sails amidst them to gain protection from anyone watching from shore. Approaching the area behind them, you cut the motor. Allow the current to carry you along quietly until you drift into a commanding but protected position. A telescopic lens does the rest as the whole scene appears in the camera finder. Cynthia pointing suddenly to divert Edith's attention, then quickly shifting the sail. Edith is hit squarely and topples overboard. Cynthia dives in as if to help, but actually she merely watches Edith's feeble struggles until she goes under. Then it's all over, with Cynthia sailing off, alone. Minutes later, piloting in and out between the rocks, You navigate to the spot. React excitedly as you see Edith struggling back to the surface, the tide helping her toward the rocks. She might make it and hold on, but you take care of that. You swing the boat around. You catch her with a bow. Yes. Yes, it's really complete now, isn't it, Paul? All over. For good. It isn't easy in the week that follows. The recovery of the body, your seeming grief, the funeral. A couple of weeks later, you decide it's time. Phone Cynthia and drop by her apartment.
Another cocktail, Paul?
No, thanks, Cynthia. Just a cigarette.
Light?
Thanks.
Why did you ask me to set up my movie projector, Paul?
I have some pictures, some last shots of Edith.
Oh,
I developed them myself. Quite a process.
poor Edith.
The stuff came out a little rough, but clear enough to make me glad I have them.
I understand, dear. Paul, you do need a drink. I'll get more ice.
Okay. Maid's off tonight, isn't she?
Taking advantage of Cynthia's absence, you open a desk drawer, take out Cynthia's .22 revolver, and slip it into your pocket. Cynthia bought it a year ago after a series of robberies of wealthy women. She's never touched it since. You're sure she's even forgotten it. But you feel safer knowing it's no longer in her possession. You're sitting down again as she comes back into the room.
There. Just help yourself if you want anything.
Okay, thanks, Cynthia.
Paul, you've been wonderful about everything. I know what a shock Edith's death was to you. Was to me, too. I can't help but feel I'm to blame.
Drop the act, Cynthia. Edith's death wasn't an accident.
Wasn't an accident. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do, Cynthia. And I have the evidence to prove it.
Paul, you're not inferring that...
As I said, I have the evidence. I'll switch off the light and you'll see what I mean.
Why, it's a movie of Edith and me.
Sure. You're the star.
But how did you...
This scene coming up is my favorite. It's the one where you deliberately push Edith overboard. What's the matter, Cynthia? Don't you like it?
Stop it! Shut it up!
Okay.
Paul, you won't believe it. I planned to tell you about everything later. You said you'd marry me if anything ever happened to Edith.
I know, and it turned out exactly as I thought it would when I said it. Something did happen to Edith.
Yes, darling. And in a little while we can get married. That's what we wanted.
Well, not exactly. I never figured on marrying you, Cynthia. Not at all. You see, I'm in love with someone else.
Oh, you can't... Oh, you planned it. From the beginning. All the things you said about loving me. It was a big joke with you, wasn't it? You never cared about me at all.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I like you a lot. So much that if you were to give me, say, $100,000, I wouldn't even tell the police about what happened. I'd even give you the pictures, too, the negative.
100,000?
I've already picked out the stocks you can sell to raise the cash amount.
But Paul...
you can sell the first thing in the morning. Then you'll have plenty of time to get the cash for me before the banks close. Let's say tomorrow evening, shall we, Cynthia?
Back at your apartment, you congratulate yourself. The money is as good as yours, isn't it, Paul? You pour yourself a drink, settle back in your favorite chair, and think of all you can do with $100,000. And then...
Hello, Paul.
Well, Fred Mason.
How about asking me in?
Oh, sure. Come in. Sit down. I'll mix you a drink.
Oh, no. Don't bother. This isn't a social visit. I got to thinking over the little deal you offered me. Decided it was an easy way to pick up $10,000 after all.
You're a little late, Freddie. I didn't want to disappoint my client, so I took the pictures myself.
Maybe you like mine better.
What?
I was fishing further down, you see.
You took pictures, too?
Mm-hmm. Of you, Paul. Finishing Edith off with your boat.
How much do you want?
$10,000.
When?
Tomorrow soon enough.
And if I can't raise the 10,000?
Oh, I know another party who'd come across right away. A lady named Cynthia Winters.
Okay, Fred. I'll have it for you tomorrow.
Good. Bring it to my apartment. Around 5 o'clock.
I'll be there. Okay, here's your money, Fred. Let's have the picture.
Sure, as soon as I count this. Oh, looks pretty. Well, okay. Your film's on the desk. Projector's in the other room. If you want to run it, make sure it's all there.
I'll check on that later. Right now, there's a little favor I'd like to ask you to do for me.
What kind of favor?
I want you to write a letter to Cynthia saying you won't give her the print or the negative of the film she wants unless she pays you $100,000. That if you don't get the dough by tomorrow, you'll take the pictures to the DA.
What are you trying to pull? I'm not that crazy.
You won't write it?
Not on your life.
Maybe this will help you change your mind.
What? No, wait a minute. Put down that gun.
Fred. I won't put it down until you write the letter. Now walk over to that typewriter and sit down. Very good. Now, one other thing, Fred. This print you gave me of the film, it isn't enough. I'll have to have the negative.
That'll cost you more.
I figured you'd pull something like that, Fred. That's why I made you write the letter before I brought the matter up. And that's why I brought along this gun.
You won't shoot as long as you don't have the negative.
You're wrong. I will.
You'd never get away with it. Somebody would hear you.
You've forgotten about the milk train, Fred. The one that tells you what time it is. I timed it over very carefully. It will cover the sound of a shot easily.
No.
And this is Cynthia's gun. They'll pin this on her. Maybe figuring you were blackmailing her.
You've got it all figured, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
There's still the negative.
Oh, I know it's here in your apartment someplace. You'd better play it smart, Fred, and give it to me. Then I won't have to shoot.
You're bluffing.
There's not much time left. How about it? Okay, Fred, if that's the way you want it.
No, wait, don't. I'll give it to you. The negative's there in the middle desk drawer.
Yeah. You're all right? Well, thanks, Fred. That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, wait, you said you wouldn't do it.
Sorry, Fred, I say a lot of things.
You make sure you have the negative and all the prints of Fred's film. Then you walk to the fireplace, touch a match to the edge of the blackmail note which Fred typed, and snuff it out quickly so that the police will think Cynthia attempted to burn it. You're having to alter your plans as far as Cynthia's money is concerned, aren't you, Paul? You'll have to be satisfied with $100,000 because Cynthia's arrest for the murder of Fred Mason will close the source of any future supply. You decide to get the money as soon as possible. You're sure Fred's body won't be discovered for several hours. So you look quickly around the studio, wipe the fingerprints from everything you've touched, shut the door, and hurry outside. You hurl Cynthia's gun into a small flower bed as though Cynthia had hidden it. But where you're sure the police will find it. Then you hurry home, destroy Fred Mason's films, and phone Cynthia.
Yes?
Hello, Cynthia.
Oh, Paul.
How are things? Ready to complete our little deal?
Yes, Paul, I'm ready.
You've got everything for me?
Everything. Paul.
Good. I'll be there in just a few minutes.
I'll be careful. Goodbye.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story.
So, Paul, at last your plan is going to pay off. As you sit across the room from Cynthia in her Malibu beach house, you're sure everything is going to be all right. Yes, because you're completely in the clear, and then...
I have a disappointment for you, Paul. I'm not giving you the money.
Now, wait a minute, Cynthia. The police will be very interested in that film.
They'll be more interested in the last half. The part where you kill Edith with your boat.
What?
You see, Paul, a man named Fred Mason came to see me a few days ago. His price was a lot cheaper than yours, and his merchandise much better.
Double cross.
Clever picture man, isn't he? Why don't you see how clever, Paul? I have the projector set up for you.
Another print. He made another print.
I wouldn't be surprised if he made several prints. And the part where you become the star is ready to go. Go on. Run it off, Paul.
What are you going to do, Cynthia?
I haven't quite decided.
You're in the first half of this film. If you showed it to the police, you'd only implicate yourself.
Uh-huh. But the picture also proves I didn't really kill Edith. I might be able to talk myself out of my part in it. You couldn't.
Look, Cynthia, Who's that?
How would I know? Whoever it is, you're the impatient type.
Miss Cynthia Winters?
Yes?
Lieutenant Blake, homicide.
Oh?
After what you did this afternoon, I somehow didn't expect to find you home.
What do you mean?
You're under arrest, Miss Winters, for murder.
Oh, but there must be some mistake.
No mistake. We know you did it.
What's going on, Cynthia? Who's this man?
Who are you?
I'm Paul Benton, Miss Winters' attorney.
You better be a good one. She's going to need it. I'm Lieutenant Blake, homicide.
Well, what's wrong?
My boys and I stopped by Fred Mason's apartment a few minutes ago. We got a tip he was mixed up in a hit-and-run accident last week. We found him buried dead.
But, officer, why would I have anything...
You got a little careless when you left his apartment. The blackmail letter you left didn't burn up.
But I didn't kill Fred Mason.
We found a gun outside, too, hidden in a flower bed. A .22, the kind ladies like to use. You ever see this gun before?
Yes, but I didn't have...
Easy, Cynthia. We'll straighten this out.
Paul, you did it and fixed it so I get the blame.
Cynthia, you're hysterical.
Afraid you can't put the blame on anyone else, Miss Winters. The evidence against you is too strong. Well, now here's a coincidence. A movie projector, all set up. That blackmail letter we found mentioned some film. We couldn't find a trace of it in Mason's apartment. Now, this wouldn't be it in the projector, would it?
No, Lieutenant, it's just...
Snap off the lights and run it.
Yes, Lieutenant.
But it isn't anything, I tell you.
Keep it going. Well, you've been fishing, eh, Mr. Benton? Looks like you're going to have a chance to make a rescue. You're a pretty good skipper. You can turn a boat on a dock. Turn on the lights. Well, that's the first time I've ever seen anyone murdered by a boat. I don't think you'll do her much good defending her for that Mason killing, Mr. Benton. You're going to need an attorney yourself for the murder of your wife.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Ted DeCorsia, Virginia Gregg, and Jack Petruzzi. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Nancy Cleveland, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional. All characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
Signal gasoline.
This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Carter Brown Mystery Theater. A blend of blondes, bullets, and bewilderment, based on the best-selling novels by that slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown. Our story tonight, Swimsuit Sweetheart, starring Ray Barrett as Larry Colby.
There are two good reasons why I put up with working for the Bean Detective Agency. One is the monthly paycheck with my name on it, And the other is Haldane's private secretary. Her name is Patricia, but I call her Pat. The wish being father to the thought. That morning when Dean said he wanted to see me, I didn't mind waiting. Gave me all the more chance to watch the regular rhythm of the warp and whoop of the sweater. Every time the warp widened, I went woof.
Mr. Colby, do you mind?
Not a bit, honey. I enjoy it.
I meant, do you mind turning your eyes in some other direction? I can feel them. You're down to my veins now. Do me a favor and leave my liver alone, will you?
Be flattered. If you weren't such a fabulous female, would I bother?
You know, I've been thinking. If I ate enough chocolates, I'll grow fat. I could have all my teeth taken out, and a plastic surgeon could break my nose and not bother to set it. It'd be horrible, but it might be worth it. At least I wouldn't have to worry about your X-ray vision.
Well, take it easy, Pat. I know my left profile unnerves you. It does that to all the girls. Well, there's a sure cure.
Oh, don't tell me, I'll tell you. Go out on a date with you,
Why, Pat, you're a mind reader.
And I don't like what I'm reading. Mr. Colby, the answer in 2 capital letters is no.
You know, you shouldn't be caged in an office like this. You belong in a penthouse with mink carpet on the floor and diamond-studded paper on the wall.
Why, Larry, you've learned a new line. What's the matter? Competition getting tough?
For Larry Colby? The line forms to the right, honey. If you hurry, you can get the 249th place.
Pardon me running. In the other direction.
Now, come right out and admit it. Be honest with yourself. Confess that my profile drives you crazy.
Crazy is right.
You doing anything tonight?
Yes. I'm putting some new diamonds in the wallpaper. Half a dozen fell out last night, and they got so dirty. I have to throw them away.
They got dirty? On the main carpet?
They fell into a cut glass bowl of emeralds and bruised themselves. Excuse me, won't you, but that's the boss. Yes, Mr. Dean?
Is that Colby character out there?
He is, and I wish he weren't.
Then send him into me.
With pleasure, Mr. Dean. I don't think he'll make any passes at you. You're not his type. The door is right beside you, Mr. Colby.
Don't cry, baby. I'll be back. Hi, Hal.
I'm not. It's too early in the morning. Colby, you're not on a case right now.
That's right.
Well, you're going to be. I've got a new client, the Mermite Swimsuit Corporation. Heard of them?
Can't say I have.
Well, they're a pretty big business. You may not realize it, Colby, but 50% of the girls on beaches from Florida to Long Island will be wearing Mermite swimsuits this summer.
You mean the other 50% won't be wearing them?
Never mind the other 50%. It's the Mermite swimsuits I'm interested in.
Personally, I'm more interested in what's inside the swimsuits. You must be getting old, Bob.
I'm 44, and you must be every day a 35.
32. Well, a young 32 at that.
Just listen to me, will you? They're holding a contest to select Miss Mermite.
Bully for them.
The finals are going to be judged down in Florida in Cypress Gardens, starting early next week. They want a representative from this agency to be on the panel of judges.
Boss, you mean that you're going to send me to Florida to study young women in Mermite swimsuits and I'll be getting paid for it?
I mean exactly that.
There are fairies at the bottom of my garden. Starlight, Starbright, just call me Jiminy Cricket.
It seems a simple sort of assignment that any fool can handle. That's why I'm giving it to you.
Why, thanks, boss. I'll see if I can save a blonde for you.
You leave first plane in the morning. You're booked in at the Palatial. A guy named Myers is running the contest from Mermite's End. He'll introduce you to the other judges.
What's the angle, boss? Why a dean operative? They can't find it that tough to get judges. What skullduggery is skulking?
I don't know. They won't say. They just want a private investigator as one of the judges, and he must not reveal his true identity.
There has to be a snag in this swimsuit setup. But don't worry, boss. If one of those swimsuit snags, I'll be there to see it. I went home and packed. Being my last night in New York, for a week at least, I said my farewells. Cocktails with Carol, dinner with Diane, supper with Sylvia, breakfast with Fatima, and Kathy kissed me goodbye at the airport. I slept all the way down on the plane in spite of the red-headed hostess, who would insist on fastening my safety belt personally. Cypress Gardens was sensational, and so was the queue of cuties waiting to be judged. I had been introduced to my fellow judges, Elaine Curzon, who edited Exquisite, the fashion magazine. She was a brunette with dark eyes as soft as a glacier, and they looked at me as if she just rolled over an old stone, and there I was. The third judge was Claude Duval, a famous fashion photographer. He looked at me as if I was a mongrel who'd somehow found his way into the middle of the pedigree class.
You understand the procedure, Mr. Colby. The girls parade past us, each wearing a number on her swimsuit. You make your own notes, and we compare them at the end to decide on the elimination.
Thanks for the explanation, Miss Curtin.
I'm surprised that someone as inexperienced as yourself should have been selected for this task, Colby.
Well, Mr. Duval, I guess they figured they ought to have an amateur to balance up the professionals. You know what an amateur is? A guy who loves his work.
Personally, I detest these contests. If it weren't for the size of Mermaid's advertising budget in my magazine.
I couldn't agree more, Elaine. If it wasn't for their account with my studio...
Well, I think it's just dandy. Then I think all dames are dandy. The fanfare of music over the public address system that had been set up round the pool announced the start of the contest. Then, to the accompaniment of soft music, the parade started. There were 30 girls, out of whom we had to select 10. I never concentrated so much in one morning while numbers 1 to 25 filed past, revealing some of the most exciting swimsuit filling I'd ever seen. Then I realized I was just sitting numbly while opportunity was knocking itself out of my door. And I decided 26 was my lucky number. 26 was a honey blonde who was wearing a bikini that had somehow shrunk. But fortunately, the 26 hadn't shrunk with it. Say, hold it, honey, before you go. What's your name?
Alicia Hope.
And what you got, baby, you don't need hope.
Mr. Colby, kindly remember you're a judge.
I'll say I am. You doing anything tonight, Alicia?
Not a thing.
Colby, you can't do that. Don't you know the first rule of this kind of contest? The judges must have no personal interest in any of the contestants.
I'm rewriting the rule right now. What time, Alicia, and where?
8 o'clock. I'm staying at the Sirocco.
Sirocco? That's what they call that hot wind off the Sahara, isn't it? Well, baby, one look at you, and I'm all winded, to say nothing of hot.
Can we get on, Mr. Colby?
Oh, sure. By now I'm feeling no pain, Elaine. Numbers 27, 8, 9, and 30 wound by, and then it was time for the judges to wind up the first round.
We'll start with number 1, the blonde with the poodle cut. My vote is no.
Mine too.
What do you say, Mr. Colby?
I say yes.
Yes, you mean no?
No, I mean yes.
We'll leave the disagreements and come back to them later. Number 2, I say yes.
Agreed.
No.
Number 3, no.
No.
Yes.
This is ridiculous. You obviously haven't the slightest idea of what's required in these contests.
I just know what I like.
If we go on like this, we'll be here all day.
I'm prepared to do a deal.
Just what do you mean by that?
Number 26? She's in.
Definitely not.
Don't be hasty, Elaine, my dear. Now, if we should agree to that, Colby, what then?
Then whatever you say about the other 29 is okay with me.
Blackmail. Outright blackmail. But rather than argue all day, I suppose we'll have to agree.
It was 5:30 by the time I got back to my hotel. Just enough time to shower, change, and eat before my date with Alicia Hope. But when I opened my door, I saw there was something in my room that was going to delay me. A guy built like an all-in wrestler and wearing the latest thing in Ivy League. Don't tell me, let me guess, I'm in the wrong room. Impossible. You're in the wrong room. Doubtful. You want to see me? For sure. Now it's your turn.
Mr. Colby, you've been sent down from New York as one of the judges in the Mermaid contest.
Uh-huh.
The point is that the Mermaid organization has been told a number of times now to cancel their contest. I'm here to ask you to tell them that we mean business.
Why do you want the contest canceled?
The reasons don't concern you. But I want you to appreciate the importance of this so that you can pass the message on. This message. I'm sure that'll make certain that you won't forget to tell them. Goodbye, Mr. Colby.
I lay where I was on the floor for a few minutes. Then I started moving things cautiously. Things like an arm or a leg to see what was broken. 5 minutes later, I was on the phone ordering a double-double. Come in.
Here, drink, Mr. Colby.
Thanks.
Oh, brother, you look like you took quite a covering.
You should have seen the other guy. Absolutely untouched. It was 8 o'clock when my bruised bones, covered by a tuxedo, came to a stop outside Alicia Hope's room at the Sirocco. Then I saw the door was already open. An obvious invitation. I accepted. Thoughtful of you to have the door open, Alicia. Alicia? It's me, perfect profile Colby. Alicia. Baby, that's no way to wear a mermaid swimsuit twisted around your neck. How can you breathe? Oh, I get it. You can't. In case you don't know it, Alicia, you're dead. From a date with a doll to a seat in a cell in one easy lesson. That was the current career of Larry Colby. How come? Simple. I had just started to walk out of Alicia Hope's hotel room when I walked into a wall. The wall had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a police lieutenant's badge. One look from the lieutenant at me, another at the girl with the swimsuit round her throat. Next thing you know, hey presto, Colby in the calaboose.
Mr. Colby?
Wow. Lady, what paradise do you patronize? I'm moving my custom there as of now.
I'm here to take you back to your hotel. You're free to go.
I believe it. A babe like you doesn't even need a magic wand to open prison doors. All she has to do is get close enough and the bars just melt.
I've talked to the lieutenant. I've explained.
Maybe you do the same for me.
It's quite simple. I am Clarice Mermite, president of the Mermite Swimsuit Corporation. It was I who hired you to come down here.
Wow. Lucky me.
The moment I learned of the girl's murder, I flew down from New York.
I'm grateful. After a night in the cell, I was just about to disobey orders and tell that lunkhead of a lieutenant who I really am.
I've done that for you. My car's outside. I think a conference between us is called for.
Miss Mermite, you're the kind of miss with whom I prefer to confer.
Drink this, Mr. Colby. It'll cheer you up.
Thanks. And I'll stand side on so you can see my profile. That should cheer you up.
You're quite a handsome man. And you know it.
How can I help it? My mirror tells me so every morning.
However, the purpose of this conference is not to discuss your attractions. Mr. Colby, you were hired to keep my contest out of trouble, not for me to get you out of trouble.
Miss Mermite, I was high and blind. You can't blame me if you didn't tell the agency that there was somebody trying to stop this contest.
How do you know that?
A guy called on me and told me by means of a few bruises. Then Alicia Hope gets murdered. Don't you think it's about time you told me a few things?
Very well, Mr. Colby. The most important thing is that I've only been president of Mermite for 8 months, since my father died. He left me the controlling interest in the corporation, but on certain conditions.
That you wear your own swimsuits as advertising? You're the first president of a corporation I've ever met who could do it.
Please. By the terms of my father's will, I am on trial for a year. If the profit of my first year's operations equals last year's profit, I inherit.
And if not?
Then the controlling interest goes to a former employee of my father's, a woman who was very close to him for some years.
Ah, so that's why the contest, publicity to sell the swimsuits, huh?
Yes. It's been a bad year so far, and I'm relying on the Miss Mermite contest to remedy that.
Say, this ex-employee, do you know where she is now? What she's doing?
Of course. She's right here in Miami, and she's on the panel of judges.
Elaine Curzon?
Exactly.
But why did you put her on the panel?
It seems safer. It'd be hard for her to sabotage the contest if she's part of it. And she'd have to be careful in view of her present job as editress of Exquisites.
So the visit from the guy who handed me a beating looks like a Curzon caper.
And perhaps the murder, too. Because how do you think the lieutenant was on the scene just as you were in the room?
Maybe he's clairvoyant.
Maybe he got an anonymous phone call from a woman.
He told you that?
He did.
I think I'd better have a talk to Miss Curzon.
But not until after the semifinals tonight. We mustn't alarm her. And you must keep a sharp watch for anything that looks like going wrong.
But the only thing that went wrong with the semifinals was that we had to eliminate 6 out of the 10 contestants. If I'd had my way, I'd have hung the first prize ribbon around each of the 10 sets of vital statistics. After all the speeches were over, I got close to Elaine Curzon.
What do you want, Mr. Colby?
Well, it's this way, Elaine. I thought I'd give you a break. After looking at all those girls, I figured you might get a kick out of a good-looking guy like me.
A kick seemed a wonderful idea. But I'm afraid your hide's so thick I might sprain an ankle.
You're not going to tell me my profile doesn't do things to you.
It does, Mr. Colby.
It fills me with an urgent desire to tap it with a 10-pound hammer.
Well, don't be discouraged just because you're strong on board didn't incapacitate me. And your little phone call to the cops didn't keep me in the cooler.
What are you talking about?
What are you going to do with all that mermaid stock when you get it? Sell it or run the business yourself?
How did you find out about that?
A little bird told me.
You mean a little termite named Mermite?
I should explain, Elaine. I'm employed by the Dean Detective Agency of New York.
Well, that accounts for how little you know about beauty contests.
I know someone's anxious to cancel this contest, someone with a motive. And you've got the biggest, most beautiful motive I've ever seen.
I suggest you look me in the face when you say that. And I also suggest you brush up on your detecting. I hardly need to take any drastic steps to collect the control of the corporation. Business has been bad this last 8 months. It can hardly pick up enough in the remaining 4. All I have to do is nothing.
Even with the publicity this contest will give the outfit?
Even with that. I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree, bloodhound.
The next morning, I put in a long-distance phone call to New York in the office of the Dean Detective Agency. 20 minutes later, I was talking to my boss, who didn't sound pleased to hear from me.
Colby, what do you want?
Help!
I read about the dame getting murdered. What's the pitch, Larry?
I don't know. That's why I'm calling you.
Well, do you realize how much it costs to call from New York to Florida this time of day?
Sure, so don't waste it. Boss, I need information.
What about?
The fashion magazine called Exquisite. I want to know the names of the principal stockholders and how much stock they hold. Also, if there's been any change in the management the last 18 months. And I've got to know this before tonight. The finals of the contest are tonight.
Okay, stay around your hotel. I'll call you back.
Fine. So long, Hal. Come in.
Mr. Colby, I've been looking for you.
Oh, Mr. Myers, come on in. Have a drink.
At 10 in the morning?
At 2 minutes past 10 in the morning.
No, thank you. I just come to tell you about the arrangements for the finals tonight.
Oh, sure.
It's going to be a wonderful night, Mr. Colby. We'll floodlight the pool at Cypress Gardens, and Miss Mermaid has had a wonderful idea.
Oh.
When the parade starts, there will only be a single spotlight on the girl who is moving round the pool. Everything else will be in darkness.
Sounds good.
Oh, Miss Mermaid has done a wonderful job organizing. She's handled nothing else for the last 10 days or so. Only a week ago, she told me she didn't care how much it cost to stage the finals, but it had to be done right.
I'll bet that long-distance conversation must have been expensive.
Long distance? Why, no, Mr. Colby. Miss Mermaid was here when she told me that.
I was under the impression she was in New York a week ago.
An understandable mistake. Miss Mermaid came down here incognito, rented a small villa so she could devote her whole time to the contest.
Really?
And how horrible that this murder should happen after so much preparation. The police are even going to be present at the finals tonight.
Speaking of the murder, the dead girl, Alicia Hope, she was from New York. A model, so the police told me. You never knew her before the contest, by any chance?
Strange you should say that, Mr. Colby. I only thought of it this morning. I was going to tell the lieutenant tonight.
Tell him what?
It must have been 3 or 4 months ago. She came into the corporation's office in New York to pick up some new swimsuit she was going to model for a magazine.
The magazine's name? You remember that?
Oh, yes. It was Miss Curzon's magazine, Exquisite. Miss Curzon was with her.
Well, thank you, Mr. Myers. That's very interesting. Just do me one favor. Don't tell that to the police till the finals are all over. Huh?
I wasn't going to, Mr. Colby. Nothing must spoil the finals.
Colby speaking.
Larry, this is Hal D.
Boss, I've been sitting here chewing my fingernails. The contest gets going in half an hour. You got the stuff I wanted?
Yeah, and listen hard because these calls cost a fortune. There was a major change in the ownership of Exquisite 6 months ago. The magazine was bought out by a private company. 3 major stockholders, named Charles Blair, Claude Duval, and Elaine Curzon. The story is the Curzon dame didn't put up any money, but cut 25% of the stock just the same.
Did she really? Well.
Will that mean something to you?
It's just starting to. Bye, boss. I hung up with my thoughts going a million a minute. I was so preoccupied that I even walked out of my hotel room without giving my usual glance at the mirror to check whether my profile was still perfect. I walked down the stairs to the next floor and knocked at a certain door.
Mr. Colby, you have the wrong room. I'm not one of the contestants.
This is the right room, Elaine. We've got to have a talk.
You're not welcome here, Mr. Colby.
You might change your mind after you've heard what I've got to say.
I think that's extremely unlikely.
Just tell me one thing first. How much nerve have you got, Elaine?
Not nearly as much as you have, Mr. Colby.
However much you've got, you're going to need it all. That's if I can persuade you to do what I want. The map of Florida Pool at Cypress Gardens was really a sight that night. Packed crowd, movie and TV cameras, key lights. The judges, Elaine Curzon, Duval, and me, were seated at one end in front of the seats holding the VIPs. I had made sure I was between Duval and Elaine. I was feeling kind of tense. I could sense Elaine was, too. I hoped my hunch was right. The preliminaries were all over with at last, and after the fanfare came the announcement of the 4 finalists over the PA. Then the soft music started. When all the lights went out except the single spot on the first of the 4 girls as she walked slowly round the rim of the pool. But for once I wasn't watching. I had my eyes glued to the darkness beside me. Suddenly a shadow swooped down, and my hand dived out to grab another hand. A hand that held a knife.
Let go of me.
Oh, no, Miss Mermite.
Larry, you don't mean...
Isn't it plain, Elaine? Miss Mermite meant murder. I got Clarice Mermite over to the police without disturbing the proceedings too much. I had to twist her arm to do it, right behind her back. I told the police lieutenant the story. That took up so much time that I couldn't make it for the final judging, but I figured Duval and Elaine could take care of it. Later that evening, I had to repeat the story for Elaine.
I've been thinking about it all the time, Larry.
You were great, Elaine. It takes plenty of nerve to sit still, knowing there's going to be an attempt on your life with a knife.
I thought you were crazy when you told me what you thought was going to happen.
I don't blame you, but you see, she was smart. The best way of making sure she'd kept the controlling interest in Mermite was not to make a higher profit than last year. It was just to kill you. That was why she planned the single spotlight business. When I found out Alicia was one of your models for Exquisite, I knew you couldn't have killed her because you'd planted her in the contest.
Yes. If she'd won, I was hoping to make capital out of it.
The trouble was that your partner in the magazine, Duval, got worried. He was the one who sent his man around to beat me up and try and stop the contest because you'd only been let into the magazine in hope of your future prospects.
He did that off his own bat, Larry. I didn't know about it. But if Clarice had all this planned, why hire you at all?
As a patsy, she found out about my date with Alicia. The other girls would have known about it. She strangled her and then put the anonymous call into the cops so they'd be there at 8.
But she was the one who got you out of trouble with the police.
She had to. So I'd be set up again as a patsy for your murder tonight. Funny if that little manager of hers, Myers, hadn't dropped the fact that she lied to me about flying down from New York. I might never have got onto it.
I'm grateful that you did. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
I like a girl to be grateful. I like a girl to prove it.
How can I prove it, Larry?
Now, just come and stand in front of a mirror with me and admit that you were wrong. Admit that my profile is perfect.
Official detective, dedicated to the men who guard your safety and protect your home. Your police department. Now, official detective.
Lieutenant John Hogarth, headquarters. About a month ago, a wealthy widow from Oklahoma married a man named Anthony Fowler. Headed for a honeymoon in Europe, the newlyweds, Jenny and Tony Fowler, stopped off in this city and took a room at the St. Elmo Hotel. They spent the evening at the theater and returned to their hotel room shortly after 11 o'clock.
Oh, thank you, Tony, darling. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, but let's not take it so seriously. After all, a young married couple should be gay.
A young married couple? Who are you trying to kid, Jenny?
That expression on your face. It's as though you hated me.
Oh, no, Jenny, I don't hate you. I don't feel any way at all about you. How could I? Good Lord, you're 25 years older than I am.
Tony, stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Now, you hear that? You're disturbing the man in the next room. For heaven's sake, keep your voice down.
Listen, darling, I love you. I forgive you for the horrible thing you just said to me.
Now, wait a minute. For heaven's sake, have a glass of water.
Thank
Here.
you. Thank you, Tony. When we get to Europe, we'll never mention this. I think you must be very tired.
And get Europe out of your mind. I'm not going.
Not going on our honeymoon?
Honeymoon? Oh, don't be ridiculous. You might as well get it straight, Jenny. I only married you for your money.
Tony!
Oh, but now look what you've done.
I've dropped the water glass. I'm sorry. I better take it up off the floor. You might cut your foot.
Don't do that with your bare hands. You'll cut yourself.
Is that what you really want, Tony? Is money the only thing you want?
That's it. I guess it's plain by this time that I'm pretty much of a louse, huh? Well, you're right, Jenny, I am. I always have been.
What do you want me to do?
Divorce me, of course. And, make a nice, fat financial settlement.
There'll be no divorce, Tony. That isn't the way our marriage is going to end.
Oh, Jenny, stop that. Now look, you've cut your hand. You've got blood all over your blouse.
Oh, that's all right. I'd better put this broken glass in the wastebasket.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, go into the bathroom and clean up. You look terrible.
Yes, I guess I do. I'm sorry. Tony.
Yeah, what?
I meant what I said. Our marriage isn't going to end in divorce.
Hey, Lieutenant, how's for the all-night coffee joint before you head home?
Good idea, Alan. As the commuter says to his wife, I had a hard day at the office.
You and me both. I'll lock the file.
Lieutenant Hogarth. Oh? Which hotel? Was it a shooting? Oh. Yes, the blunt instrument always makes it tougher. Listen, nobody's to leave the hotel till further notice. Got that? Yes, we'll see you. Leaving right away.
Well, Lieutenant?
A murder at the St. Elmo Hotel.
In the hotel room, Hogarth and Allen are continuing their investigation of the murder of Tony Fowler. The body has just been taken from the room, and the detectives are questioning Tony's widow.
Now, Mrs. Fowler, will you tell us exactly what happened here?
I'll do my best, Lieutenant. We just come in from the theater, my husband and I. We talked for a few minutes, and then I started to get ready for bed. I went into the bathroom to bathe and wash out a few things.
Now, while you were in there, did you hear any sounds from this room?
No, sir. You see, the water was running most of the time, so I couldn't have heard.
How long were you in there, Mrs. Fowler?
I'm not sure. 20 minutes, perhaps.
And when you opened the door and came out?
I was in my nightdress and negligee. I saw my husband lying there on the floor.
Take your time.
It was his head that was so horrible. What was it? What was he struck with?
Something heavy and blunt. We haven't found the weapon, but we think it was one of the bedside lamps.
Yes. There were 2 lamps in here.
So the housekeeper told us. They were a matched pair, heavy metal base with a glass column going up to the bulb.
By the way, we noticed that bandage on your right hand. What happened?
A bandage? Oh, I poured myself some water and accidentally knocked the glass off the table. It shattered on the floor, and when I was picking up the pieces, I cut myself.
And you threw the pieces in this wastebasket?
Yes.
We wondered how this glass got in here.
Well, let's get back to your story, Mrs. Fowler. You came out of the bathroom and saw the body. Then what?
I'm not sure, but I remember screaming, and then a man came running in. He said he was a guest in the adjoining room. He picked up the telephone and told the operator.
How did this man from the next room get in here?
I don't know. He just opened the door, that's all. It must have been unlocked.
If the killer's prints were on the knob, this guy certainly ruined them.
Now, Mrs. Fowler, as you know, the story of your marriage has been in newspapers all over the country. It was considered news for many reasons. Your social prominence, your great wealth, and the rumor that you took a great deal of cash with you on your wedding trip. Is that true? Did you bring a lot of cash?
Of course.
How much?
$175,000.
What? You had all that in cash?
Yes, Sergeant.
Well, that much money is a strong motive for murder, Mrs. Fowler.
I know, but it wasn't stolen. I made sure of that before you came. It's in a suitcase. Here, in the closet.
Here, let me get that, huh?
Oh, thank you. You may open it if you like.
Yeah, I'd like to see that much money. Holy Hannah. Is this 175,000?
Yes, in thousands, hundreds, and some smaller denominations.
I'm going to have this suitcase put in the hotel vault, Mrs. Fowler.
Very well.
There's another reason why this marriage of yours was considered news. The fact that you were 25 years older than your husband.
That didn't affect our happiness at all. Tony loved me.
And you had no differences? No spats or arguments?
Of course not, Lieutenant. Tony worshipped me.
Well, I'm sorry to have upset you. Alan, have Mrs. Fowler move to another room on this floor. I'm sure she'd be more comfortable.
Okay. What about this money?
we'll have to put it in the vault right away.
Well, the motive certainly wasn't robbery, or this suitcase full of dough would be gone.
Could have been robbery. The killer might have gotten scared away before he found the suitcase.
Maybe so.
As soon as we get a chance, I want to question that man in the next room.
Yeah, who is it?
Police officers.
Look, I'm sleeping now. Come back in the morning.
That'll be too late. We're investigating the murder in the room next to yours. Come on, open up.
Okay, wait a second.
Say, I thought you said you were sleeping. How come you got your bag packed and you're wearing your hat and coat, huh?
Okay, so you caught me in a tiny lie.
Say, turn around. I want to get the full light on your face.
I say the trouble, Lieutenant. You know this puss all right.
I thought so. Mickey Potts.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, fill me in, will you, Lieutenant?
Mickey Potts is an old-time thief, Alan. You wouldn't remember him. Where were you going in such a hurry, Potts?
Anywhere to get away from here. With my record, I knew you cops would be asking me a million questions.
That's right. You got any answers ready?
One's all I need. I don't know who brained that guy in the next room.
Well, tell us what you do know.
Okay. I hear the old dame let out a scream, and then she screams again, and I run in like a dope. Her door's unlocked. I see the stiff on the floor. So I pick up the phone and holler murder. Well, that's the whole story. Go ahead, send me up for life.
Now, don't be impatient. Maybe that'll happen later. Now, tell me this. Did you hear anything in there before Mrs. Fowler screamed?
Yeah, I hear somebody sloshing around the bathroom for a long time.
And before that?
Well, before that, I hear the two of them having an argument.
What about?
How do I know? Who listens? Anyways, I knock on the wall to shut them up. Hey, what's your pal looking for?
Don't get upset, Mickey. I'm just having a look around your room to see if you left anything.
Oh, sure. You cops are very good that way. Hey, Lieutenant, one of the bellboys told me about this Mrs. Fowler. He says she's that rich old dame from Oklahoma.
Rich is right. Some coincidence you having the room right next door, eh?
So help me, that's all it is, a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. But you may as well get undressed, Potts. Go to bed.
You mean I gotta stay, huh?
Till further notice. Let's go, Sergeant.
Okay.
Alan, go down to the lobby and see what you can learn from the staff.
Right.
When you're finished, come back up. I'll be questioning the other guests on this floor. I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, miss, but I'm talking to all the guests on this floor.
Oh, that's okay, Lieutenant. I couldn't sleep anyway. Imagine being this close to a murder.
Your name and home address, please.
Rose Clark. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin.
What are you doing in this city, Miss Clark?
Oh, I came to buy clothes. I do that every year. Say, is the dead man really that Tony Fowler like the maid told me?
Yes. Did you know him?
Me? Gosh, no. But I read about those two in the paper. I was absolutely fascinated. Imagine her being 25 years older.
Yes. Miss Clark, this room of yours is directly across the court from the room where the murder was committed.
I know, Lieutenant. Gives me goosebumps.
From this window, you have a direct view into that room. I was wondering whether you heard anything or saw anything.
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did. But I don't suppose it means anything.
Tell me about it anyway.
Well, it was, maybe 11:30. I was at this window looking up to see if the stars were out. That's when I saw this woman. She was at the window over there throwing something out. When I heard it smash down in the courtyard, I knew it was something made of glass. So maybe it was a whiskey bottle.
Do you think this woman was Mrs. Fowler?
Golly, I wouldn't know. It was too dark. I could just see her outline, that's all. Lieutenant, is it true what the paper said about Mrs. Fowler? Does she really have a suitcase full of money?
Well, Miss Clark, the newspaper said a lot of things that,
Lieutenant, it's me.
Come in, Sergeant.
The maid told me you were in this room. Oh, excuse me, miss.
Certainly.
I think I found the murder weapon, Lieutenant.
Yes?
Somebody reported hearing it crash down in the courtyard around the murder time. I went out just now and looked. It was the lamp, just like you figured.
Anything on it?
Blood, all over the metal base. That's all that's left of the lamp. The glass is in a million pieces, not a chance of any fingerprints.
Is Mrs. Fowler settled in her new room?
Yeah, 907.
I think we'd better talk to her again. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Clark. I hope you can get some sleep now.
I'll try, Lieutenant. Good night.
Now, Mrs. Fowler, let's have the truth about you and your husband.
The truth? What do you mean?
The man who had the room next to yours said he heard you having a loud argument. Told us he had to knock on the wall.
No, he must be wrong.
Mrs. Fowler, I asked for the truth.
All right. Tony and I did disagree. But it wasn't about anything important. It was just about About the play we'd seen.
I see. Why did you throw the lamp out the window?
Throw the lamp out of the window? I don't know what you're talking about.
You deny doing it?
Of course.
Now about your hand. Did you really cut it when you were gathering up the pieces of the water glass?
Yes. What are you men trying to do to me?
Get the truth. You weren't straight with us about arguing with your husband before he was killed.
Well, I was ashamed to tell you about that. You suspect me, don't you? You really suspect me of murdering Tony.
If your suitcase full of money were missing, we wouldn't suspect you half as much.
But one of my suitcases is missing.
What?
I didn't know it till they moved me into this room. It was a duplicate of the case with the money in it.
Well, what's in the suitcase you claim is missing?
Was some of my clothing. Suits, sweaters, and shoes. You don't believe that it's missing.
We'll have to take your word for it.
Well, why should I lie to you?
Maybe to get a burglary motive into the case.
But I'm not lying.
Well, I hope not. All right, Alan, let's get out of here. I imagine Mrs. Fowler would like a little time alone to do some thinking.
Hey, let me alone. Let go of my arm.
Quiet down, Potts. You'll wake everybody in the hotel.
What's the idea, you two cops grabbing me like this?
I told you to go to bed. Instead, we find you walking around the hall. Now, let's get back to your room.
Okay, don't drag me like a drunk. I'm sober and I'm walking.
What's the idea of you prowling around?
I was getting stir-crazy in my room. Just one little thin wall between me and where that guy was murdered. It was spooky. I was getting tense. I had to come out and walk around the hall so I wouldn't flip my wig.
How long you been out of your room, Potts?
10, maybe 15 minutes.
Okay, here's your room. Al and I are going to put you to bed.
Look, you cops don't have to come in. I can put myself to bed. I've been doing it for decades.
We're coming in. We want to make sure... Potts, where did that come from?
Where'd what come from, Lieutenant?
The suitcase at the foot of the bed. Open it, Alan.
Hey, that ain't mine.
I'll say it isn't. Mrs. Fowler's, Lieutenant. Her initials are on it.
It's a duplicate of the one she had the money in.
Yeah, let's see what's in here. Suits. Sweaters. Shoes, just like she said. Well, Potts, start talking.
Hey, look, this was planted on me. It was planted in my room when I was out pacing the hall.
Maybe so. Now, suppose you go to bed and stay there. And don't try to get out of this room because I'm going to have a patrolman stationed outside your door.
Okay, Lieutenant, but this is going to be a night of positive terror.
Alan, we'll go back to headquarters now. I want you to take this suitcase to the crime lab and have it examined for fingerprints.
Mrs. Fowler.
One moment, please.
You are Mrs. Fowler?
Yes.
My name is Rose Clark. I'm also a guest in the hotel. May I come in and talk to you?
Of course.
I know it's almost 2:30, but I couldn't sleep. And after your terrible tragedy, I'm sure you can't either.
Oh, no, Miss Clark. Of course I can't.
I thought maybe there was some way I could comfort you.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. I've just been sitting here thinking of my poor husband.
I know, Mrs. Fowler. I was thinking of Tony myself.
You knew him?
I knew him rather well. You know, I said maybe there was some way I could comfort you. But you could comfort me even more.
How, Miss Clark?
By giving me the suitcase. You heard me. I want that suitcase. The one with the money in it. Where is it?
Are you a thief?
Never mind that. Where is it?
Please!
Don't scream. You hear me, old woman? Now, don't you make a sound. Where is that suitcase full of money?
I haven't got it. Those policemen took it.
You're lying.
It's true. They put it in the hotel vault.
Okay. We'll get it out of the vault. Pick up that phone. Tell the night clerk to get it out of the vault and bring it up here.
No.
Do as I say.
Oh, stop that. Please. I can't stand it.
Very few people can, especially old ones like you. So stop kidding yourself, lady. Get on the phone and tell them to bring that suitcase up here. Come on. Tell them now while you can still talk.
It's 2:30 in the morning at police headquarters. Lieutenant Hogarth comes into his office, bursting with news.
Hold on to your hat, Alan.
Yeah, what cooks?
The boys and records identified the prints in the suitcase. They belong to a young woman named Ada Lasker, confidence woman.
Ada Lasker. Don't know her.
You will in a minute. The boys told me that Ada works with a con man named Buck Babson.
That's so.
I got their mug shots out of the files. This is Ada. Recognize her?
Hey, let me... Hey, this is Rose Clark.
The gal in the hotel. Now, here's a shot of her sidekick, Buck Babson. You won't recognize him, though. The only time you saw him, he was dead, with his head bashed in.
You mean Tony Fowler?
Yep. Got his prints from the morgue. Tony Fowler was really Buck Babson.
con man taking that poor old gal for her dough, huh?
Looks that way. He and the girl were working together, but something went wrong, and he got killed. Let's get back to the hotel. I want to call Rose Clark by her right name and see what happens. Miss Clark? Alan, see if she's in the bathroom.
Sure. Miss Clark. Not in there, Lieutenant.
Look what I found on the windowsill. Binoculars. Behind the curtain.
She had a direct view with the murder room.
Yes, she must have been watching for some signal.
Her things are still here. Where do you think she went?
Out to make another stab at getting that money? Come on, hurry.
Are you going to pick up that phone?
No, you can't make me.
Do as I say. Tell them to send that suitcase up here. Okay, Jenny, we'll try something else.
No! Please!
Quiet.
Help!
Mrs. Fowler, all right.
Oh, this woman was torturing me.
She's lying.
You be quiet. Alan, stay here with Mrs. Fowler. Phone for a doctor and wait till he comes.
Okay.
I'll talk to this woman outside in the hall. Come on.
Let go of my arm.
I said come on.
Look, you going to believe that crazy old woman?
Yes.
Why?
Because you're Ada Lasker. You got a criminal record.
You're crazy.
Ada, I've got you cold. Now tell me how Buck Babson died tonight. And don't give me that look. I found out that Tony Fowler was Buck Babson. So how did he die? Did you double-cross him?
You're so smart, why didn't you tell me?
I'll tell you part of it. You took a room across the court and watched through binoculars. Buck was to give you a signal, but you didn't wait for it. Am I right? Ada, you got to tell it sometime.
Okay, handsome. We did have a plot rigged up. Buck was to signal and I was to go over. He left the door unlocked. He was to go down to the bar and talk to a lot of people for an alibi.
And you were to kill Mrs. Fowler, take the suitcase full of money, and leave the hotel.
Say you are smart.
Never mind that. You did double-cross him, didn't you?
For $175,000? Certainly. Through the glasses, I saw the old girl go into the bathroom. So I went over to the room. When Buck had his back turned, I let him have it with the lamp. He sank right down without knowing what hit him.
Then what?
Well, I threw the lamp out of the window, grabbed his suitcase, and took it back to my room. Only trouble was it was the wrong suitcase. Had clothes in it instead of money.
So later you planted that suitcase in the room of a certain Mr. Potts.
Yeah. Say, handsome, are you interested in money?
Definitely.
Well, downstairs in the vault there's $175,000 in a suitcase. You had it put into that vault, and you can get it out. Can't you?
Sure. What did you have in mind?
Oh, a quick trip somewhere. Just you and me.
Ada, you must be a mind reader.
You mean you were thinking of a trip?
Mm-hmm. Just the two of us.
Well, what do you know? Where to?
Police headquarters.
Huh?
You'll love it there this time of year. Come on, Ada. Let's get going.
In our cast, Sergeant Allen was played by Lawson Zerby, Jenny by Doris Rich, Rose by Kathleen Cordell, and Potts by James Monks. Official Detective is produced and directed by Win Wright, written by Albert G. Miller. All names of persons and places used in this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to names of actual persons, living or dead, is coincidental. Jack Irish speaking. This program came from New York.
After all, traveling on a luxury train is very glamorous. But did you ever read one of those timetables where it says, baggage car, note, does not carry corpse?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, the nationally popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Tonight's story, The Blue Rocket Express, And here is Gene Abbott to set the stage for our puzzle in murder.
Pat's office is in San Francisco, but he'd been called to New York on a case, and in order to clear it up, we had to take the Blue Rocket from New York to Chicago for a quick one-day visit. And then we planned to take the rocket back to New York again. We'd checked our luggage through, and we were strolling into Grand Central Terminal.
Jean,
Yes, Pat?
the train doesn't leave for 20 minutes. Why do you always drag me to trains 9 years ahead of time? Now what are we supposed to do? Stand around the terminal twiddling our thumbs?
Don't get excited, dear. They opened the train a half hour early, see? Track 32. It's open already. So come on. Stop being a typical husband and get on the train.
Oh, of all the silly things. Dragging me here so early that I... Oh, you go ahead.
Why?
I need razor blades and cigarettes and a couple of magazines I forgot to buy.
Uh-huh. We got here too early. Well, you're lucky I brought you here so fast. You'd have forgotten about it.
Okay, now just stop being a typical wife and get on the train.
I checked our space at the desk inside the gate and went into the lounge car. I just lit a cigarette when the only other passenger in the lounge, a small, bespectacled chap, nodded at me quite cheerfully.
Rather pleasant to board the train early, isn't it?
Yes, it's very comfortable.
Are you going to Chicago or on to California?
Just to Chicago for the moment.
Oh. My name's Duffield, Professor Ernest Duffield.
Mine's Abbott, Gene Abbott. You with the University of Chicago, Professor?
Oh, no. I'm going to California. I'm in the through car.
Oh, well, how do they work that? I've always flown across.
Well, you see, they switch the car off in Chicago and then hitch it on to the back of the El Dorado. That way, as they say in the ads, you don't have to change trains.
What do you teach, Professor?
Well, I'm not teaching anymore, Mrs. Abbott. I'm doing research.
Oh.
Matter of fact, that's why I'm going to Los Angeles to a conference.
And what's your subject?
Bacterial warfare.
Oh, I hate those words. Thank heavens no one's tried that yet.
Oh, but they have.
That sounds horrible. What is this conference in California?
I'm very sorry indeed, but I cannot discuss that. It would be classified information. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Please don't go. My husband would love to meet you.
Well, I'd be delighted to meet him, too, but I'm, sort of an old eccentric, I guess you might say. I can't stand crowds. The moment the train fills up, I prefer retiring to my compartment until the end of the trip. I'm alone. I can relax, read.
Goodbye, Professor. It's been most interesting.
Thank you, Mrs. Abbott. Good evening.
Well, leaving us so soon, friend? My name is Charlie Drake. Stick around, friend. I have a few stories you'll like.
I beg your pardon.
Well, get him. He ain't square. He's oblong. How about you, ma'am? I guess we might as well be friends. We're fellow travelers in the old shoot. Drake's the name, Charlie Drake. I'm the original good time Charlie.
Uh-huh.
You traveling alone, honey? Just a small-town girl at the mercy of all the traveling salesmen?
No. I'm with my husband.
Oh, well, that ties it.
In fact, here he comes.
Well, I got everything I needed, Gene.
Pat, this is Charlie Drake, my husband.
Hi. Look, house for all of us, whipping up a little bridge game. Let's see, there's three of us here. Who's that fellow over there in the corner? Anybody know him, the old geezer?
No, we don't.
What do you say there, stranger? How about for being a fourth at bridge? Eh? Oh, foxy grandpa, a little on the deaf side, huh? Well, I can always keep the folks happy. I don't believe I caught your name.
I'm Pat Abbott. This is my wife, Jean.
Going to little old Chicago, are you? So am I. I'd love to be on that through car to sunny California, but business forbids. You got nice accommodations?
Yes, we're quite happy about it.
Well, look, I'm in car 181, compartment C. Open day and night, never a dull moment. Anytime you're feeling blue, you want a few laughs, call on your good friend Charlie. Hey, have you two heard the one about the nearsighted octopus and the bagpipes? Have you? You'll bust your buttons, kid. This one's a real knee slapper. Now, listen here. It seems the octopus went to...
Who is it?
Pullman conductor, sir. Urgent telegram for Professor Duffield.
Oh, all right. Just a moment. I'll find the light. And my bathrobe.
Yes? Shut up, Professor. Get back into your compartment.
What are you doing with that gun? Who are you? What do you want?
You're bringing something to that California conference, Professor. It's a culture. Little germs in a flask.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, don't stall. There's no time. I know all about it.
You've made a discovery. It's the most powerful bacterial weapon ever devised. The easiest to make, too. Quickest, cheapest. Now, where is it? Where's the flask?
Get out of here.
I want the flask, Professor, and right now. Be smart and turn it over.
Who are you?
Well, I guess you'd call me a salesman. I pick up little items like yours and then put them on the open market. Sell them to the highest bidder. You'd be surprised how these items draw customers. In America, Mexico City, Cairo, Berlin. I get around. I do very nicely. Now, where's the flask?
Stay away from there.
Is it in the medicine cabinet?
All I have to do is shout. The conductor will
You
come.
open your mouth, and I'll put half a dozen bullets into that celebrated brain of yours. The flask in one of your valises?
I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get out of this compartment. The flask is top secret property of the United States government. You must be out of your mind trying to get away with a thing like this.
I've done pretty well before. Now talk up, Professor. Where the devil is that culture?
I said I'd wait 5 seconds. You've about used them up.
You don't really want to die, do you, Professor? You have so much to contribute to America. Why get yourself knocked off? Don't you have a family, Professor? Friends? Don't you want to go on living? Professor, you're just begging to be killed, and I'm just the guy to do it. You know, I could even make it worth your while, Professor. I'll get lots of dough for the flask. Maybe I could cut you in for a piece. Now, where is the blasted culture, Professor? Don't touch that bell. Go. Keep your hands off that bell, or I'll crack your head open with this gun. So help me out.
After Pat and I left the lounge, we didn't see the professor or Good Time Charlie for the rest of the trip. We left the train at Chicago without knowing there was anything wrong. Neither did anybody else. Pat tended to his business and then took a relaxing spin on Lakeshore Drive in a cab. And by early evening, we were back on the return trip of the Blue Rocket Express heading for New York. After dinner in our compartment... Pat, I've been wondering. This is car 181, compartment C. Now, where did I hear that before?
From that big bore, Charlie. He said this was his compartment on the way to Chicago. Oh, I'm awfully tired, darling. I think I'll hit the hay.
Well, I'm wide awake. Night Owl Jean, they call me.
Okay, you go on up to the lounge. I'm going to ring for the porter and have him make up the berths. I'm knocked out.
Well, thank goodness we lost Good Time Charlie. I was afraid we'd run into him again. Or when we got off in Chicago.
Yeah. Yes, come in. Oh, porter, make up our berths, please. Thank you.
Oh, I'll step out of your way, Porter, so you can pull down that upper. Pat, look. There's a body up there.
Yes, a dead body.
Oh, Pat.
Get the conductor, please, porter. Oh, someone did quite a job on him.
Well, it's Professor Duffield.
What? Who's he?
Well, I met him in the lounge car when we were leaving New York before you got here. He's a scientist and expert on bacteriological warfare.
Well, that makes it worse, much worse. You better have the conductor notify the FBI immediately.
But this wasn't his compartment. What was he doing in here?
The porter tells me someone's died in here.
Yes, conductor. When he lowered the berth a moment ago, we found this body.
What are your names?
Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Abbott.
All right. I'll find another space for you. Now, don't discuss this with anyone under any circumstances, except the police. I'll have them aboard on it at our next stop. Now, we'll take care of everything now. Just keep calm and keep quiet. Don't go to sleep in the space I give you until I've had a chance to get more information from you.
This man, the dead man, was in the wrong compartment.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I met him on the way to Chicago on this train last night. If he was murdered and then his body was shoved into the upper berth and left sealed there, this is not the compartment he had for himself. His name is Professor Duffield. He was originally on the through car to California.
He was in highly classified government work, conductor. You better report that instantly when you contact the police.
Now, my schedule book says the man who occupied this space on our trip out was a Mr. Charles Drake.
Now, conductor, my wife wouldn't make a mistake. Besides, Charlie Drake... Good Time Charlie, as he called himself, got off in Chicago. This is not Drake. Look, would you do something for me?
Oh, what is it?
Here are my credentials. I'm a private investigator. The New York police will know my name if you want to check. So will the FBI and the Pentagon. I've been on cases involving classified material.
Well, you tell all this to the police, Abbott. I'm just a conductor trying to get a train into New York.
All right. Now, this train is a radio phone. So is the El Dorado. And time may be terribly important. Would you let me call them?
Well, what for?
I want to ask them if Professor Duffield is aboard.
Well, he's lying there dead, isn't he?
Look, just let me make the call. I have a theory. There's a phone in the diesel cab of the El Dorado. I read about it in the magazine.
No, I can't let people play games now, Mr. Abbott. I have to see if there's a doctor aboard. I have to contact the police at the next town.
The one call. I have the right to do that, don't I? Look, I can't get away, can I? You can listen to the conversation if you like. I'm telling you, this may mean the solution of the case.
Okay, make your call. There's 2 cars ahead.
Thanks. Come on, Gene. Where are we, conductor? And what time is it?
Approaching Manfield, Ohio. It's 8:55.
Mm-hmm. Mobile operator. This is RY64372. I want BX6500.
Oh, you think you'll get through, Pat?
Probably. I've got to ask him this question.
I don't get it. Professor Duffield's dead in compartment C, and then you're calling to ask...
El Dorado, this is Patrick Abbott. I'm a private detective. Aboard the Streamliner Blue Rocket. You what? Okay, get on, conductor.
Hello, El Dorado. This is John L. McLeod, conductor aboard 15. Yes. Yes, it's all right. I understand. Yes. What's your question, Abbott?
Do they have a Professor Ernest Duffield aboard? Passenger for Union Station, Los Angeles. In a compartment on the through car.
Duffield for L.A. in the through car. Got a passenger of that description?
Well?
But what's the answer?
Yes. Are you certain? He is? Thank you. Goodbye.
What'd they say?
They have a Professor Duffield. He's fine, enjoying the trip. Of all the ridiculous gags to
pull... Well, that's impossible. The dead man is the professor.
All right. The police will take over shortly. We'll find out all the answers. They're getting aboard at the next stop 2 or 3 minutes now.
You said you'd find another space for us.
Yes, I'll try. Now, please, you wait here. I'll be back shortly.
All right. That's good. This is just what I wanted.
What are you going to do?
Follow me to the door.
But
now,
Pat,
never mind. The conductor has been so nice, I wouldn't want to spoil a beautiful friendship. Now, this train is slowing down. Just stand here. I'll get these latches open on this door. Now, in about 10 seconds, as the train slows down some more, you jump.
What?
Just fall easy. You'll tumble on the ground a bit, that's all.
Well, you can't skip out now. We're in the middle of nowhere. You'll be a...
And we need every second, dear. Without any interference. Are you ready?
Well, the train's going too fast. I'm not...
jump!
We were lucky. We landed on soft ground. Oh, thank goodness the train wasn't going quickly. It was very dark. We were in deep grass somewhere in the middle of Ohio. No lights anywhere. Nothing.
Now, let's see if we can...
If we can what, my dear? Crazy, Mr. Abbott. Exactly how do we solve a murder case involving a top-flight scientist by roaming around here by the railroad tracks?
Dear, this is Mansfield. I saw on the timetable that the El Dorado is due at La Junta, Colorado, about 5:40 in the morning. Now, if we can find a road and get a hitch and grab a plane...
Yes, if...
Look. Through the grass. There's a paved road way up there. I saw a headlight. Come on. Let's try for that hitch. Hurry, Gene.
We got the hitch in an old Model T. A very friendly farmer picked us up and told us there was a small airport about 15 miles away. A young veteran was operating a cargo plane service out of it. We bounced along the 15 miles in the old Lizzie, rattling like the famous skeletons on a tin roof. At the airport, we met the veteran. We thought we'd have trouble, but he was an eager kid, and the idea of trying to catch the El Dorado appealed to him. We stepped into his plane.
Yeah, I think we can do it, Mr. Abbott. Where do you figure on landing?
Well, that would be up to you, of course.
Oh?
But I'd like to pick them up somewhere around La Junta. If not, perhaps we might catch them in New Mexico.
Okay, now, you keep the timetable of the El Dorado in front of me.
and I'll head for the Hunter.
Well, isn't that country out there pretty rugged?
Yes, ma'am. Cliffs, hilly, rough terrain.
Well, can you make a landing out there where we can walk away from?
Ma'am, I used to fly over a spot called the Hump back in the war. From Assam to Kunming. You can fly over that. Anything else is a vacation with pay.
Oh, fine. That's a help. It's all we need. Real soupy storm. Now we've got to get through.
Cross your fingers. I'm taking off. Only by the way.
Yes?
There aren't any parachutes.
We took off. Pat and I squatted on bucket seats in the back. The weather was awful. The little plane rocked, rolled, and practically stood still in midair. And time was passing. Precious time. Pat?
Yes, Jean?
How do you fellas do it?
Do what?
Just sit there quiet-like as if you were on a pleasure jaunt. Me, I've bitten what's left of my nails. I've recited pertinent excerpts from a book I read called How to Keep Calm in a Crisis.
Well, just relax. There's work to be done.
Oh, yes, you always say that. But you have ice water in your veins. You're the rugged type. Me, I'm the delicate, scare real easy type.
It's none of my business, Mr. Abbott. It's kind of silly to ask now, but are you 100% certain this trip was necessary? Why couldn't you have left it to the police where the train stopped?
Because I'm after that train. By the time I convinced the authorities about who I am, what I suspected, what was going on, and fought through the right channels to the right authorities, it'll be all over. But really over.
How to keep calm in a crisis. Remember the key words. What the dickens are those key words?
I'm down about as low as I can get. We ought to be directly over the railroad tracks. I can't get any lower, we'll smack up.
Well, have you got any field glasses in this flying percolator?
Yeah, around here somewhere. See if you can spot the train. It shouldn't be too hard. The Eldorado's got a headlight that throws a beam about a half a mile.
Yeah, I've got the glasses. I'm watching.
Pat, we're awfully low.
Yes, ma'am.
If he suddenly spots anything and has to climb to avoid it, we might stall, mightn't we?
Now, just relax, dear. I told you before...
You see the train?
No, not yet.
Well, you better see it soon, Mr. Abbott. I can't keep this up indefinitely. If we come to a very high spot, I may not be able to hedge hop like I'm doing.
Well, it should be here. Unless it's late. I don't see a thing. Just miles of track. I can just about make out the tracks. This storm is cutting the visibility down too much.
Are you positive you're right about the time and the place?
Yes, absolutely, Jim. The only thing could throw us is if that train is very late. And that could be. Then we'd have to backtrack.
Well, it probably is late with this weather.
Now, if you just keep mum, dear, Wait a minute, wait. Wait a second, I've spotted it. I see it. The streamliner, about 20 cars. There's no freight. This is lit up like a Christmas tree down there.
Oh, thank heavens. Now what?
Can you get about 10 or 15 miles ahead of her and find a place to sit this plane down?
I can try. Oh, my aching GI back. Find a place to sit down here, huh?
We've got to, my friend. A scientist with top secret information has been killed. His head was bashed in.
Holy Aunt Hannah, is that what
yes.
this trip...
The killers are on that train. So put it down sweet and gentle and make it real fast.
If I can see a big enough stretch. This is a very small plane, but that doesn't mean we can land on a dime. You know, Wait a minute. I see a spot. Doesn't look too bad. Of course, that rain's got so many puddles going, we could land and maybe hit a ditch or a gully or give hole and turn right over. I'll never see it coming.
All right. Put it down, pal.
Huh?
Right where you think we have a chance to make it.
Okay, now if I overshoot this field, there's a cliff up ahead there, see?
Let me see.
We'll go right off the cliff.
Now put it down, I said. Steady. Jean, dear.
Yeah?
Brace yourself against that seat.
Wish I could see more, but here goes. Start praying.
Easy, boy. Easy. That's it.
Pat, I can't look.
Easy.
This is it. Now.
Pat, the cliff. We're too close. We're too close.
Made it.
Oh, Rod.
That's wonderful. Beautiful job. Now, look. You got emergency flares?
Yeah, under the seat.
Fine, I'll take a few.
What in the world are you going to do now?
Set these off on the track in front of the Eldorado and hope there isn't an accident. They do 90 miles an hour on some of these stretches.
We ran through the rain to the tracks. The pilot stayed back with his plane and was to join us later.
I'll light a flare here, Jean. There. Oh, just hope the rain doesn't kill it. You hear the train coming?
No, not yet.
Okay. Put another flare here. There. Now, let's see. Well, there are no curves on this approach. That's good. The engineer will see the flares early. Only it takes him almost a mile to come to a full stop. There. That's it. Now, just wait and watch.
Pat, you need a gun if you're going to board this train.
Yes, I need a lot of things, but I don't have any of them. I just have to take my chances. Good. He's seen it. You keep wide of the track, Jean. Very wide.
Yes, I am, dear.
He's slowing down. Now, look, when it gets to very slow speed, you watch down the left side. Watch the car doors. Someone might try to sneak off. I'll watch to my right. Shout if you see anything suspicious. Now, as she stops, run down a ways so you can see more of the train. That's the girl. Now, look for the conductor. Now, don't say anything. Let me do all the talking. There he is. There comes the conductor.
Hey, what's up?
Aye, set those flares, conductor.
What's the matter? Is this part of washout? What's wrong here?
My name is Abbott, Pat Abbott. This is my wife, Jean. I'm a private detective. We had to stop your train.
Why?
I want to see a passenger of yours immediately, Professor Duffield. We called you about it on the radio phone, remember?
Yeah?
Now, I have no time to explain. The through car, the last one?
Yes, now, but wait a minute. You have no right to do this. You've already broken the law. Setting up flares like that.
All right. Now, you come with me. There's a murder involved. Any armed police aboard? We could use them.
No, and if what you're telling me is a lot of malarkey,
Let's get on board. Step up, Jean. All right, now. Which compartment is Professor Duffield?
Compartment D.
Here it is, Pat.
Sorry, conductor. I'm going in.
No, just a minute. You can't just...
Yes, what is it?
Pat, it's Charlie. What? Good time, Charlie.
Well, what are you doing here? I thought you...
Thought that we were on our way to New York by now, Charlie? Yes, we might have been.
Well, Mr. Abbott, there's Professor Duffield. Now, what's all the excitement about? You're talking to Professor Duffield.
This man is not Duffield, conductor.
Get out of my way.
Stay where you are, Charlie.
Charlie?
This man has been masquerading as Professor Duffield. He murdered the professor on the blue rocket to Chicago. Then he hid the body in the upper berth of his compartment.
You don't get out of my way.
You left the body in your own compartment. Then you took the professor's space in the through car. All the crews are changed. You told everyone in the El Dorado that you were Duffield.
All right, Abbott. If you won't get out of the way.
Put down that gun.
Everybody, out of my way. I'll shoot anybody that tries to follow me. Don't move till I'm off this car.
Pat, how'll we stop him?
I'll get after him. That flask he took with him may be terribly important.
Pat, come back. He'll kill you.
He's left the train. I can see him through this window. He's running up the hill out there.
Pat, don't!
The door he slammed. There, I got it. Come back, Charlie!
I told you not to follow me, Abbott.
I said come back!
I won't miss this time.
Now look out! Behind you, the cliff!
Charlie, gripping the flask, fell 3,000 feet. And turning to fire at Pat, he didn't notice that he was beside that same ominous cliff we almost went over when we were in the plane. Sometime later, Pat and I were back on the El Dorado. The conductor and local police were conferring about the crime. Pat and I were having hot coffee in the lounge.
Well, Jean, I know exactly what you're going to say.
Do you?
Yes, you're very upset because I took so many chances.
Well, I certainly am. After all these years of married life, I've become rather fond of you, Patrick, and I'd hate to see...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Abbott.
Oh.
Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, hello. I remember you from the Blue Rocket. You're the gentleman who wouldn't play bridge with us.
Yes. I think I'd best introduce myself. I am Professor Ernest Duffield.
You're what?
That is correct. My identification papers. Would you care to see them, Mr. Abbott?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They told me what you did. I am extremely grateful. And so I imagine is the government. It is quite simple. The man Charles Drake murdered was hired to impersonate me. I was bitterly opposed to the idea, but the Scientists' Commission insisted upon it. I pleaded with them, but they wouldn't listen. The chap volunteered for the job, fully realizing how dangerous it was.
Well, Professor, your flask is gone. I presume it contains something very valuable?
It was supposed to contain something valuable, Mr. Abbott. And Mr. Drake went to great pains to find it, but, of course, it was worthless. The flask Mr. Drake died with in his hand was a nickel's worth of colored water. The real flask obviously is being sent to California by other means.
And how do we know you're Professor Duffield? I don't like to seem rude or melodramatic, but couldn't those identification papers be a government-manufactured fake for security reasons? Couldn't you be a government agent, maybe, impersonating Duffield, too? Did the government take the chance of revealing who the real man is, even now?
Did they, Mrs. Abbott?
Pat and I finally got back aboard the Blue Rocket on our way to New York. We were alone in our bedroom. Pat, do you realize you haven't kissed me since we left New York 3 days ago?
My, that's quite a debt I owe, isn't it?
You owe me 228 kisses, plus interest and carrying charges. A grand total of 343.
Wow. I better start paying off, huh?
Well, you'll find this is a very friendly bank, Mr. Abbott. We wouldn't mind at all if you'd overdraw your account. Moral of the story. There are plenty of fast express trains from Chicago to New York. But if you have a handsome husband who likes to make love to you, don't be a fool. Take a slow train.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those nationally popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. The cast included Kenny Delmar, Louis Van Ruten, and Mandel Kramer. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrow. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. This is Bill Rippey speaking. Next week, same time, same station, another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
You cannot have a mystery marathon without an episode of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Charles Russell plays Dollar in this one. Witness, witness, who's got the witness? Dollar is hired to find two missing witnesses in a case, since the bail bondsman is now on the hook for $50,000. Gangsters, shady characters, Johnny being kidnapped, and a lot of exciting events later, Johnny finally finds out why the witnesses are so important. A really deep and intriguing mystery story. It aired on October 22nd, 1949. Next is The 19th Pearl from The Fat Man, based on the detective Brad Runyon, created by Dashiell Hammett. This one is from the American version of the show, which ran from 46 to 51. An Australian version ran later from 54 to 55. Now, in this mystery, while Brad is taking his mother to that train station, he's approached by a mysterious woman who asks him to pretend to kiss her. He finds out a man is following her, and he takes it upon himself to find out why. As he digs deeper, a mystery filled with lies, deception, and theft is uncovered. Those who appear innocent turn out to be the opposite. A thrilling mystery. I really enjoyed this one. It aired January 21st, 1946. And then we have a lesser-known show, The Silent Men, which ran from 51 to 52, with Douglas Fairbanks Jr. playing the role of a different federal investigator from a different federal agency each week. In Murder in Vienna, a U.S. special agent is murdered in Vienna, where he was investigating a smuggling operation. He was killed to keep the truth about what he had uncovered from coming out. Fairbanks plays Special Agent Henry McAdams, who is assigned to finish the murdered agency's work and also find out who murdered him. This is a great mystery story, kind of a mix of espionage and detective and thriller all rolled into one. It aired March 26, 1952. Next is The Adventures of Ellery Queen, which aired from 1939 to 1948 on several networks, and starred Hugh Marlowe as Queen, Santos Ortega as his father, and Marion Shockley as Nicky Porter. The format of the show was a mystery dramatization, but it was interrupted by a panel of celebrities who would try to solve the mystery, usually incorrectly. Ellery would then reveal the correct solution. It won an Edgar Award for Best Radio Drama in 1941. In Message in Red, 3 women have been murdered in one night, all by the same gun. Victor Jory is the special guest armchair detective in this one. Can you guess who the murderer of the three women is before Queen reveals the answer? It's a really fun show that makes you feel like you're a part of the drama. It aired November 7th, 1945. And then we have Tales of Fatima. Running from January to October of 49, this one starred Basil Rathbone as himself, with Francis DeSales as Lieutenant Farrell and Agnes Young as Lavender, Rathbone's assistant. Another character, Princess Fatima, was a woman who spoke to Rathbone in his dreams, giving out little tidbits of clues as each story progresses. A combination mystery/adventure show, the writing was filled with humor and comedy as well. In Time to Kill, Rathbone received news of his own murder broadcast over the radio, which is news to him. At A Beautiful Blonde Woman, he accuses him of writing her letters, which he didn't write, and we have a very strange mystery story full of the trademark comedy that the show was known for. This aired May 28, 1949. All right, time to listen. I'll be back later.
In this case, most of the principals were out on bail. It put me out on a limb. This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar, starring Charles Russell. At Insurance Investigation, Johnny Dollar is just an expert. At making out his expense account, he's an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Max Krause, Krause Bail Bond and Insurance Agency, New York City, New York. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during my investigation of two of your clients. Or witness, who's got the witness? Or, he said, give me liberty or give me death, and got both. Expense account, item 1. $1, 1 cigar, to replace the asphyxiating stogie you were smoking when you arrived, unannounced, at my Hartford apartment door.
Name's Max Krause. Here's my card. Krause Bail Bond Insurance Agency, State, Federal, and Immigration. All forms of surety bonds and insurance. Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, I got a job for you to the tune of saving me $50,000.
Okay, you can come in. But you'll have to tie up that cigar outside.
Okay?
Here, better yet, give it to me.
Hey.
Thanks. Come on in.
Hey, what's the idea of throwing it out the window? That was an expensive cigar.
Oh, can you think of a better way to get rid of it? It was killing me. Here, have one of these.
Oh. Well, not the quality I'm used to, you understand, but much obliged.
Forget it. They were a gift. Maybe I won't even charge you for it. If I go to work for you. Well, shall we find out if I will or not? Sit down.
What do you know about Leo Persino?
Just what I read in the paper. Did you put up his bail?
I wish I had. Well, the bonds I put up were for 2 prosecution witnesses, know what I mean? Yeah. And they either took a run out, jumped from one of the bridges, or some of Leo's men put them out of the way, get me?
Vaguely. They're gone.
Yeah, that's right. And unless I can prove they're dead or find them, you understand, before the trial, which is a week from today, I forfeit the $50,000. 25 apiece, see my problem?
Yeah. Tell me something, Mr. Krause. Why'd you come to me?
I'll tell you why. To the police, these witnesses are only 2 names on a long list of missing persons. You up with me?
Yeah.
Now, and as for private detectives, I could never be sure that one wouldn't make a deal with Persino and make more money not finding them than I'd be paying to find them. Get the point?
Yeah. Well, what makes you think you can trust me?
Oh, well, you were mentioned by one of the insurance companies I sell for. They tell me that you're straight, except for padding your expenses here and there.
Hey, now, that's an insult.
What's a little padding? I used to do the same with my old man when I was in grade school. That kid stuff.
You'll find out.
What's that?
I said I'll find out what I can. Who are these lost, strayed, or stolen witnesses?
Nippy Carpenter's one. Real name is Glenn, you hear? Glenn.
Yeah.
The other is Dan Patterson. I got their addresses, next to kin, you know what I mean? What else do you need?
A big fat retainer, about $2,500.
That's pretty steep. I've only got $1,000 with me.
It just so happens that I'm a grand person to do business with, Mr. Krause. I'll take the $1,000. Expense account, item 2. $3.45. Train fare, Hartford to New York. A high wind and I hit the big city at the same time, 4 p.m. to be exact. So I set storm canvas and tanked crosstown toward 81st between Madison and 5th. One of the bits of information that had come with that $1,000 bit of paper was the fact that one of the missing witnesses, Nippy Cochran, had a sister, stage name Mona Doyle. She'd been born in Hell's Kitchen, and she'd worked out her own little recipe consisting of brains, beauty, and cheesecake to cook up her own version of heaven on earth, including angels, Broadway type. When I hove to in front of her 81st Street brownstone, a delivery boy was buzzing his way into the building. Not wishing to argue with Mona over the intercom system on the buzzer panel, I waited for the boy to come out. Caught the door before it closed. Thanks, Bub. Went in and up to her second-floor apartment.
Yes? Who is it?
My name is Dollar. You don't know me, but I have some news about your brother.
Oh? Just a second, I'll let you in. Come in.
Thanks.
What's this news you have about Nippy?
Oh, well, the guy who put up bail for him, Max Krause, has hired an insurance investigator to look for him.
Oh? Well, what am I supposed to do about that?
Ask me to sit down. I'm the investigator.
Well, you're awfully clever, aren't you?
No, I hire a couple of radio writers to work these things out for me.
Well, please do sit down.
Thank you.
Why did you do it this way? Did you think I'd let you in if I knew what you were?
Well, lots of people are allergic to what I am.
Well, I'm not.
That helps. Do you know where your brother is, Miss Doyle?
No. Now, could I fix you a drink?
Does that mean that this is the end of our little discussion?
Mr. Dollar, I don't know where Nippy is, believe that or not. I haven't seen much of him the last few years. He doesn't approve of me, and I don't approve of him. But that doesn't make any difference. What does is that if I did know where you could find him, I wouldn't tell you. I don't hate him enough to kill him that way.
That way? Are you holding out for a choice? Hey.
That was a nasty thing to say.
Oh, that slap you handed me ought to make us even.
Sorry. Don't you know what would happen if you found Nippy and brought him back?
Oh, I've heard that Leo Porcina has some quaint habits with people he doesn't want around. Something about wrapping their feet in a concrete block and lowering them into any handy river. But the law will give him protection until after the trial.
What difference would that make? Even if Leo were convicted, don't you think he'd leave orders behind to take care of Nippy?
Well, that could probably be worked out, too. Well, look, I wasn't hired to worry about that. I was hired to find your brother so my client won't lose his money. Well...
Oh, this is a lousy way for two people to meet, isn't it? I wish it were different.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'd like to ask you again to have a drink with me. That wind has my nerves jumping. And you haven't helped. Be a good guy, won't you?
With what she had to back up that invitation, I defy any guy, good or bad, to come up with anything but an acceptance. Unless he was crowded 70, and had a car double parked outside, and was married to a suspicious wife, who was waiting in the car. So, I stayed, and we learned to know one another. 20 minutes later, we were close friends. I knew it had to end, and it did. The door buzzer sounded, and Mona bounded over to the little button that controlled the lock on the downstairs entrance.
Don't be shocked, Johnny. I brush off a lot of my admirers this way.
The only thing I admire about you is the act you put on. It's a good one.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. There was one thing I forgot to tell you about my brother.
I can hardly wait. I'm all ears.
He gave me everything I have. Without him, I'd have none of all this.
Is it Nippy who's on his way up here?
That isn't what I mean. All Nippy did was introduce me to Leo Porcina. That's who's on his way up.
Oh, yeah. Well, blood may be thicker than water, but where you're concerned, it isn't thicker than champagne with ermine on the side.
Hi, Leo. Come on in and see what found you.
Well, what do you know about this? Who's he?
Johnny Dollar, an insurance investigator, hired by Krause to find Nippy.
Well, it's interesting. Yes, it is. Oh, boy, what are you going to say for yourself?
Matter Harry there said everything there is to say, except that I'm also looking for the other missing witness, Dan Patterson.
Yeah, I assume that. very apt, Mr. Dollar, that we should meet this way. Two men interested in the same subject.
The subject was more interesting before you came in.
You'll ignore that. Natural. What I meant was that I, too, am quite anxious to find Nippy and Patterson.
Can I mix you a drink, Leo?
No, leave us alone, Mona. Go in the bedroom.
All right, Leo.
And close the door, please. Now, man to man, Dollar, how do you propose to go about finding Nippy and Patterson?
What would you suggest, Porcina? Dragging the rivers?
Now, see here, Dollar, there's no need to take such a pessimistic view. I realize that an unfriendly press has endowed me with a reputation for violence, but I don't deserve it.
I hope you aren't bucking to be canonized.
That's a picture, isn't it? Saint Leo Porcina. Saint. Quite a sense of humor, Dollar. But my motives are honorable. I'm not afraid of the testimony of those two men. I want them back because their disappearance makes it look bad for me. It's the kind of thing that sways public opinion. I got nothing against them.
I'll believe that when I see the three of you enjoying a nice friendly game of billiards.
Well, have it your own way. I thought we could form a combination, you and me, to find the boys, but a combination's no good if I trust you and you don't trust me. Go ahead, Dollar. Bullet through alone. And good luck to you.
Thanks, Leo. I've enjoyed your pack of lies no end. So I put on my top coat, picked up my hat, and left. He didn't shoot me while I was on the stairs, so by the time I felt the sidewalk underfoot, I also felt fairly safe. But not for long. The chauffeur in a limousine parked at the curb took off his uniform cap and put on a hat with an eye-hiding brim. I looked up at the lighted window of Mona Doyle's apartment and saw Leo's figure just slipping out of sight. As I started down the street, the chauffeur was no longer a chauffeur. At a signal from Leo, he had turned into a man who was following me. I grabbed a cab on Madison, and by the time our zigzag trip to Patterson's address was over, I felt reasonably sure that I was no longer being followed. The hall was like a mine shaft and smelled worse. 4 doors down on the right, I found the number of Patterson's apartment.
Come on in.
The man who bid me enter was still wearing the hat with the eye-hiding brim. But something new had been added to his right hand, .45 caliber. Leo Porcina's chauffeur hadn't followed me to Patterson's address. He beat me there.
Close the door.
I don't like to ask foolish questions, but what are you doing here?
I live here. Or I did.
Patterson. Oh, great. I'm looking for you, and the way I do it is to try and get away from you. Look, take the lid off your right hand, will you? I want to talk to you.
Sure, but not here. Let's go someplace.
For me, that someplace was out. But before I got there, I had time to pass myself a question. What better place for a missing witness to hide than the employ of the guy he was supposed to testify against? Then I found a hiding place of my own. It was nice and dark, but the only person I was hiding from was me, Johnny Dollar, America's fabulous insurance investigator. Fabulous indeed. When my brain started the trip back from unconsciousness, I thought at first I had passed out in one of the tunnels. The air, what there was of it, was thick with the smell of burned gasoline. It was still dark, and it seemed like cars were going past me without headlights. Then I noticed that the tunnel was moving. It took me a long time to figure out that meant it wasn't a tunnel. It was a car, and I was on the floor in the back seat with a blanket covering me. It took 2 hands and all my strength, but I managed to lift the blanket away from my face. The first thing I saw was one of those old-fashioned speaking tubes that sometimes are used between a limousine's rear and driver's seat. It was hanging down, the mouthpiece a few inches from my head. But what was coming out of it was not noise, but that smell of burned gasoline, carbon monoxide. I didn't have to try them to know that all the doors were locked from the outside and that all the glass was unbreakable. From there, it took me only one short mental step to realize that speaking tube was connected to the exhaust pipe, and I was in the process of being executed in laughing Leo Porcina's private gas chamber. There's nothing so exhilarating as being slapped in the face with death. I wrestled a handkerchief out of my breast pocket, twisted it up into a stopper, jammed it into the tube, and clamped my hand over the mouthpiece. It didn't help the air any, but at least it wasn't getting any worse. Then I settled back to wait, trying not to breathe. Chauffeur, leg man, executioner, Dan Patterson, opened the rear door. When we came to a stop, waited a few seconds for the wind to clear out the fumes, then reached in, grabbed me under the shoulders, and dragged me out. I managed to stay limp until we got a few yards off the road and into the brush. Then I dug my heels in and heaved. It was surprise more than strength that toppled him, but it was no time for niceties. I picked up a handy rock and bashed him one on the head. Oh, come on, Danny boy, get with it. You'll catch your death of cold lying on this damp ground.
Where? Oh, $1.
Yeah, $1, which probably makes you feel like 2 cents.
Listen, I couldn't help what I did. But Leo, it's either do what he tells you to or get it done to you.
Oh, save that pitch for the jury, will you? I want some answers. First, where are we?
In New Jersey, about 40 minutes out from the city. Listen, give me a break. I'll help you all I can.
I ought to break your head. And save your time and effort. There's nothing in that shoulder holster your hand is moving for. I've got it. Now, do I use it, or do you tell me where Nippy Cochran is?
I don't know. I swear I don't. You gotta believe that. If I knew, I'd sell the information to Leo for plenty. He wants him bad.
Yeah, dream boy. I'll just bet you would. Okay, get up.
Wait a minute. What are you gonna do?
I was hired to find you, and I found you. And now I'm gonna put you away where you'll keep. Come on, get up.
Listen, maybe I do know where Nippy is. Why don't you and me?
Patterson, I'll have to stop you. I didn't want to fire, but I had to, and fast, in the darkness. Aim was next to impossible, but I shot low. I guess it takes more lead than I threw into him to kill a guy who's so full of mental poison. Patterson was alive when I got to him, and alive and conscious when I left him in the hands of the nearest police doctor. Score, 1 up. 1 witness found and 1 still missing. Expense account, item 4, 50 cents. Toll paid to get Leo Porcina's lethal limousine across the George Washington Bridge and back into New York City. Expense account item 5, 5 cents. Phone call soon after I got there.
Yes?
This is Dollar. Let me speak to Leo.
Oh, Johnny.
Yeah, sorry to disappoint you, but I'm alive and almost well.
Johnny, I don't know what you mean, and I don't care what you think of me. You gotta help me.
With what? Nailing my casket together?
Nippy's in town. He killed Leo.
Oh? Well, if it's true, that's a switch. All over the country, defendants are knocking off witnesses, but when I show up, the witness knocks off the defendant. I repeat, if true.
It is true. I was with Leo. We went from here to his apartment. Nippy came in with a knife, and you gotta help me. I don't know what to do.
Well, it's generally a good idea to call the police. Did you?
Are you crazy?
Probably. Where is Leo's apartment?
Do you have to go over there?
Why not?
All right. Pick me up here. I'll take you over. Goodbye.
Whether she was asking me or telling me, she was right. I must be crazy. I gave myself 10 to 1 odds that my journey would end in a trap. But I've been wrong before. Leo Porcina was in his apartment, all right, ungracefully spread out on the floor in front of a not quite clean white leather chair.
There he is. What are you going to do?
Knife wound, left side of chest. No signs of struggle. Where were you?
I was in the other room.
You didn't see it happen?
No, I hardly heard anything. I didn't even hear Nippy come in. The radio was on. I heard a mumble of voices that didn't mean anything. Then Leo screamed, Nippy. I ran in then, and Leo was just falling, and Nippy was watching him go down.
I wish I knew whether you were bawling because you're grief-stricken or because you're scared. I wish I knew a lot of things about you. Now, come on. Let's go back to your place. And maybe I can find out.
Here you are. Johnny Walker for Johnny Dollar.
Well, thanks. Would you also say it's Johnny on the spot?
I don't know why I thought I had the right to ask you to help me. Well, I didn't have anyone else to turn to.
Oh, you ought to improve your dialogue.
I'm not trying to be clever, Johnny. I'm petrified. Nippy knows I saw him. I'm the only one that saw him. If you could just stay with me until I could get out of town or until this is cleared up.
If I could keep my eyes closed, I'd say you weren't worth it. What you're trying to tell me is that you're afraid Nippy will show up with his dandy little carving set and go to work on you. Is that it?
It's an awful thing to say about my own brother, but that's right. I'm afraid he'll kill me. He hates me. He blamed me when Leo kicked him out of the combination.
Was he right?
Of course not. I couldn't make him believe me. He swore he'd pay us off. He did. He sold the information that got Leo indicted, and now he's killed him.
You know, that's an interesting point. That he'd go to all the trouble to turn state's witness against Leo and then kill him. Why would he do that?
I don't know.
What you started to say was to make it look as though you killed him, wasn't it?
Yes. He'd do anything to hurt me. Johnny, if you only knew...
Hold it. Never mind the dust in my eyes, gorgeous. To frame you, Nippy would have to supply you with a motive. Unless you already had one kicking around someplace. And your silence says you probably have.
Johnny.
Leo was nailed on tax evasion because it turned out that he had undeclared income deposited in various banks under various people's names. How much is in your account?
You're smart.
Not very. Doesn't take a wizard to add 2 and 2 and come up with a motive. With Leo out of the way, there's very little chance that you will be dragged into court as an accomplice. And I'll mention in passing the bank balance you didn't deny having.
I know it looks bad, Johnny. Please put your drink down.
Why not? It's empty.
I know it looks bad. I'd be in big trouble if the police found out about the account. But do they have to? Johnny?
According to all the rules, yeah.
I didn't kill him, Johnny. You've got to believe that.
I'd like to.
You've got to, darling. Don't you think it'd be worth it? There's the money. And there's me. Darling. Oh, Johnny.
Get away from me!
Johnny, what's wrong?
In this case, everything. I've been slugged and gassed. I had to shoot a man. I missed my dinner. But the worst of all is you. You think because you've got your kind of hair and your kind of eyes and mouth and the rest of it, you're going to hide all your lies and greedy ideas behind them and put a leash on any man you see. Well, it might work with a human being, but I'm not human. I'm an insurance investigator.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to turn you in for murder. That's what I'm going to do. Operator, get on this thing before I change my mind. Mona didn't really turn on the tears until 2 men from homicide took her and tucked her into a squad car. And I didn't warm up to my story until the press arrived. In print, in a very early morning edition that hit the stands at 12:01 a.m., it looked even better than it had sounded. Headline, Insurance Investigator Records Confession of Murderess. Lead, Police, late last night, booked Mona Doyle for the murder of Leo Porcina, racket boss. In an exclusive statement, Johnny Dollar, Hartford, said he was able to record the voluntary confession of the shapely knife killer by means of a tape recorder and a microphone concealed beneath a sofa, thus lifting the suspicion from her brother, Glenn Nippy Cochran, who has been sought for the slaying. The wind was dying, and so was I by the time I got back to my hotel, after making one stop at an all-night drugstore for expense account item 7, $1.79 adhesive tape, which might be classified as an odd item, since I didn't, as yet, have any broken bones. In my hotel room, I put the tape and the 2 telephone books, one classified, one general, to what I hoped would be good use, slipped on a dressing gown, and sat down to wait. An hour and 10 minutes later, it turned out that I'd waited long enough. Yeah? Who is it?
Telegram.
Well, you can't say much for his originality. Wait a second. I'll slip on a robe.
Okay, Dollar, get back in the room.
This is hardly the way to deliver a telegram, is it?
I've got a message for you, all right, but it's not in an envelope. I'm Nippy Cochran.
Well, hello, Nippy Cochran.
That confession you coaxed out of my sister isn't what the tape is recorded on. It's phony.
The police seem to like it.
Nuts. I killed Leo, of course you know.
Oh, that's your story, and it could be phony. Look, I'll tell you why the police like Mona's better.
Huh?
Leo died from a knife wound in the left part of his chest. There were no signs of a struggle. That means he was probably killed by somebody who just walked up to him and pushed. Someone he trusted, a friend. That doesn't fit you, but it fits your sister.
I've got the answer to that. It says in the paper that confession of hers lifted the finger off me. The least I can do is take it off her. And you know how that's done.
It's a little late for guesswork, Nippy.
Well, killing the same way with the same knife while she's alibied by the police, that'll clear.
What's it going to do to you? And if you get close to me, you can believe me, there's going to be signs of struggle this time.
I don't have to get close. See?
The knife came from the usual place in his collar behind his head. His aim was perfect. I felt the shock just over my heart. But the telephone books I'd taped to my chest called his number. The knife bounced off, and Nippy stood there with his mouth hanging open. Then I found something to throw. Something I could aim just generally. A chair. He stumbled back from the impact, and before he could collect his wits or his balance, I let him have a barrage. I should have known. A bail bondsman doesn't know the right people. Expense account item 8. $15, doctor fee. If it wasn't worth it to you, it was worth it to me to get that adhesive tape off by using alcohol instead of violence. Expense account item 9. $28.50. Replacement of hotel room furniture broken in final brawl. And expense account item 10, if you don't mind. $367.25. See enclosed bar, cafe, and theater receipts. Buying my way back into the favor of the magnificent Mona. Oh, and you may ask me how I was clever enough to know that she was innocent all that time. I didn't. But I could hope, couldn't I? Expense account total, original retainer not returnable, $500.71. Signed, yours, truly, Johnny Walker. Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes and stars Charles Russell. Script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Ed Max, Paul Dubov, Sidney Miller, Jim Nusser, and Georgia Ellis. The special music is written and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to be with us at this same time next week when another unusual expense account is handed in by...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Who is it? The Fat Man. The American Broadcasting Company brings you Dashiell Hammett's latest and most fascinating character, the Fat Man. The hard-boiled, hard-hitting adventures of a criminologist who tips the scale at 247 pounds. Tonight's adventure, the 19th Pearl. And now, here's the Fat Man.
One of the worst things about being fat is feeling thin. That extra load you carry around is something you never think about till you bump into a full-length mirror or drop a penny into a drugstore scale. Even then you don't feel fat. The only time you really feel it is when you run into a beautiful woman. That's when the old collar kind of chokes you and your hands look big and your legs are hard to cross. That's when you're glad you've got a busy job like mine, solving crimes. This one began in Grand Central Station, right near the information center. My mother was going away for a weekend. I was there to put her on the train.
You don't have to wait around till the gates open, son. I've gotten on trains before.
It's all right, Ma. It's a free night for me anyway. Want some peanuts?
For heaven's sake, no.
I do. Be right back. Bagged peanuts, Jenny.
All right.
Better make it 2.
Here you are. Okay.
Sorry, sister. I didn't mean to bump into you.
It's all right. I wasn't looking where... Please, will you do me a favor? It's terribly important. Here, hold this bag for me. Oh, Quick, he's coming.
Who?
Don't let him see me. He mustn't know I'm here.
Well, why not? What have you done?
Nothing. Stand in front of me, will you? Quick. Put your arms around me as if you were kissing me goodbye.
Say, what kind of a game is this?
Please, cover my face and kiss me.
Okay, sister. How's this?
Hold it.
How long?
Oh, no. No, don't stop. Just keep your arms around me.
As long as you say, baby. You know, I've heard about things like this, but I never figured it would happen to a guy like me.
All right. That's enough.
I wish I thought so. We ought to do this more often.
I'll have to run now. He's gone.
Maybe you'll be back.
Oh, no. No. I mustn't miss the train. Thanks ever so much for helping me.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you going to tell me?
No, there isn't time.
But I don't even know. Okay, sister. 2 ships that pass in the night.
Well, that was a fond farewell. Who was it, dear?
I don't know.
What?
Never saw her before in my life.
Is that why you were kissing her?
Don't make a romance out of it, Ma. She just borrowed me for a quick hug, and that's all there was to it.
Well, I don't know that it's wise to kiss strange women in stations, son. Have you still got your watch?
I've got more than my watch, Ma. I've still got her bag.
But how do you know she's on this train, dear?
I saw her duck into the car ahead.
Well, leave the bag with me. I'll give it to her as soon as we pull out of the station.
Are you kidding?
Son, we're going to start in a moment.
It's all right. I'll ride up to 125th Street.
Just to give her back her bag?
That's a good enough reason.
Well, be sure you get off at 125th Street. Oh, we're moving.
Okay, Mom. I'll take the bag up to her now.
What's the matter?
That dame's on the platform. I'm getting off.
Careful, son. Watch your step.
Sure. See you later.
Bye.
Good evening, beautiful.
Oh, you frightened me.
I didn't the last time. You want to play some more?
I don't think so.
Well, don't go away. I still got your bag.
Oh, well, thank you.
What's this all about, kid? Who'd you knock off?
I beg your pardon.
You must have done something. Otherwise, you wouldn't be running away.
Why not? Can't I be running away from danger? There's a man following me.
The guy on that train?
How did you know he was on it?
Simple arithmetic. You got on to give him the slip. He must have followed you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have got off.
That's exactly what happened.
What else happened?
I don't know what you mean.
Come on, kid. Tell me the truth or I won't help you.
I don't know that I want you to help me.
Okay, sister. I'll walk right out of the picture.
No, wait.
Changed your mind?
No. A man who's been following me changed it.
Huh?
He's standing right over there on the platform.
You'll be safe here, Miss Evans.
Is this your office?
Yeah. Step in.
Thank you.
Sit down. Make yourself at home. Every chair in this place is comfortable.
Have you sampled them all?
Every one. There's one thing I hate. It's sitting on hard wood. Have an apple, Miss Evans?
No thanks.
Awful good.
No thanks.
Well, tell me now. How long has this guy been following you?
About 3 days.
And you don't know who he is? Or what he's after?
No.
What do you do for a living, Miss Evans?
I'm an actress.
On the stage?
When I'm working.
Maybe I've seen you.
Not in New York. I haven't done anything here yet.
Rich daddy?
No. No daddy at all.
Then what keeps you in those gorgeous clothes?
I have a private income. My father left me some money.
Those beautiful pearls, too?
These aren't real.
Weren't they? Let me see them.
Don't you believe me?
No.
Why not?
Because you're not a very good liar.
What?
Even experienced ones take a deep breath after every lie they tell. But you've been pumping away like an iron lung.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Get out of here, Miss Evans. I won't take your case.
You won't get it, you insufferable man.
Keep going.
What?
Keep yelling at me. There's someone outside the door.
You overbearing, conceited pig. If I were a man, I'd give you the beating of your life.
That's enough. Well, what are you doing out here, mister?
Nothing. I was just...
Hey, come back here, you. You son of a gun, I'll make it much harder for you when I catch you. You gonna stop, you punk, or do I have to die for you?
Oh, you big ape.
I'm not as slow as I look.
Well, you didn't have to tackle me.
I'm sorry, old man. It's my old football training. Can you get up?
I don't know.
Well, yeah. There you are. Now, maybe you'll tell me what you were doing outside my door.
I was keeping an eye on Miss Evans.
That's an interesting pastime. Come on back to the office and tell us why.
It's my job. I'm a private detective.
Well. Who hired you?
Mrs. Stanton. Mrs. Jeffrey Stanton.
The banker's wife?
Yes. She wants a record of every move Miss Evans makes.
Why?
That's my business.
Well, maybe Miss Evans has an interest in it. Miss Evans! Miss Evans, where are you?
What's the matter?
He's gone.
A gentleman to see you, Mrs. Stanton.
Who is it, Carl?
He refused to give me his card, madam. He simply said the fat man is calling.
Fat man? What do you suppose he wants?
Some information, Mrs. Stanton.
Good heavens. What do you mean by coming in here unannounced?
But I was announced. I'm the fat man.
Well, I've never had the pleasure of meeting you, and I certainly don't intend to do so now. Show him out, Carl.
I don't think Carl is man enough, Mrs. Stanton. You'd better let me stay.
What do you want?
Some information about Miss Evans. I couldn't get a thing out of that clam you had following her.
What clam? What are you talking about?
Shall I call the police, Mrs. Stanton?
No. No, I can manage this call.
Very well, madam.
Now then, what were you saying, Mr. I don't believe you mentioned the name.
I didn't. People remember me better as the fat man.
Oh, I know who you are now. Mr. Parker told me about you.
Parker?
The man you very nearly killed in the hall outside your office. Said you fell on him like a ton of bricks.
He had no right listening outside my door. Did you really hire him to follow Miss Evans?
I did.
May I ask why?
You shouldn't have to. I thought everybody knew I was anxious to divorce my husband. Miss Evans is just one of the grounds.
One?
The only one I'll need. You see, Mr. Stanton made the mistake of giving her a necklace.
What?
Quite an expensive one, in fact. Matched pearls.
I see.
You seem disappointed.
In Mr. Stanton?
No, in Miss Evans. You're not a friend of hers, I hope.
Are you sure he gave her that necklace, Mrs. Stanton?
Well, I believe it was a gift. I've never inquired. I don't really care to know how these arrangements are worked out.
In other words, your husband and Miss Evans...
Let's not put it into words, if you don't mind. There'll be enough of that when the case comes up in court.
When the case comes up, Mrs. Stanton, you'll have to prove it. And right now, your star witness, Miss Evans, is missing.
Oh, not really missing. Unless something's happened to her.
What?
I don't know. Frankly, I don't really care. Parker will find her sooner or later.
Where?
Probably at my husband's apartment.
Oh. Doesn't he live here?
No, not regularly.
Well, after meeting you, Mrs. Stanton, I can't say I blame him. Mr. Stanton in?
Yeah, he's in.
O'Hara. What are you doing here, Captain?
Come on in. I'm waiting for the medical examiner.
Oh. Who's dead?
Who do you think? Stanton lived here all alone.
He might have had company.
He did, a little earlier. There's a knife in his chest.
Who put it there?
I don't know. The murderer didn't leave his card. Want to see the body?
You might as well. Where is it?
Right over there in the corner. And leave those chocolate-covered almonds alone. Place hasn't been gone over yet.
When did all this happen?
Don't know yet. I just got here a few minutes ago.
And the body was right where it is now?
I'm sure it hasn't moved.
It's funny, isn't it?
What?
How a guy gets stabbed in the chest without putting up any kind of a fight. No sign of a struggle around here.
So what?
Nothing. I just don't like it, that's all.
Why not?
Because the usual place for a knife is in the back. The chest, you see it coming. You got a chance to protect yourself.
Not if you trust the person who's coming at you.
Not if she's your sweetheart or something like that. Then you don't see the knife till it's too late.
What makes you think it's his sweetheart?
I don't even know if the man had one.
Well, then stop putting a noose around her neck.
Whose noose? What are you driving at?
Nothing. I just don't like your theory, O'Hara.
Well, it's apparent he was killed by somebody he trusted. If it wasn't his sweetheart, then...
Will you stop mentioning his sweetheart?
Why? Is she a friend of yours or something?
Don't be funny.
What are you mad at? What's seating you tonight?
Your theories. Stanton could have been sitting in that chair when he was killed. The murderer could have moved the body to throw us off the track.
I doubt it. The murderer didn't even have time to cover up the one clue that's going to convict him.
What's that?
A piece of string in the dead man's hand. You see how Stanton is holding onto it?
String? Looks more like a strong silk thread.
Probably something he tore from the murderer's clothing just before the knife went into his heart.
You don't tear single threads from a person's clothing, O'Hara?
Then what is it?
I don't know. Let's open his hand and see.
Wait a minute. We don't have to open it. I can see something between the fingers.
What is it?
A pearl.
Miss Evans. Miss Evans, if you're in your room, for the love of Mike, open up.
Who is it?
The fat man.
Alone?
Yes, open up, will you?
Well, what's wrong?
Plenty. I've got to talk to you like a Dutch uncle.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't come in.
Shut up. You're in trouble, kid. I'm going to find out just how much. Where did you disappear to when I went after that guy that was following you?
I ran down the stairs. Why?
That's what I want to know. Why?
To get away from him, of course. I knew you wouldn't let him follow me.
I wish I had. Where did you go?
Home?
That's a lie. I've been calling up here all night.
Well, I stopped off for a bite to eat.
Where? At Mr. Stanton's apartment?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, baby. Tell me the truth. I know half of it now. And I want the other half, or I'll call in the cops.
What have I done that's wrong?
Lots of things. Most of them aren't my business. But murder is.
Murder?
You heard me. Don't stand there looking from one of my eyes to the other. Even a lousy actress can look innocent. She's beautiful enough.
Why do you keep saying I'm beautiful?
Because you are. And if I weren't a man and a half, I'd take you in my arms and...
And what?
Never mind.
Go ahead. Do it.
Are you kidding?
Do it. I want you to kiss me, darling.
My name isn't Darling.
You never told me what it was. What can I call you?
Nothing.
You've got to believe me, darling. You've got to trust me.
Why?
Because I trust you. Will you kiss me now?
Yeah.
Oh. You're awfully sweet when you want to be.
Who gave you that necklace you were wearing?
What?
Who gave it to you? Why aren't you wearing it now?
I just took it off.
Where is it?
Don't you believe me?
Where is it? I want to see it.
I've got it.
Where?
Right here on my dress. Are you satisfied?
Not yet. Is this the necklace you were wearing in my office?
How many of these trinkets do you think I have?
How do I know? There must be more where this came from. Who gave it to you?
Mr. Stanton.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
Because it was none of your business.
Well, that's a good answer. Is it my business now?
If you want it to be.
How do you want it to be, Miss Evans?
I want it to be Kathy, not Miss Evans.
Okay, Kathy. I'll take your case.
Have I got one?
You will have. The cops will be swarming all over this place by tomorrow morning.
Why?
Don't worry. Everything will be all right.
You didn't feel that way when you came in.
When I came in, I never expected to find this string of pearls. Not in one piece, anyway. You mind if I take them?
What for?
I thought you trusted me.
You still haven't answered my question.
I need these pearls to make your alibi stand up, Kathy. Don't forget, I'm working for you, but the police aren't. You're sure these pearls were bought here, Mr. Werner?
Quite sure. I matched them for Mr. Stanton myself.
No chance of a duplicate set looking exactly like these.
Very unlikely. Pearls are almost as individual as people. That's why they're so hard to match.
I see. This is your clasp, of course.
Oh, yes, it was made here.
And the string?
No, the string might be anybody's. There's nothing distinctive about a string.
But the pearls are distinctive.
Quite. Why did Mr. Stanton rearrange them?
You mean they're not in the right order?
Oh, the order is correct. But I only counted 18.
What?
The big one in the center is missing.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy?
Oh, yes.
This is the fat man. Do you want to swing for the murder of Mr. Stanton?
No.
Then do what I tell you.
But I didn't kill him.
Then why didn't you tell me you knew he was dead, you two-faced...
No.
Shut up. I know you were in Stanton's apartment tonight. You had to be, or you wouldn't have had that necklace back.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't play dumb with me. You picked those pearls up off the floor and strung them together again. All except one.
What?
You stupid little fool. You left the most important one in the dead man's hand.
Oh, no.
Now, this is your last chance, Kathy. Meet me in my office in 15 minutes or I go to the police.
But
Be there.
Yes?
It's me, Kathy.
Come in.
What? Mr. Parker, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. The fat man sent for me.
Where is he?
He'll be back. He stepped out for a few minutes.
Oh?
Come on in. Don't be afraid.
Well,
Come on. The fat man wants me to show you something.
What?
Look over there on top of the desk. See it?
What is it?
A pearl. The largest one of a set.
And what's it doing here?
That's the fat man's business. He just wanted me to show it to you. Recognize it?
I don't know very much about pearls.
Then you wouldn't be interested in buying it.
Not from you. Who told you it was for sale?
The fat man. He offered it to me for...
What's the matter?
There's a microphone hidden in this bowl of fruit. The fat man must be interested in your reactions.
Where do the wires go?
Over here, to the window and down the side of the building. He must be listening in another office.
He won't listen anymore.
Don't do that, you fool. Put that microphone down.
Why?
Because he'll know you smashed it. You want to get... Where's that pearl, Miss Evans?
I beg your pardon.
That pearl. You took it off the desk while I was at the window.
Oh, you're mistaken. I haven't been near the desk.
Come on. Give it to me or I'll search you for it.
Let go of me.
Not until you put that pearl back. Open your hand.
No,
Open it, I said. The fat man will kill me if you get away with it. Come back here, you little devil.
Not on your life.
Just a moment, Miss Evans.
Mrs. Stanton.
Yes. I'll take that pearl, please.
Look out, she's got a gun.
Stay where you are, young lady.
No, you can't make me.
Stop. I told you to stop. You're wanted by the police for the murder of my husband. Get in the cab, Miss Evans.
Where are you taking me?
Get in.
I'll watch her, Mrs. Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. All right, driver. Hurry. Police headquarters.
Right.
Why don't you start?
Gotta wait for the light to change, lady.
You gotta wait for me, too.
The fat man.
Surprise. How do you feel, Kathy?
I'm all right.
You better have somebody look at that shoulder. Franklin Hospital, driver. Make it snappy.
Okay.
Just a moment. We're taking her to police headquarters.
With a fresh wound in her shoulder, she needs medical attention.
But I said...
Franklin Hospital, driver, and don't spare the horses. How is she, Doc?
Oh, she'll be all right. Bullet just grazed her shoulder.
You're very lucky, Miss Evans.
You mean you're very lucky? Don't you know it's against the law to go around shooting people?
I couldn't let her get away with that pearl, could I?
Why not? That isn't the one they found in your husband's hand. That's just a hunk of paste.
But you told us all to come to your office so you could trap the one who tried to steal it.
How did you know that?
It was obvious.
That's no excuse for shooting at her, Mrs. Stanton.
Oh, I didn't really shoot. I tried to frighten her more than anything else.
Well, in any case, I'll have to make a report to the police. Will you come with me, Mrs. Stanton?
Certainly.
You're a dead pigeon, Kathy.
What do you mean?
Even a bald-headed jury won't save you on this one.
But I didn't kill him.
I think you did. What's your vote, Parker?
I won't say until I've heard all the facts.
But you know all the facts. Didn't you follow her to Stanton's apartment late this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Well, how long was she there?
About 20 minutes.
And she went right to the railroad station as soon as she left his apartment.
But I didn't kill him. He was dead when I got there.
Then why did you pick up the pearls and string them together again?
Because I knew I was being framed. Somebody put that necklace in Mr. Stanton's hand.
That's a good one.
It's true. I didn't have the pearls when I went to his apartment.
What?
They were stolen from me this morning.
Can you prove that?
No,
Can you prove it to me, Kathy?
I don't know. Look at me.
I'm looking.
I didn't kill Mr. Stanton. I swear I didn't.
It's not good enough, Kathy. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll help you get out of here.
What?
I'll give you a head start on the police.
Don't be a fool.
Mind your own business, Parker.
This is my business. If she killed Stanton...
Go on. Give her a break, will you?
No, I'm just as responsible as you are. You can't make me a party to this.
Then turn your back on it.
You're crazy. It's a felony to assist a criminal. I'm going to call the police.
Get away from that phone.
For heaven's sake, use your head. They'll catch her anyway.
Get away from that phone, I said.
No, don't. I can't run away. It'll only make it look worse.
Why, of course. The sooner we call the police, the better.
Hello?
Hello. Get me the police department, please.
Yes, sir.
You're not going to make that call, Parker.
What?
You're not going to make that call if I have to pick up one of these knives and jab it into your ribs.
Yeah, put that down. Put that down, you fool.
Now, you see, Parker? Even on short notice, a man reaches out for the murderer's hand, the hand with a knife.
What?
Don't you understand? When a man comes at you with a knife, you reach for his hand, not for his throat.
What are you talking about?
Stanton. He couldn't have torn those pearls off Kathy's neck. If she came at him with a knife, he'd have grabbed for her hand the way you grabbed mine.
You mean she was framed?
You guessed it. She was framed by a guy who knew every move she made. A guy who knew when he could steal that necklace and plant it in Stanton's hand at the most effective time. Who fits that description, Parker? Who knew every move Kathy made these last 3 days?
Well, why are you looking at me?
Because you're it. You wanted Stanton out of the way so you and Mrs. Stanton could get married and live on Stanton's dough. You're no private detective. I found that out 5 minutes after I met you.
Drop that knife and stay where you are. I've got a gun.
Look out, Kathy. You may use it.
I will if you don't get out of my way.
Hello? That phone's open, Parker. You're giving the police your whole confession.
What?
Oh!
Hello? Hello?
Take it easy, Captain. I'm bringing in a murderer. So you and Stanton were just good friends, Kathy?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Must have thought an awful lot of his friends to give them pearl necklaces.
Well, I know you won't believe it, but he was like that. He once gave a surgeon a brand new car just for operating on his hand.
What did you do for the old boy?
I went out with him, let him take me to shows and things.
Well, here's where I get off.
Am I home already?
This is it. Night, Kathy.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I ever going to see you again?
I don't know.
Why not? Don't you like me?
Sure. I like all beautiful women. Trouble is, I fall in love with them.
And what's wrong with that?
Having to fall out. So long, Kathy. Remember, nobody loves a fat man.
Listen again next week at the same time when the American Broadcasting Company brings you another adventure of Dashiell Hammett's exciting new character, the Fat Man. Next week's story is called The Unfamiliar Face. And, as the Fat Man says,
Know a man's face, and you know the man behind it. Line for line, it tells the story of his life. From the women he's known to the crimes he's committed.
tonight's adventure of the Fat Man, played by J. Scott Smart, was directed by Robert Sloan. Bernard Green composed and conducted the original music.
Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in The Silent Men. The National Broadcasting Company proudly presents Douglas Fairbanks' production of The Silent Men. Transcribed stories of the undercover operations of the special agents of every branch of our federal government and their relentless fight against crime. Now here is Douglas Fairbanks.
This is no pleasant tale I have to tell. It is the story of the bitter struggle of the United States government to prevent the Soviet Union from arming for total war at American expense. It's a story of hate, intrigue, and murder told to me by a highly placed American official in Europe. In it, I will play the role of Special Agent Henry McAdam, a file case entitled Murder in Vienna, in which only the names and places are fictional. I just finished an assignment for the ECA in Florence, Italy, when a terse cable from Washington ordered me to report immediately to Special Agent Maury Kahn in Vienna. I'd worked with Maury some years ago on some tough narcotics cases, and a warm friendship had sprung up between us. It was good to see him weaving his lanky form through the little knots of people.
McAdam! Washington's gift to law and order. Come on.
Well, where are we going?
You know, in Vienna, there's only one thing you do on Sunday afternoon. Go for a walk.
Any place in particular?
No, just so long as it's in the American zone of occupation.
No. The others aren't so healthy, eh?
Not for me. Vienna's divided into zones, just like Berlin.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but what about the International Patrol?
Only in newsreels they're effective.
What's the matter?
Just picked up my shadow.
Well, they don't let you get lonely, do they?
No, for every American here, there's 2 commies to watch him. Let's stand here. He can't get close enough to hear me.
Fill me in. What are you working on now?
I don't want to talk shop today. It's Sunday, and the first nice day we've had in a month.
Oh, it's lovely.
So I'll take 60 seconds off to brief you on what I've been doing. After that, nothing. Till tomorrow. Deal?
Sure.
Okay. Vienna's Russia's most important commercial contact with the West.
Uh-huh.
They do most of their buying here. They set up an agency under Colonel Zarkov. Ball bearings, machine tools, heavy precision machinery. They buy it from all over the world, including America.
How do they clear the borders with it?
They not only buy materials, they buy men. Customs inspectors, officials of all sorts.
Kind of frightening, isn't it?
Yeah, and sickening. Some big American firms are shipping these goods to neutral countries knowing they'll end up in Moscow.
Well, we not only have to buck the commies, but Americans too, it seems.
That's what I've been working on.
You've made no reports on this, eh?
Nope. I've been carrying the facts up here in my head. Lists of names, shipments, and proof.
How come you haven't filed interim reports?
Interim reports would have attracted attention to what I was doing, and a lot of big names are mixed up in this. American names. They'd start throwing their weight around, and I'd be taken off the case one way or another. Like last night.
What was last night?
Last night, somebody took a shot at me.
Where are we now?
Neubergasse, where the American and French zones meet.
Oh. You know, there's still a lot of charm about Vienna. Look at this statue of Mozart playing for 2 children dancing. And that organ grinder. Vienna, city of music and romance.
Not now. It's a city that lives in the past. A city of tired, faded dreams. In 24 hours, the charm wears off, and you see it for what it is.
All right, but the 24 hours it takes, do you mind if I enjoy them?
Say, you're right. You should enjoy them, and I'll tell you what I'll do, Henry. I'm going to help you.
That's more like it.
Come on. If there's one thing in Vienna that's a sheer delight, I have it.
What's that?
A girl. She's waiting for us at the Stadtcafé.
Whatever charm and gaiety was still left in Vienna seemed to have concentrated on the Stadtcafé. It was a little sidewalk restaurant overflowing with coffee, conversation, and laughter. Maury's girl wasn't there when we arrived, and an overfed waiter thumped some coffee and a huge platter of pastries on the table before us.
She's 10 minutes late. That's not like us.
That's love for you. When 10 minutes seems like an eternity.
Yeah.
Your shadow seems to be having himself a time. He's got himself a friend now.
The new one's probably your boy.
So soon?
Yeah. Henry.
I know. Carry a gun and watch out.
They must know I'm onto something. They wouldn't have taken a shot at me.
Where did it happen?
I'd taken Elsa Holmes on my way back.
How long have you known her?
Since I came here about a year ago. She's a receptionist at the ECA office here. Look, don't say anything to her about last night.
Okay. Know anything about your work?
No. Oh, there she comes now.
And then some.
Yeah. Elsa! Over here!
Having your coffee without me?
Elsa, this is Henry McAdam, the friend I told you about.
How do you do, Mr. McAdam?
Oh, Henry, to beautiful women.
Thank you. Henry,
Some coffee?
please.
Hey, why were you so late, Elsa?
I had things to do.
What kind of thing?
Oh, that is so like a man. For weeks now he has been hiding some terrible secret. And every time I ask him about it, he tells me politely to mind my own business. Now I am 10 minutes late, and I must give him a detailed account. Perhaps he will tell you what this mysterious business of his is all about, Henry.
Could be.
And you will tell me?
Sure, positively.
Just so that you may come with us.
Elsa's making dinner for us tonight.
No, really?
You're coming to my apartment.
Hey, you can't back out of this one, McAdam. You want to shatter a beautiful romance?
Oh, two company.
Oh, come along, my two handsome American boys. One on each arm.
On our way out, we passed the two Russians, Maury's shadow and his friend. They were keenly interested in our departure, but made no move to follow us. We walked a few blocks to a garage where Maury was having his Jeep serviced. Then we drove down Neubergasse towards the outskirts of the city where Elsa lived. We still in the French sector?
Just left it. We're in the Russian area now. I think I'll take it a little faster.
Kind of a desolate stretch.
Yeah.
Look, there's a car behind us.
So what? It's a free road.
Whether they're moving up on us.
Take a look, McAdam.
I don't know. They're moving up awful fast.
Hang on. I'm going to open her wide.
They're gaining.
Oh, just probably some guy who feels like racing. Guess I'm getting jumpy after last night, you know.
We'll know in a couple of seconds. They're even with us.
Pull over!
Keep going, Maury. Don't stop.
They'll run us into the ditch. We'll be killed.
Up your car! It's no use. I should have known better. We got to stop. Elsa, when I stop, you get out and run for it. You too, McAdam.
Get out, Elsa. I'm saying.
No, it's me they want. You can get away too, Henry. No. Hurry, Elsa.
It's too late.
Get out of the car. Hurry up. What do you want? Get out. Let the girl go. Elsa, you go. She stays.
She's got nothing to do with this.
I'm not asking you. Start walking toward my car. Keep your hands over your heads. This is good night's work. Maury Kahn and Henry McAdams, two American agents.
Should get you an extra issue of vodka.
Hey, look, I've got nearly $100 American in my pocket. Take it and let the girl go, huh? For an American, you are very chivalrous. Peter, these men must have guns. Take them. And now, get in the car. We will be a little crowded, but not for long. You can get in the back seat with your girl, Don Stefan. You keep them company. McAdam, you get in the front with Peter and me. Hey, what do you want her for? She knows nothing. She's done nothing. You are making me sick about the girl. Shut up.
We demand that you let her go.
You demand? Ah, that's different. Peter, open the door and let her out.
Stop the car.
That wasn't in the bargain. Throw her out, Peter. All right?
Elsa! Why, you...
Stop it, you fool. You will make me go up the road.
Not tonight.
Peter, quietly. All right?
It was the cool antiseptic smell of the hospital that made me first realize I was still alive. I struggled to get my eyes open and finally made it. I found myself speaking to a man who sat on a chair near my bed. But the voice didn't sound like mine. What do you want?
Nice to have you with us again.
How long have I been where I am?
A little less than 2 days.
Oh.
Feeling pretty woozy?
Tongue weighs 2 tons. How did Maury make out?
You're in no shape to talk yet.
I said, how did Maury make out?
That's doctor's orders.
Dead?
The doctor said to...
Maury's dead. You've got to tell me.
Yes.
And the girl?
What girl?
Elsa. She was with us in the car.
We found you and Maury in a field. Oh. There was no girl.
Look in the ditch. You'll find her, too. What do you want?
I worked with Maury. I'm Gilbride, his chief.
Good for you. Go away.
We'll get to the bottom of this. Soon as you can talk.
Sure. We'll talk. Lots of talk. But Maury's dead. He never had a chance, did he?
You go back to sleep now.
All right. But when I get up, I'm resigning. I'm going back home and raise cabbages. 24 hours later, the miracle that's present in every one of us had taken place. I was out of bed, walking groggily around my little room. The door opened, and a nice-looking man in his early 50s came in. He looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place him.
Well, hello, McAdam. You're looking much better today.
Oh, thanks.
I'm Jack Kilbride, head of the division that Maury Kahn worked for.
Oh, I remember you now. You asked me about the girl.
Yes.
Yeah.
You said look in the ditches. Maybe we'd find her. We looked. She wasn't there. Any ideas?
Yeah.
Well, let's have them.
Tomorrow.
Why tomorrow?
Because I get out of here tomorrow.
You want to take over where Maury left off?
That's the general idea.
That's strong. No.
I'll gain strength as I go along.
All right, report into my office before you do anything.
Sure thing.
You'll have all the help we can spare you on this thing.
Just one good man will do it. And I got him all picked out.
Name him and he's yours.
Maury Kahn. Can you get him for me? They checked me out of the hospital 10 o'clock the next morning. I phoned information at ECA headquarters. I asked for Elsa, and they said she hadn't reported in for work in 3 days. They gave me her address, 797 Schoenberg Platz, apartment 3. I took a cab to that address. I managed to climb the stairs and ring the bell on her apartment door.
Ja?
A middle-aged lady opened it and stared at me out of frightened eyes.
Was ist? What is wrong? You're sick?
A glass of water and I'll be all right.
Come in. Sit down. I will bring you some. Here.
Thanks.
What do you want?
Elsa, where is she?
She is not home.
I've got to talk to her.
I know nothing. You had better leave at once.
When did you see her last?
I have not seen her. Please, go.
You live here with her?
Yeah. I am her aunt.
She said she was bringing her boyfriend home for dinner on Sunday night. Were they here?
Yeah.
You're lying. They did not come here for supper. Maury was killed on the way here. Why are you lying?
They told me to say nothing. If I tell you, they will kill me.
I was in the car when they threw her out. Is she still alive?
Yeah. She is badly hurt. But she still lives.
She's in a hospital?
Yeah.
Which one?
That is all I can tell you. Already, I have told you too much.
Her life is in danger. Tell me how to get to her and I can save her.
I am helpless. We are all helpless. Now go. Go.
I found Elsa's hospital easy enough. By phoning and asking for a patient by the name of Elsa Wassel, I found out where she was. In a hospital called the Lavino, in the Russian sector, of course. The girl at the desk was friendly enough and told me that Elsa was in room 56 but couldn't see visitors. Doctor's orders. When she turned away to answer the phone, I slipped by her down the long corridor. The door to room 56 was blocked by a heavy-set man. He looked familiar. I'd seen him not too long ago behind the wheel of a car in which Maury, Elsa, and I had been taken for a car ride.
What do you want?
We meet again, eh?
Again? We've never seen you before.
No, not since last Sunday night.
Last Sunday night? You must be crazy. I've been on duty every night for 2 weeks.
Care to let me try to prove it? The young lady inside.
You can't go in there. Doctor's orders.
I'm going in anyways.
No, you are not.
I put up a fight, but my knees gave way on me, and Ivan the Terrible finished up by tossing me out on the street like a drunken bum. I lay there on the grass trying to gather up enough strength to get up. Finally, 2 old women helped me to my feet and put me in a cab. I drove to my hotel and crawled into bed. There I stayed until the next morning. About 11 o'clock, I got down to Kilbride's office.
Come in, McAdam. Sit down.
Thanks.
I thought I'd see you yesterday.
Did a little sightseeing.
At the Lavinov Hospital.
Thought I'd get in to talk to Elsa.
Just like we tried the day before.
You couldn't get in either?
No. Doctor's orders, no visitors.
Did they say when?
No.
The man guarding her door was one of the men in the car Sunday night. Are you sure? Positive.
You'll be alibied 100 different ways.
If we could get in to see the girl, she'll prove it.
I wouldn't count too much on her. By the time we get to see her, she won't remember a thing.
Give me an idea of what Maury was on, and I'll take over.
Well, we don't know too much about it.
Let's see his file record.
He left none. He kept it all in his head. You two were supposed to compile it.
That's right. Well, there must be some clue as to what he was doing.
Well, some little scraps of paper we found in his desk. He used to jot down notes like a lecture or something, leave them in his drawer. They don't mean anything to us.
Hope you hung on to him.
Oh, I got them right here in my desk.
Let's take a look.
Here's one that just has the word Barrington written on it. And here's another one. It says S.D.
May I see them, please?
Yeah.
Now, here's one with another name, Zarkov.
That's the only one means anything to me. Colonel Zarkov. He's in charge of the Russian buying commission here.
Good. I'll take these with me.
All right, I've made copies. What are you going to do with them?
Study them till I can get the message they're supposed to give. I took Maury's notes to my hotel and spent a few hours trying to make sense out of them. 2 of them had been written in pencil, blue pencil, and by the strength of the coloring, I knew they'd been written at the same time. These were the 2 that read Barrington on one of them and 2 letters S.D. on the other. I put a transoceanic phone call through to my chief in Washington.
McAdam, you all right now?
Fair. Heard about Maury?
Yes. What's on your mind?
I've taken over for Maury. I want you to trace a name for me.
Give it to me.
Barrington. 2 R's. Could be the name of someone in the export-import business.
That isn't much to go on. What do you want to know, in case we find him?
Everything. Now, look, this might help you. The initials S for sugar, D for David. Maybe the trade name of the company or the name of the company Barrington shipped goods to.
You couldn't be vaguer if you tried.
Huh.
Barrington and S.D. You're looking for a miracle.
Well, I went to the right spot for one, didn't I? Early next morning, Kilbride sent an office car to get me. When I joined him, he was pacing his office floor with nervous excitement.
You feeling better today?
Physically, yes.
Good enough to visit a sick friend?
Elsa?
Yeah, Provost Marshal's office phone. Colonel Zarkov has issued a special permit for us to visit Elsa Wassel at 11 o'clock.
Zarkov, the big boy himself.
The Provost Marshal informed Zarkov of this officer's interest in the case, and he has graciously arranged this meeting so we can clear him of any connection with it. You know what that means?
I can guess.
It means it's all rigged up. That girl won't remember a thing. It's a waste of time to go.
Come on, Chief. I need the air. The girl at the information desk at the Levinov Hospital nodded us towards the long corridor and told us to go to room 56. I caught a glimpse of the same guard who had blocked me yesterday when I tried to see Elsa. Stop a minute.
What is it?
The guy at the door. He drove the car we were in. I'd know him anywhere. How come they left him here? I don't get it.
You'll get it.
Yes, American gentlemen.
Been on any more motor trips lately?
Certainly, Your Honor.
We have a permit to see Elsa Wassel.
Just a minute, please. Colonel Zarkov, the 2 Americans.
Oh, yes. Mr. Kilbride. We have met before. Your friend I have not had the pleasure.
Henry McAdams.
How do you do?
Improving, no thanks to you.
Rather surprised to find you here, Colonel. Isn't this a little out of your line?
Your Provost Marshal has told me the basis of your interest in this girl. There are some very ugly implications which it is my duty to disprove.
While you 2 diplomats are exchanging credentials, I'll go in and talk to the girl.
We will all go. You understand, of course, she has been badly hurt and must not be too severely attacked.
Elsa.
Do you remember this man, Miss Watson?
He was in the car with me.
Do you remember my name, Elsa?
No. You were a friend of the man who drove me home from the office.
That's right. Do you remember everything that happened?
Clearly.
Good girl. Tell us.
Yes. Tell us exactly what happened.
I was being driven home from the office with this man and his friend. On the way, we were stopped by another car.
So? How many men were in the car that stopped you?
I do not remember. More than one, that is all I know.
Did you know any of them? Tell the truth.
Yeah? One of them was Hans Drebel, an old sweetheart of mine. He was furious because I had told him I didn't want to see him anymore.
And what nationality was he?
Austrian, of course.
Austrian? There wasn't an Austrian in the whole
You
car.
are mistaken. They were all Austrian.
How many men did you say there were in the car?
I do not remember.
Can you give us any descriptions?
No, only Hans. And I have already told this other gentleman...
You may rest assured we are searching for him.
If I show you one of the men in the car, would you remember him?
Yes.
Colonel, ask your man outside the door to come in, please.
Certainly. Alex? Come inside, please.
No, it's no use, Henry. They've rehearsed this 100 times.
This man, Elsa. Have you seen him before?
He has been standing at my door.
Before then?
No.
He was not one of the men in the car?
No, he was not.
Elsa! Look at me and say that.
I had never seen him before I got into the hospital.
You're lying, Elsa. Do you hear? You're lying. This man killed your lover.
So now you're resorting to typical American police methods. I shall have to conclude this interview.
Elsa, were you thrown out of the car?
I wasn't thrown out. I jumped out myself. I was afraid of Hans, what he might do to me.
You see, gentlemen, a purely domestic affair. A jealous lover, the triangle. Our patient is becoming weary.
Let's go, Henry.
1 minute. Elsa, you know Maury is dead.
I have been told.
You won't help me punish the men who did it. You loved Maury, didn't you?
I did not.
One does not love Americans. One merely tolerates them for cigarettes and silk stockings. Is that not so, Elsa?
Don't let them frighten you, Elsa. One last chance. Would you swear in a court that what you have told us is the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Now, see what you have done.
Let's get out of here. All the way back to Kilbride's office, I burned with anger and frustration. Kilbride tried to snap me out of it, but I practically told him to go find a lake and jump in it. He put up with me till he got back in his office.
What you need is a new head. One you're wearing is useless for a while. Take a week off.
You're wrong, Chief. After seeing Elsa, what I need is a new stomach.
She was scared, Henry. Scared to death.
The whole world's scared to death. Bluffed into a state of panic. I'm in a panic. You're in a panic.
Oh, here's a cable on my desk for you.
Oh, thanks.
A week in Paris, maybe.
Hey, get a load of this. From the chief in Washington. Checked records. No Barrington registered in import-export trade. However, Barrington may refer to road and airstrip paving machines, highly strategic and forbidden entry into Iron Curtain countries.
Oh.
Letters SD may have been abbreviation for Switzerland. 3 of these shipped to Europa Company in Switzerland last month. Properly licensed, but investigate immediately. Signed Burke.
I'll get busy on that at once, and you take yourself a holiday.
That'll be my holiday. A week in Switzerland? Oh, I feel better already. A day later, we were in Bern, Switzerland, talking to the owner of the Europa Company, the address to which the airstrip pavers had been consigned. It took the presence of a high Swiss official who accompanied us and the threat of arrest to force an admission from him that he had reshipped the machines to Budapest. We got the numbers of the freight cars which carried them and located them in a little town on the Austria-Hungarian border. From a reluctant customs official, we got permission to hold the train for examination.
Well, I guess they're right at the end.
Scrap iron they're building as.
Sure. Gives the customs people an out who inspects scrap iron.
Here we are.
Yeah. There's a friend of ours talking to that customs man.
Colonel Zarkov.
Let's go. Colonel Zarkov?
Hmm? Oh, the America. What do you want?
Nothing much. Just to take a look at those last 3 cars.
Henry, break the seal.
You cannot do that. The shipment is consigned to my government.
My government says it stays here. Take a look at it. A great big airstrip paver.
Too bad, Zarkov.
No, it is not that serious, I assure you. We have already received delivery on 20 of those magnificent American machines. And there will be more. Many more.
Maury would have liked that, stopping the shipment the way we did.
Yeah. And there will be more, many more, Zarkov said.
I don't believe him, do you?
I don't know. I really don't know. How come you're so confident?
Just a feeling that the American people are waking up. The people back home are starting to realize that all this corruption and greed can only lead to one thing, national suicide. Say, how'd that sentence look in my report?
It could get you a promotion, a job in the Congressional Library.
Oh, enough said. Strike it off the record. This is Douglas Fairbanks again. Stopping the transshipment of vital war materials behind the Iron Curtain closes another chapter in the distinguished chronicle of our silent men, the special agents of all branches of our federal government who daily risk their lives to protect the lives of all of us. Next week, we will tell you the story involving international cooperation in the Near East, in the file case entitled Trouble at Suez, another venture undertaken for our protection by the Silent Men.
The Silent Men was produced and directed by Warren Lewis. The file case, Murder in Vienna, was written by Lewis and Russoff and transcribed in Hollywood. Only the names and places were fictional. Featured in our cast were Larry Dobkin, Joan Banks, Lou Merrill, Jeff Corey, Elaine Welch, and Lester Piava. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Douglas Fairbanks is currently presenting Betty Davis, Gary Merrill, and Emlyn Williams in the motion picture Another Man's Poison. Listen again next week and every week to other exciting cases involving the law enforcement adventures of the special agents of our federal government. For they are the Silent Men.
Now, Ellery Queen in The Adventure of the Message in Red. Because it relieves headache pain so fast.
Take an Anacin.
Because it gives prolonged relief.
Take an Anacin.
Because it's made like a doctor's prescription.
Take an Anacin.
Anacin presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Anacin bring you another thrilling adventure of Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Tonight, Anacin's guest, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the famous actor Victor Jory. And now, here's Ellery Queen, master detective, your Anacin host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Don Hancock, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight's mystery really had my father going.
Your father, huh?
Oh, Nicky.
I suppose all those murders were duck soup for you, huh?
Oh, no, Nicky, this case was no harder than many I've had. Anyway, I call it The Adventure of the Message in Red.
Hotel Arbutus. Public stenographer. Yes, I'm Miss Kirby. At this hour? But... All right. If you drop into my office right away, I'll try to get it out tonight. Oh, why can't they just take their old business letters during the day? Oh, gee, I'm tired. I better douse my eyes with cold water. I'm so sleepy I could... So soon. Coming. Gee, they must have used a house phone from the lobby. Come in, won't you? In Dixieland. Now, who's that? Nobody out here. Oh. Now, who'd be using that talky thing from the vestibule? Nobody does. Yes? Yes, this Miss Hazel? So, at this time of night? I was just going to bed. Been washing my supper dishes. All right. If they've just got to have a reader's report on it by tomorrow morning, just open the vestibule door, and my apartment's the first door on your right.
Would be my luck if it's one of those 500,000-word jobs. Just a second. Oh, I wish I were in the land of cotton. Old times there are not...
Yes. Yeah. And that's all you've got to tell me, Pickett? Go on back when you make sense. Sorry, Ellery, to keep you and Nicky waiting.
Those 2 killings last night, dear, now?
Yes. Blasted.
What 2 killings, Inspector? I haven't seen today's paper.
2 girls, Nicky. First one, a public standard with the Hotel Abbotts on Lexington Avenue. Shot to death at 9:15 p.m. Name of Kirby.
Second one, a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison, the publishers, of Miss Hazel. Shot to death around 10:30 p.m. in her Greenwich Village apartment.
Both as they opened their doors. No evidence of robbery. Both unmarried, unattractive, no entangling alliances. Lived alone. No witnesses, no clues, no motive. And the girls never knew each other. Never knew any of the same people. Cute?
Then the murders aren't connected, Inspector.
But they are, Nicky. Ballistics reports the same gun killed both of them.
I don't wonder you're puzzled.
I think it's a nut kill myself, Ellery. Yes, Billy?
Afternoon, Sergeant.
Hi, Miss Porter. Maestro.
Oh, Sergeant.
Inspector. Know what?
No. What?
Another one.
No.
What?
Yeah, a girl shot to death. She answered her door around 1 a.m. last night. Body wasn't found till this morning.
Oh, number 3 last night.
Who was this one, Billy?
Lady's maid, Lucille Dubois.
Dubois, Sergeant, French.
Yeah, French maid. Worked for the Canellas.
Canella? The, Vetti Canella?
The same.
She was shot in the Canella house, Sergeant.
Yeah, that 199-room shack on Upper Fifth Avenue. In her bedroom.
A stenographer, a publisher's reader, and a lady's maid. Mind if I sit in, Dad?
You can make any sense out of it, son. Come on.
My poor head. My home overrun with police officers. I've had to cancel the most important appointment this afternoon with my hairdresser.
Mrs. Canella, have you let me get away?
My husband is simply furious. My daughter, poor child, prostrate.
Look, Mrs. Canella.
And I'm on the verge of losing what little mind I have.
Mrs. Canella.
You understand, Mr. Crean. I know you do.
The death of your maid has upset you, naturally.
Oh, yes. Where am I going to turn? How can I replace Lucille? You don't know the trouble I had getting her originally. And now she's dead. It's not fair. It isn't.
The trouble is, gentlemen, you don't know the problems we girls have.
Look, madam, how did this happen?
I'm sure I don't know. People shooting off guns in my home and everything. I'm so glad I wasn't home when it happened, even though the house is completely soundproof.
Your husband with you, madam?
Mr. Collette? Oh, no, he was out somewhere. His club or something.
How about your daughter?
Madge. Oh, now, please, don't drag poor Madge into this. She's suffered so much already.
When did you first learn your maid was dead, Mrs. Canella?
About 11 o'clock this morning, Mr. Cream. When she didn't bring my breakfast in bed, I knew instantly something was wrong.
Well, of course. That's the way you tell.
Oh, yes. I rang and I rang and I rang.
Mrs. Canella, who found the stiff?
Stiff?
The remains, madam.
Why, my daughter. One of the servants told Madge that Lucille's light was still on this morning, and she didn't answer the door. So Madge went up to the servants' quarters and went in, and... The poor child, the poor child. That's why no one answered my rings, you see.
Leaving you without breakfast. Oh, that's simply frightful, Miss Canella. Yes. Well, suppose you have a little snack of caviar and cold pheasant or something while we hunt up your dog.
Oh, dear. Must you?
Must we what, madam?
Give Madge the 3rd degree or whatever it is. You don't know how sensitive the child is. She's always been so delicate. She shrinks so from the more brutal aspects of life.
Oh, Mother, stop drooling.
Oh, Madge, darling, are you all right, dear?
Definitely not. There'll be some more policemen. Who's the wench, your sob-sister? The wench is Nicky Porter, Mr. Queen's secretary.
Ellery Queen.
Sergeant Villy.
Inspector Queen. Now, Miss Canella.
And you're in charge. Why isn't that body taken away, and who's going to clean up the mess? And you're to keep reporters out, too, do you hear? Thing like this happening now. Do you hear me? No, newspapermen.
Oh, dearest, don't excite yourself.
Oh, shut up, Mother. All this is your silly fault anyway. Yes, I told you long ago you should send that snoop packing, but no. You had to hang on to it till she had the bad taste to get herself murdered all over our house. What am I going to say to Evie?
Evie?
My fiancé. 3-star engagement was supposed to be announced this week.
One of the very best Boston families. He'll never stand for a scandal.
Why should you think there's going to be a scandal, Miss Canella?
Oh, well, isn't a murder scandal enough?
I don't think that's what your daughter meant, Mrs. Canella. Al?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I didn't mean anything.
Let's take a look at the corpse.
Interesting.
What is it?
Notice the facing surfaces of the tips of her index and middle fingers, Dad, on the right hand.
Huh. All calloused. Funny place for calluses.
Yes.
If you gentlemen are through admiring Miss Dubois' calluses, would you mind covering up again so I can turn around?
All right now, Nicky.
But how do you know this maid's murder is connected with the other two murders?
Well, he was here early and dug the bullet out of her chest, Nicky. Ballistics just reported it came from the same gun that shot the Kirby and Hazel girls. Just what the connection is, I'm blessed. Oh, really?
You throw with the corpus, Inspector. The morgue wagon's here for the pickup.
Take her away.
She's all yours, boy.
What did you find out about the other servants, Sergeant?
Names, Butler, James Smathers, Cook, Sally Fabian, Chauffeur, Walter Boyle. Upstairs maid, Vera Andorf. Smathers and Boyle share a double room, so do the Fabian and Andorf woman. Each bunkie alibis the other for last night. Period.
Mother, you know you shouldn't be up here. Just your morbid curiosity.
Oh, I don't know why you say such things to me, Madge, baby. Oh, look what they're doing.
Stay out here in the hall, Margaret. You too, Madge.
Oh,
Inspector Queen.
Who are you?
I'm Milford Canella. My wife just phoned my club. Is there anything I can do?
Excuse me, folks. Okay, boys, take her through.
Oh, Madge, I can't look. Oh, poor Lucy.
Be yourself, Mother.
Well, Mr. Canella, we were just... Pardon me. Harry, what's that you just picked up?
Oh, yeah. This piece of scrap paper was hidden by Lucille Dubois' body, Dad.
A message in red. Red? That's it. Let me see.
In red? Is it? Oh, it is.
Written in blood.
Must have lingered a few minutes after the shot. When that killer left, she tried to write something before she died.
What's it say, Ellery?
Starts with a capital M, but there are not a spatters in the paper, and I can't quite make the rest out.
I'll have Craney look it over in the police lab. He'll decipher it. Give it to me, son.
It's quite important that you make a quick arrest, Inspector.
What's that mean, Mr. Canella?
I expect very shortly to be appointed to an extremely important diplomatic post abroad. So this unfortunate little affair must be cleared up at once. And without scandal.
Milford has worked so hard for the honor.
Yes, it's been Father's pet dream.
In fact, Inspector, unless you solve this case within 24 hours, I may have to see to it that someone else is put in charge. Come, Margaret. Madge.
And Father's just the little guy who can do it.
Why,
Dad.
Harry, where are you going?
Out to confirm a theory, Dad.
Theory? About what, son?
About the connection between the three murders last night. I think I know now what it was. Anybody care to come along? And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll tell you more in just a moment, but first, here's Don Hancock for Anison.
Friends, if you want quick, comforting relief from pounding headache pain...
Take an Anison.
Yes, take an Anison, because Anison relieves headache pain so swiftly. Millions now know that easy-to-take Anison tablets act fast, give prolonged relief. And that's why we say...
Take an Anison.
There's a good reason why Anison relieves the agonizing pain of headaches so much more quickly. Anison is made like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. Your own physician or dentist may have already recommended Anison to you. That's how millions first discovered Anison's incredibly fast relief. And now, at the first sign of the pains of headache, neuralgia, or neuritis, they simply...
Take an Anison.
Anison, spelled A-N-A-C-I-N, is sold at all druggists. So if you want fast, prolonged relief from headache pain...
Take an Anison.
And now, back to our story. It's a short time later, and the inspector's car, with Sergeant Bealey at the wheel, is threading its way through midtown Manhattan traffic.
But what is the connection, Ellery.
And how'd you know, Marshal?
Well, what was the occupation of the first victim, the Kirby girl?
Public stenographer.
And the second one, Miss Hazel?
The Greenwich Village gal?
Or she was a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison.
A public stenographer, a publisher's reader. Now, Dad, do you recall the peculiar calluses we found on Lucille Dubois' right hand?
And the facing sides of the tips of her index and middle finger.
What very ordinary activity, if sufficiently prolonged, would cause calluses there?
Holding a pen or a pencil.
Yes, Nicky, writing. But not casual writing, like the occasional writing of letters. Lucille Dubois was writing a great deal for a long time. Weeks, months.
A diary.
Perhaps, at least a very extensive manuscript in longhand, Sergeant. So, we have Lucille Dubois, lady's maid in a very wealthy society family, writing a long manuscript by hand. When it was finished, what would happen to such a manuscript?
Take it to a public stenographer.
To be typed.
Surely, the unfortunate Miss Kirby. And where do people usually take typed manuscripts?
To a publisher.
And most publishers employ readers to weed out undesirable submissions. And that's your Miss Hazel of the village. Simple?
Maestro, you're a genius.
The murdered girls are probably the only three people in the world who've read a certain unpublished manuscript.
And that's why they were murdered.
Man, it must be dynamite. The killer must have swiped it probably from the Hazel girl's apartment in the village after he bumped her off.
And destroyed it, Terry.
Yes, but there's still a possibility that something...
Well, here we are, Maestro.
Here's Rockefeller Center. Come on.
I must say, Mason and Morrison go in for book publishing in a large and handsome way, Ellery.
They're a bit on the sensational side, Nicky. Miss Jenkins?
Yes. Alberta Jenkins.
Are you the assistant editor my son spoke to on the receptionist phone?
Yes. And you must be Inspector Queen.
That's right.
I must say I'm all of a flutter. Am I arrested?
Not exactly, Miss Jenkins. Did you bring the list I asked you for?
Here it is. All the manuscripts turned over to Miss Hazel the past few months for a reader's report.
Let me see, Ellery.
Say, she read a lot, doesn't she?
It'll be quite recent, I think. Look at this entry, Dad.
Maid tells all. By Lucille Dubois.
Wow.
Miss Jenkins, where's this manuscript? Are you sure Miss Hazel didn't return it to Mason and Morrison?
I'm pretty sure she didn't inspect it, but come into my office. No, it isn't here.
Oh, no.
But I just remembered. Where is that again?
Remembered what, Miss Jenkins?
There was a letter from Miss Hazel in this morning's mail. I've been so busy today, Here it is. Still unopened.
Jimmy.
Give that to me, Bailey.
Well...
Dear Miss Jenkins, enclosed is a short preliminary report on 3 of the last batch of manuscripts.
I will personally deliver the manuscripts plus full reports later this week. The enclosed thumbnail reports cover number 1.
Give back my lover by Flow Gently.
Fully.
Romance in a phone booth by Georgette Bag. Wow.
And The Maid Tells All by Lucille Dubois.
No.
Well, Miss Jenkins, would you mind leaving us for a moment?
I certainly do mind, Mr. Queen, but... Well...
Where's that report the Hazel woman enclosed? Here.
Now we'll find out.
Maid Tells All. Sensational true life story of high life as seen from backstairs. Style is faulty. Author obviously thinks in French, but might be worth a rewrite. Possibly high sales appeal, but must be screened carefully by legal departments against libel suits. That's all.
Maid's manuscripts fill a lot of nasty, unsuspected stuff about the Canellas that would have cost Milford Canella that high diplomatic post he's been angling for.
Or Madge Canella, her blue blood Boston marriage.
Yeah, somehow the killer discovered what Lucille was writing, who typed her manuscript, and the name of the publisher she sent it to.
And through the publisher, which reader had it.
So he's got to wipe out whoever read it. Steno, wham. Reader, wham. And he swipes the manuscript from her apartment. Then he goes back to the Canella dump and blasts Lucille in the secret society.
Too safe, blasted. I thought we might find a clue here to the killer's identity. But apparently the whole Canella family has motive.
Stymied. Let's go down to headquarters. Maybe the autopsy's turned up something.
Don't drive so fast, Sergeant. You just passed a snail.
There's nothing to rush for, Miss Porter.
You could only see some daylight.
In this darkness, Inspector? Oh, At least I'm enjoying this ride on the East River Drive. Or I would be if the great man's thoughts weren't.
Of course.
Oh, Mr. Queen is with us again.
Why they there?
The answer, Dad. It's right in your pocket.
What answer?
To the triple header, Maestro?
In my pocket.
I forgot. You forgot. We all forgot, Dad. A certain message in red.
Holy. That dang message Lucille wrote in her own blood.
Say.
The one we couldn't decipher.
Where'd I put it? Oh, here. What's the matter with me? Billy, get down to headquarters. Quick.
Yeah, man. If anybody can make it out, it's that whiz in the lab. Men, we're in. Sailing, sailing over the round the Earth.
Beat it up. Huh? What's eating you now, Sam?
A car right in the trail coming up fast.
Some drunk who wants a race.
With a police car out.
Billy, he's out to wreck us.
Oh, yeah?
Keep going, faster.
Look out, Sergeant!
No, not with Nicky in the car.
Don't mind me.
It's Garner.
I can only spot the driver. It's too dark.
Billy!
Don't tell me I'm in one piece.
Sorry. I'm okay, too. Inspector.
No bones broken, really. Ellery.
By miracle, we're all right. Oh, Billy, that was quick thinking.
Certainly was.
Yeah, if it weren't for the way you took that crash, Sergeant, we've been through the retaining wall at the bottom of the river.
Thanks, but look at the car, Inspector.
Never mind the car. Why?
Dad, Lucille's message.
Huh?
All three Canellas were present when I found it under Lucille's body this afternoon.
One of them must have trailed us.
Waiting a chance to destroy Lucille's clue before we could get it to headquarters.
And the killer is one of the Canellas. And her message tells which one.
Hey, the car, Billy. Let's get to that lab.
Sergeant.
Well, Billy?
What's the lab verdict?
Well, it's this way.
Sergeant.
No good.
Kinda looks like a puzzler, Inspector.
Never mind characterizing it, Billy. What did they say the message is?
It starts with a capital M, Maestro, like you said, then a period.
M period, yes?
Then a space, then a capital K, then a small I-N, the N trailing off like she died before she could finish the word. And that's all.
Capital M period, space, capital K, small I-N.
Capital K, small I-N. The start of the name Canella.
No doubt about it, Nicky.
What's the capital M period space mean?
Last name Canella. M period must be the initial of one of the Canella's first names.
Milford Canella. M for Milford.
Oh, the daughter's name also starts with an M, Nicky. Madge.
Well, then it's either Madge or old man.
Let's not leave out Mrs. Canella. Don't you recall Canella addressing his wife as, Margaret?
Frost. Another washout. Again, it could be any of the three. Let's go back to the Canella house. I'll find out which one it is. Good evening.
Oh, dear. Back Inspector Man again. And that nice Mr. Queen, etc.
Well, Inspector, have you cleared up this mess?
Where were you three late this afternoon and early evening? Where were you?
I needed air. I was strolling in Central Park.
Alone, Mrs. Canella?
Yes.
How about you, Mr. Canella?
Well, as a matter of fact, I took a walk myself down Fifth Avenue. Very upsetting business, you know.
Meet anybody you know, Mr. Canella?
No.
And you, Miss Canella?
I took one of our cars and drove around town for a while just to cool off. I'd had a phone call from dear Evie in Boston.
My daughter's fiancé told her they'd better wait about announcing the engagement until this miserable affair blows over. I knew it. I just knew it.
Aren't we getting off the track?
No alibis.
Well, Ellery, anything to ask these three people before I take them downtown for a real going over?
No, but why do you want to take them to headquarters, Dad?
Why do I? To find out which one of them bumped off the Kirby and Hazel girls and Mrs. Canella's maid. That's why.
Oh, I can tell you that, Dad. Right here and now. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives match wits with Anison's guest for this evening.
And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest, the famous actor of stage, screen, and radio, is Mr. Victor Jory, who is starring on Broadway in the hit play Therese.
Good evening, Mr. Jory. It's nice to have you with us. Well, Mr. Jory, I guess tonight's show is a change for you, isn't it?
It certainly is. Because generally I'm on the other end. I'm the person who's done the murdering, Ellery.
Well, you always are the criminal, but you're always so wonderful, too.
Well, thank you, Nicky. I hope you like me just as well in the role of detective.
Sure. Well, Mr. Jory, who do you think murdered the three women?
Well, I'm not very sure. I think it was the mother, Margaret Canella.
Why do you think that?
My only reason for thinking that is because the Milford Canella suspicion is planted on him instantly by the fact that he says that he has a very important post and it's very valuable to him. The daughter backs that up. The mother has said nothing. Furthermore, the mother's alibi, being in Central Park, seems to me one that could be shaken less easily than the man who walked down Fifth Avenue, which might be checked on, or the girl in the car, because the car could be checked on afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Jory. You'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct. Now, here's Don Hancock for Anison.
Today, millions are switching to Anison. For Anison is the modern way to relieve headache suffering. There's nothing to fuss with, nothing to mix or spill. Just easy to take little tablets that you carry right in your pocket or purse. And Anison is the fast way to prolonged relief. Prove it. Next time you have a headache,
take an Anison.
Anison must give you fast, prolonged relief or your money back. I'll repeat that. If you're not thoroughly satisfied that Anison does much more for your headache pain, simply return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. So tomorrow, ask your druggist for the small, inexpensive package containing 12 Anison tablets. Take only as directed. If pain persists or is unusually severe, see your physician. Remember, there's only one Anison. Don't be satisfied with anything less. Next time you have a headache pain,
take an Anison.
Time! All right, son. You know which of these respectable citizens killed the three girls? Sing out.
Dad, what was the message Lucille Dubois left in her own blood?
Start of a killer's name. Capital M period, space, capital K-I-N for Canella.
Yes. But what did the capital M period stand for?
Well, it could only mean the initial of one of the Canella's first names, Ellery.
How can it possibly represent one of the first names, Nicky? Milford, Madge, Margaret. All M's. If Lucille had presence of mind enough to write that message, certainly she wouldn't have left an ambiguous clue. A clue that could refer to any of the Canellas. So, when she wrote that capital M period, she didn't mean the initial of one of their first names. She meant some other abbreviation. One she thought would be perfectly clear.
What, Maestro?
Well, Sergeant, what abbreviation, other than the first initial, usually precedes the last name?
Huh? Abbreviation for Mr., Mrs., or Miss. Oh, no, that would be MR, MRS. And Miss has no abbreviation.
Oh, so it can't be that either, Ellery.
It can't stand for Mr., Mrs., or Miss in English. But how about French?
French? What?
Mrs. Canella's maid was French. And that reader's report in her book actually remarked that the author obviously thinks in French. What's the French abbreviation for Mrs.? Any schoolboy knows that. Capital M, small M-E for Madam. Miss, capital M, small L-L-E for Mademoiselle. But for Mr., Monsieur, it's simply capital M period. Get him, Billy.
I'll see you all sizzle for this.
Oh, yeah. I disagree, Mr. Canella. If anyone's going to sizzle, it's you.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. We'd like to thank Mr. Jory for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And as mementos of the occasion, Anison has for Mr. Jory a beautiful Gruen, very thin wristwatch, a copy of my new mystery anthology, Rogues Gallery, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery will be back in a moment with a preview of next week's story. Meanwhile, remember, because it relieves headache pain so fast...
Take an Anacin.
Because it gives prolonged relief.
Take an Anacin.
Because it's made like a doctor's prescription.
Take an Anacin.
There's only one Anacin. Get Anacin tomorrow. And now, Ellery, how about next week's case? Got another mystery with 3 or 4 murders?
No, Don, only one murder next week. But it's one of the most confusing to come our way in a long time.
A tough one, huh?
Yes, we had so much evidence we didn't know what to do with it. Not to mention the problem of the bending corpse.
The bending corpse?
Looks like that did it, Don. Now you'll have to wait till next week when Anacin presents The Adventure of the Happy Marriage.
Hello there, this is Basil Rathbone. I'm so glad you can be with Fatima and me tonight. She helps me solve a surprising mystery that had in it several sounds of music and several sounds of murder.
The Tales of Fatima, a new series of exciting mystery stories starring that distinguished actor, Mr. Basil Rathbone.
Our author for tonight, Gail Ingram, has written a startling tale especially for me. I didn't know the solution until I recalled the words of Fatima. Now, if you listen well to those words, you may solve the mystery before I do.
Time is the essence. A fact misplaced in time conceals the truth.
Those words are the key to tonight's tale of Fatima, and here it is. Time to kill.
The Saturday night performance is over, and Basil Rathbone is leaving the theater accompanied by Oliver, his chauffeur.
Got my bags, Oliver?
Yes, Mr. Rathbone. I got your bags.
And did you tell the stage manager I've been in Westchester over the weekend?
Yes, boss.
Well, off for the weekend, Mr. Rathbone.
Oh, that's right, Bert. See you Monday.
Oh, don't rush. Stay for a month if you like.
The show'd close in 3 days.
Oliver.
Well, it would. But people come to see us Basil Rathbone, not his understudy.
Oliver. Bert Randall here is a very fine actor indeed.
Well, I like you better.
Frankly, Oliver, so do I. Cheerio, Mr. Rathbone.
Cheerio, dear boy. Beautiful night for a drive to Westchester.
Hey, somebody's shooting.
And they're shooting at me. That one came close. Quick, Oliver, into the car. Well, it seems we've made our getaway, Oliver. Now I want to phone Lieutenant Farrell and report this outrage.
Basil?
Oliver, is your voice changing?
It's me, Basil, darling.
It was. There's a dame in the back seat.
Why don't you get in the back seat too, Basil, honey?
That's an enchanting invitation, I'm sure, but I make it a practice never to get into back seats with strange ladies.
But I'm Bunny.
Bunny?
Oh, now, Basil, sweetie, please stop teasing. After those thrilling letters you've been sending to me all spring.
Now, just a moment. Letters? I've been sending you?
Of course. To Chattanooga.
My dear young lady,
Bunny. The name is Bunny. You can't do this to me, Basil. I've run away from home on account of those letters you wrote me. I've left my husband.
Good heavens. Oliver, stop the car. Now, look here, madam. I never saw you before. I never wrote you. It's all a fantastic mistake. I suppose you just hop out of the car and run along back to your husband. There's a good girl.
All right, Basil. All right, sir, but you got no call to treat me like this. You got no call at all, and I won't let you get away with it. I'm warning you. You'll be sorry. You'll be sorry.
So that's why I phoned you, Farrell. Been quite an eventful evening. First I got shot at, and then I got involved with a strange blonde.
Look, Rathbone, the blonde is your problem.
Oh, thanks awfully.
I'm only interested in the shooting.
Well, the gunman's a very poor shot, thank goodness. About 5 bullets, and they all missed me.
Well, that's pretty bad marksmanship. Have you any idea who might have done it?
Of course not. Why should someone want to kill me?
Maybe they saw your show. Look, I'll investigate this thing. Meanwhile, you still going away for the weekend?
Well, I don't know now.
Oh, you go ahead. We'll be
start shooting at you, I always say there's no better time to get out of town.
You may have a point there. All right, Farrell, I'm on my way. If you want me, I'll be up in Westchester at the Wayside.
The what?
The Wayside. It's a small hotel.
Say, boss, this is a real nice hotel you made reservations for at. Hey, you want I should register?
No, thanks, Oliver. I'll do it myself.
Oh, can I help you, sir?
Yes, please. My name is Basil Rathbone. I have a reservation.
Oh, Mr. Rathbone, of course. Would you mind stepping into that telephone booth over there?
Well, I did have a larger suite in mind.
There's a long-distance call for you. New York. I'll have them switch it right over.
Oh, yes, thank you. Hello?
Mr. Rathbone?
Yes?
Mr. Rathbone, you've got to come back to New York right away. You're the only person who could help me.
I am?
Yes. I'm at the Grace Hotel, room 714. Hurry, please, while there's still time.
Time for what?
To save me. I've been threatened, Mr. Rathbone. I'm going to be killed, and I... Oh, no.
No, what?
He's here, Mr. Rathbone. No. No, please, No. Ah!
Hello. Hello, what's happening there?
It's already happened, Rathbone. Good night.
Hello. 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 New York Police Headquarters. Quick, send an officer to Grace Hotel, room 714. Someone has just been murdered. Come on, Oliver. We're going back to New York right away. On the car radio, will you, Oliver? There might be some news of the murder by now.
Oh, sure. It's a terrible thing, that murder. A terrible thing. Music. You want I should look for a news broadcast?
No, leave the music, Oliver. It's good to hear. Makes you forget bloodshed and murder.
Hey, what happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, an important announcement.
What's this, Oliver?
Basil Rathbone, noted stage, motion picture, and radio star, has just been discovered brutally murdered. We continue now with our regular program.
I just can't believe it, Sergeant. Rathbone dead.
Yep, head bashed in with an iron pipe.
I'm glad they took the body away before I saw it. Tell me, was he badly mangled?
Face smashed beyond recognition.
What? Beyond recognition? Well, then how do you know it was Rathbone?
Well, like I told you, Lieutenant, the hotel room was registered in his name. I found letters in the dead guy's pocket addressed to Basil Rathbone.
Oh, I just can't believe it. Rathbone gone. Somehow I just kind of expect him to walk in and say, "Hello, Farrell. Need some help?" And...
Hello, Farrell. Need some help?
Rathbone, what are you doing here?
I'm curious about my murder. Where am I stretched out? In the next room?
No, they took you to the morgue. I didn't think you were killed. Did you rent this room?
Of course not.
Well, it's registered in your name. The dead guy was evidently pretending to be Basil Rathbone.
But why?
Wait a minute, hold it. Yes?
Who is this?
Farrell, homicide. Who's this?
My name is Mrs. Lionel Kroll, and Oh, did you say homicide?
That's right.
Then you've got to believe me. My husband didn't kill Mr. Rathbone.
He didn't?
No, please, you've got to believe me. My husband hardly knew Mr. Rathbone. He couldn't possibly have killed him. Please remember that. Goodbye.
What was that all about?
The woman says her husband didn't kill you.
Oh, how interesting. Why don't we ask her husband? His opinion.
Good idea. She said she was Mrs. Lionel Kroll. I'll have Kroll picked up right away.
Oh, Lieutenant Farrell, a call just came through from headquarters.
Well, hold that a minute, Sergeant. I want to send out a general alarm for a man by the name of Lionel Kroll.
I don't think that'll be necessary, sir.
Oh, and just why don't you think that'll be necessary, sir?
Because they've just identified the dead man. His name is Lionel Kroll.
Mrs. Kroll's apartment must be at the top of this flight, Farrell.
Yeah. You know, this is really the kind of a job I hate, Rathbone. Telling a woman her husband's been murdered.
I know. By the way, have you sent out a denial of my death yet? After all, someone might just care.
Well, now, relax. The early morning papers probably have the right story by now.
Good. Well, ring the bell.
Sure, but I don't... Now, look, this is more up your alley. You tell Mrs. Kroll.
Yes?
Go ahead, Rathbone.
Rathbone? Did you say Rathbone?
Yes, I'm Basil Rathbone, Mrs. Kroll.
You killed him.
What?
You killed my husband.
Now, wait a minute, my dear lady.
They just called me and told me it's my husband that's dead. And you killed him.
Oh, now, look here. Why, I didn't even know your husband.
How can you stand there and say you didn't know Lionel Kroll?
Because I didn't know the... Oh, was he the Lionel Kroll who ran a correspondence course in dramatic art?
Of course.
Dramatic art? Hey, Rathbone, those letters addressed to you, the ones in Kroll's pocket, they were about a dramatic course.
I remember now that Lionel Kroll once came to ask me to endorse a course in dramatic art he was preparing, and I refused. That's the only time I ever met him.
The only time? You had a date with him tonight.
Tonight?
You called my husband and told him to meet you at the Grace Hotel tonight. You said he...
What's the matter?
Look. Behind you. It's a hand.
A hand?
Yes. Poking over the banister of the stairs.
Rathbone, duck. The hand's pointing a gun at you. Get down!
He missed me. It's that bad marksman practicing again.
You stay here, Rathbone. I'm going after that guy.
Mr. Rathbone, what is it? What's happening?
Not sure, Mrs. Kroll. In fact, I'm only sure of one thing.
What?
I hope somebody catches that gunman before practice makes perfect.
We'll be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's Tale of Fatima. Now, back to tonight's Tale of Fatima, Time to Kill, starring Mr. Basil Rathbone.
Philo!
Rathbone, what are you doing out here in the street?
I'm trying to find the gentleman who took those pot shots at me.
Well, don't. You just stay out of sight. Finding that guy is my business.
Well, how's business?
Rotten.
If I could just figure out why someone is trying to kill me.
And while you're at it, figure out why Kroll was pretending to be you.
Maybe the answer to that lies in a closer investigation of Mr. Kroll's affairs.
How do you mean?
Well, that correspondence course in dramatics he was connected with. I'd like to look into that.
Well, I suppose we could check his office.
Then suppose we do.
Here's the office, Rathbone. Lionel Kroll, dramatic instruction.
Now, look. The lock on the door's been broken.
Open the door.
Right. Look. There's a light on in the inner office.
Come on.
Now.
Oh.
All right, sister. Come out from behind that desk.
Well,
Good heavens. It's Bunny.
It's who?
Bunny. The woman who was hiding in my car.
All right, Bunny. What's the rest of your name and what are you doing here?
Durkin, letters.
What?
My name is Durkin, and I'm here to get those letters I wrote you, Mr. Rathbone. I mean that I thought I wrote you.
And what makes you think you'll find your letters here in Kroll's office?
Well, I just read in the early morning papers that it wasn't you that was killed, but Mr. Kroll. So I figured out that Mr. Kroll must have been pretending to be you.
What's that got to do with the letters?
Well, don't you see? I found them here in Mr. Kroll's desk. I must have been writing to him, not you. But I thought it was you. I addressed the letters to Basil Rathbone at a post office box number in New York, and you answered them. I mean, I guess Mr. Kroll answered them in your name. Just like he taught the dramatic course in your name.
Oh, now, just a minute. Let's start at the beginning. What dramatic course?
Why, the most expensive dramatic correspondence course in America. It cost a lot because the mimeograph lessons were sent straight from Basil Rathbone himself.
How interesting.
And if a student had a special question, she could get it answered personally by Basil Rathbone.
Oh, you don't say.
For more money. And then I took a special postgraduate course, and that cost even more money.
This Kroll chap seems to have made more money out of Basil Rathbone than I have.
That's how I got to writing kind of personal letters to Basil Rathbone. And now I've just got to get those letters back. If they came out in this murder investigation so my husband knew about them, why, I declare he'd just kill little old me.
What we want to know is, who killed little old Kroll? You know?
Me? Why, Mr. Rathbone, you're just teasing me, aren't you?
Sure. Come on down to headquarters and he'll tease you some more. Meanwhile, I'm booking you as a material witness in the murder of Lionel Kroll.
No, go away. I said go away. Oh, blast. Hello.
Mr. Rathbone, this is Bert Randall. I'm sorry to have to call you this early in the morning.
Early? It's the crack of dawn.
Well, not really.
Yes, really. I just heard it crack.
Yes, but Mr. Rathbone, this is important.
What is?
Well, I just came over here to the theater to get some clothes in my dressing room, and I saw a man sneak out of your dressing room. After that shooting episode, I thought I'd better tell you.
You think he's the man who did the shooting?
I don't know. He looked dangerous. I thought you might like to investigate.
I never like to investigate men who look dangerous, but I think I'd better. I'll be right over. Hello? Anyone here? Hello?
Hello.
Who are you?
Can't you guess?
I guess you were the gentleman who's been using me for target practice.
You guess right. And I still got my gun. By the way, I've never been much good at long range, but I'm mighty good close up. And I'm close up now.
Well, look here. Why are you trying to kill me? I mean, I don't even know who you are.
My name's Sam Durkin.
Durkin? Oh, you're Bunny's husband.
About time you realized Bunny had a husband. Bunny doesn't know it, but I saw those love letters you wrote her. You trifled with her affections. And where I come from, that's reason enough to kill a man. And that's what I'm going to do. Now,
Mr. Durkin.
Stand still, Rathbone.
But you see, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not Rathbone.
What do you mean?
Well, didn't you hear the radio? Basil Rathbone's dead. He was brutally murdered.
Well, then, who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm his understudy.
You look like Rathbone.
Yes. People have often commented on how much I look like Basil Rathbone. They say the resemblance is uncanny.
But you say Rathbone's dead?
That's right. That's right. He's lying in the funeral parlor right now. Terrible thing. Great loss to the theater.
It's no loss to anyone. He trifled with my wife.
Oh, I can't believe that, Basil. You wasn't that type of chap at all.
You're his understudy?
That's right.
You're his understudy. Guess I got no call to kill you.
No call at all.
Well, then. Sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right, old man. Now, if you'll just excuse me...
I didn't see anyone upstairs, but I... Good heavens, that's the man, Mr. Rathbone.
Oh, you stupid bonehead.
So, you are Basil Rathbone.
Yes, he's Basil Rathbone.
Who are you?
I'm Mr. Rathbone's understudy. Who are you?
I'm the man who's going to shoot Mr. Rathbone right now.
Oh, no, you don't. I've got him, Bert. Get his gun.
I've got it. He must be the man who was shooting at you before.
Yes, but I don't think I'm going to give him any more practice. I think I'll turn him over to Farrell right away.
All right, Durkin. Suppose you start answering questions.
Well, I only tried to kill Rathbone here. He trifled with my wife's affection.
For the last time, Durkin, Kroll trifled with your wife's affections.
You really ought to know that, Durkin, considering you killed Kroll.
I didn't kill Kroll.
And I suppose you have an alibi for 1:20 last night.
1:20? Let's see. What? At 1:20, I was at a bar called the Green Turtle. You can ask the bartender there.
All right. Okay, Sergeant. Lock him up and check his story and get back to me.
Right, sir. Come on, you.
This is an outrage.
Oh, sure, it's an outrage, but come on.
But I got an alibi.
Everybody's got an alibi.
What do you mean?
I just let Bunny Durkin go. She proved she was at the movies with another woman last night at 1:20. Mrs. Kroll was with friends at home.
Well, then, who could... Farrell. What about Bert?
Bert Randall, your understudy?
That's right. After all, he was the one who got me down to the theater today, and it's Durkin's hands. Might have been just chance, but it might have been planned that way.
No. You can forget Randall, Rathbone. He's got the perfect alibi.
He was visiting a friend way across town from the Grace Hotel at about 1:25. According to you, the murder was committed at 1:20 while you listened. Randall couldn't possibly have killed Kroll and gotten across town in 5 minutes.
Well, is the friend absolutely sure of the time Bert showed up at his place?
Absolutely.
How do you know?
I was the friend.
I still don't understand, Farrell. Why was Bert Randall visiting you?
He just happened to drop into headquarters. He wanted to know if I had any news on the guy who shot at you as you left the theater last night. He was worried about you.
Oh. Farrell, this is ridiculous. Someone must have committed the crime at 1:20.
Look, are you sure the crime was committed at 1:20?
Glanced at my watch as I hung up the phone. I suppose I could have misread it, but I doubt it.
So do I.
Wait. The Grace Hotel operator would have a record of the call to me in Westchester, and she might have noted the exact time. We could check.
Hey, we sure could. Come on.
Grace Hotel. Yes, madam. One moment, please.
Excuse me, operator.
Yeah?
May we see your long-distance timesheet for last night, please?
Well, Hey, you're Basil Rathbone.
Yes, quite. But
you
see,
that settles it. I had a fight with my girlfriend. She said you were dead, and I said it was a mistake. So I'm right, huh?
Yes, you're right.
Boy, am I glad.
Why, thank you.
Sure. Now she owes me $1.
Miss, please, may we see the long-distance timesheet for last night?
Well, that woman over there just asked for it, too. I told her I couldn't give it out, but since you're a cop...
Carol, look. Over there, it's Mrs. Kroll.
You check the timesheet, Rathbone. I'm going to talk to that lady.
All right.
Good evening, Mrs. Kroll.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
I understand you're interested in the telephone operator's timesheet.
I have a right to investigate the murder.
Oh, don't you like the way the police are doing it?
You think my husband was using Mr. Rathbone's name illegally? He wasn't. He had a legitimate dramatic school business, and he was brave.
Carol!
Find out something, Rathbone?
Plenty. According to that timesheet there's no record of any call from the hotel to Westchester last night.
The lights! They've gone out!
All right, everybody stay where you are. Stay where you are. What happened? Somebody screamed.
Put on the lights, somebody. Put on the lights.
There, that's better. Watch that switch, Rathbone, so nobody touches it again.
Right.
All right, now. All right. Nobody leave this lobby till we get to the bottom of this. Rathbone, where's that timesheet?
Somebody took it, Farrell, when the lights went out.
All right. Whoever took it, hand it over.
You heard what the lieutenant said, Mrs. Kroll. Hand it over.
I was just going to, Mr. Rathbone. Here, Lieutenant. I took it when the lights went out. It was lying on the desk, and I didn't want anybody to steal it.
That's a likely story. Who screamed?
I did. I felt someone trying to tear the timesheet out of my hand.
Oh, now, look, would somebody please tell me what's so important about this timesheet?
Very good question, Farrell. Why should anyone want to conceal the fact... Good heavens. Of course. Of course.
In the words of Fatima, time is the essence. A fact misplaced in time conceals the truth.
Why didn't I think of that before? Ladies and gentlemen, those words of Fatima that I just recalled will help me solve tonight's mystery. Time is the essence. A fact misplaced in time conceals the truth. Now, can you guess who killed Lionel Kroll?
Now back to Mr. Basil Rathbone for the exciting conclusion of tonight's Tale of Fatima.
Why didn't you think of what before, Rathbone?
Carol, there was no call made from the Grace Hotel to me at 1:20.
But you got a phone call at 1:20?
Exactly, but it didn't come from here. So it couldn't have come at the actual time of the murder because the murder was committed here.
Well, then what did you hear over the phone?
A reconstruction of the crime, Farrell. An act. By an actor.
You mean Bert Randall?
Exactly. Quite some time after he killed Kroll, he phoned me and reenacted the killing, calling from a booth right near headquarters.
But why?
So he could rush right in to see Farrell and establish a perfect alibi. But, of course, to make it stick, he had to destroy the timesheet.
No, you can't make that stick, Rathbone. Randall wasn't here just now when the timesheet was swiped.
He must be here. I suggest you look in the only possible hiding place, behind that switchboard.
What? Oh, now, Rathbone, you're nuts.
No, he's not, Lieutenant.
Randall. All right. What's the story?
Well, that's easy, Farrell. He was conducting the dramatic course using my name, not Kroll. He merely copied Kroll's mimeographed lessons.
I told you my husband had an honest business. He had nothing to do with this.
He had one thing to do with it, Mrs. Kroll. He found out Randall was stealing his lessons, so Randall lured him to the hotel here and killed him to keep him quiet.
I get it. And then planted the letters and papers on him so it would seem Kroll was conducting the racket. Well, you going to deny that, Randall?
No, Lieutenant. I'm an actor. I know an exit cue when I hear one. Shall we go?
Mr. Rathbone, I just wanted to remind you the name is still Bunny, in case you might want to look me up sometime.
Look you up?
Uh-huh. How's about hopping the Chattanooga choo-choo?
Well, I'd like to, dear girl, but I've already booked passage on a slow boat to China.
Join us again next week when we'll have another exciting tale of Fatima. Right, Mr. Rathbone?
Yes, indeed. Fatima helps me solve an amazing tale that began when a door opened and reached its climax when a killer closed the door and laughed. Be with me then, won't you? Good night.
Tales of Fatima stars Mr. Basil Rathbone with original music by Jack Miller. Lieutenant Farrell is played by Francis DeSales. The entire production is under the direction of Harry Ingram. Michael Fitzmaurice speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
T-Men ran in 1956 and starred Gordon Glenwright as IRS agent Jack Ketch, featuring stories about chasing down Americans who try to avoid paying their taxes. It might sound a bit dull as a premise, but the writing and the acting and the production were actually excellent, and this was really a well-done show that actually keeps you on the edge of your seat. In the case of The Subtle Approach, a man comes to Ketch and proposes to give him a $10,000 bribe. Ketch throws him out of his office before finding out what the bribe was for. Then he does some digging into the man and finds out that he has no criminal record and has always paid his proper taxes on time. So why did he try to bribe him? Then he goes back and tries to find the man to get the answers. A really intricate plot in this one, showing that the stories were far more exciting than you would think about mere tax evasion. Next is the show Somebody Knows, a true crime docudrama style show that ran from July to August of 1950 while suspense was on summer break. Each episode showcased an unsolved murder case, and a $5,000 reward was offered each week for information leading to the killer's conviction. In The Unsolved Murder of Joseph P. Bohanek, the true crime story is dramatized, telling about filling station night manager Joseph P. Bohanek, who was murdered during a robbery. The criminals got away with the crimes, and to this day nobody has found out their identities. Even though it has an unresolved ending, this mystery is really an intriguing story. It aired July 20th, 1950. Next up is Whitehall 1212, which dramatized actual cases from the files of Scotland Yard's Black Museum. Similar to the show The Black Museum and also to Secrets of Scotland Yard, the show was named after the former famous phone number for the headquarters of the London Metropolitan Police, and it was hosted by Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of the Black Museum. Unlike the show The Black Museum, Whitehall 1212 told the story of each case entirely from the point of view of the police. It aired from 51 to 52. Now, in the case of Thomas Applebee is a 70-year-old man married to a 39-year-old woman. He's found dead with a crushed skull, and all signs point to his wife as the murderer. Then her young lover admits to the crime. Was he sacrificing himself for her, or did she actually commit the murder? A really good mystery story with a lot of surprises. This one aired on March 16, 1952. Next up is The Queen's Men, which only ran for a few months in 1954, featuring Canadian-born cast members about the adventures of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Each show opened with the oath that the police give upon accepting their initiation into the force. In Missing Persons Case, what starts out as a routine missing persons case turns into something else when the police find out his wife despises her husband, and that he may have gotten involved with robbery and other crimes. This story has a lot of surprises and a lot of twists in it that makes you constantly change your mind about what is actually happening. It aired January 31st, 1954. And then we have the last show of this batch, Midnight Ride from the New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring the great Sidney Greenstreet as the genius and strange armchair detective. Nero and his assistant Archie both receive phone calls from a mysterious woman named Gloria, asking them to visit her at her home in the country. The phone call is abruptly ended by somebody putting a hand over Gloria's mouth. A ride to the country ends with an attempt to have Nero and Archie killed. A thrilling, surprising suspense/mystery story with a lot of action and unforeseen events, culminating in a really great ending. This one aired March 16, 1951. Now settle back for some great mysteries. I'll see you later.
It's your swan song, sweetheart, so you better start singing.
Don't try standover tactics, Catch, or I'll make a hot curry for you.
Does she talk to me or to the cops? Take your pick. It's all the same to me.
You T-men are all the same. Think you're wonderful, great big heroes. Don't think I don't know.
Glamour boy.
She's the one I want to hear from, not you. What's it to be, sugar?
I've got nothing to say unless my lawyer says so.
And her lawyer doesn't say so.
When I get through with her lawyer, Buster, he's going to need a lawyer. Now, why don't you both be sensible and admit it was a frame-up?
Prove it.
Dare me?
I defy you.
Okay.
Mr. Ketch, wait.
Pipe down, you pin-headed little... Why, you...
Good for you, sugar. I've been dying to take a poke at him, too.
Okay, Mr. Ketch. Now I'm ready. Now I'll talk.
T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of the men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men, with Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. Here is Jack Ketch, one of this nation's T-Men, to tell you the case of the subtle approach.
This is a great country. It takes a lot of money to run and keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her true income or profit.
Malarkey. I said that's a lot of malarkey. Taxes are scaled so that characters like you can squat in safe jobs. By the way, my name's Cromer, Public Relations.
Oh, sweet. You'll have sorrowing relations if you come busting into private offices that way, friend.
Your apology is accepted. Well,
now, just a minute, Elephant Hide.
I know you're now going to tell me that you're a busy man and you don't need whatever it is I'm selling anyway, but that's just where I'm going to fool you, Mr. Ketch. Oh, yes, I saw your name on the door, by the way. Yes, that's precisely where I'm going to fool you, because I have nothing to sell.
No.
No, Mr. Ketch. I have something to give.
I've a pair of them, and they're heavy brogues.
Mr. Ketch, how would you like to wake up in the morning and feel worth 10,000?
10,000 what? Usually I feel like a 2-cent cigar butt. However, I mustn't keep you chit-chattering like this. Beat it, Buster!
10,000 of these.
Money? Now, why should you give me that dough?
It's quite simple. It's yours. As a bribe.
I slugged him. Yes, against all the rules, I slugged him. And then had him tossed out on his ear. What did he think I was, anyway? Well, I'd satisfied my lust for violence, but what about my curiosity? I'd flattened the clot before he'd told me what he wanted me to do. Marty Burke thought he could make a shrewd guess. He was 1,000 miles off.
Well, I just don't get it. I've gone through Cromer's file and he's clean. Not a query. Not a mark. Pays up his assessed tax on the dot every year.
Hey, he's a public relations man, remember? Perhaps he was acting on behalf of a client.
Aren't they all? But what a dope to go at it bald-headed. Why, it was almost as if he wanted you to toss him out a window.
Next time, I will.
Is there going to be a next time?
Sure there is. And if Chroma doesn't make it, I will. And soon.
Watch it, friend. Curiosity killed the cat, remember?
9 times. Well, there it was. A goon comes at me in a barefaced way with a bribe. To do what? So we're both guessing. Actually, I didn't need to worry about Chroma's next approach, or to wait. It came at 10:30 that night. Pat Frood had a date with her cousin, she said. So I was home. All right, take your foot off that. Oh. So it's you again.
Mr. Ketch,
Come in! And sit down! That's the one you ducked out on this morning.
You'll be sorry for this slasher. I come to do you a good turn, all you do is beat me up.
Chroma, you surely haven't come to renew your offer, have you? I hope so, because I'm very interested.
I thought you would be. But the price has gone down. 1,000 a punch.
Lovely. I've still got 8 for free. Tell me, what do I have to do to stop spending your money on athletics?
I want you to get me a certain file.
I thought so. Chroma, as an up-and-coming public relations man, you ought to know that stealing taxation files from the record section went out of fashion with button-up boots.
At the price I'm offering.
Whose file do you want?
Do I get it?
Tell me.
Glove Plastics.
Did you say Glove Plastics?
Bring me their file and you get the money.
Glove Plastics, eh? Fine. I'll turn them over in the morning and see why they wanted their file removed. In for plenty, I'd say. Well, we'll make them sorry they started this.
Oh, so you're crossing me up, are you?
Yes, sweetheart, I am. And starting with a right... The stairs to my apartment have brass edging strips to save the carpet. The blushing bribe didn't miss one of them. I got to the office next morning with a happy smile on my face and a song in my heart. I like bribers like I like Death Adders. And you can see me dating a Death Adder, can't you? Gaily, I buzzed records and asked them to slip a yellow jack in the filing cabinet and shoot Glove Plastics' file over to me. There were complications.
I couldn't call you back sooner, Mr. Ketch, because...
Never mind about that. Where's that file? I've been waiting nearly 20 minutes.
But I'm telling you, Mr. Ketch, you've got that file already.
Do you think I'm a dope and don't see straight? There's nothing on my desk but varnish.
Well, there should be, because you got that file yesterday, according to the...
What do you mean, yesterday? I didn't even know Glove Plastics existed until last night. Look at the right card, sugar.
I have the right card, and it's got your signature on it.
Say that again?
It's got your...
Okay, I'll come over. This is getting funny peculiar. Marty.
Now what's wrong?
That file on Glove Plastics that Chroma wanted me to swipe. It's gone already, and marked out to me.
The bells are ringing, Johnny. Watch it.
You can say that again. Let's go across to records and inspect Exhibit A.
Wrong. Exhibit B. I've got a feeling that Exhibit A is your hide.
This started to look very interesting. My hair started to stand up at the back of my neck, and little chilly tingles played tag up and down my spine. It was my next move. I made it. I don't care if Chroma's as busy as a one-armed paper hanger with a 7 years itch. Get him on this phone. What? Well, tell him it's government business. Yes. Well, it's about time.
Yes?
Cromer?
Speaking. Who's this?
Ketch, Taxation and Revenue.
Yes, Mr. Ketch. What can I do for you?
You can grab a cab and be here in 5 minutes. That's what you can do. If you're a split second late, so help me, I'll take you apart.
Steady on, Johnny.
Now, what sort of a fool gag is this? Who's this calling?
Ketch, the boy that money couldn't buy.
You drunk? Talk sense whoever you are.
Sense, is it? I'll give you sense. What about that little job you wanted me to do on Glove Plastics? What happened? Did you get yourself another boy?
Oh, go and jump.
Hey, Marty, he hung up on me. How do you like that?
I don't like it at all, Jack. You've got to do some fast thinking.
Some fast action, you mean? Why does this character have his office?
I was turning him up while here we are. Pioneer's Building, 10th floor.
I'm on my way. The 10th, huh? Hey, Marty, 10 minutes from now, if you listen intently, you're going to hear a dull thud. Guess what it'll be? I made it in 8 minutes flat. Surprise, surprise. I'd never seen Cromer before in my life, or he me. My Mr. Cromer was a phony. Why? What was the racket? Why offer me 10 grand to swipe a file that wasn't there? When I got back to my office, I knew why.
Look, I tell you to keep your story until you hear mine. Your bank's been on the phone. They want you there right away.
My bank? Hey, I'm not overdrawn, am I?
I hardly think so, Mr. Ketch. They want you to sign the pay-in slip attached to the 10,000 smackers you banked in their night safe last night.
This was it. This was the last side of the frame being nailed on. File gone, the dough in my bank account. I was as good as behind bars already.
We'll return to Jack Ketch and the case of the subtle approach in just a minute. Meanwhile, we return you to T-Men, with Jack Ketch continuing the case of the subtle approach.
Here at the Special Investigation Branch of the Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue, you should never be surprised at anything that happens, even to yourself. I've had people pull guns on me. I've had blondes say, I think you're cute. I've had husbands say, hey, mister, that's my wife. In fact, I once had a character come in and say, you haven't charged me enough tax. We had him locked up right away. But this is the first time I've ever been framed for bribery and corruption without my permission. The sad point is, how do I convince anyone that I am an innocent party?
Look, Jack, don't get me wrong. I'm on your side. I believe everything you tell me. You say this character pretended to be a public relations counselor named Cromer, and he's not. Okay, I accept that.
I've just seen Cromer. They're two different men. Now, about this dough.
Skip the money for a moment, boy, and get back to that missing file. Your Cromer offered to pay you $10,000 to swipe the complete taxation file of Glove Plastics. You say you refused.
Refused? I flattened him twice, didn't I?
Now, take it easy. Here's the way I see it, and the way the DG upstairs will see it, too.
The DG is not going to hear about this until I've thrown our friend into the can.
Are you crazy? Look, the longer you hold off telling the top brass about this, the more suspicious they'll be. Twice in one day, you're offered $10,000 to hand over Glove Plastics' file. You say you refuse.
Why?
Now, wait a minute. Yet next day, Glove Plastics' file is gone, and someone has mysteriously paid $10,000 into your bank. What are they going to think?
It's what they're going to do if I tell them now that's got me bouncing. I'd better get round to the bank and see what I can find out about that pay-in.
Do that. And when you get back, take my advice and go up top and see the Director General before it's too late.
Why? Is he ill? All the bank could tell me would fit on the head of a pin. The dough had been paid in through their automatic time-recording night safe at 8:10 the previous night. That was a couple of hours before the phony Cromer visited me. They showed me the deposit slip made out to my credit, but with a space for the signature of the person paying in left blank. So was I. I told them to hold the dough in suspense pending further instructions and gumshoed back to the office.
Only 2 messages here on your desk. Oh, and Pat Frood wants you to ring through about lunch. Doesn't that dame ever do anything but eat? How'd you make out?
So-so.
You better try to clean up this mess you're in on glove plastics pretty smartly, Johnny. I just had the tip from the top that Henderson Grant Building Cooperative is folding. It looks like being a big smell with us in the middle. Meeting of the stockholders tomorrow. Suckers, the lot of them, from what I heard.
Yeah, they've got their worries, I've got mine. I'm not kidding.
Hey, while you were out, I had an idea. Johnny, if you didn't swipe that file...
What do you mean, if?
Okay, you didn't. But someone did. And that someone must be employed in records right this minute. They swiped that file and forged your signature to the Yellow Jack check card.
Marty, really? Is that what happened? Now, who on earth do you think could have done that?
I'm only trying to help you. Listen, why can't we put the finger on the culprit through the handwriting?
A swell idea, Marty. The only catch is, by the time a handwriting expert gets through testing 300 clerks in records, I'll have served half my sentence anyway.
For Pete's sake, we've got to do something, haven't we?
Listen, Marty, that file was stolen for one reason, but I was framed for another. I've a hunch I'm going to be told why very soon. When I know that, maybe I'll know who knocked the file off. Right now, I'm going out to lunch with Pat.
In my day, it was always a hearty breakfast.
Luncheon was a bright, happy little event, with Pat and me snarling at each other as though we'd been married 10 years. I got up, tossed some money at the desk, and walked out on my heart's desire. Some picnic I was having. I hoofed back to the Federal Building in a murderous mood, which reached flashpoint as I went in through the doorway. And who should I meet but himself.
Hey, Catch.
Why, what a pleasant surprise.
Throwing punches is beginning to get a habit of yours. I've got something here in my pocket to break that habit. Get the money?
Get the file? Hey, how about that? What was the big idea of paying me off to swipe a file that was already swiped by someone else?
Was it? How confusing. I've got you over a barrel, Catch. How do you like it, huh?
How do you think you'll like 10 years in the can?
You can't prove a thing. And other people can. Meaning your bosses. A file's gone. You're 10,000 richer. It adds up, Mr. Catch.
What are you really after, Buster?
After?
Look, I'm not such a dope that I can't put two and two together. You frame me, okay. Either I get out of it, or I don't. But where do you come in? Where's the payoff? Are you squaring accounts or what?
The payoff, friend, occurs right now, upstairs in your private office. We're going upstairs, Catch. And you're going to swipe me another file.
Are you in the wholesale business? Whose file?
You'll get me the file, Catch. Or this bear trap you're in's gonna snap your fat head off. You do what you're told, see?
Suppose I don't.
I'll tip off your boss about the glove plastics deal. As I said, I've got you over a barrel. Well.
Come upstairs. By the way, whose file do I have to swipe this time?
Mine.
We got to my office. It was empty. Marty Burke's never around when he's wanted. Now I really was in a spot. Well, now what, Buster?
Get me the file.
You won't get away with this, you know. The moment you try to leave the building with a file under your arm, bells will start ringing and guards
I'm not going to try and take it out.
No?
No. You're going to get that file from wherever it's kept, and then you're going to sit at your desk and you're going to tear it to bits. After that, you'll burn the bits in that metal waste bin you got over there.
So that you and all your records will vanish in the ashes, Well, if you feel confident, let's try it. You'll be sorry.
Let me worry about that. Just get the file.
Okay. And the name?
Henderson Grant Building Cooperative. I'm Grant.
Henderson Grant? Hey, wait on. Marty said... Yeah. You are folding. You've got into the stockholders' funds, haven't you, Mr. Grant?
Plenty.
Why didn't you offer your bribe for this file in the first place, instead of...
would you have got it for me for 10 or 100,000?
No.
This way you will. So my way seems to have been best. Now send for it.
Okay.
Records, Miss Grant.
Oh, Sugar, I'd like you to... get me...
Oh, yes, Mr. Ketch? You'd like me to get you what?
Grant. Don't bother, Sugar. Just come along to my office, pronto.
Yes, Mr. Ketch.
Now, wait a minute, Ketch. I want that file, and I want it now.
There's not going to be any file, mister, because now I can bust you wide open. Now I know who swiped the glove plastic file and who forged my signature to the card. What's so funny?
That's the pity of it. I can't tell you, you boob.
You wanted me, Mr. Harry?
You don't know me. You don't know a thing.
Yeah, I was right. Brother and sister, I'd say. Come in, Sugar, and tell us everything.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, not much. I ought to break your sweet little neck.
Oh, stop talking like a B-grade movie hero.
By the way, Sugar, what's your real name? I'll want it for the warrant.
It's Lita.
The Swan. Well, it's your swan song, sweetheart, so you'd better start singing.
Don't try any stand-up at Texas, Ketch, or I'll make a hot curry for you.
Does she talk to me or to the cops? Take your pick. It's all the same to me.
You T-men are all the same. Think you're wonderful, great big heroes. Don't think I don't know.
Glamour boys.
She's the one I want to hear from, not you. What's it to be, Sugar?
I've got nothing to say unless my lawyer says so.
And her lawyer doesn't say so.
When I get through with her lawyer, Buster, he's going to need a lawyer. Now, why don't you both be sensible and admit it was a frame-up?
Prove it.
Dare me?
I defy you.
Okay.
Mr. Ketch, wait.
Pipe down, you pin-headed little... Oh, you...
Good for you, Sugar. I've been dying to take a poke at him, too.
Okay, Mr. Ketch. Now I'm ready. Now I'll talk. He made me do it. Said he was in too deep to get out. He wanted me to steal the Henderson Grant file, but I wouldn't. Then he asked me if I'd help him if it didn't involve stealing. And so I did. I made out that card on the glove plastic file and copied your signature. Well, there wasn't much harm in that, was there?
Oh, no. But why pick and choose? You wouldn't steal his file, but you swiped glove plastics. I don't get it.
He doesn't get it, he says.
I didn't take the glove plastics file, Mr. Ketch, because there wasn't any such file to take.
What do you mean, no such file? Didn't he offer me 10 grand to swipe it? Wasn't there a card showing my signature for it?
Part of an elaborate plan to make you jump through the hoop. I invented the name glove plastic and the file and the card to make you think you were in a jam. So you'd swipe the file I really wanted. Well, it nearly worked.
Well, I'll be...
What's going to happen to us, Mr. Ketch?
Not a thing. Is that right, Ketch?
Right, as far as the girl's concerned. But how about this? For you! Well, what could we do? What could we prove, apart from Sugar forging my signature? If I hadn't been such a double-dyed dope as not to check up on glove plastic's existence in the register, they wouldn't have got to first base with the scheme. We let them both go. Punchbag got his reward next day when irate stockholders had him arrested for appropriating their funds. Sugar? I couldn't care less. And the 10,000? Well, as there was no glove plastic file to steal, there was no bribe. So what else could it be but a gift? I gave it back to Grant's stockholders. Honest character, aren't I? This is a great country. It costs a lot of money to run and to keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her.
You have been listening to T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of those men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men features Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. The case of the subtle approach was written and directed by Donovan Joyce. All names used in this broadcast were fictitious and bore no relation to any living person. T-Men is a Donovan Joyce production. This is Harp McGuire speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there, you who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes?
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers $5,000 reward for evidence or information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number 235-1950 of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department. The unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohanek. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes past midnight. Monday morning, April 10th, 1950. Red car number 13 of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department cruises slowly along in the almost deserted vicinity of Broad and Carpenter Streets in South Philadelphia. As the red car approaches the intersection of Broad and Carpenter, Patrolman Harry Bunting and Sergeant George Chester look toward the Atlantic Refining Company filling station on the northwest corner. It's well lighted, and the night manager is plainly visible within the office. He waves a cheerful hand in greeting.
No trouble there tonight, Harry?
Doesn't look like it.
What's the time?
2:20.
Well, we'll be around again in an hour.
Yeah.
Number 11 car. Number 11 car.
That's not us.
Disturbance in Broad and Fitzwater.
Car 11, Broad and Fitzwater. Got it.
It is now 2 hours and 30 minutes past midnight. Monday morning, April 10th, 1950. And within the office of the Atlantic Refining Company filling station on the northwest corner of Broad and Carpenter Streets in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It is now 2 hours and 35 minutes past midnight. Monday morning, April 10th, 1950. A 1949 Ford sedan drives south on Broad Street, approaching Carpenter. John A. Pellegrino of Chalfont, Pennsylvania, is at the wheel. He approaches the filling station at the corner, slows and pulls in, stopping beside the pumps.
Hey, where is that guy anyway? Probably asleep in the office. Hey, is anyone... Good Lord.
John Pellegrino runs out of the filling station office and into the street. The yellow cab is driving north on Broad Street.
Hey, cab, stop! Hold it, will ya?
What's the matter, mister?
The police. I gotta get the police.
Police? What's up?
The filling station, the attendant. Looks like he's hurt pretty bad. We gotta get the police.
Okay, mister. See what you can do around here. But I'll probably find a cop before you will.
John Banks, the driver of the yellow cab, speeds northward on Broad Street. Near the intersection of Fitzwater Street, he sees police car number 11 in charge of patrolmen Stecker and Donnell.
Hey, red car! Something wrong at the filling station at Broad and Carpenter. Guy's been hurt. Better get there fast.
Okay, thanks.
Red car 11 proceeds immediately to the filling station and pulls up in the driveway. One of the patrolmen is out of the car and hurrying to the office almost before it comes to a halt. He pushes aside the half-open door, enters the office, and stops. A man lies motionless on the floor beside a show window, in a pool of blood, his head toward the door. A bullet wound is plainly visible in one temple. The policeman bends down, feels for a pulse. And then...
Get the emergency car, Donald. He's been shot.
This is car 11. Send emergency car to Broad and Carpenter. Hospital case, shooting. Car 11, send emergency car to Broad and Carpenter.
In a matter of minutes, the police ambulance is at the scene. The wounded man removed and sped to the Graduate Hospital. There he's examined immediately by Dr. Sylvester. The doctor's report, recorded at 3 a.m.,
dead on arrival. Removed to the morgue.
At approximately the same time that Dr. Sylvester is examining the body, a telephone rings in an office of the Detective Division on the first floor of Philadelphia's historic City Hall.
Homicide, Riccardi.
Complaint room, Riccardi. There's been a shooting at a gas station, Broad and Carpenter Streets.
Right. Brenner's there. Come on, we've got work to do.
Detective Sergeant Samuel Riccardi and Detective Eugene Brennizer of the Homicide Division proceed at once to the scene of the shooting, and the police investigation of the crime begins. Several officials of the Atlantic Refining Company also arrive at the filling station, and among them is Mr. Philip T. Hopley, supervisor of the company. Following information is given to Acting Detective Lieutenant Charles Brown of the 1st Division at the 15th Street and Snyder Avenue headquarters.
His name was Bohanek, Lieutenant Joseph P. Bohanek. He's been with us, the Atlantic Refining Company, since October 1945. This past year as night manager of the Broad and Carpenter Street station.
Mm-hmm. What else do you know about him, Mr. Hopley?
Well, let's see. He was 38, married. Wife's name is Mary, 2 children, girl 14, boy 7. What's happened at that station tonight, Lieutenant?
Well, right now, we'd have to guess. Our files show that Bohanek was the complainant in an attempted robbery and holdup at that station on December 2nd in 49. And there was a successful attempt at robbery just 11 days ago.
Yes, I know.
Well, this might have been another robbery attempt. And if Bohanek tried to put up a fight and was...
Our men are all warned not to resist if any such attempts are made, Lieutenant. We most certainly don't want them to get hurt.
Naturally not, Mr. Hopley, but I thought...
Of course, Joe did feel pretty grim about the last holdup, but I don't think he'd have done anything. Thought too much of his wife and kids. He'd been trying to get off night work because of them.
Oh.
He asked for transfer, a day job upstate. Promised to give him one, too. Matter of fact, there's a vacancy going to open up in another week or two.
Meanwhile, Detective Sergeant Samuel Riccardi completes his investigation at the filling station, then proceeds to number 1 Detective Division to learn what information has been uncovered there.
Joseph P. Bohanek, 2816 East Castor Avenue.
He was the complainant in an attempted holdup at the same spot last December 2nd, Sam.
Yeah, I see. The two brothers apprehended as suspects released on bail December 13th.
We sent out a pickup on them, just in case.
Yeah. Well, I'll check back with you later, Lieutenant.
What about your preliminary report, Sam?
It'll hold for a couple of hours.
Oh? Something more important to do?
Somebody's got to tell the widow, don't they?
A short while later, a police car pulls up before the neat, well-kept house at 2816 East Castor Avenue. Several men get out and walk reluctantly to the front door. They hesitate there a moment, uneasily, and then one of them stabs at the doorbell with a rough, angry gesture.
Yes? What is it?
We'd like to see Mrs. Mary Bohanek, please.
I'm Mrs. Bohanek. Who are you?
I'm Detective Sergeant Riccardi, Mrs. Bohanek, Homicide Division. I'd like
Detective? The police? What do you want with... Joe, something's happened. What is it? What's happened? Tell me, what's happened?
There was some trouble at the filling station, Mrs. Bohanek. Your husband was shot. I'm afraid
Joe, shot? Oh, no. No, he couldn't have been. Where is he? I must get to him. Where is he? You said Homicide Division. Then my Joe is...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bohanek.
Joe was such a good man. Why did anyone want to kill my Joe? Joe was such a good man. Why did anyone want to kill my Joe? Why did anyone want to kill my Joe? Why?
In just a moment, we'll continue with homicide file number 235-1950 of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department, the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohanek.
CBS invites you to hear another adventure in the far corners of the world with yours truly, Johnny Dollar, tonight. Starring Hollywood actor Edmund O'Brien, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings you the adventures of a top investigator for a large insurance company. For action, thrills, and adventure in the far places, listen to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Edmund O'Brien, every Thursday on most of these same CBS stations. Now, back to Somebody Knows, and a true case history of an actual murder.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohanek.
Remember, $5,000 reward will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of his killer. And the name and identity of the person supplying that information need never be known.
During the day of Monday, April 10th, 1950, all the information then known by the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department is correlated and reported upon. Ballistics has this to say.
Fatal bullets were .32 caliber automatic. They were fired from foreign, Belgian, smokeless cartridge cases. The automatic used had right-hand rifling.
Coroner's Detective John Fenton made this report.
An examination of the body of the deceased disclosed one bullet wound in the vicinity of the right temple, one bullet wound just to the left of the spine at the shoulder blade, one at the shoulder joint, and one below the armpit to the rear. One eye was badly bruised.
At the filling station, the remains of a sandwich, piece of cake, and some milk are on the desk. A short folding ladder is overturned, and a man's cap is found beneath it. $25.72 in bills and change is scattered around. On the basis of this information, Sergeant Riccardi reconstructs the crime at No. 1 Detectives for Acting Lieutenant Brown.
The way I see it, Lieutenant, around 2:20 a.m., Bohanek was counting his receipts and entering records in ledger.
Yep.
He was eating lunch at the same time. He waved to Chester and Bunting in red car 13, went back to his work.
Mm-hmm.
Then his killers came into the station, put up a fight for a while. That's when the ladder turned over and one of the killers lost his cap.
Yeah.
Then tried to break away. That's when they gave him one through the back. As he fell, they fired two more into his back. Then gave him a fourth bullet into the right temple and tore out of the place without picking up the money Bohanek had been counting.
Well, it could be that way, Sam. But if it is, it doesn't look like any ordinary holdup.
And that's what we figured. Brenniser's over at the morgue now, checking with Fenton, Bohanek's relatives. Maybe he'll come up with something.
Okay, Sam. Keep in touch.
Meanwhile, other detectives are conducting a search for possible witnesses to the killing. An intensive interrogation is made of truck drivers and employees of the Frankfurt Grocery Company at the southwest corner of Broad and Carpenter Streets, directly across from the filling station. Typical of the results is the statement of Vincent Bulgarino, receiver in the produce department.
Yeah, sure. I was working at the time in the locker room. That's it there, facing north right at the gas station. I didn't hear any shots, didn't see anybody either. But I was busy working. Oh, I saw the red car drive up all right. But that's all. I was busy working.
By the afternoon of Monday, April 10th, 1950, two theories regarding the killing of Joseph P. Bohanek are advanced by the police. The first, as expressed by Acting Lieutenant Brown.
There aren't many gas stations open after midnight in that section of South Philadelphia. Bohanek's was the only one in a radius of many blocks. It made a natural target for a stick-up gang, as witnessed the attempts on December 2nd, March 31st. It's quite possible he was shot while resisting a third attempt, either by the same gunman on a return visit or by others.
The second theory is advanced at the City Morgue, 13th and Wood Streets. Homicide Detective Eugene Brenniser is accompanying Joseph Bohanek's widow and three brothers-in-law, Norman Franks, Charles Spuler, and Frank A. Mask. An official identification of the deceased is to be made.
All right, let's look at him.
No. No, I can't. I can't. Oh, Joe.
I'd better look after Mary.
Well, Mr. Spuler? Mr. Mask?
It's him, all right.
Yeah, that's Joe, Detective Brenniser.
Well, thanks for your trouble. Okay, put him away.
Any ideas what happened to Joe?
We have a theory that it might have been a grudge killing.
A grudge killing?
Yeah, but who'd have a grudge against Joe?
We thought maybe one of you could tell us.
He didn't drink or play around. He was a quiet guy who liked to stay home with Mary and the kids.
Any money troubles?
Money troubles? No. He made good pay, $67 a week in bonus. He owned his own home. You're barking up the wrong tree with that grudge idea of yours.
On April 15th, 1950, Detective Sergeant Riccardi and Detectives Brenniser and McCann went to Reading, Pennsylvania.
Bohanek had friends and acquaintances in Reading. Maybe we can learn from them if he was killed for revenge, a grudge, or some other reason.
The detectives talked to Corporal Toy of the Pennsylvania State Troopers, who had known Bohanek when he lived there.
Nope, no leads there.
They talked to Bohanek's sisters.
No leads there.
They talked to friends, acquaintances, people who worked with him there in the Berkshire Mills.
No leads there.
Meanwhile, detectives Robert McGarvey and Francis Kelly quietly working on another angle of the case. There is one clue that they're convinced will eventually crack the murder of Joseph Bohanek. The clue found under the ladder that was overturned during Bohanek's struggle with his killers. A man's faded green cap. The crime laboratory makes a thorough examination of the cap. Their report gives the police the first hint of a possible description of the killer.
Our studies indicate that the cap was worn by a young white male who should have medium brown, straight hair.
The cap is distinctive, unique in materials and workmanship. Philadelphia clothiers believe that it was of New York make. Detective Robert McGarvey leaves immediately for that city. Upon his return, he reports,
I made the rounds of every cap manufacturer in New York City. Not one of them recognized the cap as his own make or the make of anybody else known to the trade.
Detectives McGarvey and Kelly then begin making the rounds of Philadelphia cap manufacturers. At the end of 2 full weeks spent in visiting hundreds of places, they've come upon no leads. Their conclusions?
The shop that made that cap was probably small and possibly out of business now.
But if the manufacturer can be learned, we might trace that cap to the retailer who sold it, the man he sold it to,
and the man who wore it early on the morning of April 10th.
Then, on April 25th, 1950, what seems to be the first big break in the case occurs. At 5 o'clock that morning, motorcycle policemen Thomas Brooks and Harry Sladek are in the vicinity of Ridge Avenue at Oxford when a car roars past them. The policemen recognize the car as one reported stolen and take out after the speeding automobile. After a chase of several minutes, they succeed in curbing the car and then approach it with drawn guns.
You, come on here.
5 youths are inside. They put up no resistance to the arresting officers and are taken to 2nd Detective Division headquarters at 12th and Pine for interrogation.
Okay, you've decided to talk. Now let's get it straight for the
In the
stenographer.
second-floor interrogation room at number 2 detectives, Detective Lieutenant William Greenhall conducts the questioning. The 5 youths confess to a series of window-smashing burglaries, latest of which is the looting of the Crawford clothes store at 6th and South Streets earlier that very day. Then Lieutenant Greenhall makes a stab in the dark.
What about filling stations, boys?
Filling stations?
Yes, like the one at Broad and Carpenter Streets, for instance.
Okay, we'll give you that, too. Sure, we tried to knock it over. Only we knocked over Bohanek instead.
Be sure to get this down. All right, boys, start talking.
Sure. We'd spotted the joint a couple of nights before. It looked like a pushover, but we wasn't taking no chances, so we gave it the once-over a couple of nights running before we moved in.
As the civilian stenographer takes down the proceedings, a full confession is given by 3 of the 5 youths. They tell how they planned the hold-up attempt carefully. They knew of the hourly police car checkups. They waited outside the station at 2 a.m. until Bunting and Chester in red car number 13 came by, waved, and pulled away. Then, while one of them remained outside, the 2 others entered the filling station office.
Okay, this is a sticker.
Bohanek jumped for the gun and a fight began. Then, when he tried to break away from them... Then, several hours after the confession, Captain James A. Kelly, head of the homicide squad, makes a statement to the press.
As most of you know, we've obtained confessions to the murder of Joseph P. Bohanek. Those confessions have been repudiated. They were based solely on the reading of newspaper accounts of the crime and not on fact. A typical attempt to get cheap publicity. Now, there's no actual evidence to connect these 3 men with the killing. The killer of Joseph P. Bohanek is still unknown.
Unknown? No. The killer of Joseph P. Bohanek is not unknown. Somewhere, wherever this man is hiding, some one of you has seen him today, has spoken to him, knows where the gun is that he fired that night 3 months ago in a filling station at Broad and Carpenter Streets in Philadelphia. No, the killer who took the life of Joseph P. Bohanek is not a person who is unknown.
Somebody knows.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohanek. Better make note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now, here are the actual facts in the case. Joseph P. Bohanek, 38 years of age, night manager of a filling station at Broad and Carpenter Streets in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, was shot to death while working at his job.
The date, Monday, April 10th, 1950. The time, approximately 2:30 in the morning.
Only a tentative description of the suspected killer has been determined.
A young white male who should have medium brown straight hair.
The murder weapon is a .32 caliber automatic with right-hand rifling. The bullets were fired from smokeless cartridge cases made in Belgium.
The only other clue is a man's cap found at the scene of the crime.
The police department in Philadelphia feels certain that this cap can lead to the killer. They're vitally interested in learning the name of the manufacturer, the identity of anyone known to have worn a cap of its description. Now, here's that description. Listen carefully, please.
The size of the cap is 6 7/8. When new, it was a Kelly green cotton twill, but when found was badly faded from the weather.
The headpiece is sewn together from 6 sections instead of the usual 3. The taping used to sew the sections is unusual. 50% cotton and 50% wool, black and white tweed. It has an adjustable eye shield that can be folded up against the cloth visor or pulled down for protection against glare.
The cap was made on 2 types of sewing machines. One was a Singer, single needle numbered 24-7. The other, used to sew the taping, was a Singer, double needle numbered 24-36.
And remember, this cap is the most important single clue, possibly the vital clue in the solution of this case. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information, and please don't send us guesses or hunches, but authentic information that may have bearing on the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohanek, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you have done.
Mail your letter to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. And if the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Joseph P. Bohanek, we'll announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer, doctor, or priest, minister, or rabbi. Have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you do not need to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, whoever you are, you whose name need never be known, may win a reward of $5,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. It's homicide file number 49-104 from the records of the state's attorney's office in Cook County, Illinois. The unsolved murder of Frank J. Christensen.
You out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing actual, authentic information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Joseph P. Bohanek must be addressed to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California, and must be postmarked not later than midnight, August 9th, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night. And remember,
somebody knows.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now, here is Chief Superintendent John Davidson of Scotland Yard, the curator of the famous Black Museum, to brief you on case number 330220.
If you're planning murder, which I sincerely hope you're not, a visit to the Black Museum here will most certainly, I believe, serve as a deterrent. Here we have a large collection of murder weapons, from the simplest to the most ingenious, and most of them have been used effectually. Now, here's a knife still stained with a murdered man's dried blood. Yeah, the user of that knife was hanged. And here is a revolver bullet from a man's brain. Yeah, the man who fired that shot was hanged. And the one-time possessor of this tiny phial, which at the time contained poison, thought to murder her husband. Yeah, the hangman ended her career, too. And this carpenter's mallet here. The wielder of that one drew a trip to the execution shed for the unorthodox use of it. You know, most murderers are caught, and they die more ignominiously than their victims. And here in the Black Museum lie the instruments that encompass two deaths, the victim's and the murderer's own. This innocent tool once fell into evil hands. It's all that remains. Our Chief Inspector Nigel Loring knows a great deal about this case, number 330220.
The old heathens used to believe that their gods were the ones who inspired mortals to murder. This god has the bloodiest murder record of them all.
Who was that, Nigel? Mars, the god of war?
No, John. His name is Cupid. He was the god of love. When Thomas A. Beckett Applebee married Alma Virginia Farnestock in Canada, he was 70 years old. Alma Virginia was 39. They had both been married before. Her first husband was dead, and Thomas Applebee had divorced his first wife to marry the attractive middle-aged widow. The affair had been a 9-day scandal in their Canadian home, and they had shortly removed to Bournemouth near Southampton to take up what might be called life anew. When I was first assigned to the case, I asked Uncle Tom Cobley, the village ancient of Bournemouth, to describe the Applebees to me.
Applebee? Why, he be a bitter old man. Oh, he's a good score of years younger than I be. Never pays no attention to nobody except in his money and his bottle. Forgot everything but that that wife of his even, mister.
And Mrs. Alma Applebee?
Eh?
Mrs. Alma Applebee.
Oh, she's pretty, even if she be no chicken. You don't pay her no mind, even if half of the men in Bournemouth be in love with her, mister, including me.
And so, when Thomas A. Beckett Applebee died at the age of 75 from the result of a broken skull, there was scant sympathy to be expected for him, and much indeed for Alma Virginia, his wife, until Alma Virginia opened her mouth and spoke to a sergeant of the Bournemouth police station who had been summoned by Dr. Owen Trelawney, the attending physician.
I did it. Tell you I did it. Tell the coroner I did it. That's all I have to say.
Madam, do you know what you're saying in the presence of witnesses?
Certainly I know what I'm saying. I killed him. I hit him on the head with a mallet. Write it down.
Madam, you don't know what you're saying. You're drunk.
I was assigned to the case the following day. You know as much about the case now as I did then. Thomas A. Beckett Applebee lay dead in a nursing home with his skull fractured in 3 places. The new-made widow, it was now near 10 the following morning, was awake after having slept nearly 12 hours after her confession to the Bournemouth sergeant. The maid, Marjorie Bates, brought her downstairs. There was nothing very attractive about Alma Virginia Applebee as she slumped into a chair in the disordered sitting room.
I need some more tea, Marjorie. Scotland Yard, eh?
Yes, Mrs. Applebee.
Well,
I was hoping you'd care to amplify the statement you made last night, Mrs. Appleby.
Statement?
About your husband's death, Mrs. Appleby.
Marjorie! How are you ever going to bring that tea?
I was hoping you'd care to amplify that statement, Mrs. Appleby.
How?
We are wondering how your husband was murdered.
I don't know.
All
I know is I heard a noise. I came downstairs and turned on the light, and he was sitting in his easy chair, all bloody. Here's the tea. You better pour the detective some too, Marjorie. Oh, good. Oh, that's good.
Thank you. Then I'm to understand, Mrs. Appleby, that you say he had already been struck when you saw him first.
All bloody, dreadful. Poor Tom.
I might point out that that statement hardly accords with the statement you made last night, Mrs. Appleby.
Did I make a statement last night?
You did, madam.
To whom?
To Sergeant Milton of the Bournemouth Police.
I don't remember it. I wonder. I was so shocked by the sight of poor old Tom. He'd been drinking as usual, and I picked up the bottle and just swilled down a great drink myself. I drank a great deal, honestly. I don't remember. Perhaps I said something
When you were drunk, madam?
What did I say?
You said that you had murdered your husband.
I said I murdered him?
It's in the Sergeant Milton's report.
Well, I said I killed my husband.
You did?
Why, then, so I did. You come to take me to the jail.
Well,
I'm quite ready. Marjorie, fetch my cloak. Marjorie, bring my cloak, I said. I'm going to jail.
But, look here, Mrs. Appleby.
What's going on here? I say, what's going on here?
It's quite all right, George.
It is not all right. Who is this man? Who are you, fellow?
I think I might ask the same question of you, young man.
Now, don't come that on me. Is he annoying you, Aunt Alma?
I'm Chief Inspector...
This is Chief Inspector. I'm afraid I've forgotten your name.
Loring, Scotland Yard.
Oh, you are you? And what are you doing here? We've had enough policemen.
May I ask who this young man is, Mrs. Appleby?
This is George Evans, Chief Inspector. George has been our chauffeur. George is...
Your nephew, I gather?
I am not.
George has been almost one of the family.
And it's my duty to protect George. Where's he taking you?
Were you here last night, young George?
When old Tom was killed by that burglar.
Is that the way it was?
He was drunk, as usual. Answering your question, I was out in the garage working on the car, mister.
George didn't know anything about it till he heard me scream when I found Tom sitting there all bloody.
Dead.
I didn't know he was dead when you found him, Mrs. Appleby.
He was...
I thought you said you killed him.
What?
Oh, that's right. I did kill him. I'd forgotten.
You did not.
I did.
You did not, Alma. She couldn't.
She says she did, young man.
Well, she didn't.
I did, George. I swear
You did not, Alma.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Appleby. I detain you on suspicion of having been involved in the murder of Thomas Becket Appleby.
No, I tell you.
And I must warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
Very well, sir.
Alma.
Be quiet. Then I say that I alone am responsible for the death of my husband. I and I alone murdered him.
But it's not...
Let me be, George. I did it. Now, if you're ready, Chief Inspector. Aren't you going to kiss me goodbye, George?
The boy, George Percy Emmons, insisted upon accompanying Alma Appleby and me, but there was nothing for it. He had to stay behind. Mrs. Appleby wept copiously as they parted, and it was with some difficulty that the maid, Marjorie, and I were able to separate them. I glanced at young George as I closed the car door. I was a little surprised to discover that he, too, was whimpering, like a puppy left behind, and his eyes were overflowing with childish tears. I was faintly revolted at the sight of this great hulking mooncalf's behavior, and I'm afraid I spoke my mind. Bawling like a blasted baby, I said.
Poor George is a baby. Poor lamb's only 18 after all.
Only 18, I thought. If I'd bawled like that when I was 18, I'd have had my trousers well booted. It had helped this great larrikin, too, I thought.
Poor George. So sweet.
I glanced at her curiously, I suppose. I've seen a look like that on a woman's face before. Motive. The back of my mind said to me, motive. Inattentive, grumpy, 75-year-old husband, I thought. Handsome, attentive, 18-year-old boy, and then I remembered that unmanly blubbering, that squalling like a spanked baby, and I was ashamed of myself. And when she spoke again...
My baby died when he was 2. I keep thinking of George as my baby boy.
But the love in her eyes when she turned to me, I thought uneasily, wasn't exactly the kind of love one has for a son. According to the judge's rules, one may not ask questions of a person who has been charged, except to clarify any statements made. There was no need to ask Alma Applebee any questions.
Yes, I killed him. Yes, I had a reason. Reasons, rather. Tom was old and ill. He was always in poor spirits. He worried about money. He worked hard all his life, and now his savings, he thought, were being spent. He knew he could never get any more money. He was an old man. He was afraid of dying, but he constantly talked suicide. He always sat alone in the sitting room and drank. Every night. Half a bottle every night. It's very simple. I couldn't stand it any longer. I'm not a young woman, but I'm not unattractive either, am I? I had a hard life, too. I deserve another chance, don't I? Tied to an old man. A sick old man. A drunken old man. A worried old man who constantly threatened to kill himself. He'd be better off. And I thought I'd be better off. He didn't know it. He didn't know anything. He was sitting there in his chair, drunk, like he was every night. So he wanted to die. I'd grant his wish. I'd be free. People would think a burglar or a tramp did it. So I picked up his bottle. I had to steel myself, didn't I? Yes, I drank. I drank quite a lot. He was sitting there staring at nothing at all as I drank out of his bottle. So I went out and got the mallet. George wasn't there. He didn't know anything about it. He was in the garage working. And I took the mallet and I hit Tom on the head. Just once I hit him. He didn't move or cry out or anything. I just smashed him once and he died. Then I'm afraid I drank the rest of Tom's whiskey. That's all I remember. No, I don't remember telling anyone I'd murdered him. I expect I must have, because I did kill him, you know. I'd been thinking about it a long time, you know, and this time I made up my mind to it. I would do it, and I did do it. He died very easily. Just one smash with the mallet, and it was all over. He didn't even know it. And I feel he died happy. I'm sorry for him. I did rather like him, but... Well, that's the whole story. All of it. I thought I was doing him a favor, and everything would be all right. I could blame it on the burglar or whoever. I should have known I couldn't get away with it. Oh, yes. And be sure to put down that it was all my idea. Nobody at all had anything to do with it but me. Put it all down in writing, just the way I've told you, and I'll sign it. I murdered him. So help me, Alma Virginia Applebee.
That was the gist of what she told the examining magistrate of Bournemouth, who accordingly remanded her for trial at the Southampton Assizes later in the month. I wasn't satisfied. John Davidson, the Black Museum man, he was plain superintendent then, was in Bournemouth visiting his great-aunt who was afflicted with sciatica. John, having escaped the ailing aunt for a morning, had attended the examination. Afterward, he and I repaired to the nearest pub. John was not happy.
None of my business, Loring, but that woman's lying.
She lied about the number of times old Tom Applebee was tapped on the head with a mallet.
The doctor said 3 times. She insisted it was only once.
Well, she was pretty drunk.
Granted. So let's have some more pig's ear, shall we?
Right. Miss, 2 of the same, please.
Right, sir.
Granted that she has made a mistake there. Granted that she was undoubtedly a little script, as I shall probably be if I have much more of this beer. Thank you, miss. But what murderer ever forgets how many times he strikes his victim? Cheers.
Cheers.
More than meets the eye, say I.
Well, that's the way I feel, too. Call me down here from Scotland Yard. First thing that happens, the woman confesses.
Confessed the Bournemouth policeman before, didn't she?
While she was drunk.
She a drinking woman?
Apparently not. Dr. Trelawney told me old Applebee did all the drinking in the family.
So at the risk of sounding like a fool, I say that circumstances alter cases.
Well, murdering one's husband can be said to be something of a circumstance, sir.
Well, covering up a murder of a husband by somebody else could also be said to be circumstance, Loring.
Ah.
Isn't it?
Who's she covering up, then?
I don't know.
Wasn't anybody who hated the old man, apparently. No.
Don't you know?
Well, after all, I've been here a very short time, sir, and the case is closed.
Well, it's the hangman who closes murder cases, Loring.
I know that.
See, I noticed another thing.
What's that, sir?
She seemed very anxious to impress on everyone the fact that this murder was her own idea.
Yes.
See, I know quotation.
Yes, sir?
Shakespeare, Hamlet.
Oh. What is it, sir?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks. Yeah, I seem to be full of wise saws and modern instances today, Loring.
Yes, sir.
You know, French have a saying, sachez la femme, if my pronunciation is right.
Well, we've got the woman, sir. We don't have to look for her.
Excuse me, I got my genders mixed up. In that case, look for the man, old boy.
The man's dead, sir.
Is he the only one?
The good grey superintendent drank up his beer and left for the bedside of his great aunt. I paid the score and set out for Canary Villa, the place where the tragedy had occurred, thinking to make certain discreet inquiries of the maid Marjorie. The doors were open. Marjorie was absent. I wandered through the silent, dreary house, looking in every room. The place was deserted. And I heard a noise. The garage, I decided. I followed my ears. I watched young George for quite a while before he discovered me.
What do you want?
Like to ask you a few questions, George, if you don't mind.
Oh, you're the policeman.
Chief Inspector Loring, that's right.
I've got nothing to say to you. You're trying to hang my Aunt Alma.
No, I'm not, George. I don't think...
She didn't do it. I told you she didn't do it. I know.
You got any suspicions, George?
Well, of course. Some thief, some tramp or something done it.
Really think so?
Yes.
I don't think a tramp did it.
Well, she didn't do it.
I'm sure of that.
Can you prove that, mister?
Frankly, no. Look, George, I have an idea it was someone that didn't like Mr. Applebee.
Who?
I thought perhaps you could tell me if he had any enemies.
I don't know any.
Go on with your work, George. We can talk.
I'm almost done.
Well, I'll help you. I'm a pretty good motor mechanic.
Well, I was just straightening this thing.
Well, I'll give you a hand.
I suppose I should feel sorry for old Tom.
You don't?
No. I didn't like him. He didn't like me either.
You'd know, I suppose, if anybody ever indicated that he hated Mr. Applebee.
Of course. I knew them both pretty well. Worked here 6 months. No, 7.
She didn't hate him.
Alma? Aunt Alma, you mean? No, she certainly didn't. Put up with an awful lot from him, though. Was frightful. Always grousing at her when I drove around the countryside in the car. Always drunk.
She drink, too?
No. Only that night. When she found him with those 3 holes in his head.
Was he struck 3 times?
3 jolly great smashes.
And you don't have any idea who did it?
This burglar.
Burglar?
Well, whoever it was.
Where did the mallet come from that he was killed with?
Well, it was ours. Cops took it away.
Well, I hope they find whoever it was.
Well, if you cops are any good...
We're trying. That's why I'm talking to you, George.
Huh? Why?
Hoped you might be able to help her.
Listen, mister. I'd give my life for her.
Well...
I love her.
She's been very nice to you, I understand.
I love her. She's the sweetest, the most adorable, the most...
Well...
Huh?
She's going to hang.
No! She's not. She didn't do it.
She confessed, George.
They won't let me see her.
Now, George.
I've got to see her, I tell you. I've got to see her.
Why is it so important? Why, George?
Because they'll hang her. They'll hang Alma. She didn't do it. She didn't murder Tom, and they're going to hang her for something she didn't do.
But what good will it do for you to see her?
I'll tell you what good it'll do. I know who did it. I know, I tell you. Do you hear me? I know who killed Tom Applebee.
Who?
I know who murdered him, and so does she. I've got to talk to her, or they'll hang her.
Alma Virginia Applebee's life was in desperate jeopardy. She had been remanded for trial, and no power on earth is sufficient to alter the slow, regular course of British justice before that trial takes place. Not even a confession by another person can change her status, that of a prisoner awaiting trial before a jury of her peers. I explained that to George Percy Emmons. "You're coming to the rescue a trifle late, young George," I said. "It might be that you're too late."
I've got to save her. I love her, and she loves me.
This is George Percy Emmons' statement.
I have worked as chauffeur and general handyman for about 7 months for Alma and Tom Applebee. Alma, Mrs. Applebee, has been very good to me. She said I'm like what her dead son might have grown up to be. He did not like me. He didn't like anybody. He was always drunk. And he mistreated Alma, Mrs. Applebee. She tried to keep away from him. She always asked me to drive her to various places so she could be away from him and his tyranny. I love her very much. 3 months ago, I asked her to marry me. First, she laughed at me. And then she cried. She said that she was old enough to be my mother. I said that I was old enough to become her husband. But she said she already had a husband. And I said he was a bad husband, and old, and ill-mannered. And she agreed. But she said he was her husband, and she'd sworn to be his wife. I told her I loved her, but she said, "No, that is evil." I asked her, if she didn't have Tom for a husband, would she marry me? She cried and said, "You must not say that to me." I asked her many more times to marry me when Tom died. 6 times. Tom was old, and he was no good, and he mistreated her. And finally, the 7th time, I asked her if she would marry me if Tom was dead. She cried some more, and I begged her to answer me, and at last she said yes, and she kissed me, and said again she would marry me if I still wanted her to, after Tom was dead. And I thought about it a long time. On the night Tom was killed, on that night, I'd brought her back from a trip in the country, and we were very happy. She kissed me when we came home, and she said she loved me. And my heart was breaking. And then when Tom got drunk that night, he hit her, when she told him he shouldn't drink so much because it was affecting his health. And then I decided. I waited till she and Marjorie the maid went upstairs to bed, and then I got the mallet from the garage, and I stole into the house, and Tom was sitting in his chair, and he was in a stupor, and he didn't hear me. And I crept up behind him, and I hit him 3 times on his bald head very hard so I heard the bone crack. And he slid down in the chair, and he was dead, I thought. And I thought, now we can be married, Alma and me. But when I went to the staircase to go up and tell her, I looked up, and she was standing there, and she had seen it all. And everything I did, killing him, had come to naught. And I am a murderer, and Alma must not hang, although I surely shall. This is my confession. Write it down, and I will sign it. So help me, George Percy Emmons.
George Percy Emmons was remanded for trial by the same magistrate who had examined Alma Virginia Applebee. They were tried together at the Southampton Assizes a little more than a month after Thomas Applebee had died. Both defendants pleaded guilty. Both seemed, as one crime reporter complained, to outdo the other in protestations, not of innocence, but of guilt. Unlike almost every case where a man and a woman had been accused of murder, they did not attempt to fix the guilt on one another, but each seemed determined to save the other's life at the cost of his own. This was the verdict of the jury.
Members of the jury, are you agreed upon your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Do you find the prisoner, Alma Virginia Applebee, guilty or not guilty of murder?
Not guilty.
Do you find the prisoner, George Percy Emmons, guilty or not guilty of murder?
Guilty. We should like to add a rider to that. We recommend him to mercy.
George Percy Emmons, you stand convicted of murder. Have you to say anything why the court should not give you judgment of death according to law?
I wish that... No! I didn't take me!
Let the prisoner, Alma Virginia Applebee, be discharged.
George, take me! Take me!
And so they hanged 18-year-old George Emmons. And on the day he was hanged, Alma, the woman who was old enough to be his mother, but young enough to have wanted to be his wife, sat down and wrote a letter. She sealed it, addressed it to the people of England. And standing in the room where Thomas à Becket Applebee had died by her lover's hand, she stabbed herself through the heart. Justice was done.
You have heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research on Whitehall 1212 is by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper.
The Queen's Men. True stories of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Names have been changed for family protection. And now transcribe The Queen's Men.
Well, how do your new recruits look, Inspector?
I'm always amazed the way most of the men turn out. Looking at that bunch today, you mightn't suspect there'd be a dozen good investigators out of them finally. But there will be.
Always on the lookout for investigators, eh, Inspector?
Well, I remember our situation during the war, when the force was really suffering from a loss of trained investigators. Left to join the armed forces, you know. Left us pretty badly crippled.
Yeah, I guess so.
You may not have the same recollection of it as I do. I was in the Missing Persons C Division in Vancouver. As you know, a disappearance act sets in operation a tremendous portion of the machinery of the RCMP.
But the force did pretty well at keeping up with missing persons during the war years, though, doesn't it, Inspector?
Yes, it did surprisingly well. I remember a case that came along at the very worst possible time. I wasn't on the case myself, had to pull out shortly after the initial report. But I remember getting the story roughed in later.
Missing persons case?
Started out that way. Looked routine at first. But it turned out to have very dramatic developments. I was with Assistant Commissioner Tucker in his office at headquarters the morning he lost 3 of his best investigators all at one blow. He was feeling pretty disconsolate, to say the least. War's a dreadful thing, Inspector. Dreadful waste. Well, now, sir, those 3 men know how to look after themselves. They'll come out of it all right.
Oh, I have no doubt they will, but what I mean is it's a waste of ability, of training. They're trained for private investigation here in Western Canada. They know the people, their attitudes, they know the terrain. They're thoroughly trained for exactly the job they've been doing. In the Army, they'll be valuable, all right. But think of the time wasted teaching them new tricks, and then teaching them the old ones again after it's all over.
Yes, that's so.
Of course, I'm being selfish, I realize that. What I'm really worried about is how my division is going to get along without them.
Well, at any rate, your dogs aren't volunteering for war duty.
If they could talk, you'd be sure they'd volunteer, all right. Our mounted police dogs would be welcome, too, I dare say. Well, Inspector, you'll be heading east in a few days.
Yes, there's a job waiting for me. Then I'll be back. I hope things are going to be quiet around here for you until you get some new men.
Doubt I'll get any. All the division are short-staffed, you know. We'll just have to make the best of it, I'm afraid. But if there has to be some excitement, I hope it's a nice, simple robbery or attempted assault. Anything but a missing person.
And there's been quite an outbreak of disappearances since the war started.
Yes, I've been looking into the reasons for that. One of them is... Well, excuse me. Tucker speaking.
Good morning. Is that Assistant Commissioner Tucker?
Yes, speaking.
Well, Commissioner, this is George Hayes Telford, the solicitor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Telford. One of your clients in trouble?
I think he might be. He might be in pretty bad trouble, Commissioner. You see, 5 days ago, he mysteriously disappeared.
Oh, disappeared, did he? Now, Mr. Telford, are you sure he's to be classed among missing persons? What I mean is, have you looked into this yourself? Have you satisfied yourself he's not off on a fishing trip or on a bender?
Oh, neither of those, Commissioner. Say, you don't sound very happy.
Well, I'm not. I'd like to have a good talk with you before we go to work on this. See if there isn't some simple way of tracing him.
That would certainly suit me. I don't know the man at all. I received a notification of his disappearance from his wife.
Have you acted for them in the past?
Wrote his will a couple of years ago, that's all.
Then if you know him as casually as that, I doubt you can throw much light on his disappearance. Maybe you'd better send his wife in to see me, and we'll start from there.
I'll do that, Commissioner. How soon do you want to see her?
Right away, by all means. Send her in this afternoon.
Right. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Well, that's a tough break, Commissioner.
Sometimes I think I'm jinxed. Well, I mustn't complain. It's our job, Inspector, and short-staffed or no, we've got to do the job the best way we can. Please sit down, Mrs. Weeks.
Thank you.
You must be very upset, I know.
I'll say I'm upset, Commissioner.
We'll do everything in our power to locate your husband. Now, there probably isn't too much to worry about. We've found there are countless things that can happen, cause a great deal of worry, but in nearly all cases, we find people safe and unharmed.
Well, just so you find out who he's with. I don't care how safe he is. I just want to know if he's run off with some woman, that's all.
You think there's a possibility of that, Mrs. Weeks?
There's a possibility of anything with that man.
I mean, is he in the habit of, would you say, had he some lady friends?
I never know who his friends are. All I know is he can't be trusted.
I see. Has your husband ever run afoul of the law, Mrs. Weeks?
Not that I know of. Although it's a mystery to me, he hasn't.
Why did you say that? Has he been carrying on any activities that would suggest breaking of the law?
Commissioner, I never did know what his activities were. He's always so busy lying to me that I can't sift out the truth from the lies anymore.
Well, now, I'd better start from the beginning and get some of the background. His name is Alfred Linwood Weeks. And your address?
150 North Street.
How long have you lived there?
17 years, ever since we were married. They've been 17 miserable years, Commissioner, and I should be glad I'm rid of him. I just want to know who he's with.
Excuse me a minute.
Yes, Commissioner?
I'd like to see Detective Corporal Hayward in my office right away.
Corporal's down at provincial headquarters right now, Commissioner. Said he'd be about half an hour.
Oh, I see. Well, as soon as he comes back, send him in here, will you?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Now then, Mrs. Weeks, tell me some more about your husband.
Sorry I wasn't there when you wanted me, Commissioner.
Well, I'll give you the details, Corporal. It's a missing persons case, and I'm putting you on it. A man called Weeks, Alfred Linwood Weeks. Ever hear of him?
Oh, I don't think so, sir.
You might have a look in the files to start. He sounds pretty unsavory, from his wife's version at any rate.
Well, when did he disappear, Commissioner?
5 days ago. Reason I called you, I wanted you to hear her version of him. Not much love lost there, I can tell you.
Possible desertion.
I think so. But here's the outline. He's been working for Jordan's Electric for 17 years, since his marriage. Has lived in the same house here in Vancouver all that time. Always takes his vacation first 2 weeks in July. So 5 days ago, on July 1st, he and his wife set out by car. Left about noon. And that evening arrived at a farm owned by friends of theirs, just outside the town of Rodney.
Where were they heading?
Yes, that's an interesting point. I was getting to that. Mrs. Weeks said their destination was not disclosed to her by her husband. He merely said it was a surprise. What do you make of that, Hayward?
Well, just offhand, looks as though he may have planned to disappear and wanted to keep the end of the trail a blank.
Just what occurred to me. Well, the people at the farm, name of Anderson, put them up for the night. They didn't have much room, so it was decided Mrs. Weeks and Mrs. Anderson would share the one bedroom. Anderson would sleep in the granary, and Weeks on the living room sofa. They sat up quite late, talking, and they went to their respective beds. Mrs. Weeks says that about 6 the next morning, she thought she heard someone attempt to start their car without success. And when they arose, Weeks was gone. His car was still in the lane.
And what'd they do then?
Sat around for 4 days, waiting. And yesterday, Mrs. Weeks returned to Vancouver by bus. Today, she contacted her lawyer, and he made the report to me.
And there's been no word at all from Weeks?
No word. And she seems to have mighty little information about his activities.
Well, I'd better start with Anderson, don't you think, Commissioner?
Yes, I'd say so. But check the files first and see if you can dig up anything about Weeks. Use whatever men and resources you need, Hayward, but try to crack this case as fast as you can.
Yeah, I know your situation, Commissioner.
Well, we have to tighten our schedule. Speed up on everything.
Well, I'll work around the clock if necessary.
And keep me posted, will you?
Constable Barlow, come in.
I've been through the fingerprints in the photo file, Corporal. Had a couple of the men double-checking. Can't find a thing on Weeks.
I don't seem to have anything here either.
Yet, you know, that name sounds familiar. You know how you learn to register a name with a vague connection sometimes?
You got some kind of connection in mind?
Well, I seem to have something.
Well, it might give us an idea of which direction to start looking in.
Well, just as soon as I get close, I lose it. Weeks.
Well, we'd better not waste time on it. Time is valuable these days. We'd better head for the town of Rodney and, RCMP headquarters. Detective Corporal Hayward.
It's Detective Miller of the City Police, Corporal.
Oh, yes, I've been trying to reach
I
you.
got your message. I went straight to the files, and I have some information on Weeks. Don't know how valuable it is to you, but...
Got something? Well, good.
My investigation shows that Weeks has been strongly suspected of issuing a worthless check.
Bad check, eh?
Check? That's it?
Go on, Miller.
Well, he was instructed last week by one of our men to report here at the station on July 7th. That's tomorrow. At which time we plan to have a witness available for identification. Now, that's about all we've got at the moment, Corporal.
Well, it's better than nothing. Gives us a good indication of the kind of man we're after. I'll send someone down to see you. Get all the details, and right now I'm heading out of town.
Well, good luck, Corporal.
Thanks. I'll get in touch with you tomorrow. Perhaps by then you'll have turned something up.
We'll do our best, Corporal.
Goodbye. You know something about that check, Barlow?
Well, I just heard about it. Detective Simmons was the one who got the first lead.
Then contact Simmons right away. And tell him to get down and see Miller of the city police and fill in the story for him.
Right.
Then meet me out front in 10 minutes. I'll have a car waiting headed for Rodney. Now then, Mr. Anderson, you say you were not very well acquainted with Weeks.
No, I hardly knew the man. Didn't like him especially either.
Yet you invited him to be a guest in your home.
Well, they came dropping in on us. We like to be neighborly, you know. Say, why don't you officers come on in the house? I'll have the wife make you a cup of tea.
Well, thanks. We'd like to, but we can't take the time right now. I'd just like to know how you became acquainted with Mr. and Mrs. Weeks.
Well, we met Alpha Lone first. He came by one day asking about old Ollie Marchek down the other side of town.
Oh, what about Marchek?
Well, he's a real old guy. One of these old-age pensioners. Lonely old guy, you know. Never seemed to have any friends. And when Weeks came along and said he was an insurance investigator...
What did he say he was?
Insurance investigator. So there might be a big legacy in store for Ollie. Only he didn't want to get old Ollie's hopes up, so he was investigating him through his friends. Well, like I say, Ollie never had many friends, and we knew him a bit. So we told Weeks what we could about him.
So he told you he was an insurance investigator?
Sure. Well, wasn't he?
Well, not to our knowledge. You taking all this down, Barlow?
Yes, Corporal.
Now, Mr. Anderson, what kind of questions did Weeks ask you about this Ollie Marchek?
Oh, all kinds of questions. How he lived, what he did, what time he went in and out. Funny kind of questions.
Yoo-hoo, Arnold.
Oh, there's the wife.
Are those men you're with Mountie?
Yes, Ellie, nothing to be afraid of.
Oh, I'm not afraid. It's just that they're wanted on the phone. Vancouver's calling.
Hello? Hayward here.
It's Miller of the city police, Corporal.
Yeah? Well, how'd you find me?
Your man Simmons told me I could reach you there. We've dug up something further. I thought you might like to know about it while you're still in Rodney.
Well, let's have it.
Well, it might be just coincidence, but we've located a soldier from Camp Bartlett who says there's a fellow there been trying to persuade him to assist in a robbery out there in Rodney.
A robbery? Well, did he say who they were going to rob?
Well, of course, he denies any connection with it at all. Just that he was approached about it. Says he turned down the offer. Claims it was to rob some old-age pensioner out there.
Marchek?
What's that?
Did he say the old man's name was Marchek?
No. He didn't give his name. As I said, maybe just a coincidence.
No. I don't think so. I think the trail is narrowing. Where's the soldier now?
He's back at camp. He made his confession last month when he was picked up for disorderly conduct.
Well, let's hope we can get a hold of him again. And thanks for your assistance, Miller. I think we're onto something bigger than just a missing person.
In just a moment, we'll return for the second part of this true story of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the Queen's Men.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Barlow.
Oh, that's all right, sir.
I can see you now. Come on in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Corporal Hayward asked me to come in and make my report to you before joining him again at Rodney.
He sent you up to Camp Bartlett to question that soldier, didn't he?
Yes, sir. The corporal is staying right there in Rodney, questioning the residents and seeing what he can pick up.
Well, between you, you've picked up an amazing amount in 3 days. What about this soldier now?
Well, his name is Wilkins. I think he's telling a true story, Commissioner. First of all, he claimed that the man who approached him about the robbery was not called Weeks.
He wasn't?
But he was obviously using an assumed name. Wilkins identified this photograph of Weeks as the same man.
Let's see it. Where'd you get this picture, Barlow?
Got it from Mrs. Weeks before going up to camp.
Well, that was a good piece of work. Now, this soldier, Wilkins, does he say why it was that Weeks chose him as a prospective partner in crime? Were they friends?
No, but they'd been introduced. Wilkins once did a short stretch for robbery, but claims he's now going straight. I think he is. However, it gave Weeks the idea of a possible association.
I see.
He says Weeks had the robbery well planned, knew the old man's every habit, and said all Wilkins would have to do was sit in a car outside the house and keep watch, while he, Weeks, would go inside and rob old Marchek of his life savings.
Well, now, I have your first report here. Apparently, Weeks was posing as an insurance investigator and making plenty of inquiries about the old man.
Yes, sir.
So, I guess your next step is Ollie Marchek.
That's right, sir. I believe Corporal Hayward is keeping an eye on him, finding out what he can from the local residents, and plans to interview him when I get back to Rodney.
Then you'll want to be going. Goodbye. Good luck.
Barlow.
Yes, sir?
Slow down at the bend.
Right, Corporal.
That's Marchek's house up the road there.
Not much of a house, is it? Doesn't look as though it's worth robbing.
Well, it's my guess Weeks falls into the cowards class. He'd rather deal with a helpless old man for smaller returns than pick on someone his own size.
Yes, I guess you're right. Did you ever see such mud?
Yeah, this clay is plenty bad when there's been the kind of rains that we've had this season. Yeah, we'd have been stuck just outside of town if we'd brought the car.
You didn't get a chance to tell me the result of your investigations the last couple of days, Corporal.
Well, I didn't get a thing on Weeks. No one seems to have heard of him except the Andersons.
And nobody's seen him this past week.
No, not a sign of a stranger. But I did get something of interest from the local hardware merchant. It says that Ollie Marchek bought a shotgun from him last year, and that on the night of July 2nd of this year, that's the day Weeks disappeared, Marchek returned the gun to him, saying he could never learn to shoot it.
Just last week, huh? The second.
But the interesting thing is, quite aside from the timing, that the gun showed signs of having been recently fired, and the stock was damaged.
You don't say. And yet the old man said he couldn't fire it.
Well, that's what he said. Well, here we are. Marchek should be in at this time of day. Apparently his habits never vary.
Except, perhaps, on the 2nd of July. Well, let's find out, Corporal.
No, officer. I know nothing of this man. What is his name?
Weeks. Alfred Weeks.
I keep to myself. I like others to do the same. I wish I could help you with whatever it is you are searching for, but as I cannot, you will perhaps excuse me. I plan to do some gardening.
Well, we're sorry to keep you from your gardening, Mr. Marchek, but there are a few more questions.
But I told you, I know nothing.
I'm told that you had some windows broken in your house recently.
Windows? Why, yes.
How did they get broken?
I don't know, officer. It happened one day while I was in town. When I returned, they were broken. That's all I know. What can broken windows have
And
to
you
do
have
with...
no idea how they were broken?
No. No idea.
When were they broken?
Oh, it was sometime last month, I think.
Or last week?
Perhaps. Although I think it was before.
The carpenter in town said he replaced the windows for you on July 3rd, last Wednesday.
Oh. Yes, well, it was last week.
Do you own a shotgun, Mr. Marchek?
No, officer. I have no gun.
You did own a shotgun, though, at one time.
Yes, but it was stolen last winter.
Stolen? I see. You didn't report its theft to the police?
No.
Nor your broken windows?
No, I did not want to bother the police.
Well, then, we won't keep you any longer now, Mr. Marchek. You've been very helpful. Thank you. Come along, Barlow.
What's the idea, Corporal? You were just starting to get somewhere with him.
I've already got there, I think, Barlow.
You think, then, that...
Yes, that Marchek murdered Weeks.
He did seem pretty scared.
And that false statement about the shotgun seems to indicate pretty strongly that he has something to hide. That and not reporting the broken windows to the authorities. That kind of vandalism is always reported, unless there's good reason.
So, what's your plan now?
Well, next we find the body. If I'm right, that is. We'll keep watch on the place until 5 o'clock. He goes into town then for his mail. The mail clerk says that all he ever gets is his monthly pension check, but that he calls in every day just in hope.
Sad thing, that.
Yes, it is. Well, as soon as he's out of sight, we'll look the property over. Doesn't take long to spot a fresh grave. Well, Barlow, there's our man.
I'm afraid so. Nasty feeling sometimes, isn't it? When we meet with a final success.
Shot through the head. I have no doubt he asked for it, but it's murder nonetheless.
Shall we pick up Marchek at the post office?
No, I'll wait for him here. He'll be back. You better get into town, though, and notify headquarters to take care of the body.
You sure you don't want me to stay around, in case you have trouble with Marchek?
No, I won't have any trouble with him. I think he'll make a full statement.
Well, Corporal, you have my congratulations. I don't believe there's another case on record of the location of a missing person and the solving of a murder in such a short period of time.
Thanks, sir. Oh, I had fine assistance from the men and the city police.
That's Marchek's statement you have there, is it?
Yes. I had no difficulty in getting it, once he knew we'd found the body. Now, the way he tells it is about 6:30 on the morning of July the 2nd, someone began throwing stones through his windows and threatening him with various forms of punishment if he didn't open his door.
I believe Barlow said one of the stones struck him and bruised him badly.
Yeah, and of course he was badly frightened. He picked up the shotgun as he saw his assailant attempting to enter the house through the side window. Without a thought, he fired at the man's head as it appeared in the opening, and the force of the shot forced the intruder backwards.
Then he went outside to investigate.
Not immediately. He was frozen with terror and didn't know whether the man had an accomplice. He remained inside for about a half an hour and then went out and found Weeks dead outside the window.
Oh, it's a pretty shocking thing for a decent living old man.
Yes, and he's been living in fear ever since. Seems even relieved that the suspense is over. He dug a shallow grave. Didn't even know enough to disguise it. And went about his business.
He offered no resistance to arrest, I suppose.
No, none at all. You know, sir, the evidence all supports Marchek's contention that he killed in self-defense. that Weeks was entering his home with the avowed intention of robbing him of his meager life savings.
Yeah, there are good grounds for pleading self-defense.
Being old and infirm, he had no way of resisting other than by the use of a shotgun.
However, the matter should have been reported immediately to the police.
That's so, of course.
The law of protecting one's property is clear on this point, but Marchek made every effort to conceal the fact that he shot and killed a man. Well, now, Corporal, let's not waste our time with a projected trail this morning. Marchek will be dealt with fairly in due time. Meanwhile, there's a war on.
Yes, sir. Detective Corporal Hayward really had a grand slam that time. A fine investigator, top-notch.
What about the old man?
Marchek? Well, after due and careful consideration of all the evidence, the Attorney General directed that Marchek be charged with manslaughter.
Manslaughter, huh? How'd he make out?
Well, as I recall, due to the age of the accused and the circumstances under which Weeks met his death, the charge was later dismissed. The whole affair had quite an effect, I think, on criminals who are eyeing old-age pensioners as a source of easy money.
Yeah, I should think it would have.
And this was done at a critical period in the force, when the added demands of wartime regulations plus depleted ranks made one proud of the achievements of every officer.
The Queen's Men. Authentic stories of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Music under the direction of Sidney Torch. Script and adaptation under the supervision of John Adaskin. Produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Who? Oh, yeah. Hello, Doc. How are you? What? In trouble? You?
More trouble. You attract trouble, Archie. Hang up.
It's our dentist, Dr. Thrumming.
Let him wait. We never can find him when we need him. Tell him it's after office hours.
Doc, you're talking so fast I can't make head nor tails of it. Look, listen, Doc. Come on over here and we'll be able to hear you. It'll only take you a few minutes. Right.
You consistently disobey me. I want to work on my paper about odontocosms.
Doc Thrumming has a friend who's in some trouble, and he needs our advice. Besides, we owe Doc a fair-sized little bill, remember?
Money again, Archie. Money is the curse of our times.
Yeah, man. Bring on all the curses that is available.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This story is one we refer to as the case of the Midnight Ride. Oh, yeah, there was a ride, all right. But it would never have happened if we hadn't received another phone call a few minutes after our Dr. Thrumming phone. It was late in the evening, and Nero Wolfe was studying his paper on orchids while I was absorbed in playing some phonograph records.
Archie, not so loud. I can't possibly think when you play that infernal thing at such volume.
What was that you said, boss?
I said I can't understand why you can't get music from a phonograph without vibrating the top of the instrument.
That's right.
I can't understand why the neighbors haven't called the police. Do you hear that? Archie!
All right, I'll answer.
You're fired.
Naturally. Hello?
Hello. Is this Archie Goodwin?
I know, Mr. Wolfe's... What? Me?
Archie.
Yeah, who is this?
I need help, Archie, please. Come at once. Please. Oh, please. You and Nero.
Who is this?
This is Gloria, but... No, don't.
Gloria who?
Ronaldo West.
Hello? Well, did you hear that?
Another female bar. What happened?
Boss, who do you know named Gloria?
Gloria? I know nothing about anyone named Gloria.
She said her name was Gloria something. I couldn't quite get the last name. But she did say Ronaldo Road.
Well, it's quite possible that she resides on Ronaldo Road.
First, she asked if this was Archie Goodwin speaking, and before I had a chance to say anything, she asked me to come to her at once. She needed help. For you to bring me along. I mean, for me to bring Nero along.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, she said she was Gloria Bar or Mar or something like that, and then she said Ronaldo Road West, and then the scream, and that's all there was.
The usual pattern of your experience with women.
Sounded like a hand was slapped over her mouth, or she was grabbed by the throat. Bring Nero with you.
I am taking no more assignments this week.
Ronaldo Road West, where is it?
I don't believe there is a Ronaldo Road West. If I remember correctly, Ronaldo Road runs north and south and is approximately 12 miles long.
But she said west.
What she probably tried to say when she was interrupted was Ronaldo Road West Chester.
Westchester, of course.
Asked Inspector Kramer to try to check on that phone call.
I'll ask him to try.
By the way, do you expect to find this Gloria alive, Archie?
I certainly hope so.
And are you aware that if someone strangled her, then they must have heard her speak your name?
Yes, and yours, too. Shall I open it, boss?
Why not? Let us face it, Archie, huh?
It's me, Archie.
Wait till I slide the night chain off, Dr. Thrummage.
My nose.
I forgot all about you, Doc. Where have you been?
It's only been 3 or 4 minutes. I have never had such a disturbing night since I had my first patient. But at first I was afraid to leave the house.
And why were you so afraid, Dr. Thrummage?
There were 2 men sitting in front of my place in a car. Oh, good evening, Nero.
Were they waiting for you, Doctor?
Well, why not? It's very likely. Since she called me, I've been so completely unnerved.
Here,
that
Doc, here. Have some brandy.
Oh, no. You know, I never... well, that is, a small one. I am upset. You understand, Archie. Well, that's better.
Just who called you and upset you so?
Oh, hello, Nero. Did someone call me? When?
You phoned me frantically that a woman called you. I couldn't understand you on the phone.
Oh, yes, poor Gloria. She was cut off.
Oh, Gloria. Did you say Gloria?
Well, didn't I? I thought I did. Oh, dear. What did you say?
I said Gloria.
Oh, my, isn't that strange? I thought that's what I said. No more, please.
We just had a call from Gloria. Who is Gloria?
Why, you remember. We all went to school together. That is... you do, too, remember. Gloria, you know, she was...
Just what is Gloria's last name, Dr. Thrumming?
Well, it was Gloria Barnsworth. I don't know what it is now.
That's what she was trying to say to me, Barnsworth.
Did she tell you where to find her?
No, she didn't. Oh, dear me. She was just about to tell me when I said I'd call you and Archie and get your help. And then she was cut off.
How do you know she's the Gloria Barnsworth you knew and I'm supposed to know?
My. Could you open the windows?
Why, yes.
Archie.
Oh, sorry, Doc. The air outside's contaminated.
Oh, is that so? With what?
Oxygen.
Oh, these factories. Oh, well, I found her picture in an old class photo. Here it is.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. But, Doc, you and this gal were several years ahead of me in school. I'm not in this picture, so she must be about 40 now.
Well, gentlemen, you both seem to have the situation well in hand now. So, if you'll excuse me, I will retire to my room.
Oh, yes, but we don't have anything figured out yet.
But you will. Let me know in the morning how successful you have been. Good night.
Well, anyway, a woman called here, and just as she was about to tell me who she was and her address, she was cut off as though she was strangled.
Yeah, Archie, did you say someone strangled her?
I don't know, Doc. I hope not. Well, let's start our search along Ronaldo Road.
Archie, don't answer it. They're after me. The men in the car, they saw me come in here.
After you, nonsense.
They found out Gloria phoned me. Don't let them in.
Now, how could you know all that?
Oh, dear me. Do you mind? A short one? I'm so weak tonight. Please, Archie, don't open it. I warn you.
Now, just relax, Doc. I'll handle this. Good evening.
Evening. Are you Archie Goodwin?
No, he is.
Yes. No, I'm not. He is.
Put up your hands. Unhook the night chain. Now just turn off this light.
Oh, I told you.
Where's Wolfe?
Oh, he's been in bed for hours.
And who is this little man?
Why, I'm...
Don't you know? This is my brother, Brother Cuthbert.
Yes, he's quite right. I'm a bit older than he is.
Shut up, Cuthbert.
All right, get your coats and hats off that rack.
What for?
We're all going for a little ride along the river, and it's a bit chilly.
Oh, dear me. I feel faint. I'm getting dizzy.
Get your hat.
Yes, sir.
And put that bottle down.
But it's so cold out
Get along.
There's the car. Now, Mr. Goodwin, hand over that gun in your pocket.
But I haven't got... Okay, there you are.
Thank you. Now get in the car. You get in the front seat with the driver, Goodwin. Your brother can get back with me. Okay, you know where we're going, driver.
Yeah,
but what? Get going.
But do you know who this guy is?
I do. Why?
Well, now, look, Well, this guy is Archie Goodwin.
What if he is?
Well, this won't work. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be Goodwin. He's with Nero Wolfe.
What's your name, pal? I can't see you, but I seem to recognize your voice.
Well, you see, it was like this. I was in on
Are you
that
going to
little
shut up
deal-
and start driving?
Okay, I'm going.
Now, see here, it's getting very late. I don't like this. Where are you taking us?
Keep calm, Doc.
Yeah, don't get excited. Just take it easy. Listen, Goodwin, I got a record
Shut
for
up,
you.
you two.
What's the idea back of all this, friend?
Pull off the road here, driver.
Yes, but we're way out in the country.
Now, we'll all get out here.
Now, wait a
I
minute.
said get out. You too, driver.
Oh, now, wait a second. What's the big idea?
Now, all of you start walking over to that clump of trees. Go on.
What's he going to do?
What do you think?
Okay, that's good. Just stand there. Now, get out your gun, driver.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This isn't
Get
the
out
way
your
you
gun, and don't turn around, driver. Now, let him have it. Go on, or I'll kill you.
I don't go in for this kind of stuff. Besides,
Shoot
Goodwin
and
is...
empty your gun into them. Go on. Now, just drop your gun on the ground. There. Now, I will take Goodwin's gun, and after I finish with it, I'll just toss it over beside his body.
You what? Hey, now, wait a minute.
You'll notice I have gloves on.
Hey, Doc. Dr. Thrumming. You all right, Doc?
Oh, Archie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got you into this. I can't last long.
Where are you hit?
Tell Nero I make him a present of his new bridge work I put in.
Let me have a look at you.
I wanted to die in my bed with my friends around
You're
me.
not bleeding.
I wanted the choir to sing. What? I'm not bleeding?
No.
Are you?
No. The driver was a bad shot. He missed both of them.
Then what am I doing down here on the ground?
You fainted at the first shot. I dropped purposely on the second shot. He missed every time. Come on, get up from there. We're very lucky people.
What became of them?
Hand me my gun.
Oh, is this your gun?
Wrap it in his handkerchief. Come over here. Yep. Here he is, the driver.
And he's dead. This is dreadful, Archie. What do we do now?
You got a lighter?
Here's my pocket flash.
Well, here's his gun beside him. Don't touch it. Have a look through his pockets. I sure knew what he meant when he said he had a record for me someplace. A picture of a girl. Says, to Mike from Violet. Mike. This fellow's face is certainly familiar, but I can't... Hey, wait a minute. Mike Jordan, that's it.
Mike Jordan?
Yeah, Wolfe cleared him on a frame-up 3 years ago, and this girl Violet is an entertainer in a nightclub downtown.
Violet, yes, but what does all this have to do with Gloria?
Strange, there's no other identification on him. Maybe the other guy took it off of him. Well, now we got to find Violet.
How? We can't even find Gloria.
I think now that this guy Mike Jordan missed us deliberately. Let's start hoofing it back to that last crossroad. There was a telephone there. I'll call Nero. So that's the story so far, Mr. Wolfe. Sorry to wake you up, but we wanted you to know.
Yes, we did. Oh, such a night.
What was your reason for telling the man that Dr. Thrumming was your brother?
Well, I didn't want him to know that it was Doc because Gloria had called Doc, and he must have known about it.
And the driver turned out to be Mike Jordan. And what did Mike say to you in the car?
Well, he didn't finish, but he said, I got a record for you, Goodwin. And then the man shot him up.
And when you located Violet at her place, she was cataloging recordings, Bring it in here now, Archie. Sit down, Dr. Thrumming.
Yes, I am a bit worried.
Come in, Violet. Violet, this is...
Hey, wait a minute. You're Nero Wolfe.
Sit down, Miss Violet.
Oh, what's the idea, Mr. Goodwin? Why'd you bring me here?
Will you look at this photo? It says to Mike from Violet.
Where'd you get this?
I got it, Violet. What we want to know is, where's Mike now? What's he doing? Can you tell us where he lives?
What's Mike done now?
Can you tell us his address?
Maybe.
Do you know who he has been working for?
Yeah. A guy with a big car and a lot of dough.
You seen this man?
Yeah, kind of a good-looking guy. I think his name is Durant or something like that.
I understand you've been occupying yourself with cataloging some phonograph recordings.
Yeah, that's what I was doing when Mr. Goodwin came in. Mike's got a home recorder over at his place.
Do you have all the records that have been made on the machine so far?
No, just what we made in the last week. Lots more at his place.
Do you and Mike know of a woman named Gloria?
No, at least I don't remember.
It was on Rinaldo Road. Gloria Barnsworth was her maiden name.
Where is this Rinaldo Road? I don't know.
It's in Westchester, we think.
I've never been there. What has Mike done, Mr. Wolfe? Is it bad?
As a matter of fact, Mike is in the clear.
Good.
There is no charge against him, and there never will be. You haven't seen him for a couple of days?
No. And I never go to his apartment unless him and some guests are there. Do you know where he is?
Will you give me the address of his apartment?
Okay. 324 East 35th Street.
Thank you very much, young lady.
What's all so mysterious? Oh, something's happened to Mike. I can tell by the way you talk.
Very well, Archie. You have a special visit to make. Look for the machine, and it's quite late, so you had best hurry.
Well, I'm going with you, Archie. Good night, Nero. Oh, I mean, good morning. Oh, I don't even know what day it is.
Come along, Philo. We'll drop you at your place first. Well, here we are, Doc.
Yes, has his name right on it. Mike Jordan.
No, we're fairly certain that no one's in there. Hey, what do you know? It isn't locked. The lights are on.
I know.
Listen.
Yes, a light humming noise. Huh. But where is it coming from?
Over in that corner, those wall cabinets.
There it is. A radio. And a phonograph combination.
This and a recording machine. And the recording arm's still down on the record. Just lift it off and put the playback needle on. Yeah, there we are.
But look, I don't go in for that kind of stuff. You've been working for me for several weeks now, haven't you? Well, sure, boss, but I never went in for no kind of... We're going to pick this guy up and take him for a little ride. It ain't my line. All you do is drive the car. Okay, I'll take a chance, but remember, I'm just the driver of your car. If anything happens, I didn't know nothing. You'll do just as I say. Incidentally, I know a lot about you. Things the police would like to know. Okay, I'm working for you. I came out to Rinaldo Road to make an honest living. But I see I'm right back where I started. And worse. The guy just ain't got a chance. Oh, remind me. I've got to phone the place. Hello? How is it? I see. Yes, tonight. Yes, tonight, just as planned. Oh, yes, he's all right. No, don't worry. Goodbye. Have you got a gun? Sure, but I never used it. You won't need it. But I want you to bring it along just in case I do. Now, you've got nothing to worry about. I'll take care of everything. And nothing will be traced to either of us. You got your money? Let's go, Mike. It's getting late.
Well, Doc?
He did say Rinaldo Road.
And that's where our Gloria called from, so they're all tied in together. Come along, Doc. We're going back to Mr. Wolfe again, and we'll just take this record with us.
Well, Archie, I guess this phonograph was worthwhile after all. Yes, indeed.
Hey, don't you find this a very interesting recording, Nero?
I'm sure we're going to add it to our collection.
And these are the two men who took you on the ride.
That's right. But we're really no further along in our desire to help Gloria.
That's right. We're on Rinaldo Road. Boss, if we can find the address, will you go with us down there or over there or wherever it is?
I might. And you already have the clue to the address.
We have? Where?
In that phonograph recording. Play it again, Archie. Just the part where he uses the telephone. And slow the speed way down. Then take down the numbers I call off.
Okay, boss.
6, 5, 3, 2, 3. That's enough. By slowing down the record, we were able to count the clicks of each number he used on the dial. Now, there's the number the man called. We hope it is on Ronaldo Road. Have Inspector Kramer get the address of that number combination, and we are ready to make our assault.
I'll call Kramer, and then I'll get the car out. It hadn't been out for weeks. Maybe it won't start.
No such luck, Archie, I assure you. No such luck.
Oh, here it is. I think we must go through this big gate.
Yes, there's the number. 23 Ronaldo.
Slip up to the entrance as softly as possible. Turn out your headlamps.
Well, here we are, boss. Easy now getting out.
Don't pull, Doctor. Don't pull on me. There we are. Now come along.
Yeah, spooky sort of place, isn't it?
All big houses are like that. Must be 20 rooms.
Yeah. There's not a light in the place.
Use the knocker, Archie.
Uh-oh, stand back. Here comes somebody.
Yes?
Is Gloria in?
What? Gloria? And who are you?
We are here to see Gloria. Come.
It's this hour of the night? Certainly not.
Just a moment. She's an old friend of mine. Yes, and his too. He's Archie.
My good man, what is your name?
Jennings, sir. And the household is in bed at this hour.
What is it, Jennings? Who's at the door?
They're asking for you, Miss Gloria.
For me? Well, come in, gentlemen. You may go, Jennings. Please.
Very well, miss. Just as you say.
Now, what did you want?
Say, Doc, is this the Gloria?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't seem...
Are you Gloria?
Yes.
Well, why did you call us?
Oh, then you're Archie Goodwin.
Yes, and I'm Dr. Thrumming. But you are...
I called you because I need your help. Desperately.
Gloria, what is going on here at this hour? Oh, and who are these gentlemen?
Well, you see, Uncle, Mr. Goodwin came...
Came to see you? Why?
Well, because
I think you'd better go to your room, my dear. Don't you think that is best? Your room and rest?
No, I don't want to. I won't.
Go to your room.
No, I won't. I can't. All those people walk in and out. They want to kill me.
Jennings, take her to her room.
Yes, sir. Come along, miss.
No, I won't. Let me go. There are hundreds of people. They'll kill me.
Come along.
No, please, no.
I'm so sorry, but there's nothing we can do with her. Now, Mr. Goodwin.
Yeah?
What is it you wish? The girl called you Uncle. Oh, pardon me, I'm Nero Wolfe. How do you do, Mr. Wolfe? Yes, she called me Uncle, but I'm not really a relative. I'm Dr. Gunther, retained by the family. As you can see, the girl is quite ill.
Oh, well, we're old friends of Gloria's, and we'd like to see her.
But you just saw her. We don't refer to this young lady. We have in mind the elderly Gloria. Now, come, Dr. Gunther. You know to whom we refer. What? You mean the girl's aunt? Well, it's very strange. If you are a friend of the aunt's, that you are not aware of her condition.
Her condition?
Yes. The aunt has been bedridden for nearly a year. Paralysis. And it seems to be most coincidental with your visit, but she passed away this afternoon.
Died? Gloria?
This afternoon? But how could that be?
We'd like to see the remains, Dr. Gunther.
Yes, we'd like to see the remains. Just where are they?
They are here, Mr. Goodwin. And if you and your brother and Mr. Wolfe will step this way to the small parlor. There you are, gentlemen. I'll leave you alone. I'll be in the library. Well, gentlemen, there she is. What do you say? Do you recognize this woman?
Well, yeah. It's been many years, but that is Gloria Barnsworth.
Well, good heavens, yes. It's Gloria, all right. poor woman. I remember now. She married a very wealthy manufacturer named Kenton, who died. She's remained a widow, I guess.
He said she died this afternoon. Are you sure it was an elderly woman who called you this evening? And by the way, just feel her forehead.
It's warm. She couldn't have been dead more than an hour.
She isn't dead. No signs of pulse. Your cigarette case, please. Very slight moisture. Respiration barely perceptible. She's under heavy narcosis. Been given a heavy dose lately.
Let's get out of here.
Wait. Do you recognize the uncle, Father Dr. Gunther?
No, do you, Thrummy?
No.
Does he look like the man who took you for a ride?
It was too dark, boss, and he was all bundled up in heavy clothes.
Let's get out of here.
The door was locked after we came in.
He's right. Come on, Doc, let's put our shoulders to it. 1, 2...
Go!
Well, gentlemen, what on earth does this mean?
Why'd you lock the door?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a spring lock. I had no intention of locking the door.
And I suggest, Archie, that you have it repaired. And now, Archie, will you step to the door and let Inspector Kramer in? He followed us up the driveway.
Yeah, about time. Getting cold out here.
Inspector Kramer, this is Dr. Gunther. In that room is a woman he claims is dead. She is actually under the heavy influence of narcotics.
Yeah? Well, who is she?
Mrs. Gloria Kenton, widow of the wealthy shoe manufacturer.
And this attractive young lady coming down the stairs is supposed to be mentally ill, which I do not believe. Her name is Gloria, too. A niece of the elder Gloria.
But Archie and I both knew Gloria Barnsworth. But Kenton...
Yeah, I get it.
And I suggest that this man is not a doctor, but is young Gloria's husband, and they're attempting to force the Aunt Gloria to change her will in their favor.
This is utterly ridiculous.
The aunt was able to phone Doc Thrumick and me tonight, but she was apparently caught in the act.
And this man, who is posing as the uncle, hired Mike Jordan to drive his car while he picked up Archie with the intent of killing him.
Well, this is the same man?
The same. And if Mike Jordan hadn't recognized Archie, both of you would be quite dead. This man double-crossed Mike and killed him, believing that the whole thing would be blamed on Mike. Mike deliberately missed.
All right, so what's he going to do about it? Come on, let's get out of here fast.
Look out, he's a cop.
All right, now get those hands up and keep them up.
Come along, Archie. I have another appointment. The inspector can handle it from here on.
Oh, dear me. What happened? Am I all right?
Yeah, you just fainted again when the shooting started.
It's really quite fortunate that Mike Jordan recorded that conversation. Fortunate indeed.
How did you know this uncle was the same guy who took us for a ride?
First, by his speech pattern, he is undoubtedly a Canadian. But you must have missed the most important slip-up.
What was that?
When he escorted us to see the body, he said to you, Archie, if you and your brother and Mr. Wolfe will step this way... Now, how would he believe that Dr. Thrumming was your brother? No one mentioned it.
Of course, the clue I planted and then missed myself.
Quite right, Archie, quite right. What time is it?
8 a.m. I certainly appreciate your coming out for me on this deal.
Oh, but I didn't do it just for you. There is an Orchid Lovers Convention this morning at 9 o'clock.
What? And you mean...
Yes. I'm sure you'll enjoy it tremendously. Both of you.
Oh, brother.
Uh-huh. What's that?
Nothing, Doc. Nothing at all.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet.
The Shadow was one of the greatest and most popular radio shows of all time. Running from 1930 to 1954, this mystery/thriller drama featured several actors as Lamont Cranston, a strange, wealthy man who could cloud men's minds with his hypnotic abilities, and his assistant Margot Lane assisted him. It was inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame in 1989. In The Ring of Light, a man named Cham tries to kill his master for a ring, manipulated by a woman named Kara Ling, who wants it for herself and her fiancé. Even Commissioner Weston gets involved, which causes a near-fatal car accident. Multiple murders, betrayal, and several deeper subplots make this a really fascinating mystery tale. It aired November 23rd, 1941. Next is The Case of the Accidental Murders from Under Arrest, which ran from 1946 to 1954 and starred Joe DeSantis as Captain Jim Scott. A great police procedural crime drama. Similar to Dragnet, it put emphasis on the police not only getting the bad guys, but also protecting citizens. In this one, which is a rather straightforward mystery story, a gas station is robbed and the attendant is killed. Captain Scott must find the killers, and he discovers that the murder was not premeditated. Despite the routine plot, it actually has a few surprises, and it's a really exciting and well-done mystery story. It aired June 6, 1948. Next is The Backstage Murder Case from Philo Vance. Jackson Beck plays the amateur detective, assisted by District Attorney Markham, played by George Petrie, and Joan Alexander as his secretary, Ellen Deering. One of the unique characteristics of this show is that very few sound effects were used. It was mostly just dialogue and lots of organ music. But who doesn't love a lot of organ music? In this one, a Broadway theater is robbed, and the star of the play receives a threatening letter warning her to skip the next performance, or she will be dead by morning. Joan Alexander guest stars in this one. A really great mystery story with action, suspense, thrills, and lots of surprises. It aired September 21st, 1948. And then our last mystery of the collection, The Hatchet from Tales of the Texas Rangers, running from 1950 to 1952 on NBC Radio, and then again from 55 to 58 on CBS television. Joel McRae voiced Texas Ranger Jace Pearson, who with the help of his trusty horse Charcoal, catches bad guys. A popular high school teacher is brutally killed, and Jace eventually winds up at a cattle ranch where he finds the murder weapon, a hatchet, at the bottom of a cattle water tank. Great mystery, as Jace, with the help of Charcoal, tracks down the killer and the motive behind it. It aired February 11th, 1951. All right, thank you so much for watching and enjoying the video. If you liked it, please give it a thumbs up and leave a comment. And if you haven't, hit the subscribe button so that you're notified about each upcoming video. And if you didn't like it, well, then I'm not sure why you're still here after all these long hours. I'm Greg. I will see you on the next one.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. On old-time sundials, a favorite motto was this: it's later than you think. Winter has a way of sneaking up on us and striking hard at those who are unprepared. Cold weather all around us will be here any day without notice. Are you prepared? It's later than you think. Safeguard your family by ordering a supply of blue coal right now. You know, blue coal is the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. It will keep every room in your house at a comfortable, even temperature at all times. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. And listen, in a few minutes, I want to tell you about a strange and exotic token, a unique piece of jewelry that blue coal has for you. So listen carefully. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Ring of Light.
I should like to review the Gengar murders for you, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
I assure you it will require no longer than we will take to finish this cup of tea.
I'm glad you left me out of that tea business, Shan. I know all I want to know about the gang of murders. It kept me up all night long.
But I'm afraid you cannot know very much about the real reason for the killings, Commissioner Weston, without some knowledge of the history of the Ring of Light.
Its history?
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
Well, what about the history of the Ring of Light, Mr. Shan?
Many centuries ago, according to ancient legend, there was a merchant bearing this name of Genga, who dwelt in the sacred city of Lhasa in my native Tibet. This Genga of olden times was a good man and beloved of the gods. One night, it is told, he was returning from market to the sacred city when he was pursued by a host of his enemies mounted on horseback. Fleeing across the eastern bridge to the city walls, he found the great gates of the city locked before him. In despair, he flung himself at the feet of the luminous statue of Buddha which guarded the gate. As he did so, there was the sound of thunder, and from the glowing ear of the phosphorescent image, a ring fell to the ground. Quickly, Genga the merchant picked it up, and the statue of Buddha miraculously spoke.
O Genga, merchant of Lhasa, I have given to you this night the Ring of Light. Unto the 1000th generation it will bring good fortune and safety, so long as there be no blood upon the hands of its owner. Treasure it well, O Genga.
But, great Buddha, my enemies are almost upon me.
Behold, Genga, where your enemies are crossing the eastern bridge. Look well.
And the legend has it that the vast bridge collapsed, destroying every man of Genga's enemies.
Well, it doesn't mean much to me. Does it to you, Cranston?
I'm afraid it means quite a good deal, Commissioner.
And was this merchant the ancestor of the modern Gengas, Mr. Shan?
Yes, Miss Lane. Many centuries have passed since, bringing wealth and glory to the Genga family, which eventually immigrated to America. One of the Gengas of the present generation was my partner in the firm of Genga and Shan of this city, importers of precious gems. Our business prospered, and my partner, Mr. Genga's son, Ali, was heir to many millions of dollars. All went well until one night when Mr. Genga, alone in the vault room of our huge building, heard the automatic elevator ascending.
How can that be? I didn't want to be disturbed at this of all times. Yes?
I wish to see Mr. Genga.
I am Mr. Genga, young woman. No one is allowed in my vault room without credentials.
I have proper credentials, Mr. Genga.
Then show them to me. What do you have, some letter?
No. This is my credential. You see?
A revolver.
A revolver. It is the only credential I can show.
Oh, no. Hassan, help me!
Please! Your servant Hassan is on the first floor. He wouldn't even hear a pistol shot.
I see. You're aware of that. Well, what is it you want?
The key to your vault.
I rather thought so. And if I refuse?
The key, Genga.
You're a most determined young woman.
I am.
Then here, take it by all means. Take it.
You're very gracious. Now to proceed with your vault.
Of course.
How calmly you accept this, Mr. Genga.
My jewels, dear lady, are in the left-hand compartment.
I know that. But my interest happens to be in this very ordinary copper box right here.
No, that you cannot touch.
Really?
I will not let you have the Ring of Light.
I shouldn't be rash if I were you. I have nothing to lose by killing you, you know.
I only know you cannot have what that box contains.
Sorry, but I must, Mr. Genga. Your life, Mr. Genga, for this copper box. Of course, you didn't really give your life for this silly box. You died for the Ring of Light, which it can... Where is it? No, this can't be. Genga, don't die. No, you're dying for nothing. The Ring of Light, it's gone.
The rest of the story of the Ring of Light you remember, Mr. Cranston?
Very well, Mr. Shan. Well, he should. He and Miss Lane came to my office, and Miss Lane was saying...
Weston, I don't give a hang if your criminals have a new union and are working in 24-hour shifts. We are all three going to the theater tonight.
No, Margot.
No?
The commissioner is a very busy man.
That's right, Lamont. I am Oh, I see. You're being smart, huh? Well, let me tell you, every time I try to leave this office early, somebody knocks on the door. But it never happens when you two are around.
Someone just did knock on the door, Commissioner.
Just a minute. I was talking to Mr. Cranston before you entered. Oh, wait a second. Thought I heard a knock on the door. What are you laughing at?
Commissioner Weston, is he in here?
Yes, he's in here. Matter of fact, I'm Weston.
I am Ali Genga.
A small world.
My father you have heard of, I think. He was Mr. Genga of Genga and Shan.
Was? Isn't Mr. Genga still in business?
My father is gone.
Gone? Dead?
I do not know, but last evening he vanished from the vault room of our building.
Vanished? Did you say vanished?
Yes. His old servant, Hassan, phoned to me the news this morning.
He phoned to you the news, did he? Well, that's just great. And where was his partner, Mr. Shan, all this time?
Mr. Shan has been for some time ill in his home in the mountains.
Well, was anything stolen?
Yes. There was something stolen.
What was it?
It is difficult to say. I should like this kept in strictest confidence. You see, my father was in possession of a ring.
Who slammed that door?
The lights have gone out.
Stay where you are, everybody. Don't move an inch.
Come on. Look, there against the window.
What is it?
Why, it's a perfect circle of light.
Look out, Whistler.
No.
What was that? We'll need the lights to see.
Look, it's a knife.
Sticking up in your desk.
There is a note pinned to it. Could I see what it says?
We'll all see.
Yeah.
Listen to this, Weston.
Yeah?
It says, let those with blood on their hands remain silent. That's strange.
It is most strange. I must go to the Genga and Shan building immediately. It is most important that I reach my father's vault room as quickly as possible.
Isn't this a magnificent lobby?
Well, lobby or no lobby, that young guy, Ali, is keeping us waiting down here a long time, isn't he?
Well, I don't
I
know. He
beg
may
your
be...
pardon. My name is Hassan, servant to the House of Genga for many years. Young Master Ali will be down from the vault room presently.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. Oh, Hassan, you were Ali's father's devoted servant. You must know something about his disappearance.
This alone I can say. Even in this far-off land, the hand of the Buddha of Lhasa has struck.
What was that?
Sounds like young Ali. Let's get up there. Something tells me that vault room is a very unhealthy place right at this moment.
So this is the vault room.
Where is he?
Yes, where is Ali Lamont? The room's empty.
He was here right enough, but...
What is it, Cranston?
Look. Over there in the shadows by the vault.
A body.
Master! Master!
Is it Ali?
If it is, he's aged 30 years since he left us downstairs.
Oh, look! Look!
It isn't Ali, is it, Hassan?
No. It is Mr. Genga, Ali's father. He who vanished has returned.
Returned with a bullet in his heart. Hassan.
Yes?
Open this vault.
No. Master, no want me to open vault.
Take the keys off the dead man's watch chain and open it.
Open the vault.
All right. But you have heard my warning.
Come on. Look, who is it?
This time it's the son Ali, all right. That killed him too, Weston. I had an idea there'd be something in this vault worth seeing.
In a moment, our play will continue. Meanwhile, here's the information I promised you about the strange and exotic talisman that Blue Coal has for you. It's a replica of the mystic ring that plays so large a part in today's story. There are many strange and fascinating things about this ring. To begin with, it is not gold or silver as ordinary rings are. It is white. In India, white is considered a sacred color. The rare white elephant is worshipped in India. Mysterious power is said to reside in things white. Certainly, when you see this ring, you'll agree there is something uncanny about it. You'll say that because you'll soon discover that this ring is greedy for light. Like the wild jungle orchid that eats live meat, this ring sucks up the living light. It holds the light and glows in the dark with a weird and ghostly radiance. Yes, you actually can see in the dark with this ring when it's gorged with light. Now listen, here's how to get one for yourself. Simply send 10 cents in coin, 1 dime, to the Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Include on a slip of paper the words Mystic Ring. M-Y-S-T-I-C, Mystic Ring. And also, of course, your name and address in full. Be sure to print or write your name and address clearly, so it will be easy to read. Drop the envelope in the mail, and soon you'll have a mystic light-eating ring for yourself. Take care of that today, because the supply of rings is limited. Now, back to the shadow.
Hassan, no stay. He no stay here. Mr. Genga come back dead. Now young Master Ali dead too. Mr. Shan will be next. Hassan is afraid. He no stay.
Wait a minute, you. Hassan. Let him go, Weston. He won't go far. Look at this, Weston. The killer used a knife this time. What about it? Nothing. Except it's a perfect match of the dagger that was sticking in your desk. What? Look it over. I'd like to wander around a bit.
Mark.
Yes, Margot.
Look at this. I found it over there in the corner. It's a girl's handkerchief.
Girl's handkerchief?
Yes.
Well, let me see that, Margot.
And it's monogram, too. You see, K.I.
K.I. Now, I wonder... What's that?
What, Lamont?
I smell something burning.
Listen.
That's fire, all right. We better get out of here. Just a minute, Weston. Whoever set that fire doesn't want us to find something in this room. We've got to work fast, but we can't let them scare us away.
Cranston, sometimes I... say, what's this?
What?
Letter in Alley's billfold. Addressed to Miss Kara Iltut, 421, North Set Road.
Kara Iltut, eh? That would be our initials, K.I.
Oh, the light is breaking through.
And so's the fire, Miss Lane. I tell you, we got to get out of here.
All right, you two leave by the fire escape. I'll meet you in the car.
What are you going to do?
I think our friend Hassan is still in this building. And if he is, we two have something to talk over.
This is Hassan speaking. I am phoning you from your building, Mr. Shan. It is on fire. Yes, on fire. There is nothing you can do to save it. But I can tell you all you want to know about it. Yes. Meet me at 421 North Set Road in 1 hour. Yes, that's right, Mr. Shan. Goodbye, Mr. Shan. Now, if nothing goes wrong, we will soon have... What was that?
It is the shadow, Hassan. I'm standing beside you, invisible to your eyes.
Well, why have you come to Hassan?
To get the truth from you.
I know nothing. Nothing.
You know there was a woman here on the night old Mr. Genga was murdered. Don't you, Hassan? Answer me.
Yes, this much I know.
And her name was Kara Iltut. Who is Kara Iltut, Hassan?
I do not know. Let me go. The flames are spreading. Let me get out of here. I set this fire to get Mr. Cranston and Weston and Miss Lane out of the building, but it will get me and you too, boys, if we don't hurry.
The fire is spreading, but you will not leave until I have the truth. Tell me, Hassan.
I will tell you. I will tell. Kara Iltut was secretly engaged to young Master Ali Genga, but his father knew nothing of her. She came here the day of the murder. She paid me well to let her up to the vault room, and when she came down, she left orders with me to set fire to this building if the police ever tried to examine that room upstairs. That is all. All I know.
I see. You have kept this from the law, Hassan. I warn you that the shadow will be watching you. I must go now. I will let you escape from the fire you set. But next time, Hassan, you will not escape.
Where are we, Lamont? Look at the towers on that house. It's like a palace out of the Arabian Nights.
It's 421 North Set Road, Margot, and I only hope we won't be too sorry we came. Come on, helpmates. I think we're creating a wonderful yarn to spin to our grandchildren.
But you have to keep alive, you know, to have grandchildren.
We'll see if we can manage to do that, my lady. Say, look at this.
What?
The door was open. I'm not too sure I like that, but in we go.
It's pitch dark in here.
I've got a feeling something's watching every move we make.
What's that? Someone's in trouble.
Where's it coming from?
This way. Come on, follow me.
Come on, look. The lights have gone on.
What was that, Boffy? Where are we?
Seems we're in a small room without a sign of a window.
Look, those copper doors are closing. We better get out of here.
A little late now. Looks as if we're trapped.
You are trapped, my friend.
Look. There on that little balcony.
Oh, yes. Miss Kara Iltut, I believe.
I am Miss Iltut. If I'm not too hospitable, you must understand it's because I'm concerned in a rather dangerous business. I murdered Mr. Genga. You see, I'm in love with his stepson, Ali.
Stepson?
Yes. Ali is his stepson, and old Genga was not too fond of him. As a matter of fact, he was going to leave his most priceless possession to his business partner, Mr. Shan, because he distrusted Ali. That is why it was necessary to rob him, and as it happened, to kill him in the process. And now, for Ali's sake, it is necessary to kill you.
Hold on.
Easy, Margot.
It will be a painful death, but the most convenient I can afford you just now.
No, you'll never get away with it.
Oh, yes, I will. It'll be quite simple, you know. Beneath the floor on which you're standing is a vat, brimful of boiling water. It is an old Tibetan way of ridding the world of troublesome people.
No, you wouldn't.
I tell you I will. See, all I need to do is pull this lever.
Come on. Come on, the floor is opening.
Come on.
Back toward this wall. What are we going to do, Lamont?
Wait a minute. The floor is opening slowly. Keep backing away from the opening. I think I've got an idea.
What's that?
She evidently hasn't heard what happened to Allie. Have you got that letter, Weston?
Yes, I have. Here it is.
Give it to me. Miss Hilltut! Miss Hilltut!
It'll do you no good to plead with me. You must die.
I know you don't mind boiling us alive, but I don't think you'd want to boil Allie's last words with us, would you?
Ali's last words.
This letter. It was found on his dead body.
Dead. Wait, I'll stop the machinery. There. Now listen to me. I have a gun here. I'll come down outside and open the door. You can hand the letter out to me. If you try to leave that room, I'll shoot you as surely as I killed old Genga. Do you understand?
We understand, Miss Hilltut.
Hand me the letter. I will not open the door another inch. You hear me in there? Where is the letter?
I'll take that gun, Miss Hilltut.
Grab it, Cranston.
Oh, no, not quite as quickly as all that. Lamar, she's getting away.
I don't think she'll get too far. Unless I'm badly mistaken, she still has another victim to deal with before she leaves this house.
Then we've got to stop her, Cranston.
Just as fast as we can. Where'd that come from? Up there, from the towers of the house.
Someone's in agony.
I think I see it all now. Weston.
Yes.
I want you to stay here with Margot for a few moments while I see what occupies our murdering lady friend.
No, let me live. Don't kill me.
Hold him, Hassan.
He will not get away, Miss Carter.
Mr. Genga was very fond of you, wasn't he, Shan? I knew when I opened the copper box and found the ring missing that Ali's father had already given it to you.
It was mine by right. Genga wanted me to have it.
That doesn't interest me, Shan. Ali is dead now. Then I will take from you the thing he wanted if I have to kill us all.
It was very clever of you to have Hassan trick me into coming here.
I think so. And now, where is the ring, Shan?
You shall never learn from me.
Mr. Shan doesn't believe that we'll throw him from this tower. He doesn't believe it, Hassan. Pull him over to the ledge.
Yes, Miss Carter. Come over the ledge.
Help! Obey me, Hassan.
Yes, Miss Carter. I tried.
But he's an old man. Surely you could push him over.
I cannot move him. It is as if someone were holding him. There is nothing I can do.
Someone were holding him.
Someone does hold him, Carril Tut. The shadow. Your days of murder are over. And you, Hassan, I warned you once. Now you will pay for your crime.
No. It was she.
You lie.
She made me do it. She made me do her bidding. She would have had me throw old Shan to his death, but you came in time. And now she goes up the tower as she would have had Shan go.
No.
Stop, Hassan, stop.
And so my life was saved, and Hassan is now imprisoned on charge of murder. There, I told you it would not take long to tell my story. And you'll see we have scarcely finished our cup of tea.
But still I don't understand who killed poor Ollie.
That is very easily explained, Miss Lane.
Yes, very easily. By the way, Mr. Shan, your drawing room is quite charming. But I think it rather spoils the symmetry to have those two daggers missing from the weapon rack over the fireplace.
You know where those two daggers are, don't you, Mr. Cranston?
Yes. One of them is sticking in Weston's desk, where you threw it to warn Allie not to report the theft of the ring to the police. The other?
It couldn't be sticking in Ollie's back, that other one, could it?
You killed him, Mr. Shan.
Yes, Miss Lane, I killed him. And now, Mr. Cranston, will you switch off the light?
No tricks now.
There will be no tricks.
There, Mr. Shan?
Thank you. Please, now, will you open the door of the little shrine on the table?
Yes, Mr. Shan.
The ring of light.
So it is.
Yes, the gift of Buddha to the house of Genga. It was mine by right. But I realized that Ali would never let me keep his father's gift in peace, so I killed him. When I opened the vault to put his body in it, I found my partner there shot to death, and I was content that I had killed the evil son who had plotted old Genga's murder with Kara Ilpa.
It was still murder you committed, Mr. Shan. You know that?
Oh, yes, I know. I did it to keep the ring. But the ways of Buddha are wise, Mr. Cranston. Too late did I remember the legend.
What do you mean, Mr. Shan?
The ring is in my possession, but it will bring me no good fortune. I own the ring, but there is blood on my hands. I am lost according to the words of Buddha.
You know what the police will do to you for this, Sean?
No. I have already paid for my sins, Weston. Your cups of tea were not as mine. Mine has the poisonous smell of bitter almonds, the smell of prussic acid. I will account only to my ancestors, Commissioner.
Turn on those lights. Mr. Sean. Mr. Sean.
He's dead, Weston.
And he's smiling at the ring of light. Now, you see, Commissioner Weston, you couldn't have understood the Genga murders without knowing about the power of the ring of light, could you?
Oh, power poppycock. Where's the confounded thing now?
Lamont is the custodian of the ring at the moment, I think, Commissioner.
Well, give it to me, Cranston. I'm going to throw it out of the window. It's caused me enough trouble tonight.
Oh, I'm not so sure I'd do that, Commissioner. It might...
Well, from now on, we're living on borrowed time, eh, Commissioner?
How did we ever come through that one alive?
Now, don't go making something out of it.
Why, I'd have sworn there wasn't room for two cars to pass each other back there.
All right. We're both doing around 50, Weston. Maybe the ring of light saved us from...
Now, don't start any of that stuff, or
But, Commissioner, didn't you notice what was in that other car?
Oh, he couldn't have, Lamont. Otherwise, he could...
What was it?
A ghost? No, Commissioner. It was a woman driver.
A woman driver?
Uh-huh. By the way, here's the ring of light, Commissioner. Do you want to throw it away?
You know, it's a pretty little thing. It doesn't take up any room, does it? And, besides, I could use a little luck when I try to explain to the missus why I've been out all night.
In a moment, we'll bring you again the easy directions for getting a mystic ring. So have paper and pencil ready. First, I know you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Buckley. Mr. Buckley.
Thank you. Friends, the other day I ran into a chap I know, and he was somewhat annoyed with me. He said, "Why do you keep insisting it's so easy to operate a furnace? Probably isn't the hardest thing in the world, but it certainly isn't easy." Well, that only shows that even your friends don't always listen carefully to what you say. I say it's easy to operate a furnace if you know how. Now, that latter part is very important. For example, in the changeable weather we're having now, it's a nuisance to have to run down to the basement constantly to adjust the furnace dampers. Well, all that trouble is eliminated when you have an automatic blue coal heat regulator. As easy to operate as snapping a light switch. Automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature at all times. Now here's my suggestion. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. Ask him to send a John Barkley trained serviceman to your home to demonstrate correct furnace operation for you at no charge, no obligation. Your neighborhood dealer is listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Thank you.
The characters, names, places, and plot of today's story are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The mysterious East beckons to you. Here is your chance to get the mystic white ring that has the secret power of retaining light. Once this ring is held in a bright light, it absorbs part of the radiance, and afterward, in the dark, it shines with a grim, eerie glow. Get one of these rings for yourself by sending 10 cents in coin to The Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Be sure to include your name and address, printed or written clearly. Do this at once, because the supply is strictly limited. Send 1 dime in an envelope with your name and address and the words Mystic, M-Y-S-T-I-C, Mystic Ring, to the Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Do that today. This ring will be a bond between you and the Shadow, who says,
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, producers of Blue Coal.
Mutual presents Under Arrest.
Into your cell!
Criminals behind bars. Under Arrest. The story of Police Captain Jim Scott's fight against crime.
High test.
Right. You better cut your motor. Forget it. I said you're
And he said forget it. 5, high test. Now step.
All right.
How does it look?
Okay, Annie. Nobody around.
Good.
Out here?
The usual.
Check the gas and oil?
No. All I want is some cigarettes.
Machine's inside.
Which way?
Just follow me.
Al?
Right with you.
Machine's over there. That'll be $1.35 for the gas.
Break a 20?
I think I can.
Take a plant by the door, Al.
Yeah.
Who won today? You know?
No.
Myers is batting pretty good this year. I heard he...
All right, keep your hands where they are.
Oh.
Now move away from the register. Go on.
This stick up?
Use your eyes. Okay, Al?
Okay.
Nice haul. Must be over 300 here.
367.
Thanks. Hey, what are you looking at, fella?
You told me to use my eyes.
I didn't tell you to stare.
Lay off him, Annie. He didn't do nothing.
Quiet. Still staring, huh?
Look, you got your money now. Why don't you get out of here?
I don't like people staring at me.
Come on, Annie.
Yeah, we got what we came for. So long, fella.
So long.
Annie, for Pete's sake, come on.
All right, I'm coming. The guy was staring at me.
You didn't have to do that, Annie. You might have killed him.
Maybe I did. Wait a minute.
Hey, what are you doing?
Getting cigarettes? That's what I come in here for, wasn't it?
You're gone crazy. Come on, let's get out of here.
We got time. Plenty of time. Anybody comes for gas, you take care of him, Al.
Now listen, Ernie.
Shut up! This lousy machine don't work. How do you like that? The guy put me onto a bum machine. I lost 20 cents.
Captain Scott.
That reporter, Susan Webb, she's out here, Captain.
I'll see you, Mike. Sergeant Lowry get in yet?
No, sir.
I want to see him as soon as he arrives.
Right.
Scott, Harry, what about those tire marks? Get anything on it? Yeah. Yeah, he's in the hospital. Not so good. All right, when you do, let me know.
Hello, Jim.
Listen, Sue, what's all this stuff in the papers? You call that fair reporting?
What did you call me up for? Falling out?
You're sure taking the department over the ropes.
Well, all the papers have.
Thought at least you'd lay off.
Well, I've got a job to do.
So have I. If you think it's easy, think again.
Well, I didn't say it was easy. But after all, Jim, there have been 4 of those gas station holdups within the past 2 weeks. Now, don't you think...
I'll do my job. You stick to yours.
And mine's reporting.
You mean smearing. You people smear the department every chance you get.
Oh, Jim.
Now, listen, Sue, we're doing our best. You can't ask any more than that, can you?
Well,
I've got my best man on this job, Hank Lowry. Called him in from a fishing trip with his kid. You know Hank. Is he a slacker?
Of course not, but...
Picking up a couple of heist artists isn't like picking a rose off a bush. You gotta find them first. Takes time. And these 2 guys are smart. Real smart.
They must be.
Smart and vicious. The way they beat that attendant up...
How is he?
Not good. They don't know where they'll live. We'll get them. You can put that in your next story.
Jim, I know you're doing your best. I'm sorry about that column in the paper this morning, but I only write for the boss.
Okay, Sue. I just couldn't help getting sore.
Forget it. Come here and let me straighten your tie. I know you're working hard, but you don't have to look unkempt. There.
Thanks, honey.
Want me, Captain?
Come in, Hank.
Sue.
Welcome.
Look, Hank, I'm sorry about having to bust up that fishing trip you were on with Jack.
Oh, forget it.
I know your kid was looking forward to it.
Jack will understand. Now, don't worry, will you?
Okay, thanks. Now, sit down. They've got to get a new angle on this stick-up.
It's a homicide now.
The gas station attendant?
Yeah. Hospital just phoned in. He died a few minutes ago. Who is it?
Al.
Get the paper?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, Ernie.
Leave the radio alone.
But I gotta talk
You
to
can talk with the radio on. That's good music. Don't you ever listen to good music? What's up?
He's dead, Ernie.
Let me see that rag.
I told you not to hit him like that.
Quiet. Says here he died in a hospital. Wonder if he talked.
Sure he talked. They got a description of the car and everything. Listen, Ernie, we
Shut
gotta
up.
get...
I said shut up. You want some more of the same?
No.
Let me read this thing in peace, will you? That punk. Told him not to stare. Well, what are you staring at?
Nothing, Ernie, nothing.
Say something. What's the matter? You lost your tongue?
We better blow this town, Ernie.
Not yet. We're not finished here yet.
We can't pull another job here.
We'll talk about it later. Right now, I want to get some sleep.
Sleep? For Pete's sake, we gotta get...
Don't get scared, Al. Whatever you do, don't get scared. That's the fastest way to get the cops on your tail.
I'm not scared.
Flop on the couch, get some rest. Just listen to that music. It's real restful.
You questioned the attendant yourself, Hank.
His description of the 2 guys was pretty vague. One big, one short, wiry. That's about all. I was showing him some pictures when he died.
What about the car?
1940 Chevy. Blue. One fender smashed up.
At least we've got that.
If they try another job with that car, I think we've got him.
How many men have you got at the service stations?
11 service stations in the district they've been working. 11 cops working the pumps.
Lucky number.
I'm number 11. I report for work at the Arrow service station tonight at 8.
I don't think they'll try again tonight.
Maybe not. But we'll be waiting for him if it takes weeks.
We better nab him before that, or I'll be pounding a beat again. The commissioner's hot.
Don't worry about the commissioner. He always liked you. He knows you're trying.
Yeah, but he's under pressure, too. No matter how high you get in this business, there always seems to be somebody higher who wants to tell you how to do your job.
In any business.
Maybe. But this case is getting old, Hank. They've got a point.
So, if you get kicked downstairs, I'll be right behind you.
Thanks, Hank.
Well, I better shove off. It's almost 8. If I'm late, the boss will be sore. See you later, Jim.
I may call you out there tonight.
Right. What's the matter, Al? You scared?
It's not that, Annie. I'm not scared, but I don't think it's smart, that's all. We can't try another job tonight.
Why not?
It's too soon. We gotta lay low for a while.
Just what the cops expect us to do. So we won't.
Are you crazy?
No. Smart. You see, Al, we got the coppers running now. We want to keep them running. Confuse them.
Listen, Annie, you can't do that.
You want out, Al?
No, Annie, no.
Anytime you do, say so. I'll give you out. Well?
I don't want out, Ernie. Don't get sore.
Okay.
But what about the car? They got the car spotted.
So we get another one.
That costs dough. And we can't sell the Chevy because
we left one off the street. That don't cost anything.
You know how to start a car without the key?
Sure. It's easy.
You got a gas station picked out?
Uh-huh. Arrow's service station. Cased it last week, a pushover. Only one man on at night. Arrow's service station. Corner of Grant and Broome. Remember that. Our service station.
Jim, Hank. Anything stirring?
Pretty slow. 3 customers so far. 2 regulars, 1 high test. Fixed 1 flat.
No sign of the Chevy?
Nope. Oh, here's another customer now, Jim. I'll call you back.
This it?
That's not a Chevy. Not 1940. It's a 48 Buick, bright red. Too classy for a couple of high smugs.
Don't take any chances.
Call you back in a few minutes.
Right.
Help you? Yeah. Think we got a low tire in the back. Will you check it? Sure. This one? Yeah, that's it. Now, you're all right. You got 30 in here now. Just keep them hands where they are. Wouldn't want to part your hair with a bullet. Keep on the tire. That's it. Al, take care of the register.
Right.
I expected you guys in a 1940 Chevy. That was dumb. I suppose it was. Don't move those hands. You're a cop, aren't you? With a yen from mechanic. Watch those hands. You want the valve cap back on, don't you? Okay, but don't do anything dumb. Get away from that valve. Ever try riding a flat, punk? You know it's kind of bumpy.
Annie, what are you
Get in the car. I gotta screw this thing in.
What'd you do it for, Annie? Did you have to shoot him?
The tried to unscrew the valve core. Now, come on. We gotta get out of here.
Hurry up with those pictures, Casey. Snap it up.
Jim?
Over here, Sue.
Oh, Jim, is it Hank?
Yes.
Oh, does Jack know?
Not yet. Johnson, get a call out on a red Buick, 1948. That's all I've got, but we'll try. Should be 2 guys in it.
How do you know about the car, Jim?
I spoke to Hank on the phone just before it happened. He never expected it tonight, Sue. I guess I didn't expect it either.
What about Jack? Who's going to tell him?
That's up to me.
If you need any help...
Thanks, Sue. I hope he doesn't go bitter.
You sound pretty bitter yourself, Jim.
Hank was my best friend. This whole thing brings back memories.
Your father went like this, didn't he?
Yeah, when I was in college. That's why I didn't stick it out. Left and joined the force. Full of hate. Like Jack will be. That's what we'll have to watch out for, Sue. The hate and the bitterness.
Watch those corners, Al. What are you trying to do, kill us?
I'm a little nervous, Ernie. I didn't...
You're making a nervous wreck out of me. Pull up. Any place along here.
Pull up? But I told
That's
you
what
we
I
got...
said. You see, Al, a bright red car is the wrong one to use for a getaway. If you'd stop to think for a minute, you might see that. We'll ditch it. Now pull up.
Hello, Jack.
Sit down, fella.
Did you get those two guys yet?
No,
Why not? What are you waiting for?
We'll get him, Jack.
And what are you going to do to them when you get them?
What we usually do. Lock him up. Have the district attorney present the grand jury.
I know all that. But what are you going to do to them when you get them down here? Aren't you going to beat them up?
No. Why should we?
Because they killed my dad, that's why. Because they killed your best friend.
Sure. But why beat him up? What good would it do?
Plenty.
Is that what you want to do, Jack?
That's what they deserve, isn't it?
But the police don't work that way, Jack.
And when I get on the force and I get hold of two guys
What
like
do you
that...
mean, Jack, when you get on the force? How do you know you'll get on?
When I'm old enough, I will. And I'll get even for Dad, too. You can bet on that.
Jack, do you think it's right to feel that way? Bitter and...
I think I know how Jack feels, Sue. Felt the same way myself once, Jack. Jack, did I ever tell you how my dad was shot down on the street one night? Just like Hank. He was on the force, too.
I didn't know that, Captain.
I was a little older than you, but it didn't make any difference. You know what I said to myself when I heard about my dad, Jack? I said, Jim, this is it. This is where you leave school for good. This is where you finally join the force so you can even up the score for Dad. Even it up good.
Is that the way you feel, Jack?
I don't know, Miss Webb.
Sure, that's the way he feels. The only way he could feel and still call himself a man.
Thanks, Captain Scott.
But, do you think it's right, Jack? Do you think I was right to join the force because I wanted to even up for my dad?
Do you?
I don't know.
Oh, come on now. We're alike, you and I. We both got the same rotten break in life. We're in the same boat together. We can talk man to man. Right?
Sure, Captain.
Okay. So do you think it's right? To want to shoot down every cheap crook and grift to every con man and dip in the business just because your dad ran into a murderous slug one night?
Sure, it's right. Sure, it's right because you got to even up the score for Dad, like you said.
I said I felt that way. At first. And later I found out I was all wrong. You see, Jack, that's not a cop's job to even up. The cop's job is to protect the public. To protect life and property and see that everybody gets an even break. Even some criminals.
I hate criminals. I hate all criminals. They killed my dad, didn't they?
Sure. One of them did. One. But does that give you the right just because you've got a uniform on to run around and shoot every Tom, Dick, and Harry you see with his hand in another guy's pocket? Does it?
I don't know, Captain.
Sure, you gotta hate some criminals. That's good. But a lot of criminals you've got to treat differently. With some, crime is a disease. Maybe they were brought up in an unclean neighborhood, or maybe they caught it from one of the other kids on the block. Then there's the guy who steals food from the grocery store because his wife and kid haven't eaten for a week. And he wants to protect them. Sure, he's going about it the wrong way. But would you want to shoot him down on the spot and then tell his wife and kid you did it because you thought he was a dangerous criminal? Or would you?
I guess not.
See what I'm getting at, Jack? A policeman's job is a responsible one. You've got to go at it with the right attitude. Not full of hate. Hate's a dangerous thing when we use it too much in the wrong places. Okay, I think you got the picture now. You still want to be a cop?
Sure, Captain Scott. And I'm going to try to think about it your way.
Good. We'll talk about it more later on. Right now, I've got work to do, Jack.
So long, Captain. Thanks.
Wait a minute, Jack. I'll walk home with you.
Okay, I'll wait outside.
Well?
Mind if I kiss you?
Certainly not. But go easy on the lipstick. Boys kid me about it.
So he was a cop. So what do you want me to do? Sit down and cry?
But a cop killing, Ernie. You know what that means. They'll get the whole force on us now.
Scared?
No, smart. Smart like you're supposed to be. What are you going to do? Just sit here and wait till they come and take you?
Why not?
I tell you, Ernie, sometimes I think you ain't got...
All right. I'm not that dumb. Start packing out.
Oh, now you're talking, Ernie. Now you're talking smart.
Sure. I always told you I was smart. Al, when you gotta blow, you gotta blow. Let's blow.
So you found the car?
Yeah, parked on Gedney Street. Motor's still running. Doesn't help us much. Stolen. We could only trace it back to the owner. He's all right, of course.
What about prints?
Are you kidding? Those boys are smart, Sue. Wiped it clean before they left it. Dashboard, wheel, door handles, every place they touched it.
Why was the motor still running?
Oh, they lifted it without a key.
Well, I guess that's a blind alley.
Yeah.
Or is it?
What do you mean?
How does a guy steal a car without the ignition key?
Yeah, that may be it, honey. They have to fool around with the wiring under the hood, with the distributor head or something. The engine was still running when they ditched the heap.
Which means there still may be some prints under the hood.
Right. Hello, Harry. Scott, get me Richardson, quick.
Hey, Ernie, I can't close this bag.
You got too much in it, Sept. What do you need this for? Think it might get cold?
Hey, listen, that overcoat cost me $200.
So we're going to Florida. You won't need it.
Look, Ernie, I paid
Don't argue. All the time arguing. Now, hurry up. Let's get out of here sometime this week, huh?
That music's driving me nuts.
You got no culture. That's what's wrong with you. No culture.
Anything come up on those prints, Jim?
Plenty. All over the distributor head, on the block, on the dash cable. We're checking through the files now.
Only one set?
That's all. Scott. Yeah? Go ahead. Ernie Ballou. Okay, Mac, get a general out for him. Right. Ernie Ballou.
Know him?
From way back. Now all we gotta do is to find him. Hey, easy on the soda, Skippy. That's it. Hey, you seen Ernie Ballou around lately? I hear he's off the wagon again. Bank for 14, Pee-wee. Ernie Ballou used to play a great game. You been in today? Blonde guy looks good, Nat. I hear Ernie Ballou owns a piece of him. Hey, where is Ernie these days? Hello, Mike. Captain Scott. I've located Ernie Ballou. Yeah. I'm going up to take him right now.
Well, just about set, Ernie.
Okay. Might as well take off.
I still say we ought to take that overcoat. It cost me
Will you
$200.
forget about that lousy coat. All you do is... Wait.
Ernie.
Open it. Go ahead, I'm ready.
Ernie Ballou here?
Well, I
One
think
side, Al.
Hello, Ernie.
Come in, Scotty boy.
Thanks.
Just keep your hands away from your hip. That's all.
You sure it's loaded, Ernie?
Uh-huh. Aren't you?
Listen, Ernie, don't go and do
Quiet,
nothing.
will you? What do you want, copper?
You, Ernie. For the murder of Joe Carson, gas station attendant, and Hank Lowry, sergeant of police. Plain enough?
You don't want much, do you?
I'm greedy.
You alone, Scotty?
Maybe.
Move over to the right. By the wall. Go on!
Sure.
Ernie!
Take a look out the window, Al. Well, I guess you're not alone, copper.
I'm not that dumb to come up here without phoning headquarters first.
Ernie, the whole block, it's full of cops' cars.
Quiet! I can hear.
I guess you won't shoot me now, Ernie. You're a dead weight and you know it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm saving you, Scotty. You might come in handy making a getaway.
You figure to use me as a shield on the way out?
Uh-huh. Get his gun, Al. Go on.
Sure, Ernie.
Sure. Watch it, Al. Don't come too close. I'm liable to turn you into a shield.
Listen, Ernie.
Get his rod, I said. Now move.
Okay. Let go. Let go of my arm.
Shut up, punk. Okay, Ernie, you shoot me, you gotta shoot through Al here.
You think that'll stop me, copper?
Sorry, Ernie, but I guess it had to be this way.
My side, copper. He got my side.
You'll be all right. Take it easy.
It hurts, I tell you. I need a doctor.
Don't cry, I said. We'll get you fixed up.
Hello?
Wrap it up, honey. It's all over.
You all right, Jim?
Yeah, fine. Ballou's dead. His pal's got a flesh wound.
Jim, are you sure you're all right?
Better start pounding that typewriter, honey. Whether you realize it or not, this is an exclusive from me to you. 'Cause I think you're swell. Remember? It was the prints on the distributor head that did it, Sue. Those crooks made a mistake. They always make one. At least one. Always.
Under arrest.
All prisoners present and accounted for.
You've just heard Under Arrest, presented by Mutual, a new series featuring Joe DeSantis as Police Captain Jim Scott. Under Arrest is produced and directed by Win Wright, written by William K. Wells, Jr. Original music composed and played by Milton Kay. Susan Webb was played by Margaret Draper. Hank Lowry by Jim Bowles. His son Jack Grimes. Ballou by Mort Lawrence. Zito by Rock Rogers.
Miss Deering, do you think you might stop typing for a moment and listen to me?
I could try.
Thank you.
You see, Vance, you never know the things you can do until you try. What am I to listen to?
At the moment, a bit of thinking aloud. Markham phoned and asked me to wait for him in my office.
Right.
Why?
I don't know. It can't be a murder case, or the eminent district attorney would have asked you to meet him at the scene of the crime. Say, who's doing this thinking aloud, you or me?
Both of us. Markham said he was going to bring someone with him. Now, who could that be, and why?
Well, it could be anyone, and for almost any reason.
Ellen.
I know. Go back to my typing.
I'd like to make a wager with you. I'll bet I come closer to guessing the purpose of the district attorney's visit than you will.
Vance, if I bet against your guessing or your reasoning, you'd have the only full-time secretary with no pay on record.
Oh, there, you two.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham.
Come in, Doris.
Welcome, Markham. And an extra special welcome to your lovely companion.
Miss Janelle, may I present Philo Vance and Ellen Deering?
How do you do?
Doris Janelle.
How do you do? Come into my private office, Markham.
Thanks, we will. Come along, Miss Janelle.
Mm-hmm.
Go right in, Miss Janelle.
Thank you.
Markham.
Thanks.
Oh, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
You should have made that wager. I've never been further off base in my life.
Now he tells me.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Markham. And I hope I know why you're here.
Well, I'm not sure myself whether I should have come, Vance. This isn't exactly in your line.
I'm a private investigator. What's the trouble? Isn't this private?
Yes, it most certainly is. Vance, Doris Janelle is the star of the play at the King's Theatre.
Let me tell him, Mr. Markham, please.
By all means.
Mr. Vance, I received this note this afternoon. It worried me. I brought it to the district attorney's office because I thought that was the thing to do. Here it is. Will you read it, please?
You read it to me, Miss Janelle. What does it say besides threatening you with death?
But you haven't seen it yet. How did you know?
You're upset, Miss Janelle. Nothing else would account for it. What else does it say?
It says, if you play your role in the theater tomorrow night, you will be dead before morning. And that's all, Mr. Vance.
That's enough, I'd say. So the note threatens you if you go on tomorrow night, not tonight. It might be the work of a crank, but I don't think we can afford to take that chance.
I can't, I'll tell you that.
Do something for me, Miss Janelle. If you receive any further communication, please mention it to no one. Now, that's important. I imagine you're not going on tomorrow night.
Mighty good imagining, Mr. Vance. I definitely am not. I don't mind taking chances, but when I do, I just as soon it cost me money if I lose. Not my life. Yes, who is it?
It's Betty Wheeler, Miss Janelle. May I come in?
Sure, come on.
You wanted to see me.
Badly. Betty, how long have you been my understudy?
About 3 months, I'd say.
And you've never had a chance to go on?
No.
Well, you've got one now. Here, throw this towel in the laundry bag, the one hanging on the door. Catch.
Is this your laundry bag?
It isn't anything Santa Claus is waiting to pick up. Just the laundryman, and he won't be here for 2 days. Well, what about tomorrow night? Do you want to go on for me?
Do I? Playing the lead on Broadway opposite Jack Aldridge. Oh, I can hardly believe it. But may I ask one favor?
Sure, kid. What?
May I use your room?
Why not?
I've never used a star's dressing room.
The joint's yours for tomorrow night. Take it with all the trimmings. Yes?
Hiya, decent, Doris?
Sure. Come on in, Peters. As if there was a way of keeping a company manager out of the dressing room.
Hi, Doris. Hello, Betty. What's going on here?
Hello,
Convention?
Mr. Peters. Have you heard I'm going on for Miss Janelle tomorrow night?
Huh? What's the matter, Doris? Don't you feel good?
I feel fine, but I'd like to stay that way. I got a note threatening my life if I work tomorrow night.
What?
Maybe it's a gag, but I'm not taking any chances.
Just one performance?
That's all the note said. Peters, Betty here is your star for one night.
Well, this show is getting jinxed. I'm sure of it. First it's robbery, and now it's this threat.
What's this robbery routine? Somebody steal a bow?
Stealing a bow? Somebody stole the receipts from the office 2 nights ago. Over $4,000. And the cops are going crazy because they can't find any evidence of anybody breaking in.
Inside job, huh?
That's the way it looks. But that doesn't help this threat business any. Doris, you wouldn't...
No, I wouldn't.
That's what I thought.
Mr. Peters, are you in there?
That sounds like our director. Yeah, come on in, Hartley.
Good evening, Mr. Nero. Miss Wheeler.
Good evening, Mr. Hartley.
Peters, they told me you were in here.
That was very nice of them.
And you found my dressing room without trouble. Well, the director of our show has a sense of direction. Hey, I'm starting to feel better already.
Miss Daynell, can't we go somewhere and talk? There are so many things I want to ask you.
Well, there's one thing I want to tell you. Don't get used to the way Jack Aldridge makes love to you on stage. He's mine. On stage, and what's more important, off.
Oh, of course, Miss Daynell. I know that.
Well, what are you standing there like that for, Hartley? You're supposed to have come in here to see me. What about?
I did not want to interrupt the young ladies. I find their conversation very interesting.
I'll have a record of it made for you. Now, what do you want with me?
Please come outside, Peters, so we can talk.
Tell me in here.
I think it would be better for you if you came outside.
Okay, come on, I'm ready. Well, Hartley, what is it? What's on your mind?
Money, Peters. I need some money.
10 till payday?
Let's not fool Peters. I don't want any of that vaudeville money. I need dough. 1,000, maybe 1,500.
Who doesn't?
You are going to give it to me.
Am I? How do you know?
It isn't how I know, it's what I know. Shall I go into details?
Jack, you know, I think I'm being a sap for believing that threatening note I got was on the level.
Maybe you're right, Doris. I just don't know. Nothing happened at tonight's performance.
It wasn't supposed to be tonight that anything happened. I worked a little with Betty Wheeler, and tomorrow night, maybe the understudy gets her big chance. I told her she could, but now I'm not so sure.
I'll miss you, honey, if you don't make it.
You might miss me permanently if I work tomorrow night. But I'm not sure yet that I won't go on. Something tells me maybe I ought to. Well, here's my apartment. And you've got to make the long walk to the next one all by yourself. Think you can make it?
I can make it this once. You're not nervous?
No, not a bit. If anybody bites me, I'll scream for you, and you can come and bite them back, okay?
Sure is. 2 more weeks and no more good nights, right?
Right. Just 2 weeks till the wedding.
Night, darling. Oh, you want an extra good morning kiss for the one we missed tonight.
Well, I'm kind of going to want you to pay that little debt, honey. Good night. What's the matter with this lock? Oh, it's not the lock, it's me. There. I'm so tired. But who can that be at this hour? Hello?
Miss Daynell, you got my note?
Yes. Who is this?
Never mind. You're gonna be a smart girl and not go on 'em all night, ain't you, Miss Daynell?
I don't know.
You better know. You better know for sure, too. On account of I wasn't kidding, sister. I meant it. You walk on stage tomorrow night, and you'll be carried out of your apartment the next day.
Hey, everybody. 20 minutes to rehearsal time. 20 minutes. On stage in 20 minutes. That's what we did for your understudy, Doris, called a special rehearsal.
Where is Betty, Peters?
In your dressing room.
Oh.
She said she had an okay from you to use it.
That she did. Is Jack around?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Well, here's my room.
I saw Betty come in about half hour ago. Wait, I'll knock. Hey, she couldn't have gone out, or I'd have seen her. Betty! Betty! Miss Wheeler!
Hey, Wheeler, open up! Peters, I never locked that door in my life.
Something's wrong here, Doris. Hey, somebody! Miller, Hartley, come on over here. Something's the matter in Doris's dressing room.
Doris.
Well, it isn't me, Jack. It's Betty Wheeler. She was using my room.
Oh, thank goodness. What's going on, Peters?
I don't know. Wait a minute. I got a key to this dressing room.
Betty took mine yesterday.
Miss Wheeler is in there. I saw her go in.
Thanks, Hartley. You're a big help. Yeah, here's the key.
Jack, darling, stay close to me. I think I'm getting scared.
Come on.
Betty. Good Lord.
Let me...
Honey.
Get back, everybody! Everybody keep away from this room until the police get here. Betty Wheeler has been murdered.
This is her dressing room, Vance. Nothing has been touched, but the body has been removed.
So this is it, eh, Markham? No possible lead on the killer?
Nothing Sergeant Heath could find, Vance. You know about the robbery here a few nights ago?
When the night's receipts were taken?
Yes.
I know about it. Heath believes that was an inside job, doesn't he?
From what I understand, it had to be. No one broke in, and the receipts were missing, over $4,000.
That kind of money will be hard to trace. All small denomination bills. It would also make a pretty sizable package, but I don't suppose that matters. What does matter most now is this murder.
Vance, do you think there's a connection between the murder and the robbery?
Possibly. Let me see. Doris Dennell received a note threatening her if she went on stage for tonight's performance. And then her understudy, Betty Wheeler, was murdered in Miss Dennell's dressing room.
What's that?
Sounds like a fire warning.
Fire! Everybody get out! There's a fire in the theater!
Everybody, Markham, includes us, I suppose.
Doesn't anything ever upset you or your routine, Vance?
Certainly. I was about to leave, wasn't I?
Neither of you gentlemen need leave. There is no fire.
I beg your pardon?
I'm Oscar Hartley, Mr. Vance. There is no fire.
Well, that's an absurd complication. Fire alarm, but no fire. Thank you very much, Mr. Hartley. Oh, apparently you know Mr. Vance. I'm Markham, District Attorney.
Oh, how do you do?
Somebody set off the fire alarm, but there's no fire. Vance, what's going on here?
I haven't the slightest idea. Let's lock this dressing room, Markham. No one's been in here since the murder.
No, it's under guard until the police are able to go through it properly. But are we leaving, Vance?
Yes. We're of the theater now, Markham. And tradition, it seems, insists that the show must go on. Well, so must we.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Backstage murder case began when Doris Dennell, stage star, received a note threatening her life if she played her role the following night. The threat came after the theater office had been robbed of $4,000 in small bills. Vance appeared at the theater after Betty Wheeler, Miss Dennell's understudy, had been murdered, and met Peters, company manager, and Oscar Hartley, director of the show. He has yet to meet Jack Aldridge, Miss Dennell's fiancé and leading man. I have just had a report that Peters, the company manager, is in his office with Doris Dennell. It's just about the time.
Look, I don't want to hear any more about it, Doris. You're going on tonight. You've got to.
I can't, Peters. I just can't.
Can't? Why? Because of what happened to Betty?
Not only that. I can't tell you why. Mr. Vance told me not to.
What is all this? What's going on here?
Oh, all right, I'll tell you. I got a phone call last night. It warned me not to go on. Mr. Vance told me if I received another threat, I was to mention it to no one, and I haven't till now.
You told nobody?
Nobody but you, Peters, not even Jack.
Doris, you've got to go on. I'll fill Backstage with policemen if necessary, but you've got to go on.
Oh.
I can't refund the money for tonight's performance, and I'll have to if you don't work. We're in a financial jam as it is. What with that money being stolen?
I know, and I'm sorry, but I
Doris,
simply can't.
I know how you feel, and I'm sorry, too. But please, do this for me, for yourself, for the rest of the company. You've got to do it.
Hey, DA, maybe I ought to take this murder room apart, piece by piece. Maybe then I'd get a clue to who killed that Betty Wheeler.
Well, if you think that'll help, go ahead, Sergeant Heath.
Maybe that won't be necessary, Heath. Hello, Markham.
Oh, hello, Vance. Heath and I were just sitting here in the dressing room trying to reason out this Wheeler murder.
That's not a bad way of solving a murder, Markham. Heath, what's the status of this room? What's been done to it since the murder?
Nothing yet. Fingerprint man went over it, found nothing. I'm thinking of taking it apart.
Not a bad idea. What's this on the back of the door?
You mean the laundry bag?
No, I mean this tacked-up notice. Don't forget to turn out lights. Laundry will be picked up every Friday. That's tomorrow. Please leave key with doorman. Well, there's certainly nothing unusual about that. It's on every theater door in the country.
You know, Vance, I was thinking the murder of this Wheeler girl had something to do with a robbery in this theater.
I think it's the other way around, but I agree.
You know something, Vance? If I could just find out who stole those receipts or where the money is, I'd be on the right track. I'm sure of that.
Oh, I know where the money is.
What?
You do, Vance? And who stole it?
I don't know who stole it or who murdered Miss Wheeler. But I repeat, I do know where the money is.
Well, where is the dough, Vance?
Right there in that laundry bag.
But you can't know that, Vance. You were only in this room once before, and then only for a few minutes, and I was with you all the time. I didn't see you look in that bag.
I haven't looked yet, but I see the sergeant is about to. Go ahead, Heath. Dump all that stuff on the floor.
That's just what I'm doing. Holy mackerel. This package. Is that the money, Vance?
Probably.
Hey, it is money. Lots of it.
Over $4,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Vance, any time you say anything from now on, I'll bet you're not mistaken. How did you know it was there?
Reasoning, Markham. The theater robbery we suspected was an inside job. In view of what followed, it seemed reasonable to me that the thief hid the money in this dressing room.
Why would he do that?
My guess is that he was almost caught. There's a night watchman at this theater. Maybe the thief saw him and knew he couldn't explain the package. Miss Danell told me her dressing room was never locked. Everybody in the show must have known that.
So the thief, to avoid being seen, ducked into this dressing room.
That's right. He dropped the money in the laundry bag here, thinking he could pick it up the next day. But he couldn't get in here because Miss Danell was using her dressing room.
Yeah, when she wasn't, there was somebody around. Her maid, her fiancé, actors, or somebody. So he couldn't get in here to take out the money.
He knew the laundry was to be removed tomorrow. And tonight was the last chance he had to get into this dressing room and get back the money he'd stolen.
Go ahead, Markham. You're doing fine.
Thank you. First, he threatened Miss Danell. But he found that didn't work because Miss Wheeler was using this room.
That's right, Markham. And when he learned Miss Wheeler intended to use this dressing room tonight, he tried to get in here this afternoon. Only Miss Wheeler caught him. He had to kill her. But he still had no chance to get the money out. Later, he tried to get us out of the room with that fake fire. But that didn't work either.
Yes, that certainly sounds reasonable, Vance.
It's what happened, Markham, I'm sure. Let's not say anything about finding this money. As a first step.
Toward finding the killer?
That's right. And, Markham, what a big step that's liable to be. I've questioned Jack Aldrich and Mr. Peters, Mr. Hartley, and I didn't want you to think I was slighting you in any way.
I know you had talked to them. I overheard you.
You did? How?
By the exceedingly simple process of putting my ear to the door. I just wanted to see how far Peters would go in indicting me. You see, he and I did not get on very well.
So I learned. But still, you direct every show he's connected with.
I'm a genius.
That's not the way I heard it. Apparently, you have a hold of some kind on Peters.
Very definitely. You see, many years ago, Mr. Peters happened to take some money out of a theater safe. The producer caught him. Peters was allowed to put the money back when he swore it was his first offense and would never happen again, so nobody was hurt, nor any the wiser.
Except you.
Oh, I had to know. You see, I was the producer.
It's an hour before curtain time, Vance. Aren't you going to the theater to watch Doris Danell if you decide she is to go on?
Probably. And you're going with me, Miss Deering.
Well, good. You think I might have time to hop off home and don some gayer raiment?
Yes, if you like. I thought I'd...
Vance, you've got to come to the theater now.
Sit down, Aldrich. Relax. What's the trouble?
Doris received another threat. A phone call last night. The murderer insisted she doesn't go on and that there be no performance tonight.
No cause for your excitement, Aldrich.
No cause for excitement. After what's happening in our theater?
I love that girl, Vance, and all this is making a wreck of her. She says she'll go on if you tell her to, but you can't take a chance with her life. I'm sure the murderer intends to strike again.
That sounds like a line out of a play. But very well, Aldrich, I'll go. I'm sorry, Ellen. You won't have to bother about changing your dress. I'm going to see a murderer about changing his mind.
I'm so glad you're here, Vance. When you're around, I feel much safer.
That's hardly a tribute to my romantic appeal, but I like it, Miss Daynell. I'm just taking a little inventory. How many phone calls did you receive?
Just one. The one in my room. Oh, Vance, I told Mr. Peters about the call. I had to. I was trying to tell him why I couldn't go on tonight.
You're going on, Doris, and you're going to be great.
But the man who murdered Betty and who threatened me, Vance, what about him?
Him? Oh, I know who he is, Miss Daynell. He probably thinks he's very clever. I'm going to let him make his second mistake.
Second? What was the first?
Thinking he was very clever. Sergeant Heath.
Right here, Vance. Can't see you very well in the dark, though.
Just keep your eyes straight ahead, Heath. There'll be a light showing any minute now.
Huh? A light?
A match or a flashlight. Match, probably. It doesn't attract as much attention and suits the purpose. You're sure everybody connected with this show thinks we haven't examined the late Miss Wheeler's dressing room?
Sure, I'm sure. I practically announced it to two cops so that everybody could hear. Did a good job. Vance, on the corridor, a light. It's a match.
That's what I expected.
Do I grab whoever's carrying it?
That's right.
I'd sure love to know who it is.
There goes the match in the dressing room, plus the man that's carrying it. Go get him, Heath, and get a look at him yourself. I promise you a great surprise. Ellen, how long will you be getting dressed?
Not long. What's the hurry? Won't they hold up the show till we get there? Well, Vance, how do I look?
As interesting as an unsolved murder.
As soon as I find out if I like that, I'll thank you. And speaking of unsolved murders, let's talk about one you solved. The Backstage murder case. I understand from Mr. Markham that you had everything in the case all figured as you went along. How'd you know?
Trade secret.
Let's trade secrets. I'll tell you why I like going out with you, and you tell me how you knew the murderer.
Deal. You know all about the robbery of the theater safe and its association with the murder of Betty Wheeler?
Yes, of course.
Your turn.
Well, I like going out with you because I never know what you're going to do or say next. Your turn. Oh, just a second. Seems to me that I understood Doris Daynell got a phone call from the murderer several nights ago, just a few seconds after she'd said goodnight to a fiancé. Now, how could the murderer have been Jack Aldrich?
Very easily. He needed only a few seconds to go into his apartment and call Doris to threaten her. Well, I'm waiting, Ellen.
Oh, let's see. I like going out with you because you're so different. Now, another question. How did you know it was Aldrich?
Good question. When he came breaking into our office last evening, he seemed terribly distressed about the phone call his fiancée had received.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't supposed to know anything about that phone call. Doris didn't tell him. Peters, whom she told, didn't tell him.
So?
So the only way he could have known about it is if he made the call.
So he made it. Now it's my turn to say something nice to you, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see now.
Well, is it that difficult?
No, I've got it. I like going out with you on account of most of all, I like going out with you.
A little repetitious, but very flattering repetition. Well, that's about all there was. Of course, while I knew his identity, I couldn't prove it. So I set the stage for Aldrich to steal back the money he had hidden in Doris Daynell's laundry bag. He tried to, and Sergeant Heath took care of him.
I'm glad.
That Sergeant Heath took care of Aldrich?
That and the fact that you were right again, and that we're going out, and that you're you, and that I'm me, and most of all, I'm...
What?
Glad.
Yes?
That this is the end of the Backstage murder case.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, the Hatchet.
It is 8:30 a.m., Sunday, May 16th, 1941. The Halleck family of Rock Point, Texas, is preparing to leave for church.
You want any more toast, Jim?
Nope. All I want's another cup of coffee. I'll get it myself. Why don't you sit down and eat?
Well, I would if I could get that boy to the table. Robert? Robert!
I'm coming, Ma.
You've been saying that for half an hour. Your eggs are getting cold and we'll be late for church.
All right.
And never mind that all right business. When your mother called you, you just come a-running.
Gee whiz, Pa, I gotta wash my face, don't I? I'll be right there.
Well, see the jar, you'll go without your breakfast. Now, you come sit down, Hattie. No need of your stomach being empty.
Just coffee will do for me. Seems like the older a boy gets, the harder it is to get him out of bed in the morning.
What time did he get in last night?
After 11. Him and Sadie Lewis went to the picture show.
I told him I wanted him home at 10 o'clock nights.
Oh, Jim, it was Saturday night. He goes to school all week.
Well, school will soon be over. He'll be working with me in the store all summer. Maybe he won't feel much like staying out half the night when he's been on his feet all day. Look at the time. Robert!
I'm here, Pa. I'm here.
Well, it's about time.
Well, get your breakfast, but the eggs will be like rubber.
I don't want anything to eat. I'm not hungry.
Well, why didn't you say so before your ma wasted her time and the food?
You gotta eat something.
I'll have breakfast when we get back from church.
Sure, that'll be fine. You can make more work for your ma that way.
Gee, Pa, I just don't feel hungry now.
Oh, leave him alone, Jim. I'll get him something later. I just put the dishes in to soak. You two want to get out of my way. Why don't you go next door and tell Mr. Driscoll we're about ready to leave?
Is he riding with us again?
Yes, he's riding with us again, so stop sulking about it. Come on. You ought to be glad to have your teacher for a neighbor. You wouldn't be at the head of your graduating class if it weren't for his helping you.
I see enough of him in school without seeing him Sunday, too.
Yeah. Well, when you get away to college in the fall, you might be wishing you had somebody like him close by to give you a hand. Ring the bell.
He don't answer. Maybe he went on.
He'd have told us. And I didn't hear his car. Come on, maybe he's out in the back. Mr. Driscoll! That's funny. Run up the back steps and take a look in the kitchen window.
Oh, why don't we just go without him?
Will you do like I tell you?
Okay.
See anything?
No, he didn't. Pa! Pa!
What is it, son? What's the matter?
Look at him, lying there on the floor.
Oh.
Pa, what is it? What happened to him?
Come away, son. Don't look anymore. Come away. I gotta call the sheriff. It looks like he's been murdered.
Sheriff Alvin Jeffers took one look at the scene of the crime and put in a call for the assistance of the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned.
Mighty bloody job, Jace. No weapon in sight.
Nope. Judging by the marks, though, it was something with two edges, one blunt and one sharp. Probably a hatchet, Sheriff.
Either that or two weapons.
It's possible, but not likely. You say the JP's been here?
Mm-hmm. Soon as we're finished, the body will be moved into the funeral home for autopsy. Establish time of death.
That'll help. Where'd your call come from?
Neighbors next door, the Hallecks. Man, wife, and son. Man and boy spotted Driscoll through the window when they come to get him for a lift to church.
I'd like to talk to him.
Sure, I told him to stick to home. We can go out back and hop the fence. Avoid that crowd out front.
Good. The front room looked like Driscoll went in big for books.
Yeah, he was an English teacher at the high school. Halleck's boy Robert was in one of his classes, I think.
Driscoll live alone?
Mm-hmm. A widower. Here, step on this box and hop the fence.
You go ahead. I can get over without it.
Okay. Well, Halleck saw us coming. There he is at the back door.
Howdy, Sheriff. Ranger. Come on in.
Thanks.
Ranger Pearson, Jim Halleck.
Howdy.
Oh, my wife Hattie and my boy Robert.
Howdy.
Howdy, Ranger.
You found Driscoll's body this morning?
Me and Robert saw it through the window.
What time?
Oh, about 8:45. That's when we always leave for services.
Oh, Jace, I ought to call my office. Have the funeral home come for the body now.
All right, go ahead.
Mind if I use your phone, Halleck?
Help yourself.
I'll show you where it is, Sheriff.
Oh, you'd better stay, Robert. Okay. You and your dad found the body. Would you mind, Mrs. Halleck?
Not at all. In here, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Either of you see Driscoll yesterday or last night?
We both saw him outside last night, a little after 6. I was coming home from the store. I sell groceries. Robert was outside waiting for me so he could take the car.
Big date, huh?
Yeah.
What was Driscoll doing?
Digging a flower border on his lawn.
You talked to him?
Just called to him after Robert took the car and drove off. Asked if he planned on riding to church with us. No sense taking 2 cars when neighbors are going to the same place.
I see. That all?
That's all.
You didn't hear anything during the evening or the night?
Nope. Me and Hattie turned in a little after 9.
How about you, Robert? What time did you get home? What time did you get home?
You can tell him. I know you was late. Your mother heard you come in.
A little after 11.
Where were you?
To a picture show with Sadie Lewis.
What did you see?
I don't remember the name of it. Bing Crosby's in it.
Jace, you going to be much longer?
Oh, no, Sheriff. Why?
I spoke to my office. One of my deputies got a report. Rancher named Finney chased somebody off his place with a shotgun last night.
Doorbell, Hattie.
I'm going.
Did the deputy think the report might have anything to do with the Driscoll's murder?
Who knows? Fellow Finney saw was doing something around a cattle tank, though.
Good place to get rid of a weapon. Cattle tanks have been used before.
Well, maybe we ought to go out and take a look.
Yeah.
Robert? It's Jean to see you.
Hi, Bob.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Halleck, Sheriff.
Hello, Gene.
Gee, I just drove in to see if Bob wanted to go out to the shack and camp, and I saw that crowd in front of next door. Somebody killed old man Driscoll, huh?
Yeah, I can't go with you today.
Well, yeah, guess not. Are you helping the sheriff, Ranger?
We're helping each other.
Well, boy, I sure hope you catch that guy. Mr. Driscoll was the best teacher we ever had.
We'll try to square things for him, Gene. Coming, Jace?
Yeah. Thanks for your help. We may want to talk to you again later.
You're sure welcome, Ranger.
Bye. Bye, ma'am.
So long, folks.
Bye. So long, Ranger.
Who was that kid, the one who just came in?
You mean Gene? No, name's Gene McCready. Pal of Robert's. They go to school together. Why?
Just wondering. Robert Halleck ever give any of you any trouble around here? Yeah, we'll take my car.
No, he's a good kid. Why?
I just got a feeling he was covering up for something, that's all.
Like what?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be wondering about it. How far to Finney's place?
Turn off to the right about 6 miles out. Just this side of the Lewis place.
The Lewis place? Well, Robert Halleck says that he was out at a movie last night with a girl named Sadie Lewis.
Yeah, she lives out there. Mike Lewis' daughter. Only 15, but a big girl for her age. Lewis watches her like a hawk.
I'd like to stop by the Lewis place and talk to that girl.
Okay, we can go out there after we check at Finney's.
Well, right here's about where he was when I spotted him. I called, but he started to run. I threw a load of buckshot after him.
You didn't see who it was?
No, I didn't. I was too far off, about 300 feet back toward the house.
What time was that, Finney?
Oh, just for 11 o'clock last night.
Wasn't that kind of late for you to be out here?
Well, I'd been visiting. I was cutting across the ranch, walking home.
From where?
Mike Lewis's place. We get together Saturday nights, play cards. Oh, no, not for money, just passing time.
You always carry a shotgun when you're passing time?
Well, matter of fact, I do. Bag a jackrabbit once in a while, going, coming between here and Mike's place. So I always tote a gun just in case.
I see.
I see better than you do, Jace. I've eaten out here. Mrs. Finney can do more things with a jackrabbit in a pot than most women can do with a chicken.
Okay, I was just checking. Now, about the fellow you saw.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, when he didn't answer my call, I fluffed him with a shot. Don't think I hit him, though. A little too far. Barely saw him as it was.
Which way did he take off?
Well, that way.
Highway's about a mile across country there. You chase him?
Yep, sure did. But I reckon he was a lot younger than me.
Well, what makes you say that?
Well, after 2 minutes of running, I was puffing like an engine in a tunnel. He was pulling away with every jump.
Is there anything around here he might have been trying to steal?
No, not a thing. Unless he was trying to make off with a cow, and that'd be nothing to try on foot.
Well, Sheriff, guess we'd better chuck our boots and hop in there.
Into my cattle tank?
That's right, Finney.
But what for?
If we're lucky, the weapon that was used in the killing of the high school teacher, Driscoll. The cattle tank was big. The bottom was covered deep with a couple of inches of oozing mud and slime. We slithered around in it for almost half an hour.
Pretty thick along the bottom, Jace.
Yeah, it sure is.
I was going to have it cleaned out next month.
Looks like we're going to have to save you the trouble and the expense. We'll have to call a pumping crew, Sheriff.
Yeah, looks that way. Hey, give me a hand up, Penny.
All right, now, easy.
Thanks. Wait over here, Jace, and we'll boost you out.
Okay, Sheriff.
Well, we're sure going to feel silly if we have this pumped out and there's nothing here.
We'll feel sillier if we don't have it done and there is something here that turns up later. I think we ought to...
What's the matter, Jace?
Feel something. Here, under my foot.
Yeah, I felt it coming over this way, too. Some stones in the mud.
No, this is metal. Wait, I'll get it.
What is it, Jace?
Look for yourself, Sheriff. Just about what we're looking for. A hatchet.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, The Hatchet, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The blood had been washed away from most of it, but there was skin tissue and hair that had stuck to the blunt end, and...
Yeah, I reckon that's it, all right, Jace.
But who threw it away on my place, and why?
The killer wanted to get rid of it in a place he thought nobody'd be liable to find it. Must have thought of this spot last night.
That means he knew the place.
He wouldn't cross the range on foot unless he did. You say he ran off that way?
That's right. Like Sheriff said, the highway's about a mile.
He could have left a car there he was getting back to, or he might have cut off in another direction when you lost him. You have horses here, don't you, Finney?
Why, sure, but nothing like the one you're towing in that trailer behind your car. It's really a horse, Ranger.
I think so, too. What I want is a mount for the sheriff here.
Where do you figure on riding, Jace?
Out on the range, see if we can pick up a trail. I'll unload charcoal and start ahead, and you walk back to the ranch house and get one of Finney's horses and catch up to me.
I'll wait for you, Sheriff.
Easy, boy.
Find anything?
Track's all right. Not too heavy on this ground, though. They're easy to lose.
Yeah, but this is a straight shot from the ridge. Looks like he was sure going for the road, all right.
No doubt about it. If he left a car there, we might be able to find some tire marks where he parked.
Afraid you're going to be stymied there, Jace.
Why?
County just worked the roads over. Shoulders are all fresh gravel.
Oh? What's the shortest way to the Lewis Ranch? Go back for the car or keep riding?
Yeah, we'd save a little time going back for the car, not much.
Well, charcoal's full of run. Let's give him a chance for a workout. Come on. The Lewis Ranch was big and well kept. There was something dismal and brooding about it. When we got inside, I knew what it was. It was as though the place were reflecting the personality of the heavy-browed man who owned it.
So you want to see my daughter, huh?
That's right.
What about?
Just want to ask her where she was last night?
She was into the movie house with Robert Halleck.
Yeah, we'd like a little more information than that, Mike. The ranger...
I know everything my daughter does. I can tell you anything you want to know.
That may be so, Mr. Lewis, but we still want to see her. That's an official request.
I'll call her. Sadie! Come into the house. Into the parlor.
Know anybody was here.
Sheriff and the ranger want to talk to you. They don't think you and Robert was at the show last night.
Nobody said that.
You don't have to say it.
Look, If you can't keep out of this, you can take your mind-reading act into another room until we're finished.
It'd be better if you didn't interfere, Mike.
Go ahead, ask. Maybe I'll be interested in the answers, too.
Sadie, don't be nervous. Just tell the truth. Were you with Robert Halleck last night?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
We went...
Where did you go?
To the movie.
Remember the name of the picture?
The new one with Bing Crosby.
You saw that with me a month ago when I took you to Sweetwater.
Oh, I saw it again. There's no other show to see in town, is there? Robert brought you the ticket stubs, didn't he, Pa?
Brought you the ticket stubs?
That's right, Ranger. Brought me the stubs. When my daughter's supposed to be someplace, I want to make sure she's there. I'm not gambling on being fed any lies.
No, I can see that. You're not gambling that your girl might tell you the truth either, given the chance.
Reckon the law's got nothing to say about that.
I reckon not. Let me have that package, Sheriff.
Yeah, here.
What's in it?
Just something I want you to look at.
Hatchet.
Yeah. You ever see this before?
No.
How about you, Sadie? You ever see this before?
No, sir, I never.
Why are you asking us about it?
Just routine. This is the weapon used to kill Driscoll, the high school teacher. All right, Sheriff. Wrap it up again. Let's go. Sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Lewis.
Yeah.
You ready, Sheriff?
Yeah. Goodbye, Mike. Sadie.
Bye.
Sadie, you been lying to me? Answer me!
Yeah, looks like Sadie's in for a rough time, Jace.
And she wasn't telling the truth. He knows it.
Her story ties in with Robert Halleck's, Jace.
I know. It'll be dark by the time we get back to Finney's place. Movie house open tonight?
Sure. Why?
I want to talk to the manager. The manager couldn't remember seeing Robert Halleck and Sadie Lewis. He referred us to the ticket taker. The ticket taker turned out to be Robert Halleck's pal, Gene McCready.
Come on, Gene, talk up. Was Robert here for the show last night, or wasn't he?
I don't know.
He's your best friend, and you were on the door last night. If he came in, you saw him.
Yeah, he was here.
Did he stay for the whole show?
No. No, he didn't stay for any of it.
How do you know? Did you see him leave before it was over?
Well, he didn't even go in. He just stopped by to get a couple of ticket stubs from me.
So that's it.
Why didn't you tell us that right off?
Because I promised Bob that if anybody asked, I'd say him and Sadie was here.
Well, why would anybody ask?
Bob thought Sadie's father might. He's asked me before when they were supposed to be here.
Well, I guess that's what we wanted, Jace.
Yeah, it's part of it, not all of it. Gene, I want you to forget that I asked you anything. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Let's go, Sheriff.
I guess we better pick up Robert Halleck and the Lewis girl, Jace.
Not yet. All we know is they didn't see the show. That isn't enough.
Don't see why not. This wasn't just a transient thing. Driscoll didn't have no enemies, unless it was one of his pupils hated him.
We can narrow it down to one student, though. Not until we've checked on all of them. I'm going to sleep on this tonight. When school opens tomorrow, I'm going out there. Driscoll had been a popular teacher at Rock Point High, but he had an iron-bound code of ethics where honesty was concerned, and that was the key I needed. I found the answer in a batch of test papers he'd been grading. I took the papers back to the sheriff's office.
Morning, Jace.
Morning.
Find anything out the school?
Plenty. Look at these.
What are they?
English class test papers of Robert Halleck and Gene McCready.
I see.
Halleck's mark's pretty high, 94.
Yeah. Hey, only half the answers on McCready's paper have been checked. His isn't graded.
Compare them and you'll see why. His answer to every single question is exactly the same as Halleck's, all the way down the line. Driscoll must have noticed it while he was marking.
You think McCready was cribbing his answers from Bob Halleck's paper?
Halleck was at the head of the class. McCready was just barely hanging on. Those papers were clipped together in the drawer of Driscoll's desk with this slip of paper. A few notes scribbled on it in Driscoll's handwriting. Here, read what it says.
An obvious case of cheating. Flunk McCready. If Halleck knew of this, advise principal neither should be permitted to graduate. Well.
The test was on Friday. Driscoll must have been grading those papers after school let out. Halleck came home, but Gene McCready was sitting out a punishment in another class for being late.
That means Driscoll might have run into Gene Friday afternoon and asked him about it.
That's what I figured.
Of course, Gene could have told Bob later.
Yeah, he could have.
Robert Halleck's the boy, all right, Jace. He lied about where he was Saturday night, and Gene was working at the theater.
Maybe yes and maybe no. You get the autopsy report yet?
Oh, yeah. Came in this morning.
What time did Driscoll die?
Between 9:30 and 10:30 Saturday night.
Then we can't eliminate Gene McCready.
Why not?
He starts taking theater tickets at 6:30, but the box office closes at 9 when the main feature goes on again. He's got nothing to do after that. His work's finished.
Well, I didn't think of that.
You better give me the hatchet, Sheriff. I'll need it.
Sure. Got it locked in the drawer here. What's your plan?
You go out to the school, get Bob Halleck, and bring him to his father's store. I'll meet you there.
Would you want Gene McCready, too?
He's not in school. He's supposed to be home sick. We can pick him up later. I don't want him and Robert together.
Ranger, you're crazy. Crazy, I tell you.
Now, calm down, Mr. Halleck. You admit the hatchet comes from your place.
No.
A minute ago, you said it did.
Well, it disappeared. Months ago, it was lost.
It got lost again in a cattle tank. Where's your car?
Out back. Through that door.
All right, let's look it over. Your son was using this car Saturday night.
Yes. Why? What are you looking for?
Hatchet had to be carted away from Driscoll's, and there was blood on it. I'm looking for a stain.
Well, you don't see any, do you?
No. I see a spot on the front seat that's cleaner than the rest. You smell that? It's been rubbed with gasoline.
Ranger, you're wrong. You gotta be wrong. My kid wouldn't do a thing like that.
Out here, Robert. Now, here we are, Chase.
Pa, what's the matter? Why'd they take me out of school?
Son, whatever you done, me and your ma will stand by you. Now, tell him the truth. You were at the show Saturday. Tell him you were.
How about it, Robert? Gene said you just dropped by to pick up ticket stubs.
I wasn't at the show.
Why didn't you tell me? Why?
I couldn't. Because of Sadie's father. He'd kill her.
You better tell us what happened, boy.
Why, I picked up Sadie in the car at 6:30. We went into the movie house to leave the car with Gene and get the stubs.
You left the car with Gene?
Yes. So it'd be around the theater in case Sadie's pa came by.
Well, then what happened?
Then we arranged for Gene to meet us out at the crossroads between the Lewis place and Finney's at 11 o'clock. So I'd have the car to take Sadie home.
See, Ranger? He didn't have the car all the time.
Go ahead, Robert. Where did you and Sadie go?
We went for a ride with somebody who picked us up behind the theater.
What do you mean by somebody? Who?
Sadie's mother.
What? Why, Sadie Lewis's mother is dead.
No, she isn't. That's what Mr. Lewis tells everybody. They were divorced before he moved here with Sadie.
Could that be true, Sheriff?
Well, Jace, I don't know. Mike Lewis always said his wife died.
She didn't. He just hated her, that's all. And, well, if he finds out Sadie's been seeing her, he'll beat her up.
All right, Robert. I think you're telling the truth. There's something I want you to identify. This.
Why, that's our old kindling hatchet.
Where'd you see it last?
Well, the shack. Me and Gene built a shack up in the woods last fall. We go camping up there. I built most of it because Gene, he was working part-time after school at Finney's ranch.
That's right, Jace. Gene did work for Finney for a while.
Come on, Sheriff. We'd better go pick him up. Gene McCready wasn't at his home, and he wasn't sick. We got the location of the shack he built with Robert Halleck, got horses, and rode into the woods to look for him.
There's the shack, Jace, just through that clump of trees.
Yeah. Come on, Sharky.
Hey, the door's opening. It's Gene.
Howdy, Gene.
What are you doing up here?
Just come up to take you into town, Gene. A few things we want to ask you about.
Well, like what?
Like how you spent Saturday evening between the time you stopped taking tickets and the time you met Robert at the crossroad between the Lewis place and Finney's.
Come on, Gene. I'll boost you up behind me.
Well, can I get my jacket? It's inside.
Go ahead.
He don't look guilty, Jace. Not a bit rattled.
I know. We could be wrong, but you better give me your holster, Sheriff, if he's going to ride behind you.
Yeah, I guess you're... Look out, Jace!
You hit, Sheriff?
No, but I hit him. He had a rifle in there. Stepped out shooting just as you leaned over.
Oh, you hit me.
Yeah. Let's see. There's a flesh wound through the side.
I didn't want to hurt him, but Mr. Driscoll wasn't going to let me graduate, the old fool.
All right, shut up and hold still till I fix this wound.
Will he be all right, Jace?
Yeah.
I'm sorry I had to do that, shooting a kid.
Yeah, but his being a kid doesn't make you bulletproof. And it didn't stop him from killing Driscoll. There. All right, Sheriff. Let's rig a litter and carry him in.
Gene McCready was just old enough to stand formal trial for the murder of his high school instructor. On September 20th, 1941, he was taken to the state penitentiary at Huntsville to serve out a sentence of 25 years.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
There's a poem that was sent to me by Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez, who's commander of Company B of the Texas Rangers. It's not only amusing, but seems to reflect the thoughts of many a police officer. I hope you'll enjoy hearing it. It's called Not Guilty. I guess I've seen 1,000 men go in this jail and out, from tramps with month-old whiskers to rich men with the gout. Not one of them was guilty of the crimes the law accused. Seems they were all just victims of some officer's abuse. From the time the keys are rattled till they're locked up in the cell, their voices, though they differ from a whisper to a yell, the song is always just the same that everyone will sing. I don't see why they put me here. I haven't done a thing. Makes no difference what they've done or how mean the crime has been. When they're locked behind those prison bars, they're always free from sin. Though the evidence be solid and their voice with guilt may ring, they'll stand right up and tell you, I haven't done a thing. Good night, folks. See you again next week. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production, Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Parley Bear, Mike Barrett, Sam Edwards, Joe Duval, Tom Cook, and Gerald Moore. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Let's look in on police headquarters. The time is close to midnight. Manigan is holding down the desk while the sergeant is out for a bite to eat.
Oh, sure, I wish the sergeant would get back. I'd like me little trundle bed and some shut-eye.
Take it easy, Manigan. You won't get hurt. You always wanted to meet the Blue Beetle, so here he is. It's no use to struggle. The Blue Beetle is stronger than you are. I'll just stuff this handkerchief in your mouth and tie you up. And I'll carry you into the room where you keep the fingerprint file. There you are. Now, over my shoulder you go up to Daisy. Here we are. Now, just lie there like a good little boy. I want to examine these files. Let me see. Type 27B, 28B, 29, 30, 31B. Yes, that looks like it. Fingerprints of Joe Bugs McGotti, and here's his photograph. Yes, Mr. Bugs McGotti, those are your fingerprints, all right. You're the guy that stole that murder gun. Well, Mr. Bugs McGotti, you're going to get nipped by the Blue Beetle and nipped hard.
Reach for the ceiling, Mr. Blue Beetle.
Ah, the beautiful daughter of the police commissioner.
Don't move, I'll shoot if you do.
I have no intention of moving unless it's to step within the aura of such a charming person as yourself, Mr.
What are you doing here? And why have you gagged and tied up Officer Manigan there?
I'm here to obtain evidence against the opium gang your father is trying to round up. I tied up Officer Manigan there to prevent his interfering.
Why didn't you enlist his aid? After all, he's working on this case.
The Blue Beetle works alone.
But how do I know you're working for rather than against my father?
Well, if my charming captor will lower that toy revolver which she's holding in an none too steady hand, the Blue Beetle will tell her something to gladden her father's heart.
Very well. But don't try any tricks.
Not a trick, my dear young lady. Now listen. I promise you that before daylight your father will have the opium gang under lock and key, together with enough evidence to convict him.
How do I know you'll keep your promise?
Let this seal my promise.
Oh.
Good night, my sweet. I'd like to linger after that kiss, but the Blue Beetle has a duty to perform.
Take me with you, Blue Beetle. Let me stand by your side when you... He's gone. Maybe to die alone. No, I can't let him. I must help him. I must.
Like a bloodhound on the trail once he gets the scent, the Blue Beetle sped on his mission. And like the bloodhound, he'll never let up till he runs his quarry to earth. But close on his heels goes the commissioner's daughter, determined to have a part in the roundup of the nefarious gang of dope peddlers. Little did she know that close behind, as she hurried down the darkened street, a car was slowly following her.
There she goes. That's the commissioner's girl. Let's nab her now.
Oh, wait till she passes that street light. Now, out you go. Make it snappy and keep it quiet.
Okay, boss.
Excuse me, lady.
What? Who are you?
Grab her. Come on.
Oh, let me go.
I got her. Come on. Okay, here's the car. I'll stick this gag in her mouth. There. Now open the door. We got it, boss.
All right, shove it in. Yeah, the commissioner will pay big dough to get his darling daughter back alive.
Where is the Blue Beetle? Will the Blue Beetle be able to rescue the beautiful daughter of the police commissioner? Will he locate the hideout of the dope ring? Will he be able to collect enough evidence to convict them? Through the silent night, down by the waterfront, two powerful cars are speeding along. The first car is full of men, hard-looking men, desperate men, killers all. But who is this lone occupant of the second car? Ah, yes, it is the Blue Beetle.
That looks like the car that passed me the day I was machine gunned. I'll just follow her. It may lead me to the dope peddler's hangout. They suspect me. They've got a machine gun pointing out of the rear. There it goes. I better give them a ruffle with my synchronized machine gun before they shoot away my windshield. The super shatterproof glass is good, but I don't know how good. All right, you rats. How do you like this? I must have got that driver. Their car's zigzagging. Oh, now they're speeding up. Well, here we go again. They're slowing down. They're turning into that warehouse. That's my gang, all right. Just the spot I was headed for. Now, Mr. Bugs McGotty, for the final showdown. Closing the iron doors of the warehouse. I'll soon blast them open those special bombs Dr. Franz made for me. All right, you mugs, don't close that door. I'll blow you all to kingdom come.
That's a beetle. What's he got in his hand? That's a bomb. Go on, really?
Go ahead, Joe McGotty. Go ahead and shoot. I recognize you. Your bullets can't hurt the Blue Beetle. What did I tell you? Now it's my turn. Here goes your door. And I'm coming right in and mop up. Here I come. You better drop your guns or I'll let you have another bomb.
This here's for relax the machine. Okay, white guy, Blue Beetle. Toss your little bomb and blow the police commissioner's daughter to kingdom come along with us.
You've got Mary Donnelly. Stop bluffing, McGotty. You can't fool me. She's not the commissioner's daughter. She's one of your mob, and she goes with you. I'll give you 3 seconds to drop your gun. 1, 2.
Okay, Blue Beetle. You win.
Now release the commissioner's daughter. And get those hands up.
Please, double cross us.
That's more like it. Now, Miss Donnelly, here's some handcuffs. Slip them on those gangsters and bring me their guns.
All right.
That's it. Now, Miss Donnelly, you keep those men covered while I have a look around. That's a nice collection of dope you've got in these cans, yeah? Here comes the law. Wait until the DA gets through with you. There'll be a few less criminals in this world.
Blue Beetle, you saved my life. These men were holding me for ransom. My father will reward you handsomely.
The Blue Beetle seeks no reward, Miss Donnelly. He seeks only justice. Justice for the underdog and safety for the citizens of this great city. Now, you take this gun and keep those mugs covered. The police will be here any minute. I have no desire to meet them.
But who are you? Please tell me.
I can only tell you this. I'm the man who kissed you twice in one night.
Oh.
My respects to your father, Miss Donnelly. Tell him the Blue Beetle will always be at his service and running down criminals of all kinds.
Away in his fast motor car sped the Blue Beetle, leaving the commissioner's daughter on guard over Bugs McGarty and his band of criminals. But close behind him speeds another car, a police car. Will the Blue Beetle be overtaken and unmasked? Ahead, a stoplight is changing from green to red. Will the Blue Beetle defy the traffic regulations to avoid discovery, or will he obey the rules of safe driving?
Mr. Blue Beetle himself. I've been following you for a mile. I thought I'd catch you at this stoplight. Come on, me bucko. I'll ride the running board back to the police station. And no funny business or I'll blow your brains out.
So it's you again, Officer Manigan. I'd love to take you for a ride.
No, none of that. It's me that's taking you for a ride. I saw you drive out of that warehouse back there, so you were in with those dope peddlers.
That's nice figuring, Officer Manigan.
It'll be Detective Manigan after I turn you in. Now get going, Mr. Blue Beetle.
It's too bad, Manigan. We have to take such a lonely, winding road along the waterfront.
Listen, Mr. Blue Beetle. The slightest move and you'll be Mr. Dead Beetle.
Oh, yeah? Listen, you're interfering with my work, Patrolman Manigan.
So there you go.
Right off the running board into the river. Have a nice swim for yourself until you cool off. Good night, Detective Manigan.
And so the mysterious and thrilling character known as the Blue Beetle, after rounding up a gang of criminals, slips away to let the police take credit for cleaning up the dope racket. The next morning, Patrolman Dan Garrett drops in for a visit with Dr. Franz.
Well, Daddy, I see you let the police take all the credit again.
Sure. I can't let my buddies down.
According to newspaper reports, your friend Manigan got tossed into the river by some of the gangsters whom he had captured single-handed.
So that's his story.
That ain't the way I heard it. I bet the Blue Beetle had something to do with it.
Well, you'd win your bet. You know, when I met him this morning, he had the sniffles. And he said he caught a cold. So I asked him if he'd been in swimming without his sweater.
And didn't he get wise to the swimming gag?
Yeah, after a minute. He wanted to know how I knew he'd been in the water. I told him I heard it from one of the boys.
Hey, Doc, you heard the latest news?
Why, no. What is it?
Well, the authorities have got wind of a plot to sabotage that new Army pursuit plane that's being tested tomorrow out of the flying field.
Sabotage? That's my speed. Maybe I can get him the detail to the flying field. So long, Doc. I gotta get over to headquarters.
Though some nation is envious of Uncle Sam's superiority in the manufacture of aircraft, what will happen at the airfield? Will the Blue Beetle be able to uncover this plot in time? Will he be able to run the criminals to earth? Those are all questions which will be answered in the next edition of the Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in.
Thank you.